The cruise ship ran aground, and I, along with a group of enchanting women, found ourselves stranded on a deserted island. The domineering CEO, the intellectual young lady, and the glamorous superstar. These elevated beauties seemed utterly helpless in this wild setting. What transpired next was a collision of intense sparks between us. Chapter 1. The cruise ship runs aground, stranded on an island, encountering the CEO. Feng groggily opened his eyes. Before him lay a disheveled beach, dense coconut groves, and an expansive ocean. It was unmistakably a deserted island. Am I still alive? Feng sat up from the sandy shore, gasping for breath, wondering about the fate of his colleagues. During a company team-building event, CEO Su Yun had led the entire company on a maritime excursion, only to accidentally run aground. As Feng stood, surveying his surroundings, he spotted a graceful figure lying where the sea met the shore. CEO Su, he exclaimed, rushing over. The woman sprawled on the beach was indeed Su Yun. Her pallid face was etched with pain, her delicate brows tightly furrowed, and her two long, fair legs slightly apart, revealing depths akin to a starry sky that captivated Feng. This is not good. She must have ingested a significant amount of seawater. Feng quickly bent down, preparing to administer artificial respiration. As a mere subordinate, he usually dared not meet Su Yun's gaze. Yet here on this deserted island, he found himself granted the opportunity for an intimate encounter. Gulp. Feng swallowed hard, leaning in closer. The taste was fragrant and sweet, truly delightful. While performing artificial respiration, his mind wandered with fanciful thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yun slowly opened her eyes. Ah, pervert. She instinctively slapped him across the face. The sound echoed, leaving Feng's cheek tingling. CEO, I was trying to save you, he explained, bewildered. You despicable. Su Yun doubled over on the beach, retching. Feng's face paled. Was this not an utter insult? Wang Tao was right. You are a creepy man, she scolded vehemently. Mention of Wang Tao darkened Feng's expression. Wang Tao, his supervisor, had long undermined him at work. Despite Feng's dedication and improving performance, Wang Tao frequently disparaged him in front of Su Yun, painting him as a repulsive, sleazy individual. To add insult to injury, Wang Tao had wooed away Feng's girlfriend of 3 years with sweet talk. Stay away from me, Su Yun declared, picking up a stone. Feng felt anger rising within him. He had acted out of kindness, yet she showed no gratitude, instead invoking Wang Tao's name. Under normal circumstances at the office, he might have tolerated it, but stranded on this island, uncertain of their survival, he decided to disregard Su Yun entirely. Fine. Feng retreated to a coconut grove. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yun sat beneath another coconut tree, the two remaining 10 meters apart, entering a silent standoff. The sun blazed at noon, and it wasn't long before Su Yun became parched. Coupled with her earlier bout of vomiting, the loss of moisture left her feeling dizzy and disoriented. As Feng leaned against the coconut tree, his eyes closed, he appeared to be in a deep slumber. After enduring another half hour, Su Yun could no longer restrain herself and approached Feng step by step. Excuse me, could you possibly find a way to procure some fresh water? She inquired softly. Feng drowsily opened his eyes and stretched. Didn't you say you wanted to keep your distance from me? What is this about? You. Su Yun furrowed her brow, her irritation palpable as she turned to walk away. Thirsty and feeling wronged, she lamented her predicament. Having been accustomed to a life of ease since childhood, she found herself unprepared for such discomfort. If only Wang Tao were here, she thought wistfully. It was rumored he had participated in wilderness survival training and even won a championship. Feng shrugged, returning to his reclining position on the ground. Moments later, a sharp ouch startled him. Could there be wild beasts on this deserted island? However, he soon saw Su Yun sprawled on the ground, cradling her backside. Clearly, she had attempted to climb the tree to pick coconuts, but the straight trunk posed a formidable challenge. Feng, can you climb trees? I can't bear this thirst any longer. Please help me get a coconut. Su Yun, still reeling from her fall, turned to Feng and implored. If you assist me now, once we are rescued and return to the company, I promise you one be overlooked. I'll ensure a promotion and raise for you. Feng scoffed. If Su Yun had spoken to him more courteously, he might have been inclined to help her retrieve a coconut. Climbing trees was a trivial matter for someone like him, who grew up by the sea. However, her condescending demeanor irked him, and he had tolerated it at the company only for the sake of his salary. Now, stranded on this island, Who knew how many days they had left to live? Fine, I'm thirsty too. That coconut tree isn't very tall. Let me stand on your back to reach a few coconuts, Feng suggested. What? You want to stand on me? Su Yun exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her face. Well, the tree is quite high. What can I do? Feng replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Fine, but it would be easier if I stood on you, Su Yun retorted defiantly. All right then, Feng acquiesced, observing her slender frame and imagining the precariousness of the situation. However, he was determined not to make it too easy for her to obtain the coconuts. He squatted down, leaning against the coconut tree. Remember the steps. First, step onto my thigh, then onto my shoulder. Together, we should reach about 3 meters, and with your arms extended. You should be able to grasp those coconuts, Feng instructed. Yet, Su Yun hesitated, wearing a skirt. She was concerned that if she placed both feet on Feng's shoulders, it would expose her entirely. Are you going to do it or not? Feng asked impatiently. All right, but you mustn't look up, Su Yun stipulated. Understood. Now hurry up. My legs are going numb, Feng replied, exasperated. Finally, Su Yun nodded, lifting her skirt to her knees, removing her shoes, and placing one delicate, rosy foot upon Feng's thigh, while the other rested on his shoulder. After repeating it once, her delicate feet rested upon Feng's shoulders. With a gentle exertion of his waist, Feng hoisted the 80-plus pounds of Su Yun upwards, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Su Yun's body. Feng felt an involuntary warmth surge within him. It is worth noting that Su Yun is a quintessential beauty of affluence, not only possessing considerable wealth, but also surpassing even the most popular starlets in allure. Had it not been for their unfortunate shipwreck, Feng would have never found himself in such intimate proximity to Su Yun in his lifetime. The more he pondered, the more he struggled to contain himself, unable to resist glancing upwards. Chapter 2. Let her know who is the master on this deserted island. Just as Feng lifted his gaze, Su Yun, looking down, exclaimed, You're almost there. Raise your feet a little higher. Startled, Feng blushed, straining to elevate his feet. Is that enough? Ah, just a tad more. Put in some more effort. Su Yun's voice brimmed with excitement. Oh, I've got it, finally, she cried with delight. Then, a coconut was hurled down from above, followed by a second and a third. After collecting 5 in succession, Feng began to feel fatigued. Suddenly, a coconut grazed the tip of his nose and crashed onto the beach. Alarmed, Feng thought to himself, if it had struck his head, it would have surely caused grievous harm. Be careful. Feng instinctively looked up and was met with a breathtaking view beneath her skirt. His eyes widened in shock to behold black lace. I didn't mean to. Su Yun glanced down and, seeing Feng staring, let out a shriek and tumbled off his shoulders. That hurt. She clutched her backside, tears brimming in her eyes. Get up, Feng said, preparing to help her. Get lost, you perverted creep. Su Yun slapped his arm. Wang Tao was right. Feng truly was a lecherous man for spying on her. Feng's expression darkened as he picked up 2 coconuts and departed. He first seized a sharp piece of coral to slice open the coconut's outer shell, then meticulously cut into the inner husk. In no time, he was savoring the milky coconut water. Meanwhile, Su Yun clumsily raised a coconut above her head, striking it against the coral with force. With each blow, her bosom quaked violently. Feng stood there, wide-eyed, for he had always seen Su Yun dressed conservatively, and he was taken aback by her ample form once she loosened her buttons. Su Yun had noticed Feng's technique, but, prideful as she was, refused to imitate him. Sipping her coconut water, Feng observed with amusement, realizing that even the typically composed Su Yun could exhibit such childlike stubbornness. Huff, huff, huff. Su Yun wasted yet another coconut, panting heavily as she discreetly glanced at Feng. Reluctantly, she resorted to mimicking Feng, using the sharp coral to cut repeatedly. Sensing Feng's mocking gaze, she shot him an angry glare. What are you staring at? I'm not copying you. I had thought of this method long ago. Are you out of your mind? Feng replied, speechless. At this moment, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was still scorching. Feng and Su Yun had both enjoyed coconut juice, yet the Cold War between them resumed. They stood 10 meters apart, ignoring each other. Feng, feeling a pang of hunger after missing 2 meals, contemplated what could possibly be consumed on this desolate island. He rose to his feet and began to walk east along the beach. Just as he was about to vanish from her sight, Su Yun, startled, stood up as well. Where are you going? I want to allow you to leave. In this remote wilderness, if Yi Feng departed, she would be left entirely alone. What does it concern you where I wish to go? Yi Feng retorted, his figure disappearing behind a cluster of rocks. Su Yun swallowed hard and returned to her spot beneath the coconut tree. However, her gaze frequently darted anxiously towards the rocks beyond. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Yun suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself. She lifted her skirt, preparing to venture into the woods. But the ominous shadows of the trees filled her with dread of encountering wild beasts. Never mind, I'll just do it on the beach, she decided. After hesitating for a few moments, she slowly raised her skirt, pulling her panties down to her knees. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on the rocks, fearful that Yi Feng might return unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had caught 3 fish in the shallow waters behind the rocks. Having grown up in a fishing village, catching fish was a trivial task for him. As he held the fish in his hands, he glanced towards the nearby woods, planning to gather some branches to cook them. After finding a few branches, he made his way back. I'm back. Yi Feng suddenly emerged from the trees, and immediately his eyes fell upon a prominent white backside. Droplets of water cascading down. Su Yun, fixated on the rocky formations, was unaware that Yi Feng had approached from behind. Ah! Su Yun, startled, hurried to pull up her panties, but in her frantic state, she accidentally tore them. Yi Feng stood there, mouth agape, staring at Su Yun in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had witnessed everything, and to his astonishment, not only was Su Yun's face beautiful, but her second visage was equally flawless. With her panties ruined, Su Yun could only lower her skirt, casting a disdainful glare at Yi Feng. You pervert! How dare you sneak up on me from behind? Su Yun, truly furious, stormed towards Yi Feng. Who the hell was sneaking a peek? I was just looking for branches to cook fish. I didn't expect you, the esteemed CEO, to relieve yourself in the open. Still trying to argue? Watch me slap that smug face of yours. Su Yun raised her hand, aiming to strike Yi Feng across the face. Get lost. Yi Feng pushed her away, but inadvertently, his left hand grasped something soft and supple, with remarkable elasticity. Su Yun froze, quickly shielding her chest and stepping back in terror, staring at Yi Feng in disbelief. You have some nerve. I will ensure you are dismissed when I return, Su Yun yelled furiously. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he scoffed. Dismiss me then. I no longer wish to work here. You? Su Yun was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to threaten Yi Feng further. Yi Feng chose to disregard her. He knew that once hunger set in, she would soon learn to be obedient. He retrieved a wooden stick and placed some dry shavings on a piece of dead wood, beginning the arduous process of friction to create fire. After considerable effort, a small flame finally ignited. Gently, he leaned some dry branches against the flame, which grew brighter and more robust. He then skewered the fish and set them to roast over the fire. Before long, the fish began to sizzle and exude a mouth-watering aroma. Su Yun gazed at the 3 plump sea fish, her mouth watering. She had gone 2 meals without food, and her stomach rumbled in protest. After a moment's hesitation, unable to resist any longer, she approached. Yi Feng, I forgive you. If you give me one of those roasted fish, I shall overlook the past. Su Yun swallowed hard, looking at Yi Feng. Save your breath. I do not require your forgiveness, Yi Feng replied with a cold smirk, bemused by her audacity. Did she think she was still in her corporate realm? How amusing. Today, he would teach Su Yun a lesson about her arrogance on this deserted island, reminding her who truly held authority. Chapter 3. Overstepping boundaries with excessive demands. You. Su Yun's brow furrowed in anger as she turned away. Soon, the fish were ready, and Yi Feng picked one up, devouring it with relish, grease dripping from his mouth, savoring the delectable taste. Su Yun, watching from a distance, felt her hunger intensify. Her eyes glazed over as she swallowed hard and approached Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I was wrong before. I misunderstood you. I apologize. Could you spare me a fish? Su Yun bit her lip, her tone softening at last. Yi Feng, munching on a roasted fish, appraised her with a critical eye, spitting out a fishbone. I'm sorry, Su, but these 3 fish are barely sufficient for me. If you wish to eat, you must catch your own. Yi Feng, I beg you. I truly feel I might perish from hunger. Please, just half a fish. Su Yun took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, pleading earnestly. Seeing you in such a plight, I will part with this half, Yi Feng conceded, handing her a portion of the fish he had been enjoying. You expect me to eat what you've already touched? Su Yun replied with evident disdain. Give me half of a fresh one. Eat it or not, it's your choice. Yi Feng scoffed, tossing the half-eaten fish to the ground. Is it so difficult to give me half of a new one? Su Yun's brow knitted in frustration. Not a chance. It's this half or nothing at all. Yi Feng resumed, eating another roasted fish. Su Yun glared at the discarded half on the ground, torn between anger and despair, yet feeling utterly powerless. After a struggle, her hunger became unbearable. Just as she contemplated picking up the fish despite her disgust, a figure approached. Supervisor Wang, you're alive, Su Yun exclaimed upon seeing Wang Tao, her heart racing with relief, as if she had encountered a long-lost family member. Yi Feng frowned at the sight of Wang Tao. This scoundrel was still alive. Indeed, Su. It's a relief to see you as well. You cannot imagine how worried I was about you. Wang Tao replied, visibly relieved. Wang Tao looked at Su Yun, smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, who was sitting on the ground indulging in grilled fish. He cleared his throat and said with a feigned air of authority, "Oh, Yi Feng, it seems fortune smiles upon you. Having snagged a life and a meal of grilled fish. How splendid. I, too, am famished. Hand one over to me. If you wish to eat, you ought to catch your own. I hardly have enough for myself." Yi Feng, gnawing on the fish, offered Wang Tao a disdainful glance. Having endured Wang Tao's arrogance at the company was one thing, but now, on this desolate island, he refused to be subservient. What did you say? Am I eating your fish to show you gratitude? Don't mistake my courtesy for weakness. Wang Tao, so accustomed to barking orders at work, felt his anger flare at Yi Feng's defiance. Manager Wang, pay no heed to this lunatic. You are a champion of wilderness survival. If he can catch fish, you surely can as well. Come, let us venture to the rocks to fish, and we shall feast while denying him any. Su Yun glanced at Wang Tao and quickly interjected, on this island, your survival skills surpass his. Let him boast for now, but he will soon come begging for our help. Indeed, President Su, rest assured, follow me, and you shall savor the finest, Wang Tao declared with a smug expression. Without delay, the two departed to the rocky area, leaving Yi Feng to finish the remaining fish. After a considerable time, Su Yun and Wang Tao finally returned, their hands empty, having caught nothing. Yi Feng was not surprised. Fish were not so easily caught, and even he had exhausted considerable effort. The notion that Wang Tao, a mere pretender of wilderness survival, could succeed was laughable. From a distance, they could hear Wang Tao making excuses. President Su, I truly am the champion of wilderness survival. I was simply too famished to catch any fish. As their voices drew nearer, Su Yun's expression soured. She had missed 2 meals and was utterly drained. Wang Tao approached Yi Feng, his tone darkening. Yi Feng, I offer you a chance. Go catch some fish for me, and my ire will subside. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Catch fish? Go play elsewhere. Yi Feng scoffed coldly. What did you say? Have you lost your mind? Wang Tao's fury ignited instantly. After being questioned by Su Yun earlier, he seized the opportunity to vent his frustration and mask his own inadequacies. If I don't put you in your place, you won't know your limits. With that, Wang Tao charged at Yi Feng, delivering a punch to his chest. Despite his imposing stature, he had long been drained by indulgence and lacked any real strength. Get lost. Yi Feng retaliated with a swift kick, sending Wang Tao crashing onto the sandy beach. Do not provoke me here. I will not tolerate your nonsense. Wang Tao had not anticipated Yi Feng's formidable skills. He realized he might not be a match for him and chose to hold back his arrogance for the time being. As dusk fell, a cool breeze wafted in from the depths of the ocean. Su Yun, on the verge of fainting from hunger, turned to Yi Feng and pleaded, Yi Feng, could you help us catch some fish? I shall not, Yi Feng replied curtly. Su Yun, exasperated to the point of fury, felt her patience waning. But her hunger was genuine. If necessary, I will pay you. Once we are rescued, I will give you 10,000. I will not catch any. Upon hearing the sum of 10,000, Yi Feng could only chuckle. Who could possibly know if rescue would ever arrive? That 10,000 was nothing more than an empty promise. As time gradually passed, it soon approached 8 or 9 in the evening. The weather on this desolate island was peculiar, with sweltering temperatures of 40 degrees during the day, only for the temperature to plummet to around 10 degrees at night. Su Yun couldn't help but hug her knees tightly. She felt a trifecta of cold, hunger, and fatigue. Wang Tao, unable to bear it any longer, staggered over to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, 20,000 for a fish. Please, go catch us some, he weakly implored. Huh, I won tea, Yi Feng replied, his tone laced with amusement. 50,000 for a fish, 50,000. Don't push your luck, Wang Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide with desperation. as though on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Su Yun also approached. Yi Feng, I assure you, 50,000 for a fish. If you can tend to my food and water until the rescue team arrives, I will give you 500,000 upon my return, she stated earnestly. Though she was not short on funds, if Yi Feng refused to catch fish, she risked starvation. Fine, but in addition to the money, I desire something else. Yi Feng admitted, feeling somewhat tempted by the prospect of 500,000. While the chance of rescue was uncertain, it would be a pity to starve before it arrived. After all, spending a lifetime on this deserted island would be far more bearable with a woman by his side than without, with her hunger reaching unbearable levels. Su Yun knew she had to comply with his somewhat unreasonable demands. What else do you want? She asked, her heart racing as she sensed trouble in Yi Feng's gaze. Furrowing her brows, she warned, let me make it clear, do not overreach. I can only offer you money. Do not hope for anything else. Chapter 4. One must not feed a dog too much, lest it becomes unruly. Very well. What use do I have for money on a deserted island? Yi Feng scoffed dismissively. If Su Yun remained obstinate, he wouldn't mind if she starved. Only a tamed lamb was worth the trouble. Su Yun swallowed hard as her stomach growled audibly. What conditions do you propose? Simple. Call me husband. Do that, and I will catch you a fish. Yi Feng leaned forward, feigning sincerity. You're dreaming. Su Yun exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. As a high-ranking CEO, the thought of addressing this lowly man as her husband felt more unbearable than death. Do not be like that. It is merely a word. Imagine how delightful the fish would taste. The waters here are pristine, the fish fresh and exquisite. Yi Feng tempted her. Gurgle. It was not Su Yun's stomach that growled, but Wang Tao's, as he approached with an eager expression. Yi Feng, how about this? I'll imitate a woman's voice and call you husband to satisfy your need. And you give me a fish in return? Smack. Yi Feng swiftly slapped him. Disgusting. Yet, surprisingly, after being struck, Wang Tao crawled back over. In that case, if I persuade Su to call you husband, could you grant me a fish as well? He asked, his tone filled with reluctance. Yi Feng disregarded him, instead extracting a branch to clean his teeth. Beside him, Su Yun was astonished. She never anticipated Wang Tao's betrayal would come so easily. She had harbored a fondness for him, but at that moment, her face was marred by disappointment. Yi Feng, are you suggesting that calling you husband will grant me fish? Su Yun inquired. Indeed. Yi Feng nodded, having devised a plan to coax Su Yun into addressing him as husband before gradually peeling away the layers of this aloof female CEO. Husband. Su Yun uttered, humiliation evident in her voice. Louder. Yi Feng commanded without hesitation. You? Su Yun's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with shock and humiliation. Husband, she repeated, tears streaming down her fair cheeks. That's more like it, Yi Feng remarked, finally making his way toward the shallow waters. Fortune smiled upon him that evening, as numerous lanternfish feasted on the drifting mayflies. In no time, Yi Feng returned with 5 or 6 fish. As he rounded a reef, he spotted Wang Tao, that useless man, speaking to Su Yun. Thus, Yi Feng concealed himself behind the rocks, listening to the sea breeze. CEO Su, these are extraordinary times. You must tolerate that fool and please him so we can survive. Once we return to civilized society, I will have my elder brother teach him a lesson. Wang Tao asserted. However, Su Yun maintained a cold demeanor. Wang Tao, did you not claim to be the champion of wilderness survival? Why can Yi Feng succeed while you cannot? Haven't I gone hungry for several meals? Wang Tao replied. Once Yi Feng gives you the fish, you can secretly pass it to me. If I can eat my fill, I can catch plenty of fish and no longer need to beg that fool. His selfishness was apparent. Are you certain that being well-fed will enable you to catch fish? Su Yun expressed her skepticism. CEO, haven't I shown you my championship certificate? Wang Tao retorted. He had once forged a championship certificate online, which had led Su Yun to trust him implicitly. Fine, I'll trust you once more. Su Yun conceded with a nod. Yi Feng sensed the opportune moment had arrived and deliberately approached the campfire, making loud footsteps. CEO Su, this fish is yours. The remaining fish are mine. After speaking, he tossed a small fish to Su Yun. She picked it up and exchanged a glance with Wang Tao. Yi Feng, having long perceived their covert actions, chose not to expose them. He aimed to make this willful, naive girl recognize Wang Tao's true nature. Shortly thereafter, Su Yun had the fish roasted. Yi Feng, I wish to eat by the rocks. Is that permissible? Suit yourself, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. They then proceeded to the rear of the rocks. Although Su Yun felt faint from hunger, She still handed the roasted fish to Wang Tao to avoid further aggravation from Yi Feng. Wang Tao, that useless man, devoured the fish in a matter of moments. Supervisor Wang, can we go catch fish now? Su Yin inquired. CEO, I am now well fed and energized. Why would we need to catch fish? Wang Tao stated, clearly implying he intended to use force to coerce Yi Feng into fishing. No, if you can catch fish, do it yourself. Why resort to violence? Su Yun felt a sense of reluctance, a faint realization dawning upon her that she had been played. Let us go, we can simply watch the show from behind, she suggested. Wang Tao, with a firm pat on his chest, tore off a black cloth strip and tied it around his waist. As a master of Taekwondo, it was essential to maintain a sense of ceremony. While Yi Feng dozed off, he noticed Wang Tao and his companion returning, albeit with a different aura. Wang Tao exuded a formidable presence, brimming with aggression. What are you doing? Yi Feng asked cautiously, observing Wang Tao. According to the rules, this useless fellow was supposed to be fishing, wasn't he? What am I doing? Yi Feng, I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Now, I command you to catch 50 fish and bring them back, or I shall have no choice but to beat you, Wang Tao declared, striking a Taekwondo pose with grandiosity. However, his steps were somewhat unsteady, revealing a facade lacking substance. Beat me? Then come at me. Yi Feng nearly burst into laughter. Having come from a martial arts village, he could easily see that Wang Tao lacked real strength. Ah, taste my whirlwind kick, Wang Tao exclaimed, summoning all his might to perform a flashy leg maneuver in midair. Yi Feng simply raised his leg, sending Wang Tao flying 2 meters away, landing on the beach in a crumpled heap. Wang Tao, how have you been knocked down again? Su Yun nearly fainted at the sight. After a considerable time, Wang Tao weakly rose, only to retch and expel the recently consumed grilled fish. Su, my stomach hurts terribly. It must be because I haven't practiced Taekwondo in so long, and my skills are rusty. Wang Tao, the useless one, began to make excuses once more. You? Su Yun, feeling weak, collapsed onto the beach, her hopes dashed and her heart heavy with despair. A black belt in Taekwondo, indeed a title well-deserved. I am truly impressed. Yi Feng remarked with a playful glint in his eye, then turned to Su Yun, who had slowly closed her eyes, appearing almost lifeless. Goodness, don't die. He quickly propped her up, lamenting the thought of her demise before she had taken on her true form. It would be a tragic loss. Thus, he grilled a fish, tearing off a small piece of the tender flesh and placing it gently into Su Yun's mouth. One must not overfeed a dog, lest it becomes unruly, and Wang Tao, in particular, was a dog that should not be overindulged, or it might turn on its master. After a couple of bites, Su Yun finally regained consciousness. Yi Feng, is there any more? She inquired, glancing at the remaining grilled fish. None left. From now on, you are not permitted to call me by my name. You shall refer to me as husband, or my lord, or even dead ghost will suffice, Yi Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Chapter 5. A blush crept onto her pale face. You? A faint flush colored Su Yun's pallid cheeks. She cast a glance at Wang Tao, the useless one, before retracting her gaze, her resolve gradually strengthening. Dead ghost. Is there more fish to eat? Su Yun asked. Yi Feng replied, you truly know how to seize an opportunity. However, there are no fish left today. Let us discuss it again tomorrow morning. Now, hurry and sleep. With that, Yi Feng reclined beside the fire. The night's temperature was quite low. Initially, Wang Tao sprawled out in a starfish position, but soon he contorted into a more compact shape. Su Yun, meanwhile, hugged her knees, trembling from the cold. Her stomach empty and chilled rapidly. In the dead of night, Su Yun could no longer endure. She had to find someone to huddle with for warmth. She first glanced at Wang Tao, who was sprawled on a pool of vomit, his body curled up in a pathetic manner. In contrast, Yi Feng appeared much cleaner. Despite her intense fear of the cold, she quietly squeezed against Yi Feng's back. Yi Feng, in the midst of a deep slumber, suddenly sensed something resilient pressing against him. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to see it was Su Yun. Could it be that I have underestimated my own allure? Several question marks floated above Yi Feng's head. Regardless, he shrugged it off and turned over, embracing Su Yun's soft form. The following morning, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself staring wide-eyed in disbelief. There was Wang Tao, the worthless fool, gnawing on a raw fish, making muffled sounds as if to protect his meal. Wang Tao, why are your hands and feet so filthy? Did you steal my fish? Yi Feng erupted in fury, rousing Su Yun from her slumber. Hearing the commotion, Wang Tao swallowed the fish in one gulp. What do you mean filthy? It's just a fish. I'll give you $1,000 when we get back. Isn't that enough? Wang Tao replied with a shameless grin. Not nearly enough, Feng retorted, kicking at him. What else could he do? Was he really going to gut Wang Tao? At that moment, Wang Tao turned to Su Yun. Ms. Su, as a dignified president, how can you sleep so closely with him? Tell me, did he press against you while you slept? Su Yun's face flushed crimson. Shut up. He definitely pressed against you. Men understand men best. Ms. Su, come over to my side, lest he take advantage of you, Wang Tao shouted. Feng, about to retaliate against Wang Tao, paused to observe Su Yun's response. If she chose to stand with Wang Tao, he would no longer entertain any softness in his heart. Be quiet, you boastful fool, incapable of catching fish or fighting. Tell me, where did you acquire those ridiculous certificates of yours? Su Yun's intelligence as the president finally kicked in. Previously, she had been misled, believing Wang Tao was trustworthy. Feng sighed in relief and settled down to watch how Wang Tao would extricate himself from this predicament. Me? I am indeed the champion of wilderness survival and a bona fide black belt in Taekwondo, Wang Tao stubbornly insisted. This fool enjoyed embellishing his capabilities to attract the attention of the opposite sex. This tactic proved effective, as modern women, swayed by various marketing ploys, often believed that high-status men were abundant. Thus, only deceivers could cater to their desires. You liar, boastful fool, I will no longer heed your words. After scolding him, Su Yun turned to Feng. From now on, the fish you catch will be for the two of us, and he shall not partake. Ms. Su, please don't say that. Regardless, I'm still your confidant. Wang Tao exclaimed, dumbfounded. However, Feng's expression turned cold. Am I to be addressed as Feng? Call me husband. Furthermore, why should the fish I catch be for the two of us? Only if I choose to share will you eat. If I do not, you shall go hungry. Su Yun fell silent, obediently lowering her head. All right, my dear. I may have spoken too harshly just now. It's mainly due to my lingering distrust. Once we have spent more time together and trust is established, I shall not treat you this way. Feng sweetened his tone slightly. I will listen to you from now on. Su Yun nodded in agreement. Very well, let us roast these two fish. They shall be our breakfast for today. Feng leaned back, commanding Su Yun to attend to the task. He must conserve his energy to guard against Wang Tao and the myriad crises that lurked on the deserted island. Once the fish were roasted, Su Yun hesitated momentarily before handing the larger one to Feng. Hey, you glutton, it's time to eat, Su Yun finally acquiesced. Feng accepted the fish with satisfaction, taking a bite and praising, Wife, your capacity for learning is quite impressive. You have mastered the art of roasting fish in no time, achieving at least 70% of my proficiency. Oh, Su Yun lowered her head, nibbling delicately on the fish. Meanwhile, Wang Tao squatted before them, his eyes fixated on the roasted fish, drooling uncontrollably. Feng, there isn't much meat on the fish head. Could I have it? Wang Tao inquired. Call me Dad, and I shall grant it to you. Feng replied with a playful smirk. What? You? Wang Tao fumed, though his anger dissipated after a mere 3 seconds. Daddy, Daddy, Wang Tao cried, his eyes reddening. Catch it, Feng said, tossing the fish head far away. Wang Tao dashed off like a hound, barking as he sprinted towards it. At that moment, Su Yun finished her portion and declared, I shall gather some dry twigs. I cannot simply feast on your generosity. Wait, you are my wife now. How can I allow you to do such labor? Come here, my son. Feng called to Wang Tao. Su Yun paused, unexpectedly feeling a warmth within her heart, which startled her. In the past, numerous wealthy individuals had bestowed upon her luxurious gifts worth millions, yet she had felt no stirrings of emotion. Why, in this desolate place, did a mere fish evoke such warmth? No, Su Yun, you must not be so foolish. Wang Tao's eyes lit up as he hurried over. For Su Yun still possessed a fish head. Go gather some dry twigs, and I shall let you have this fish head. All right, I will go at once. Wang Tao exclaimed, rushing into the woods. A satisfied smile spread across Feng's face. In the company, Wang Tao often exerted his authority over him. Finally, he had his revenge. After a while, Wang Tao returned carrying a large bundle of twigs, his face brimming with expectation. I have gathered the twigs. May I now have the fish head? He asked. No, Feng replied nonchalantly. Why not? Are you not true to your word? Wang Tao fumed, his anger evident. Yet he was unable to challenge Feng, resorting instead to glaring with his reddened eyes. Feng smirked inwardly, relishing in Wang Tao's frustration. He intended for Wang Tao to accept his capriciousness. Otherwise, should he fail to keep his promises one day, this fellow would surely harbor resentment against him. Collecting twigs was a task anyone could accomplish, but fishing required skill. Simultaneously, he aimed to demonstrate this to Su Yun. Should there come a day when he failed to provide her with fish, she too would undoubtedly bear a grudge. As anticipated, Su Yun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 6. The ex-girlfriend bitten by a poisonous snake. I shall indeed be untrustworthy. What can you do about it? Feng shrugged. And I? The enraged Wang Tao retreated a step, muttering under his breath. After a while, the sun began to rise slowly. Suddenly, Su Yun seized a wooden stick and made her way toward the expansive beach. What do you intend to do? Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. I want to write something on the sand so that the rescue plane can see it as it passes by. Su Yun replied. I have stated before that you are my wife. Such laborious tasks should be left to Wang Tao, Feng retorted. With that, he beckoned Wang Tao over, saying, Wang Tao, come here and write something large on the beach, covering at least 200 square meters. If you do it well, you can have the leftover fish head for lunch. Wang Tao quickly stood up, only to retract back down almost immediately. What if you fail to keep your word again? After being deceived once, he was reluctant to fall for it a second time. So, will you write it? Feng asked straightforwardly. Wang Tao hesitated once more. Not writing would lead to starvation, while writing, though potentially misleading, at least offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, the dizzy Wang Tao picked up the stick. Su Yun felt an internal conflict. She resented Feng's overbearing nature, yet deep within, a flicker of superiority emerged. At the very least, she was not as unfortunate as Wang Tao, and she enjoyed the privileges of being the lady of the house. With this thought, Su Yun sat beside Feng, gradually becoming more compliant. Dear, last night, to prevent you from getting cold, I endured you pressing your head against my arm, and now my arm is sore. Feng feigned, lightly thumping his shoulder. I can help you massage it? Su Yun instinctively offered, immediately regretting her words. How could I allow that? Come on. Feng turned his back to her. Thus, Su Yun began to massage his shoulders. Wang Tao, under the scorching sun, was writing when he caught sight of the affectionate interaction between the two in the shade. He shuddered and quickly turned his head away. I must not let Feng see the resentment on my face. Otherwise, I want tea of lunch. Once I return, I must find someone to break his leg. I can just imagine him wheeling himself to work, and I would tease him mercilessly. What a delight that would be. With such thoughts, a smile crept onto Wang Tao's face. From now on, let Wang Tao handle the laborious tasks. We can conserve our energy, Feng remarked, pointing at Wang Tao, who wore a foolish grin in the distance. Is that not too cruel? Su Yun felt a pang of compassion. Cruel? Feng scoffed. He once had a girlfriend named Chun-Li at the company, and they had been together for over a year. Yet, after Wang Tao joined the company, he managed to charm Chun-Li away in just 3 days with his sweet talk. Not only did he steal his girlfriend, but Wang Tao also flaunted his affection for her right in front of me, causing me a month of sleepless nights. Regardless of how cruel I may seem, my legs are a bit sore now. You should help me massage them too, Feng said nonchalantly, indicating that Su Yun had yet to be entirely tamed. Needing just a little more time, Su Yun unexpectedly felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, since arriving on the deserted island, Feng had been tirelessly occupied. The lofty CEO finally developed a sense of empathy for ordinary individuals. Just then, a shrill scream echoed from the woods. The three of them simultaneously turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Before long, a strikingly beautiful girl rushed out, clutching her thigh. Help! I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Upon seeing her, Su Yun ran over with a look of astonishment. Xiaoli, you're alive. This is wonderful. Su Yun grasped Chun-Li tightly. President Su, knowing you're alive brings me relief, but I fear my time is limited. I was bitten by a snake while I was well, you know. Chun-Li began to weep softly. Su Yun, at a loss for a moment, suddenly had an idea. Wang Tao, come here quickly. Your girlfriend has been bitten by a snake. All you need to do is suck the poison out, she exclaimed. At that moment, Chun-Li finally noticed Wang Tao, who had been tanned to the color of an indigenous person. Tao Ge, you're amazing. Please help me suck out the poison. Perhaps I want have to die, she implored, taking a few steps toward him, as if grasping a lifeline. Wang Tao, initially filled with joy, stepped back in fear upon hearing her words. If the poison enters my mouth, won't I be finished too? No way am I doing that. He vehemently shook his head. What am I supposed to do then? Chun-Li cried again. Just then, an idea flickered in Wang Tao's mind. Wife, didn't you practice yoga? You could bend down and do it yourself. But my yoga skills aren't sufficient to reach it. Tao Gu, do you remember when you were pursuing me? You promised eternal devotion, even until the seas dry and rocks crumble. Are you really unwilling to help me now? Chun-Li lamented. Wang Tao looked awkward, but he had plenty of excuses to offer. Li, I feel terrible that you were bitten. But sometimes it's better for one person to die than for two. Besides, I must protect President Su. You and she are good friends, and wouldn't want to see her harmed, right? After saying this, Wang Tao flashed an ambiguous smile at Su Yun, clearly aware that Chun-Li was facing death, and began searching for a new partner. Su Yun's expression turned cold, nearly repulsed by the situation. She suddenly turned to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, oh no, I mean, dear husband, Xiaoli has been bitten by a venomous snake. You are so capable. Surely you can save her? Having had some feelings for Chun-Li in the past, Yi Feng hesitated before responding, gather more firewood, otherwise. It won't burn cleanly during the cremation. Yi Feng, you miserly good-for-nothing. Chun-Li ceased her tears and pointed at him, unleashing her frustration. Yi Feng, uninterested, sat down to grill fish. Oh, woe is me. Seeing Yi Feng's indifference, Chun-Li burst into tears again. Husband, you are such a good person. Please help Xiaoli. We all work for the same company. Su Yun approached and, unexpectedly, leaned against Yi Feng, her softness lightly brushing against his strong arm. How can I help? She was bitten in a sensitive area, and I'm not her boyfriend, Yi Feng replied slowly, turning the fish. What now? Su Yun felt helpless and turned back to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, are you truly not going to suck it out? President Su, I don't want to die either. To be honest, when I first joined the company, the person I liked wasn't her. As for who I truly have feelings for, I believe you can sense it, Wang Tao said, gazing at Su Yun with deep affection, sending shivers down her spine. Yi Feng, please help me extract the poison. Even if you do not consider our past relationship, you should at least take into account the fact that I allowed you to indulge for an entire year. Chun-Li implored. I indulged in you? Were you not playing me as well? We were merely fulfilling each other's needs. You sought me out to hone your skills because you failed to capture a wealthy suitor, and once you perfected your technique, you promptly discarded me, did you not? Yi Feng retorted with an air of nonchalance. Chun-Li fell silent. She indeed harbored such thoughts at that time. Chapter 7. Any request? Darling, for my sake, could you please save Xiaoli? She is a dear friend of mine. Su Yun pleaded. Su Yun, you are becoming increasingly impertinent. Yi Feng's expression turned icy. Well, if you save Xiaoli, I may grant you a request, Su Yun stammered, her cheeks flushing. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Any request? He glanced at Su Yun's figure, the object of his nightly fantasies since parting with Chun-Li. You? Faced with Yi Feng's penetrating gaze, she instinctively pressed her legs together. President Su, you must agree to his request, otherwise, I may perish. Chun-Li urged. Huff. Yi Feng, if you save Xiaoli, I will comply with any of your requests. Su Yun nodded heavily. Yet, Yi Feng leaned back, perceiving Su Yun's reluctance as if she found the notion repugnant. Do not burden yourself excessively. If your heart is not in it, we ought to abandon this. Yi Feng remarked indifferently. Su Yun, Yi Feng, I am not burdening myself. Please save Xiaoli, or the poison will take its toll. Su Yun gritted her teeth. I think we should reconsider. You are not entirely willing. Yi Feng shifted into a more comfortable position. Beside them, Chun-Li felt a surge of frustration, wishing to lash out at Yi Feng. Darling, I genuinely desire this. In truth, you are quite handsome and capable, and I sincerely wish for this. Su Yun endeavored to appear enthusiastic. Yet in her heart, she loathed Yi Feng for reducing her, a dignified CEO, to such a state of humility. This was all for the sake of her best friend, Xiaoli. You wish for it, but I remain hesitant. After all, I, Yi Feng, am a man of integrity. Yi Feng stated solemnly. You scoundrel, hurry and save Xiaoli. I truly wish to strike you down. Su Yun exclaimed angrily, shaking her small fists. Oh, do not strike. Is it not permissible for a couple to jest? Yi Feng laughed heartily as he finally approached Chun-Li. Where was the snake's bite? Yi Feng inquired coldly. It is, at the top of my thigh, Chun-Li replied, her face flushing. It certainly knows how to choose its target. Remove your pants, and I shall extract the poison for you, Yi Feng instructed. Chun-Li glanced at Wang Tao in the distance before steeling herself to slowly pull her pants down halfway. At that moment, Wang Tao charged over, brimming with fury. How dare you touch my girlfriend? I will kill you. Wang Tao bellowed, his face flushed and a wooden stick in hand. Wang Tao, earlier you were reluctant to take action, yet now that Yi Feng has stepped in, you find yourself consumed by jealousy. What exactly do you desire? Su Yun hastily intervened to stop Wang Tao. Me? Wang Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. You can either act or let Yi Feng take the lead. The choice is yours. Su Yun's chest heaved in frustration. Very well, let Yi Feng take charge then. Su, I sense that Yi Feng and Chun-Li are a pair. While Wang Tao hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Silence. Su Yun turned away. At that moment, Yi Feng had already leaned in close to Chun-Li's wound. A dark mole marked her thigh, and the injury was situated directly upon it. Please spread your legs a bit. I cannot examine the wound otherwise, Yi Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Chun-Li's face flushed crimson, yet she complied. Parting her legs slightly, an act laced with embarrassment, Yi Feng quickly assessed the wound, discovering only a small amount of blood, which had retained its color. He pressed gently on the area, finding no signs of bubbles. He was utterly convinced that the snake that had bitten Chun-Li was non-venomous. However, Yi Feng needed to feign some urgency to ensure Su Yun honored her promise. Thus, he casually plucked a few leaves, chewed them, and spat the mixture onto the wound. There, the poison has been neutralized with herbal remedies. Do you feel considerably better now? Yi Feng inquired. It does seem that way, Chun-Li exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she gradually donned her pants. Observing this, Wang Tao rushed over to support Chun-Li. Wife, this is wonderful news. I was so worried about you. Even though I didn't save you earlier, do you know the turmoil I endured? With a new woman in the mix, Wang Tao resumed his pretense. Particularly in front of his wife. Chun-Li remained silent, her expression frosty as she forcefully withdrew her hand. Wife, you must be famished. There's fish here. Allow me to grill some for you. Wang Tao gestured toward the fish Yi Feng had caught, revealing his true intentions. Indeed, Chun-Li's demeanor softened slightly. Then please grill it quickly. I've been starving for several meals, she replied. Of course, Wang Tao strode confidently toward the fish, only to be halted by Yi Feng. Manager Wang, you truly possess a remarkable generosity for others, Yi Feng remarked with a cold smirk. Hey, your ex-girlfriend just bled. She requires nourishment. Wang Tao retorted, exasperated. She is your girlfriend, not mine. You are welcome to catch the fish yourself. Yi Feng crossed his arms defiantly. Wang Tao, left with no choice, retreated beside Chun-Li. Wife, I'm helpless here. Look, Yi Feng won't allow me to take his fish. Chun-Li glanced at Yi Feng, unable to hold back her inquiry. Yi Feng, are you truly this stingy? Stingy? I just saved your life, and you've forgotten so soon? By the way, doesn't Wang Tao boast of being a survival champion in the wild? Let him catch the fish for you, Yi Feng scoffed. Beside them, Su Yun's face turned crimson. They had all been deceived by Wang Tao's exaggerations, leaving them feeling quite embarrassed. Indeed, Tao Gu, you are the survival champion. Hurry and catch some fish for me. I'm on the verge of starvation, Chun-Li urged, her realization dawning upon her. Of course. I have no issue with that. Just watch me, Wang Tao replied, his confidence renewed. Wang Tao, unable to maintain his dignity, strode purposefully towards the rocky area, wielding a wooden stick. As anticipated, half an hour later, he returned empty-handed. Where are the fish you caught? Chun-Li inquired, her expression one of disappointment. I haven't eaten in several meals and was kicked by Yi Feng. Otherwise, I would have caught plenty of fish by now. Wang Tao, the ineffectual one, began to make excuses again. Chun-Li exclaimed, her face filled with despair. Yi Feng observed coldly, and in Su Yun's gaze towards Wang Tao, there was naught but frost, devoid of any trust. What am I to do? I'm going to starve. Chun-Li crouched down, stealing glances at Yi Feng's fish. Yi Feng, could you lend me that fish? I promise to return you tenfold once I get back. Chun-Li pleaded. Lend you? A mere ordinary person like myself can catch fish. Why not ask your boyfriend, the wilderness survival champion, for help? Yi Feng replied, placing the fish upon the fire to roast. Just then, Su Yun pointed towards the depths of the sea. Look, a suitcase is floating on the surface. It might contain food, she exclaimed. Chapter 8, Leave some for me. Yi Feng focused his gaze and saw, indeed, a pink suitcase bobbing on the water's surface, possibly filled with clothing and useful items. Thus, he set aside the roasted fish and made his way towards the sea. The waves surged rhythmically towards the shore. only to retreat back into the ocean. Retrieving the suitcase now posed the risk of being swept into the depths. Yifeng looked at Wang Tao. Wang Tao, go fetch the suitcase, and I shall give you 2 fish. No way. What if I get pulled into the deep sea? Wang Tao vigorously shook his head. There might be food inside the suitcase, Yifeng enticed. Wang Tao pondered for 3 seconds before suddenly turning to Chun-Li. Wife, why don't you go retrieve the suitcase? There might truly be food inside. This useless man refused to take risks and began to coax his girlfriend. But I can't swim. Chun-Li shook her head. At that moment, Su Yun spoke up. Let me go. I must do something. I refuse to be a mere freeloader. With that, Su Yun lifted her skirt and slowly made her way towards the shoreline. This gesture moved Yifeng somewhat, despite Su Yun's headstrong nature. She at least did not seek to take advantage. Forget it, dear. I shall go instead. Yifeng sighed, shedding his shirt and trousers, revealing a well-defined physique. Su Yun's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. Yifeng's muscles were not the bulky result of gym workouts, but exuded a wild, aggressive allure that sent her heart racing. Realizing this, she discreetly lowered her gaze, suddenly covering her mouth in surprise. What a sizable package. Without comparison, there is no pain. Wang Tao, feeling inferior, covered himself. With a powerful dive, Yifeng plunged into the ocean. The waves were indeed fierce. After a few strokes, he grasped the suitcase, but upon attempting to swim back, the receding tide repeatedly dragged him back into the deep. In a short span of time, Yifeng felt his strength wane by half. He took a deep breath and, as the waves pushed forward, he forcefully hurled the suitcase ahead of him. He submerged himself in the water, swiftly swimming towards the shore, where the waves would have less influence. After considerable effort, Feng gasped for breath as he climbed onto the beach. At that moment, he noticed Wang Tao stealthily devouring his grilled fish, while Chun-Li looked on with eager eyes. Tao Ge, save me some, please. Chun-Li pleaded. Get away from me. Wang Tao retorted, shoving Chun-Li aside and finishing the fish in a few bites. Just then, Su Yun approached, her body speckled with sand. Feng, you finally made it back. I tried to stop Wang Tao, but he pushed me over, Su Yun said anxiously. Feng nodded, placing his suitcase on the sand and striding towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao swallowed the last bite and stood up slowly, meeting Feng's gaze with unflinching defiance. Wang Tao, you worthless fool, spit out the fish, Feng said coldly. Ha ha, Feng, I couldn't beat you earlier because I wasn't full, but that's no longer the case. Come at me if you dare. Wang Tao struck a taekwondo pose. Go to hell. The two quickly grappled, but within 3 moves, Wang Tao was thrown down onto the sand, a foot landing on his face. Still pretending? Feng sneered. Wang Tao, silent and humiliated, rose and brushed off the sand. You can't even beat Feng? Didn't you claim to be a taekwondo black belt? Chun-Li exclaimed, astonished. That's because I just finished eating fish and hadn't digested it yet. My reflexes were slower than usual. If I had a good meal and an hour's rest, 10 Fengs would be no match for me. Despite being beaten by Feng, Wang Tao's bravado remained intact. Oh, Chun-Li clutched her stomach, feeling quite hungry. Feng opened the suitcase, revealing women's lingerie and several bags of snacks. Su Yun delightedly tossed a bag of snacks to Chun-Li. Shall Li catch? Chun-Li, famished, tore open the snack bag and devoured its contents. Feng barely had time to intervene before Chun-Li finished them all. Su Yun, if you make decisions without my consent again, don't blame me for leaving you behind, Feng said coldly. Hubby, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Su Yun admitted bashfully, aware that Feng had gone to great lengths to retrieve the suitcase. Feng rummaged through the suitcase and suddenly spotted a box of Durex. The two paused, exchanging a fleeting glance before quickly looking away. Su Yun's face turned crimson as she fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. This can be used to hold water, Feng said, inexplicably placing the Durex in his pocket. Su Yun remained silent, lowering her head as she picked out a pair of short shorts. She valued cleanliness, and the shorts had been worn for over a day, making them uncomfortable. After a while, they finished sorting through the suitcase's contents. There was also a makeup bag containing a small knife for eyebrow grooming, which could also be used to gut fish, eliminating the need for tearing by hand. Other than that, there seemed to be little of use. Let's go, Feng said. Feng dragged his suitcase, escorting Su Yun back to the fire. Meanwhile, Wang Tao and Chun-Li settled under another coconut tree. The 4 of them formed 2 camps, though Wang Tao's faction lacked cohesion, as Chun-Li occasionally cast hungry glances towards Feng. Why do you keep looking at him, my dear wife? He may excel in wilderness survival, but if I weren't starving, I would be no less capable. Besides, what good is wilderness survival if he returns to civilization as a pauper? Wang Tao quickly sought to steady Chun-Li. As expected, she diverted her gaze and gently linked her arm with his. Yi Feng sighed. Having been with Chun-Li for a year, he was well aware of her character. She would never associate with the weak. Before long, noon arrived, and Yi Feng felt a pang of hunger. Dear, I'm going to catch some fish. Just stay here and wait for me. With that, he made his way toward the shallow waters. The fish were scarce during the day, and he managed to catch only 2, barely enough for 2 people. However, he refrained from catching more, wary of Wang Tao snatching them away. Ah, what kind of fruit is this? I've never seen it before. Yi Feng hurried to a small tree bearing 3 white fruits. Yet, as he approached, the fruit seemed to shrink as if animated. How peculiar. His instincts hinted that these fruits were extraordinary. Thus, Yi Feng swiftly plucked the last fruit into his hand, while the other 2 had vanished without a trace. Gulp. Yi Feng swallowed hard, steeling himself, and directly consumed the fruit. Chapter 9. You are my woman. I demand your body and soul to be 100% loyal to me. The next moment, a wave of warmth enveloped him, revitalizing the stamina he had just expended. And this warmth seemed to circulate within him. How marvelous. Could it be a ginseng fruit? Yi Feng was elated, feeling significantly rejuvenated. He returned to the beach with a spring in his step. Upon arrival, he witnessed Wang Tao engaged in a tug-of-war with Su Yun over the suitcase. Su, hand over the snacks. Wang Tao shouted. Absolutely not. Yi Feng risked his life to bring these back. Su Yun tugged fiercely in resistance. We're on the same team. How can you side with that good-for-nothing Yi Feng? After saying this, Wang Tao forcefully pushed Su Yun down onto the sand. Wang Tao, what the hell are you doing? Yi Feng seethed with anger. Wang Tao was startled and quickly abandoned the suitcase, retreating to his own camp, now somewhat intimidated by Yi Feng. Yi Feng first helped Su Yun to her feet, and then opened the suitcase to check its contents. Thankfully, nothing was missing. However, his fury could no longer be contained. Dear, you start grilling the fish. Yi Feng stood up, preparing to confront Wang Tao, but was abruptly pulled back by Su Yun. Husband, don't go. You need to conserve your strength, she said, her eyes filled with concern for him. It's fine, my dear. I won't need much energy to deal with that worthless Wang Tao. With that, Yi Feng approached Wang Tao. A flicker of fear crossed Wang Tao's face. But upon noticing Chun-Li, he regained his confidence. Regardless, one must not lose face in front of one's girlfriend. It is essential to maintain a semblance of masculinity. Yi Feng, now that I have digested my meal, do you truly believe you can best me? Wang Tao's expression turned grave as he assumed a fighting stance. Damn it. This time, Yi Feng astonishingly lifted Wang Tao off the ground and slammed him onto the beach. A large imprint appeared in the sand. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, seemingly doubled. Wang Tao's stature was formidable, yet Yi Feng had effortlessly hoisted him. Could it be the influence of that white fruit? Ouch! Yi Feng, I feel as if my bones are shattering. If I die, you shall bear full responsibility. Wang Tao lay on the sandy shore, moaning in agony. Thankfully, it was the beach, for had it been concrete, he would have truly been shattered. Yi Feng planted a foot on his face, declaring, if you cause trouble again, I shall break your legs. Do you understand? Stop fighting, please. Chun-Li rushed over to mediate. Internally conflicted, she realized that failing to appease Yi Feng could lead to her demise. Yet neglecting Wang Tao would jeopardize her chances of being a wealthy man's girlfriend. She had witnessed Wang Tao's opulent lifestyle. His residence was a villa, far surpassing Yi Feng's circumstances. Yi Feng released Wang Tao and strode back to the fire. Darling, it's time to eat fish. Su Yun retrieved a fish, tearing off pieces of flesh and delicately placing them into Yi Feng's mouth. Yi Feng's earlier display of strength and prowess had stirred something within her. Women are invariably drawn to the strong, and Yi Feng was undeniably a figure of strength. Wife, you should have some too. Yi Feng also offered pieces of fish to Su Yun. From a distance, Chun-Li observed the couple feeding one another, and for reasons unknown, a pang of jealousy welled within her. Yi Feng was once my ex-boyfriend, after all. How could you, Su, steal my man? Wang Tao was furious, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Don't worry, my dear. With the advent of the Starlink technology, it won't be long before a rescue team finds us. Upon returning to civilization, I shall marry you. Wang Tao began to paint grandiose visions. Chun-Li shuddered at his words. Marrying a wealthy man was her ultimate aspiration. Grr. Her stomach growled. Tao Ge, do you truly intend to marry me? However, could you procure some food first? I've only had a small bag of snacks. And I find myself even hungrier now. She clutched her stomach. Eat? You think only of eating. Do you not realize how hard I toil? A woman must learn to endure. If you lack such fortitude, how can you ever be my wife? This inept fool seethed with indignation. Oh, Chun-Li lowered her head, her eyes reddening, casting a furtive glance at Yi Feng. You must not look at him. You are my woman, and I demand your complete loyalty, both body and soul. Wang Tao bellowed. Do not overstep your bounds, Wang Tao. Chun-Li finally erupted. Overstep? Is this not the spirit of a commitment between partners? I vow not to seek other women. You must not gaze at other men, Wang Tao proclaimed with righteous indignation. Yi Feng could no longer bear to listen, yet felt it inappropriate to interject. After all, it was Chun-Li who had kicked him, leaving him to revel as a mere spectator. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng suddenly laid his head on Su Yun's thigh, preparing to take a nap. Su Yun instinctively shrank her thigh, but ultimately did not refuse Yi Feng. Have you two finished arguing? Yi Feng is trying to sleep. Su Yun could not help but interject. She herself was uncertain why she was suddenly siding with Yi Feng. Happiness is often a matter of comparison. In the distance, a couple was uncertain about their next meal, while she was enjoying food and drink in the company of Yi Feng. With his eyes closed, Yi Feng wore a faint smile of approval. It was unclear how long he had slept when he was awakened by a commotion. Ah, it's here, it's finally here, exclaimed Chun-Li in delight. Yi Feng quickly opened his eyes, wondering if a rescue vehicle had arrived. However, upon closer inspection, he saw Wang Tao swaggering back with a large sea turtle. His demeanor was reminiscent of a triumphant general returning from battle. Chun-Li rushed over, eager to take the turtle, but the next moment, she covered her nose. Is this turtle dead? Chun-Li asked in astonishment. Of course, if it were alive, could I have caught it? It's not completely rotten yet. Let us hurry and roast it, Wang Tao declared, striding over with Chun-Li in tow. Yi Feng, don't think you're the only one capable. Look at this turtle. It's enough for me to eat 3 or 4 meals, easily sustaining me until rescue arrives, Wang Tao remarked, glancing at Su Yun. Congratulations. Yi Feng said coolly. Congratulations are useless. I want to share it with you. With that, Wang Tao casually sat by the fire, preparing to roast the entire turtle. Hey, move further away. I started this fire, so you should make your own, Yi Feng said, looking down at Wang Tao. What? I'm just borrowing your fire. You want to lose anything. Why are you being so stingy? Wang Tao protested, his face reddening. At that moment, Chun-Li spoke up. Tao Ge, you are the champion of wilderness survival. Let us go start a fire ourselves instead of always relying on others. Fine. I just wanted to make it easier. Wang Tao conceded, heading back to their campsite. He carefully recalled how Yi Feng had started the fire and began rubbing a stick together. Yi Feng watched with a cold gaze. This fool doesn't even know to place some flammable shavings underneath. At this rate, he wouldn't produce a spark in 1,000 years. Sure enough, after an hour, Wang Tao's palms were covered in blisters, and he was drenched in sweat. My hands are so sore, he exclaimed, throwing the stick far away. Tao Ge, what happened? Chun-Li asked, her face filled with disappointment. I don't know. I just can't seem to get a fire going, Wang Tao said, sitting despondently on the ground. With no other choice, Chun-Li approached Yi Feng. Yi Feng, could I borrow a spark from you? If I manage to start a fire, I'll help you gather some dry wood. Chun-Li adopted a very humble posture this time. Borrow a spark? Let your champion at home start the fire, Yi Feng replied leisurely, casually placing his hand on Su Yun's thigh. Su Yun's delicate face flushed crimson as she quickly pressed down on Yi Feng's hand, for otherwise, it would surely wander further. You? Chun-Li glared at Yi Feng with palpable anger. At that moment, Wang Tao approached. Yi Feng, I've gathered a bundle of firewood. Surely that can earn you a spark? He inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Feng nodded. Fine. Thus, the two delved into the woods, returning shortly with an armful of dry twigs. See, this firewood should suffice you for a day or two. Wang Tao squatted down, preparing to ignite a flame. Suddenly, Yi Feng delivered a swift kick, extinguishing Wang Tao's kindling. You, how can you be so untrustworthy? Wang Tao fumed, his rage so intense that he felt he could slay Yi Feng if armed. No, this bundle of firewood conveniently cancels out your theft of my fish at noon. Yi Feng retorted with a sneer. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I remember everything clearly. At that moment, Chun-Li cleverly interjected. Then I shall fetch another pile of firewood. Surely that will earn your spark? I am not lacking in firewood now. Did Wang Tao not just bring me a bundle? Yi Feng pointed to the firewood beside Wang Tao. Wang Tao exclaimed, ugh. His impotent roar echoed across the beach, causing a flock of seabirds to take flight in haste. Su Yun glanced at Chun-Li, feeling a twinge of pity, yet remained silent. Dear, are you wishing to plead for Chun-Li? Yi Feng asked. No. But since we are all colleagues, I cannot help but feel a bit remorseful, Su Yun replied. Very well. Chun-Li, since my wife has spoken, I shall lend you my fire, but it shall only be available by nightfall, Yi Feng said with a cold smirk. Does that mean we must wait several hours? Chun-Li clutched her stomach. However, Wang Tao perked up. Having snuck a few fish at noon, he could endure the wait. Come on, wife. Can you not bear just one meal? He said, pulling Chun-Li away. Yi Feng sniffed the air, faintly detecting an increasingly foul odor of decay from the sea turtle. Finally, night fell, and Chun-Li hurried over. Take this torch. Yi Feng handed her a spark, as Chun-Li joyfully kindled a fire. She was horrified to find numerous maggots crawling from the turtle's mouth and nostrils. Now, having a fire is of no use. The turtle is infested with maggots, she gagged. Wang Tao frowned deeply. You, Yi Feng, deliberately delayed until nightfall, allowing the turtle to rot before lending me fire. What am I to eat now? Wang Tao stormed over in anger. That is no longer my concern. Even rotten things can be consumed. Have you not seen how Bear Grylls eats maggots? Yi Feng said with a mischievous grin. Wang Tao pondered this, then rushed back to roast the turtle. The scent was indeed eye-watering, prompting Chun-Li to seek refuge from the wind. Before long, Wang Tao had the turtle cooked. He tore off the head and, suppressing his disgust, began to devour it ravenously. Ugh! After just a few bites, he doubled over, clutching his stomach and retching. Ha ha! Yi Feng could no longer contain his laughter, astonished by Wang Tao's foolishness in eating even maggots. You are truly wicked. Su Yun gently tapped Yi Feng's shoulder, the pressure akin to a soothing massage. Chun-Li glanced at Wang Tao, then back at Yi Feng, and with a determined bite of her lip, she strode towards him. Yi Feng, may I accompany you? Chun-Li inquired. That might not be appropriate. I fear that President Su may misunderstand, and I am also concerned about your boyfriend's feelings, Yi Feng replied, a look of discomfort on his face. Ah Feng, although we parted ways before, deep down I have always harbored feelings for you. There are nights when memories of our moments together bring me to tears, Chun-Li expressed with a melodramatic flair. How utterly disgusting. Yi Feng's brows furrowed, as though he had swallowed a fly. Yet, Su Yun interjected, Ah Feng, she speaks the truth. After your breakup, she claimed to be quite unhappy. Why not lend her a helping hand? We could both support you, keeping watch at night and gathering firewood for you. Wouldn't that be agreeable? Su Yun gently shook Yi Feng's shoulder. Absolutely not. I am a devoted man. How could I allow 2 women to serve me? That would be too much to ask. Yi Feng resolutely shook his head. Could you not do this as a favor for me? Su Yun pleaded, as her bond with Chun-Li was indeed genuine. Yi Feng understood that it was primarily because Chun-Li was adept at flattering, which kept Su Yun blissfully entertained. The reality was likely quite different. My dear, for your sake, I shall endure this slight inconvenience, for love compels me, Yi Feng declared dramatically, then turned to Chun-Li. Chun-Li, I hereby grant you permission to join my ranks. His tone remained cold as he spoke to her. This woman lacked any principles. She would align herself with whomever had wealth, hence one must tread carefully. Splendid, Yi Feng. I always knew you still held feelings for me, Chun-Li exclaimed, quickly positioning herself by the fire. Do not get carried away. My consent for you to join is solely to better care for both myself and Su Yun. From this moment forth, while we sleep at night, you shall keep watch, swatting away mosquitoes with leaves and adding firewood to the flames to prevent it from dying out. Most importantly, any menial tasks must be undertaken by you without me needing to remind you, as I am not fond of repetition. The day I find myself compelled to remind you is the day you shall be dismissed. Do you understand? As he concluded, Yi Feng emphasized his words, his expression turning grave. Chun-Li's smile gradually faded, disbelief washing over her as she regarded Yi Feng. Ah Feng, you were never like this. In the past, when I fell ill, you rode 10 kilometers to see me and would hold me until I fell asleep. Once, when I craved a drink in the middle of the night, you rode over 10 kilometers just to fetch it for me. Why have you changed so drastically? I was foolish before, now I am not, so I demand you return to me, Yi Feng stated bluntly. It was better that Chun-Li did not bring it up. The mere mention made him feel like a love-stricken fool, which soured his mood. Ah Feng, do not be like this. I know you still love me, don't you? Chun-Li persisted. Chun-Li, if you wish to share my company and partake in my provisions, you must comply without question. Otherwise, you may leave at once. Yi Feng indicated towards Wang Tao's position. Chapter 11. Chun-Li relented. Wang Tao, that worthless man, was desperately suppressing his disgust as he swallowed pieces of meat that were not entirely decomposed. Chun-Li felt a wave of nausea wash over her, ultimately succumbing to humiliation as she nodded in acquiescence, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Feng, from now on, I will obey you, she uttered submissively. Call me Brother Feng. Is Yi Feng what you address me as? Yi Feng reprimanded her without reservation. You? Brother Feng. Chun-Li's dignity was ground into the dirt, leaving her feeling as though she were living a fate worse than death, her heart swirling with bitterness. Noticing her submission, Yi Feng softened his tone. As long as you perform well and earn my trust, you need not remain a servant. You can enjoy equal treatment with me, without the necessity of a hierarchy. Yi Feng dangled a tempting prospect before her. Chun-Li wiped away her tears, her gaze hardening, akin to a warrior invigorated after consuming the capitalist's bounty. As long as I serve Yi Feng and General Su well on this deserted island, I will first secure my own sustenance, and then return to civilized society. General Su will undoubtedly trust me more, and with such a bond, I can anticipate a promotion and a salary increase, reaching the pinnacle of my career. This venture is undeniably worthwhile. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Chun-Li transformed her tears into a smile. Yi Feng cast a curious glance at Chun-Li before turning his attention back to Su Yun. His hands, rather mischievous, were nearly uncontrollable as they engaged with her. No, this cannot continue. If it does, Yi Feng will be drawn into the depths of temptation. Suddenly, Su Yun playfully chimed, Darling, you are so adept at catching fish. Could you teach me, and shall we? Teach you? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, an internal smirk forming. Very well. Let us venture to the shallow waters where I shall instruct you on the art of fishing. Oh, and do carry valuables with you, lest they be snatched away by wild dogs. With that, Yi Feng glanced at Wang Tao, who was eavesdropping from a distance. Soon, the trio arrived at the shallow waters. Yi Feng seized a wooden spear, aiming at a fish. Do you see? Calculate the fish's swimming trajectory, and then thrust the spear towards its head. As the fish gets startled, it will swim forward. Aim for the head, but the true strike should land on the back. With that, Yi Feng launched the spear with a swift motion. Thud! A 2-pound fish was ensnared. Marvelous. Yi Feng, you. Darling, you are incredible, Su Yun exclaimed, clapping her hands. Chun-Li's face mirrored her surprise as she diligently recalled Yi Feng's posture and movements. Meanwhile, Wang Tao was covertly observing from the crevices of the rocks. Yet, all of this was already within Yi Feng's foresight. If learning were that simple, it would be far too easy. Each fish possesses unique habits, and he had only demonstrated 1% of his skill. After a few more demonstrations, Su Yun was eager to try her hand at fishing. At that moment, Wang Tao emerged, brandishing a wooden spear, his face brimming with confidence. General Su, my dear, I just consumed half of a sea turtle, restoring my strength. Now, I can fish as well, he proclaimed, feigning confidence. Really? Su Yun replied, skepticism etched across her face. Chun-Li's eyes lit up with anticipation as she regarded Wang Tao. After all, he was a wealthy second-generation heir, and she had long-term ambitions. She could not afford to be solely concerned with immediate survival. Watch me, Wang Tao declared, positioning himself atop a rock, mimicking Yi Feng's stance and aiming at the head of a fish. However, the behavior of this particular fish is quite different. Upon being startled, they scatter in all directions rather than swimming forward. Take that. With a splutter, my aim missed entirely, causing most of the fish to retreat back into the depths of the sea. Wang Tao, what is the matter? Su Yun hesitated to speak. Wang Tao's face flushed with embarrassment. My skills are a bit rusty. After all, the last time I participated in wilderness survival was 3 years ago. A few more practices should suffice. Subsequently, Wang Tao faced failure repeatedly, more than a dozen times. In contrast, Yi Feng had already caught 5 fish, ample enough for 3 individuals. Chun-Li hurried over, gently leaning against Yi Feng. Ah Feng, you are remarkable. Is this really impressive? Well, I suppose I'm just slightly better than the champion, Yi Feng replied. Wang Tao, fuming with frustration, slammed his stick against the rocks. Let us go home and grill the fish. Let us not disturb the champion while he is fishing, Feng chuckled. Su-Yun couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. The trio made their way towards the beach, soon disappearing from the rocky area. Wang Tao, gritting his teeth, sat down on a stone, casting his gaze around, when he spotted a fruit not far away. He swallowed hard and ran over, only to find it was merely a pit. The fruit had been consumed. However, there was still a bit of flesh clinging to the pit, which he picked up and began to gnaw on. It was better than going hungry. Without further thought, he devoured it with fervor. A surge of warmth coursed through Wang Tao's body, transforming him from a state of lethargy to vibrant vitality in an instant. Could it be that fortune has smiled upon me, Wang Tao? Have I stumbled upon some celestial fruit? With this thought, Wang Tao punched the air, feeling invigorated, as if he had mastered unparalleled skills. In that moment, his eyes narrowed, a sly grin crossing his face. Feng, so you're quite formidable, are you? Now, I shall make you my subordinate. With this resolve, Wang Tao strode towards the beach. Upon arrival, he saw Chun-Li feeding Feng, who appeared reluctant. Scoundrel! I shall clear the path first. Taking a deep breath, he approached Chun-Li, as if a young man who had just learned an extraordinary martial art, step by step. You are my girlfriend, yet you choose to please him? You traitorous wretch. With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Chun-Li's face, nearly distorting it. Chun-Li collapsed onto the sand. Wang Tao recalled the sensation of his strike. Indeed, it was much stronger than before. Feng helped Su-Yun to her feet. Wang Tao, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Chun-Li is currently, at least, working for me. What do you mean by this? This is my personal affair. It's none of your concern. With that, Wang Tao seized Chun-Li by the hair and kicked her into a curled position. Feng crossed his arms, observing Wang Tao's tyrannical behavior. Ha ha ha. I have truly mastered unparalleled skills. Su, I know you have been enduring a lot these days. Now, I am capable. I have no issues now, and I want you to leave that waste, Feng. Wang Tao declared confidently. Su-Yun shook her head. Right now? I feel you are even more repugnant than Feng. Oh no, that is not what I meant. Darling, let me explain. The sight of Su-Yun in a fluster was utterly charming. Feng gently caressed her silky hair, reassuring her. It's all right, I can understand. In the past, Wang Tao often spoke ill of me in front of Su-Yun, painting a rather distasteful picture of my character. It's only natural for her to form such an impression. Feng, stop pretending. Let us engage in a duel of men, Axiba. Wang Tao struck a martial arts pose. Very well. The two resumed their sparring. This time, Feng sensed that Wang Tao had indeed improved somewhat. Yet he still fell short. Chapter 12. A humiliating scene after a mere 3 exchanges. Wang Tao lay sprawled on the beach, having lost a front tooth in the process. Feng clapped his hands together, declaring, a fool will always remain a fool. You waste my time. With that, he returned to embrace Su-Yun. Wang Tao struggled to rise, only to be met with a swift kick from Chun-Li, striking him where it hurt most. My precious, he cried, rolling on the ground in agony. I am not someone to be trifled with, Chun-Li retorted, before returning to Feng's side. After a while, Wang Tao weakly made his way to another bonfire, watching Feng flirt with the 2 lovely ladies, swallowing his bitterness in solitude. When I return, I shall hire someone to break your legs, he muttered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shortly thereafter, Su-Yun and Chun-Li, hand in hand, ventured into the woods. Upon their return, Su-Yun looked at Feng with a mysterious expression. Darling, guess what I just found? She said with a smile. Did you discover the bodies of Chun-Li's parents? Feng replied with a serious demeanor. Chun-Li's face darkened at the mention. The reason she had kicked Feng initially was partly due to her parents' pragmatic views, believing Wang Tao had a brighter future. No, I found chili peppers. Fish lacks flavor without them, but with chili, it becomes delicious. Su-Yun exclaimed, revealing her palm. Feng was taken aback. These are no ordinary peppers. They are the infamous Indian ghost peppers. Ghost peppers? Aren't they just peppers? Su-Yun looked puzzled. My dear, you must understand, our constitution cannot be compared to theirs. They have long been immune to toxins from drinking the Ganges River water, rendering such peppers trivial to them. However, for us, even a small amount could be perilous. Feng explained. Oh, what a pity, Su-Yun lamented, preparing to discard the ghost peppers. Wait, let us keep them. They might prove useful, Feng said with a sly grin as he glanced at Wang Tao in the distance. Isn't that fool fond of stealing fish? Tomorrow morning, I shall pretend to grill a fish, dousing it with the ghost peppers. Then, I'll take the two of you away, and I guarantee he will sneak a taste. It's high time he learned his lesson. One cannot remain vigilant against a thief forever. It is too exhausting. At that moment, a voice echoed through the woods. Lily, is that you? As the words faded, a middle-aged couple emerged. Ah, Mom, Dad, this is wonderful. You're alive, Chun-Li exclaimed, rushing to embrace her parents. Yet Yi Feng's expression darkened. It is indeed his former father-in-law, Chen Jihua, and mother-in-law, Bai Guifan. How wonderful, my precious daughter, as long as you are alive. Your father and I can rest easy. Bai Guifan gently patted Chun-Li's back. At that moment, her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Su Yun. President Su is also alive. Heaven has opened its eyes. Good people are still among us. The elderly couple then approached Su Yun, showering her with warm greetings. Not only am I alive, but look, Yi Feng is also here. Su Yun pointed to Yi Feng beside her. Instantly, two pairs of eyes turned towards Yi Feng. Bai Guifan's countenance darkened. This good-for-nothing is still alive. It seems heaven has only opened one eye. Mom, please refrain from speaking too harshly. In truth, Yi Feng is quite admirable, Chun-Li whispered. Admirable? A poor wretch who knows nothing of social graces or dining etiquette. What future does he have? My foolish daughter, your choice of Wang Tao was the right one. It's a pity we don't know how that boy is faring now, Chen Jihua interjected. Uncle Chun, I'm still alive. Wang Tao hurried over. Child, oh my, you have no idea how worried I have been about you two these past few days. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Chen Guohua embraced Wang Tao, and suddenly, his stomach rumbled. His face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Tao, your uncle and aunt are quite hungry. As the champion of wilderness survival, could you help us procure some food? Bai Guifan looked on with eager anticipation. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment, while Chun-Li appeared quite embarrassed. Of course, no problem. Just watch me, he replied, unwilling to lose face, and immediately took a spear, leading the two elders towards the shallows. However, Chun-Li remained by Yi Feng's side. Chen Jihua turned back. Shaoli, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and follow us. Don't linger with that good-for-nothing Yi Feng, lest Wang Tao misunderstand. Come here, dear, Bai Guifan called out. Ultimately, Chun-Li had no choice but to follow her parents, glancing back several times. At this moment, Chen Jihua looked at Su Yun again. President Su, what are you doing? Come here. We are on the same side. Do not stay with that fellow. Su Yun sighed and shook her head firmly in refusal. Though you are the boss, President Su, you are still young. It is wise to steer clear of scoundrels. Do you not know how Yi Feng deceived my daughter back then? Come over here. Do not let yourself be misled by some useless person who talks a big game yet possesses no real skill, Bai Guifan advised earnestly. Auntie, in truth, Yi Feng is quite capable. He knows how to catch fish, Su Yun could only hint. Directly labeling Wang Tao as useless might provoke a confrontation with the elderly couple. Yi Feng, filled with indignation, retorted, Mother-in-law, I find your words rather unpalatable. My relationship with Chun-Li was mutual. In fact, it was she who first invited me out and asked me to pay. How has this turned into me deceiving her in your narrative? What did you say? Our Lily asked you to pay? It's hopeless. A person like you who quibbles over such trivial matters cannot accomplish anything substantial. President Su, if you truly refuse to join us, then do take care of yourself. Having spoken, the group of four vanished among the rocky outcrops. Do not be upset. My dear husband, allow me to prepare you some grilled fish, for nightfall approaches, soothed Su Yun as she comforted Yi Feng. Very well, Yi Feng acquiesced, taking a seat. After they had savored the fish, the quartet finally returned. However, Chun-Li's parents bore expressions of discontent. From a distance, one could hear Wang Tao making excuses. The situation is as follows. I have gone without food for several meals, and have even lost a tooth at the hands of Yi Feng. Otherwise, I would have returned with a bountiful catch. Child, there is no need for explanations. Your uncle and I completely believe you. It is all that wastrel Yi Feng's fault for inflicting such harm upon you. Upon our return, I shall certainly report him to the authorities, weakly consoled by Guifan. She and Chen Jihua had subsisted on wild vegetables for several days, their bodies devoid of any fat reserves. The four gathered by another fire, their conversation sparse. After a moment's hesitation, Chun-Li approached Yi Feng. Daughter, what are you doing? Chen Jihua called out urgently. Father, you have been hungry for so long. I will go and ask Yi Feng to lend me 3 fish, Chun-Li replied. Do not seek his assistance. I, Chen Jihua, am a man of dignity at the company. How could I ask a good-for-nothing for favors? Chen Jihua proclaimed with righteous indignation. Chapter 13. When they fall asleep, we shall stealthily venture into the woods. However, Bai Guifan, unable to contain herself, pushed him slightly and said, Old man, let us first fill our stomachs before deliberating further. Everything before me appears as a blur. At worst, I shall apply to the board for a little extra bonus for him upon our return. Bai Guifan was from the finance department, while Chen Jihua served as the warehouse manager. Both held considerable power within the company. Very well, yet I find such an action to be quite humiliating. The old man continued to grumble. Chun-Li finally mustered the courage to approach. Ah, Feng, may I borrow 2 fish? What nonsense. Do not waste time. Let us return swiftly, Yi Feng replied, one arm wrapped around Su Yun while the other tended to the fish on the grill. In the distance, the three listened intently. At that moment, Bai Guifan could no longer restrain herself and strode over. You refuse to lend her even 2 fish. What on earth would satisfy you? At 40, a woman is often in her prime, and Chun Jihua was unable to fulfill her needs, thus her temper flared. Wife, Xiao Li, return. We must maintain our pride and not seek his assistance any longer. Chun Jihua finally broke his silence. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, resigned to retreating to their seats. Yi Feng soon finished grilling 2 fish, feeding them to one another with affectionate gestures. Chen Jihua sighed. President Su is still too young. She will undoubtedly regret this in the future. Old man, what are you concerned about at a time like this? We should focus on resolving our hunger. Bai Guifan retorted angrily. How shall we resolve it? We must wait for this child Tao to recover from his injuries before he can assist us in catching fish, correct? Tao, Chen Jihua inquired. Yes, once I am healed, I will be able to catch fish, Wang Tao nodded eagerly. He had consumed a dead sea turtle, barely managing to endure. Yet, the Chen family found themselves unable to withstand the circumstances. It was now nearing midnight. The 4 of them began to collapse on the beach, curling up like insects. With empty stomachs, their body temperatures plummeted. The dawn soon approached, and Yi Feng rose early. A trace of reluctance flickered across Su Yun's face. Darling, allow me to catch a few fish for them. Do not touch the ones you have caught. With that, she seized a spear and dashed toward the shallow waters. Once Su Yun had completely vanished from sight, Yi Feng's face broke into a cold smirk as he placed the remaining 3 fish over the fire and extracted the devil's chili, pounding it into a pulpy juice with a stone. An eye-watering aroma wafted through the air, causing Yi Feng to tear up. The devil's chili was indeed formidable. Once the fish were grilled to perfection, Yi Feng generously doused them with the fiery concoction, and an enticing fragrance soon filled the surroundings. The 4 individuals across the way found themselves unable to sleep, stealthily casting glances in this direction. Oh dear, my stomach suddenly hurts. I must relieve myself in the woods. Yi Feng exclaimed, clutching his abdomen, then looked back at the distance. Wang Tao, while I'm away, do not dare to pilfer my grilled fish. Who would steal your fish? Do you take me for such a person? Wang Tao retorted, his face flushed. Yi Feng inwardly scoffed, feigning urgency as he hurried into the woods. Once within the trees, he peered through the gaps in the leaves toward the beach. The 4 were fixated on the 3 grilled fish. Merely 2 minutes passed before Wang Tao sprang to his feet. What are you doing? Are you really going to steal? Chen Jihua exclaimed angrily, though he could not help but swallow hard. Uncle, do not worry. If necessary, I shall repay him 100-fold upon our return, Wang Tao declared, striding toward the grilled fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he devoured the fish, swallowing them whole without even chewing. Hey, good son-in-law, leave me a bit, won't you? Bai Guifan called from afar, her hunger rendering her once graceful image rather disheveled. Yet, Wang Tao was oblivious, stuffing his mouth as if her words were mere whispers in the wind. In no time, he had consumed all 3 fish. Tao, how could you not leave me even a morsel? Bai Guifan was incensed. I'm sorry, I was just so hungry that I inadvertently devoured them all, Wang Tao replied, his face an image of contrition. You? Bai Guifan nearly fainted. Aunt, fret not. Among the 4 of us, I am the only one skilled at catching fish. Once I am satiated, I can catch plenty more for you, Wang Tao reassured her, prompting Bai Guifan to fall silent, her expression darkening. Yi Feng sensed the opportune moment had arrived and burst forth from the woods. Wang Tao, you truly cannot change your gluttonous ways. Speak, did you steal my fish? Yi Feng bellowed. Wang Tao, with a quick flick of his eyes, retorted, "Nonsense. The beach is not solely occupied by me. There are seagulls as well." "Yes. It must have been the seagulls that stole them." After uttering this, Wang Tao noticed a swelling sensation in his mouth. If it were the seagulls, so be it. After all, I coated the fish in devil's chili, and they will surely be suffering for 3 days with fiery excrement, Feng said with a mischievous grin. Ah. Wang Tao finally grasped the situation, feeling a burning sensation in both his mouth and stomach, and the discomfort intensified. Before Wang Tao could finish his sentence, he doubled over, clutching his belly, writhing in agony. Chen Jihua and Chun Li rushed over to inquire after his condition. Bai Guifan swallowed hard, her gaze drifting toward Feng as her hunger reached unbearable levels. With a determined resolve, she approached Feng and said, "Ah Feng, if you could catch us a few fish, I will ensure Lili continues to be with you when we return." "I'm sorry, but my affection for her has faded," Feng replied, shaking his head. "What must I do to change your mind?" Bai Guifan suddenly shifted her expression. She recalled that Feng had dined at her home before and perceptively sensed that he often stole glances at her. Confident in her figure, she had not engaged in much labor since marrying Chen Jihua, as they had hired a maid. Thus, even at 40, her appearance and physique rivaled that of fresh university graduates, not to mention her wealth of experience that younger women lacked. "Let us not waste time." Feng firmly shook his head, yet his gaze gradually became captivated. As Bai Guifan lowered her head, her neckline was quite revealing, subtly displaying her ample bosom. In this regard, Su Yun and Chun Li could not compete. Aware of the allure she possessed, Bai Guifan seized the moment, saying, "Feng, dear boy, as long as you ensure our sustenance on the deserted island, I am willing to exchange anything with you. Do you understand?" Her words were laden with suggestive undertones, igniting a flicker of desire within Feng. Indeed, he harbored certain thoughts about Bai Guifan, being a normal man after all. Bai Guifan, a striking figure in the finance department, often came across as aloof and harsh, yet this only heightened the sense of conquest she inspired in others. Furthermore, her voluptuous figure exuded a captivating charm. "What do you say?" She cast a flirtatious glance over her shoulder at Feng, just as he was about to respond. Su Yun appeared in the rocky area, holding a fish aloft, her face radiant with joy. "I'm back," she exclaimed, thrilled at having caught her first fish. Bai Guifan glanced at the small fish with disappointment, then mysteriously proposed, "How about this, Ah Feng? Tonight, once everyone is asleep, let us sneak into the woods and discuss the terms." Chapter 14. Truly unrestrained? "Rest assured, I will fulfill any conditions you desire," she declared, before abruptly biting her lip and departing. In truth, Bai Guifan had her own struggles. Were her husband more adept in certain areas, her temperament might not be so fiery. Nevertheless, this transaction promised to satisfy both hunger and desire. What could be more delightful? At worst, she could bury the matter in her heart forever upon returning. Unbeknownst to Su Yun about Bai Guifan's scheme, she eagerly offered the fish, saying, "Aunt Bai, here you go. Although it's a bit small, it will suffice to ease our hunger." "Thank you, Su Zong," Bai Guifan replied as she accepted the fish. Meanwhile, the ailing Wang Tao, sprawled on the ground, cried out, "Auntie, please let me have some. My stomach hurts terribly, it's burning, and I feel like I might perish. I need a proper fish to relieve this agony, or I truly might die. No, I must eat. I shall starve otherwise." Bai Guifan frowned in response. Chen Jihua quickly interjected, "Dear, let Ah Tao have some. He looks genuinely distressed. If you show him kindness now, he will surely be filial to us in the future." "Yes, Mom, let Tao go have it. Who knows? The rescue team might arrive shortly, and we one team miss this small fish," Chun Li added, looking at Bai Guifan. Wang Tao swallowed hard and said, "Auntie, Uncle is not wrong. During my most challenging times, you have helped me. I promise to be as filial to you and Uncle as a beloved son in the future." Bai Guifan hesitated. After all, who could ascertain when the rescue team would arrive? What if they didn't come for a while? Just as she was lost in thought, Chen Jihua snatched the food away and roasted it before handing it to Wang Tao, who devoured it eagerly. Bai Guifan's face turned pale. Su Yun was equally speechless. After all her efforts to catch a fish, it had been consumed by Wang Tao. Feng, observing this scene, felt a cold smile creep onto his lips as he pulled Su Yun onto his lap. The moment she sat down, she sprang back up. "What's wrong? Why such a reaction?" Su Yun pointed at Feng's trousers. Feng's face flushed. "I've always had such a reaction. My dear, You caught a fish just now. You're learning quickly. Of course. I'm no novice, Su Yun replied proudly, as this was her first time catching a fish. And she felt a profound sense of progress. You still have a long way to go. How about I teach you how to catch fish? Yi Feng suggested, taking Su Yun to the shallows. He taught her while catching several fish himself, quickly amassing more than 10. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Bai Guifen's words echoed in his mind. No, how can I think that way? It's too shameless. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the thought. But the more he resisted, the more uncomfortable he became, until he found himself unexpectedly yearning for it. He wanted to slap himself, at such a time. How could he still be thinking of that? After catching the fish, Yi Feng and Su Yun returned to the beach hand in hand. Passing by Guifen's fire, Yi Feng felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was once his mother-in-law. He could not be too heartless. Thus, he tossed 3 fish beside Bai Guifen. Here are 3 fish for you, but if you share them with Wang Tao, I'm afraid I won't be soft-hearted anymore, even if you starve. With that, Yi Feng strode away. Bai Guifen picked up the 3 fish, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Feng's retreating figure, a smile creeping onto her face. Having soaked his clothes while fishing, Yi Feng revealed a strong physique, igniting a fire within her. In contrast, Wang Tao, though taller, was merely a mass of fat, which left her feeling queasy. As for her own husband, Sai, what could that old man do? Dear, hurry and roast the fish. We're nearly starving. Chen Jihua's voice called out. Bai Guifen's heart raced as she hurried back to the fire. This was her first time engaging in such an endeavor, and her heart raced with anticipation, wondering if Yi Feng would join her in the woods that night. The 3 fish were small, barely enough to fill their stomachs, leaving them even hungrier. Time passed swiftly, and nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings. Leaning against a coconut tree to rest, Yi Feng's half-closed eyes occasionally swept over Bai Guifen's camp. Wang Tao curled up in a ball, appearing half-dead, while Chen Jihua and Chun Li were captivated by Wang Tao's grandiose tales, diligently tending to him. Bai Guifen sat nearby, consistently casting flirtatious glances at Yi Feng, subtly tugging at his clothing, beckoning him closer. Time slipped away, swiftly ushering in midnight. The sound of snoring resonated on the beach. Yi Feng, cradling the slumbering Su Yun, found himself unable to sleep, a fiery sensation stirring in his lower abdomen. In a haze, he suddenly opened his eyes to see Bai Guifen standing a distance away, pointing a finger toward the woods. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again, choosing to ignore the sight, reminding himself that he already had Su Yun. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, he reopened his eyes to witness Bai Guifen pulling down her collar, a glimpse of her pale skin flickering in the moonlight. To hell with it. She was the one initiating this. Yi Feng swallowed hard, aware that this was something Bai Guifen herself would never dare to vocalize. Noticing his reaction, Bai Guifen felt a sense of relief and boldly stepped toward the woods. The moonlight in the forest grew dimmer, and he observed her approaching him step by step. Yi Feng, tell me, what price must I pay to ensure a steady supply of food from you? She whispered, glancing nervously at the beach as if she were committing a crime. Weren't you rather harsh in the past? Have you now learned to humble yourself? Yi Feng replied coldly. Although his body betrayed his desires, his heart was still irked, longing to reclaim the grievances of the past. Ah Feng, I admit I was excessive before, I apologize. Bai Guifen stammered. She was a mature woman accustomed to pampering, believing the world should revolve around her. Now that you're in trouble, you come to apologize, Yi Feng scoffed. A flicker of humiliation crossed Bai Guifen's face, yet she managed a slight smile. Ah Feng, let bygones be bygones. They are all asleep now. You can do as you wish, and I have undergone surgery, so there is no need to worry about the consequences. At her words, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. Did this imply that he could truly act without restraint? Seeing his hesitation, Bai Guifen bit her lip and began to loosen her clothing. Ah Feng, come here quickly, we must not dawdle. Yi Feng inhaled sharply, a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. Bai Guifen observed the entire scene, swallowing hard. How could a young man in his 20s possibly match up to me? A little trickery, and you've fallen right into my hands. Ah Feng, hurry. We must move swiftly. If they wake up, we are doomed. With that, she turned, leaning against a tree. What did it matter? No one would know. Yi Feng lunged forward, enveloping the voluptuous Bai Guifen in his arms, so soft, so fragrant. In the next moment, his entire body bristled with alarm. In the depths of the forest, pairs of green eyes glowed ominously. Wolves? Yi Feng was taken aback, grabbing by Guifeng and fleeing. Are there wolves? Bai Guifeng was equally stunned. The wind howled on the beach, keeping Su Yun and the others in slumber. Wake up! Wolves are coming! Yi Feng shouted, rousing everyone from their sleep. Are there really wolves? Su Yun tightly embraced Yi Feng's back. Don't hold on to my back, Yi Feng replied, his expression grave as he picked up the wooden spear from the ground, while Su Yun brandished a brow-shaping knife for self-defense. Meanwhile, Chen Jihua and his 3 companions had also awakened, collectively seeking refuge behind Wang Tao. Why are you hiding behind me? Wang Tao turned around and hid behind Chen Jihua instead. A series of growls echoed ominously through the air. Suddenly, 6 or 7 spotted creatures emerged from the jungle. Spotted hyenas? Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock. How could there be spotted hyenas in the tropical rainforest? He had no time for further contemplation and moved closer to Wang Tao and the others, hoping that their numbers might intimidate the predators. Will they eat us? Chun Li's voice trembled. Wang Tao, you are the champion of wilderness survival, although you may not know how to catch fish. Surely you know how to deal with spotted hyenas? Bai Guifeng inquired. I don't know. I never encountered such creatures during my wilderness survival training, Wang Tao lamented. Seeking excuses, the others remained silent, their lips pressed together. Yi Feng, familiar with the habits of spotted hyenas, slowly raised his spear, aiming at the hyena queen. In the next moment, the spear flew from his hand. A woo! The hyena queen was wounded by the wooden spear, letting out a mournful howl. The other hyenas, seeing their queen injured, hastily retreated into the woods. Without a weapon, Yi Feng dared not pursue them, watching helplessly as they vanished among the trees. Wonderful job, Feng. You drove the hyenas away. Su Yun exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Yi Feng, her softness brushing against him. Indeed, Feng, you possess some remarkable skills. Chen Jihua admitted, reluctantly giving a thumbs up. Bai Guifeng glanced at Yi Feng and then at Wang Tao, saying, Tao, how come you can't measure up to Yi Feng? Wang Tao, ever the excuse-maker, retorted, who says I'm inferior? Do you understand the concept of presence? Just now, I stared fiercely at those hyenas, using the power of human presence to intimidate them, which is why they fled in panic. Be quiet. Chun Li could no longer hold back. Yi Feng gazed at the spot where the hyenas had disappeared, a worried expression on his face. They've all run away. What are you still worried about? Su Yun urged, helping Yi Feng to sit down. Hyenas hold grudges. I injured the hyena queen earlier, and she will inevitably seek revenge. Thus, the beach is no longer safe, Yi Feng stated solemnly. He had yet to voice another concern. The presence of spotted hyenas in a tropical rainforest indicated that this place was exceedingly strange and sinister. Then why didn't you just kill the hyena queen earlier? Wang Tao finally seized the opportunity to confront Yi Feng loudly. Kill her? Can a wooden spear kill her? You useless fool, don't speak. It infuriates me. If you had stood in front of me with another spear, perhaps we could have truly killed the hyena queen. Now look at us. We must change our location, Yi Feng replied coldly. Wang Tao fell silent, lowering his head, his gaze flickering. Feng, where do we go from here? Chen Jihua inquired. Wherever you choose to go is of no concern to me. However, Su Yun and I will venture deeper into the forest, hoping to find a cave where we won't be easily taken by hyenas in the dead of night. Yi Feng replied indifferently. Su Yun felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Yi Feng is solely concerned for my well-being. Do not act this way when confronting the hyenas. We must unite and abandon our factions, Chen Jihua said, his face filled with fear. Yi Feng smirked. Isn't forming factions your specialty, Chen Jihua, within the company? However, he chose not to dwell on this, recognizing the necessity of solidarity in the face of a pack of hyenas. Very well, I shall assign tasks, he declared, positioning himself atop a stone. Tonight, we shall continue our rest on the beach. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua will stand guard while I and the 3 women take our rest. At dawn, we shall search for a defensible cave, preferably one with a water source. Does anyone object? Wang Tao, the ineffectual one, was the first to voice dissent. On what grounds? Do you truly consider yourself our leader? If you refuse to comply, then do not accompany us tomorrow. Remain on the beach. Yi Feng retorted without hesitation. Wang Tao finally fell silent. Being alone on a deserted island equated to death. Subsequently, Yi Feng gathered the 4 of them together to sleep around the fire. Wang Tao and Chen Jihua took watch near the forest's edge. Uncle, do not worry. Once we enter the jungle, I will showcase my skills, and I assure you, I shall not be inferior to Yi Feng. After all, I am trained for jungle survival, not merely beach survival. Thus Yi Feng is only slightly more adept on the beach. Wang Tao, the inept one, continued to mask his inadequacies. Chen Jihua nodded dismissively. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, after a brief slumber, noticed by Guifan beckoning him. He presumed she had a clever scheme and approached her. Ah Feng, we didn't succeed earlier. But once we find a stable campsite, I will not treat you unfairly. You may indulge as you please, provided my husband remains oblivious, Bai Guifan whispered. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. The recent embrace with Bai Guifan lingered in his thoughts. We shall discuss this later, he replied, returning to cradle the slumbering Su Yun. Time passed slowly until dawn finally broke. Yi Feng was the first to awaken and noticed Wang Tao snoring near the edge of the forest, while only Chen Jihua remained vigilant, propped against a stick. A surge of anger ignited within him as he contemplated reprimanding Wang Tao, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Wake up, keep it down, do not disturb Wang Tao, he urged as he roused the three women and nudged Chen Jihua. We five shall venture deeper into the woods now. It is cool in the morning, making walking more pleasant. By noon, the forest will feel like a steamer. What? Are we not bringing Wang Tao? Chen Jihua pointed at the sleeping figure. That useless bum is of no help. Bringing him along would only hinder us. If you insist on including him, we might as well part ways, Yi Feng threatened. Very well. Chen Jihua reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. Quickly cleanse yourselves. Thus, the five of them commenced their preparations. Yi Feng used a brow-shaping knife to slice off some tree bark, wrapping it around his ankles and extending it just below his knees. What are you doing that for? Su Yin inquired curiously. The forest is rife with thorns. This will protect my shins from scratches, Yi Feng explained. As a result, the other four began to imitate. An hour later, they had wrapped their calves, with Su Yun, who had a penchant for beauty, not only binding her calves, but also adorning her hands with tree bark. They set off. Yi Feng took the only wooden spear to forge a path ahead, while Chen Jihua trailed behind with the luggage. This was an island suffused with subtropical charm, the ground littered with thorns and overgrown with weeds, dominated by rigid timber and evergreen trees. Fortunately, Yi Feng had taken precautions beforehand. Otherwise, the thorns would have left their calves bloodied and raw. How exhausting! After a while of clearing the path, Yi Feng was drenched in sweat. Let us take turns clearing the way. You are an essential figure and mustn't wear yourself out, Su Yun suggested, stepping forward. However, Yi Feng grasped her arm and directed Chen Jihua. You take the lead. As Chen Jihua was about to comply, a rustling sound emerged from behind. Oh no! Is it a spotted hyena? The five of them quickly huddled together. They then saw Wang Tao, that useless individual, emerge from the underbrush. Upon spotting the group, his eyes immediately filled with rage. Why did you leave me behind on the beach? Why? He howled in frustration. Wang Tao was truly infuriated. His teeth clenched as he bellowed, having been utterly terrified moments ago. Yi Feng, furious, nearly spat blood. He had not anticipated that the worthless Wang Tao would catch up to them. Shut your mouth, or you'll attract carnivorous beasts, Yi Feng barked. Wang Tao quickly covered his mouth, having been overwhelmed by despair earlier. You arrived just in time. Go ahead and clear the path, Yi Feng pointed forward. Why should I? It was clearly your idea to leave me behind, and now you expect me to lead? Wang Tao retorted angrily. If you refuse to clear the path, I shall abandon you again, for you hold no value, Yi Feng replied coldly. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and finally moved to the front to clear the way. However, without any protection on his legs, it wasn't long before sharp thorns left him bloodied. After venturing 2 more miles deeper into the wilderness, Yi Feng's expression shifted as he pointed to the left. Wang Tao, clear a path to the left. There should be a water source there. Wild bamboo had appeared on the left, a sure sign of moisture. Do not underestimate the 2 miles of jungle. It equates to 20 miles in civilized society. As they must carve a path while being wary of venomous snakes lurking in the grass and poisonous insects falling from the trees. They spent nearly an hour traversing those 2 miles, each of them drenched in sweat. Particularly, Bai Guifan found her clothes clinging tightly to her body, her ample curves fully exposed to the air. It's sweltering. Wang Tao, hurry up and clear the way, Su Yun urged. Wang Tao seethed inwardly, waiting for the opportunity to retaliate against the woman he deemed contemptible. After another 20 minutes, Wang Tao finally approached the wild bamboo. Yi Feng listened intently, as it seemed there was the sound of flowing water behind the bamboo. There's water ahead. He rushed forward and pushed aside 2 stalks of wild bamboo. Before them lay a gently flowing stream, the water crystal clear and pristine, teeming with countless trout struggling upstream. The others also approached, their faces lighting up with surprise at the sight ahead. Ha ha ha, how delightful. I haven't bathed in several days. Su Yun stumbled forward, eagerly cupping her hands to drink from the stream. Feng, come quickly. This water is sweet. She called out to Feng. With a splash, Wang Tao leapt into the stream, instantly clouding the once clear waters. Ha ha ha, this feels so refreshing. I almost overheated while clearing the path, he exclaimed, rolling joyfully in the water, turning the downstream into a muddy concoction. Feng felt a surge of irritation, wishing to strike him down, yet recognizing that the fool still held some utility as a means of distraction in perilous situations. Let us proceed upstream, he declared. The five of them walked 10 meters upstream. Feng took a sip of the water. Indeed, it was sweet, likely a stream fed by mountain springs, rich in various minerals. Su Yun playfully dipped her delicate feet into the stream, splashing water, and suddenly leaned close to Feng's ear, whispering something that made his eyes widen in surprise as he quickly adjusted his trousers. A melodious giggle escaped Su Yun's lips. Bai Guifan stepped into the stream, lifting her skirt to reveal her pristine calves, slowly cleansing herself in the cool water. After finishing, she cast a meaningful glance at Feng. Inhaling deeply, Feng surveyed the surrounding terrain. Near the water source, animals would likely come to drink at night, rendering this area more perilous. Everyone, wash yourselves quickly. In 3 hours, we shall venture deeper into the woods to search for a cave or crevice, Feng announced with authority. What? We have to keep moving? Protested the three women, reluctant to leave the fresh water. Women often cherish cleanliness, and the sight of fresh water could easily immobilize them. Wang Tao sneered, approaching from downstream. Feng, are you out of your mind? After finally finding a water source, you want to stir up trouble? I see you've become addicted to playing leader, he thought, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Feng's earlier machinations. It's unsafe near the water source. We must find a cave for protection against hyenas, Feng replied. Sometimes, professional explanations can seem rather feeble. Fine, you go find your cave, but we will stay right here, Wang Tao declared, attempting to isolate Feng by claiming Su Yun and the others as his own. At that moment, Su Yun, clearly dissatisfied, asked Feng, after such effort to find water, can't we just settle here? You must understand that certain carnivorous creatures prefer to drink from water sources at night. Thus, these areas are even more dangerous, Feng clarified. Upon hearing this, the three women shuddered, casting fearful glances around. Wang Tao, realizing his folly, fell silent and hurriedly joined the group. Then we shall bathe behind that rock, Su Yun suggested, leading Chun Li and her mother to the stone shelter. Feng, too, settled into the stream to scrub away the grime accumulated over several days. Chen Jihua approached him, offering to help wash his back. He finally recognized Wang Tao as nothing more than a blusterer, realizing Feng was the more reliable ally. Uncle, could you help me wash as well? Wang Tao called out. Isn't there a tree? Use its bark, Chen Jihua replied coolly. Me? Wang Tao could only comply begrudgingly. Feng indulged in a delightful back-scrubbing service. Yet his gaze wandered toward the stones, his mind conjuring visions of three women bathing unclothed, filling his heart with longing. Chapter 17. Feng could no longer restrain himself. Behind the rocks, the melodious laughter of Su Yun and Chun Lian occasionally echoed. Then, 3 freshly washed garments were tossed atop the stones to dry. Chen Jihua, let us wash our tops and trousers as well. We can manage with just our undergarments, Feng declared, placing his shirt and pants into the water, striking them with a stick. Su Yun and the other 2 women remained behind the stones, waiting for their clothes to dry, for it would be indecorous to emerge unclothed. Feng's imagination stirred. He secretly wished a hyena would appear, for then the 3 women behind the stones would surely gravitate towards him. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from behind the stones. Feng was taken aback, disregarding all else as he dashed forward clad only in his undergarments. Wife, are you all right? Oh, do not come over, please. Unfortunately, it was too late. Feng had already rounded the stones, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he beheld the 3 women. They were all crouched in the water, only their heads visible, while the rest of their bodies remained submerged. Are you still looking? Su Yun chided lightly. However, Bai Guifan shifted slightly, inching upward. The stream was remarkably clear, allowing Feng to discern the outlines of their forms. Close your eyes, Su Yun exclaimed, her irritation evident. Yifeng hastily complied. I thought I heard your screams and feared you encountered a hyena, he explained, shielding his lower abdomen with his hands. Not at all. A yellow eel swam by unexpectedly, and we mistook it for a snake, Suyin clarified. Indeed, a yellow eel had just passed by, nearly intruding upon their space. Then I am relieved. I shall take my leave, Yifeng said, preparing to turn away. Wait, could you fetch that suitcase? There are clothes inside. Suyin suddenly called out to him. Yifeng's heart sank. Indeed, there were garments within, but they were all provocative outfits. Did the three women intend to wear them? Very well. He strode confidently downstream, dragging the pink suitcase. Then, he heard the sound of the suitcase being opened and the astonished exclamations of women from behind the rocks. Such a minimal amount of fabric. What can it conceal? Chun-Li complained. Oh, it would be better not to wear anything at all, Bai Guifen's voice chimed in. A wave of satisfaction washed over Yifeng as he settled downstream, preparing to enjoy a fashion show. At that moment, he noticed Wang Tao sneaking glances towards the stones. Wang Tao, go gather some dry twigs from the bamboo grove. I will need them for grilling fish shortly, Yifeng instructed, pointing toward the grove. He had no desire to allow Wang Tao, the good-for-nothing, to indulge his curiosity. You? A glimmer of resentment flashed in Wang Tao's eyes, but he obediently headed into the bamboo grove. Feng, what is the name of the fish here? It looks so plump. Chen Jihua pointed to the trout in the water. This is called trout. They migrate upstream to spawn in the inland rivers each year, Yifeng responded. I never imagined you knew so much, Chen Jihua praised. I cannot claim to possess the remarkable knowledge of my esteemed son-in-law, who is indeed a champion in his own right. Let us not engage in idle chatter. You shall gather firewood, I will catch fish, and Wang Tao will collect dry twigs. Let us collaborate efficiently. With that, Yifeng seized the lone spear and began to aim for the trout swimming in the water. Chen Jihua, feeling quite awkward, stood idly by. As Yifeng caught fish, he murmured to himself, recalling that trout typically inhabit colder regions. Yet this was clearly a tropical rainforest. After returning with 6 fish, it was evident that Chen Jihua had failed to ignite a fire. Hence, Yifeng had to take matters into his own hands. Just then, Bai Guifen emerged, albeit somewhat reserved. Yifeng's hands, which had been skillfully attempting to create fire, abruptly halted. Bai Guifen was clad in sheer fabric, her alabaster thighs and curvaceous form subtly visible through the delicate material. Chen Jihua could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "What folly is this? Who told you to dress in such a manner? Change immediately." Bai Guifen, initially feeling a tinge of shyness, was incensed by his words. What should I change into? The few garments I have are still damp. We shall discuss it once they dry. However, dressing like this only serves to make a fool of Feng. Chen Jihua fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. Yifeng, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze, realizing that he had been staring too intently. What does it matter? I am his elder. He harbors no inappropriate thoughts towards me. Unfazed by the commotion, Bai Guifen settled herself beside Yifeng, exuding an aura of mature femininity that enveloped him. Yifeng's cheeks reddened as he hastened his efforts to kindle the fire. At last, a small flame flickered to life, prompting him to nurture it further. Feng, you are truly remarkable, Bai Guifen remarked with a smile. Oh, Yifeng muttered, crouching on the ground, hesitant to rise lest his trousers reveal an embarrassing sight. Behind the stones, Su Yun and Chun-Li exchanged glances, both feeling too bashful to emerge. If they were to step out, would they not be exposed? Mother, what should I do? Am I to remain submerged in the water indefinitely? Chun-Li called out. My dear, the choice is yours. If you wish to come out, do so. If not, wait until your clothes are dry, Bai Guifen replied nonchalantly, having relinquished control to her daughter. Ultimately, the two young women, feeling too shy to show their faces, remained in the water. Fortunately, the sun had risen, and it would not be long before their clothes were dry. At the fire pit, only 3 individuals remained. Suddenly, Bai Guifen had a thought. Old man, Wang Tao has yet to return with the firewood. Could something have happened? You should check on him while Feng and I prepare the fish here. Indeed, Chen Jihua exclaimed, slapping his forehead before dashing into the bamboo grove with his wooden spear. Thus, only Yifeng and Bai Guifen were left in the vicinity. After discreetly glancing behind the rocks to ensure no one was watching, Bai Guifen moved closer to Yifeng, her lustrous eyes now fixated on his trousers. Feng, thank you for providing us with sustenance. I find myself lacking in ways to repay you, but if you desire, Perhaps later you could take me upstream, away from them. I assure you I am quite clean, Bai Guifan said, exhaling a breath infused with the essence of mature femininity. Yi Feng let out a muffled sound, feeling as though his trousers were about to burst. Could you refrain from this? He stammered, swallowing hard. What are you afraid of? I have mentioned that I have undergone surgery, so feel free to proceed as you wish. Once finished, you can clean up, and no one will ever suspect a thing. I am aware that you have often watched me from behind. Do you think I am oblivious? We are on a deserted island, so do not be overly courteous. Bai Guifan concluded, casting a flirtatious glance. Auntie, let us discuss this matter after we finish the fish. My mind is quite muddled at the moment. Yi Feng said with difficulty, nearly acquiescing. Do not worry, it is just between us. I can offer you a little incentive, after all. My figure is not inferior to that of those female university students, is it? You may take a small interest for now. No one will see, Bai Guifan added. Leaning in closer, the delicate veil hardly concealed her allure. Yi Feng could no longer restrain himself. Chapter 18. Bai Guifan and Yi Feng alone together at that moment. The voice of Wang Tao echoed from the bamboo grove. Uncle, I must have been too exhausted to stay awake, so please do not blame me. Alas, how useless can you be? You can't even manage a simple task without falling asleep over a bundle of firewood, came the retort. As the words faded, the two returned, with only Qin Jihua holding a small bundle of dry twigs. Yi Feng and Bai Guifan had already parted, feigning conversation on trivial matters. Feng, could you assist me with this? My strength is insufficient, Bai Guifan said, holding a stick, seeking to insert it into the fish. Oh, Yi Feng helped her with the task, and it was finally accomplished. Qin Jihua observed the tender scene between the two, a slight smile gracing his face. My wife is truly remarkable. She excels in socializing. As long as she is present, Yi Feng will ensure we have fish to eat. At last, the fish was grilled to perfection, its aroma wafting through the air, prompting the two women behind the stone to sniff eagerly. President Su, let us put on our outer garments. As for the inner ones, they are not completely dry and can continue to air out, proposed Chun-Li. Wouldn't that be too obvious? Su Yan hesitated. If it were just Yi Feng outside, she might have considered not wearing anything at all. But with Qin Jihua and that useless Wang Tao present, she felt reluctant. Do not fret, just hunch your back a little, and it will not be noticeable. Chun-Li replied with a light laugh, donning her outer garment. Su Yun, her stomach growling, had no choice but to comply obediently. Yi Feng arranged several grilled fish and called out towards the stone. Wife, you may come out now. Just as he uttered a few words, his eyes widened in surprise. The two women emerged from behind the stone, walking with hunched backs, yet their chests swayed enticingly. Although the details were not entirely discernible, some contours were evident. This is not good. Yi Feng quickly rose to shield Wang Tao and Qin Jihua's gaze. Qin Jihua, Wang Tao, turn your backs to the fire while eating the fish. Under no circumstances are you allowed to turn around without my permission, Yi Feng commanded. Qin Jihua promptly complied, turning his back. However, Wang Tao wore a defiant expression. Why should I? Chun-Li is my girlfriend. Why can't I look? If you insist on watching, I shall dispose of you next time, Yi Feng threatened. Reluctantly, Wang Tao turned away, consumed by a desire to eliminate Yi Feng. As Su Yun and Chun-Li observed the two men turn their backs, they finally stepped forward with their heads held high and chests out. Yi Feng's eyes instantly turned crimson. Among these three women, only he could truly appreciate their allure. Wang Tao was unworthy. Let's eat the fish. I have roasted it for you all. Yi Feng gestured towards the fish on the ground. However, Bai Guifan, with a glint in her eye, tore off a piece of fish, blew on it, and held it up to Yi Feng's lips. Yi Feng, Su Yun is still beside us. Isn't Bai Guifan being a bit too bold? He thought. Feng, we are all relying on you. So it is only natural for us to serve you. Please eat. I have cooled it down for you, Bai Guifan said with a smile, her every movement exuding the charm of a mature woman. Chun-Li observed her mother's behavior and understood that without Yi Feng, they would all be in dire straits. Thus, she too tore a piece of fish, blew on it, and offered it to Yi Feng. He swallowed hard, eager to indulge, yet mindful of Su Yun's feelings. Sure enough, Su Yun's expression shifted as she linked her arm with Yi Feng's. In that moment, he distinctly felt her softness. Unlike Bai Guifan, who was both soft and warm, Su Yun possessed a softness intertwined with resilience. All right, you all eat. I will have Su Yun take care of me. Yi Feng reluctantly declined. Bai Guifan, unfazed, chuckled softly, and began to eat herself. Only Chun-Li wore a displeased expression. After all, Yi Feng had once been her devoted admirer. Why was he now solely captivated by Su Yun? Su Yun felt a delightful sweetness in her heart. Look, as long as Yi Feng desires my service, it proves my irreplaceable status in his heart. She then tore a piece of fish and gently fed it to Yi Feng. He felt elated. Who would have thought that after being marooned on a deserted island, even the headstrong female CEO would vie for his attention? Wang Tao, with his back turned, munched on the fish but overheard their conversation. He seethed with anger and resentment. Why did this obnoxious nobody get the affection of 3 beautiful women while he, a wealthy heir, could not even glance at them? Chen Jihua, however, took it in stride. Believing Bai Guifan was merely flattering Yi Feng for the sake of food and doubting any deeper connection between them. Soon, the fish was devoured, and their clothes had nearly dried. The 3 women changed into fresh garments, putting on their underwear as well. Now that they were satiated, it was time to search for a cave. Wang Tao, you lead the way, Yi Feng instructed. Yes, Feng, brother Feng. Wang Tao suddenly became submissive. Bai Guifan glanced at Yi Feng and, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, suggested, wait a moment. I think we should split up into pairs, moving upstream and downstream, while the last 2 remain here to coordinate the overall situation. What do you think, Feng? As she spoke, she discreetly threw him a flirtatious look. Yi Feng felt a surge of warmth within him. He had to admit that his mother-in-law was right. Dividing their efforts would indeed enhance their chances of finding a cave. Of course, his mind was solely focused on locating the cave. He harbored no other intentions. Aunt Bai's perspective holds merit. Let us proceed as follows. I will assign the tasks. Chen Jihua and Wang Tao shall venture downstream in search of a cave, while Su Yun and Chun Li will safeguard our home. As for me, I will accompany Aunt Bai upstream. Does anyone have any objections? Yi Feng inquired. Chen Jihua furrowed his brow and replied, Feng, let me team up with my wife. You can pair with Wang Tao. Yi Feng felt a flush of embarrassment, ready to acquiesce, but Bai Guifan interjected, can Feng and Wang Tao truly work together? I fear they might start bickering before they even locate the cave. However, you and Wang Tao are different. You share a good rapport and can collaborate effectively. As for me, my relationship with Feng is also quite congenial now, making it feasible for us to work together. Dear, you truly excel at organizing, Chen Jihua concurred, and he promptly led Wang Tao downstream. Bai Guifan then turned her gaze towards the blushing Yi Feng. Come along, Feng. I will take you to search for the cave. Ideally, it should be near a water source. Very well. Yi Feng raised himself and followed Bai Guifan upstream. It is indeed vital for the cave to be adjacent to a water source, as it would spare them the trouble of traveling far for water, making bathing and drinking far more convenient. The pair proceeded along the stream, observing numerous animal tracks and droppings alongside the waterway, indicating that proximity to a water source could also entail greater danger. Bai Guifan walked ahead, her ample form swaying gently, while Yi Feng trailed behind, with a portion of his attention on the bamboo grove by the bank. After some time, Bai Guifan suddenly glanced back downstream, realizing that Su and her daughter's figures had completely vanished. There was no need for pretense. She directly focused her gaze upon Yi Feng's trousers. In the next moment, she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes reflecting a mix of terror and a hint of mischief. Yi Feng felt a sense of pride. He had basked in the admiration of the entire village during his childhood bathing in the river, and as an adult, he had even contemplated venturing beyond the borders of his homeland. During his time with Chun-Li, she had often pleaded for mercy. Feng, do you prefer it in the water or on the shore? I believe the water might be more enjoyable. Bai Guifan gazed at Yi Feng with eager eyes. However, Yi Feng suddenly turned his attention to the bamboo grove, sensing an unusual disturbance. Aunt, perhaps we should continue upstream. This area feels somewhat unsafe, Yi Feng suggested subtly. Yet, Bai Guifan misinterpreted his words, thinking he was concerned that their voices might carry downstream to Su Yun. Very well, I shall heed your advice. With that, she swayed her hips and continued upstream. Yi Feng increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Ever since consuming that white fruit, his intuition had sharpened considerably. He felt as though something in the bamboo grove was observing them. Stop! Yi Feng called out to Bai Guifan. She, already feeling uncomfortable, quickly turned around and grasped Yi Feng's trousers. That is not what I meant. Yi Feng felt a rush of exhilaration. Yet reason compelled him to gently extricate himself from her grasp. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, I believe there is something in the forest watching us. So I feigned a need to relieve myself in the bamboo grove to investigate further. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Bai Guifeng felt somewhat at a loss. Could it be my husband? Surely not. Just wait here. With that, Yi Feng picked up a wooden spear and ventured into the bamboo grove. Indeed, a patch of weeds lay flattened, accompanied by a trail of small human footprints. He followed the prints, suddenly turning to a 2-meter-high clump of weeds. Who is there? Come out, or I shall pierce you with this spear, he declared, raising the weapon high. Ah, please, don't shoot. A terrified voice emerged as a girl, clad in tattered clothing, dashed forth. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng noted that the girl appeared around 14 or 15 years old, her skirt in tatters, her leg warmers shredded, and blood trickling from her knees to her thighs. Were you monitoring me? Yi Feng lowered his spear. Yes. The girl, with a doll-like face, sported chubby cheeks that made her appear quite endearing, though at that moment, her expression was one of sheer terror. Why didn't you join me? He inquired. I was afraid you were a bad person. It was unexpected that this young girl, despite her age, exhibited such caution. It was understandable. She had originally been stranded on the beach with a bald man who, for the first couple of days, had cared for her and helped her catch fish. However, on the third day, his demeanor changed, his gaze becoming unsettling. Subsequently, she fled into the woods, evading him just the night before. Rest assured, I am a good person. Come, let us leave together. Yi Feng felt a genuine affection for the charming girl. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to follow him. Bai Guifeng, observing from the bamboo, saw Yi Feng emerge with the girl, and a profound sigh of despair escaped her lips. Just moments ago, she had been itching unbearably, and given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that relief would come. Mother-in-law, unexpectedly, we have found another companion. She is quite unfortunate. Without our aid, she may perish, Yi Feng remarked. Very well. Bai Guifeng sighed. Little sister, let us proceed upstream for a while. Perhaps we can find a cave or a crevice. We shall return in an hour, and I will prepare fish for you. Yi Feng's expression softened with a paternal warmth. After all, this little girl was irresistibly adorable. Oh, the girl, perceptive and intuitive, sensed that Yi Feng did not possess the malevolence of the bald man. Shortly thereafter, she took the lead, demonstrating remarkable maturity, allowing Yi Feng and Bai Guifeng to walk side by side. Ah Feng, I had intended to offer you something earlier, but it seems impossible now. Bai Guifeng pressed her heated skin against Yi Feng, making his trousers appear even more disheveled. Please refrain from this. I need to conserve my energy to search for a cave. If you truly desire it, we can discuss it once we are settled. Then I shall have ample time. Yi Feng replied, having come to a realization. In this desolate island, devoid of law and morality, one could do as one pleased. Indeed, and by then, you shall have the time. Do you see that little girl ahead? The diameter you mentioned is approximately equivalent to 1/3 of her waist. When the time comes, you will also have the opportunity. I will assist you in persuading her, Bai Guifeng suddenly remarked. She feared that Yi Feng might not engage with her later. Thus she offered him a glimmer of hope. In a civilized society, she was a person who valued her reputation, surrounded by familiar faces. However, upon arriving at the deserted island, she could no longer suppress the fervor within her, especially since she relied on Yi Feng for her sustenance. Yi Feng's expression shifted immediately. Auntie, you mustn't speak so carelessly. She is still a child. If you continue like this, I may have to take a stand. He still held on to his principles. All right, I understand. You young ones are still shy, but in ancient times, many girls were married at 13 or 14. This is a deserted island. There is no need to impose the norms of civilized society here. Bai Guifeng moved closer, sensing Yi Feng's underlying thoughts. I can't be bothered to discuss this with you. To mask his embarrassment, Yi Feng stepped forward to retrieve the young girl. After traversing upstream for a full 5 kilometers, Yi Feng halted. He had finally located the source of the stream. A waterfall cascaded from the mountainside, and beside it lay a vast crevice in the rock. Let us go. This crevice should serve as a resting point, Yi Feng exclaimed with delight, leading the 2 women towards the fissure. The further they progressed, the narrower it became, and after 10 meters, they could no longer advance. Nonetheless, this 10-meter space could accommodate them all, albeit they would have to sleep closely due to its constricted nature. What is this? The young girl suddenly picked up a helmet. Yi Feng quickly took it from her for inspection. The helmet had turned a dark greenish-black, obscuring its original appearance. This resembles the helmets of German soldiers from World War II. Yi Feng mused to himself. Could it be that the German forces once set foot on this island? Wonderful. Feng. This helmet can serve as a cooking pot, perfect for boiling water or making fish soup, Feng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Let us keep it. And we can return to gather the others. We shall make this our base. Feng hurriedly led the two women back downstream. Just after traveling a mile, his expression changed drastically as he pressed the two women down into his embrace, crouching in the grass. Chapter 20. Feng's heart swelled with joy. Before them stood a massive black bear, lapping water from the stream, its yellowish-brown eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Stay silent, Feng whispered, covering the girls' mouths to prevent them from screaming. After drinking for a while, the bear waded across the stream and vanished into the bamboo forest on the opposite side. Feng waited an additional 10 minutes before standing up from the underbrush. It was at that moment he truly recognized the perils of the deserted island. The expressions of the three were grim. Let us go, Feng said, continuing downstream, albeit with less bravado than before. Finally returning, he found Wang Tao and Chun Jihua had already arrived. Wang Tao, that useless fellow, was gnashing his teeth in frustration, clearly still struggling with his unsavory habits. Feng, you've finally returned, Su Yin exclaimed as she leaped into Feng's embrace. My dear, I was so worried just now. Chun Jihua yearned to embrace Feng, only to be gently rebuffed. I am so weary. I need to rest for a moment, she declared, settling beside the fire. At that moment, Wang Tao's eyes suddenly sparkled as he approached the young girl. Little sister, you look somewhat familiar. Are you also from the cruise ship? Wang Tao's foolish gaze sent the girl retreating behind Feng in fright. A few individuals gathered around the fire, and Feng recounted the tale of the black bear to everyone. Now, I trust you all comprehend our predicament. Henceforth, let us cease any internal strife, particularly you, Wang Tao. Regardless of past grievances, let us start anew. At least here on this deserted island, we must unite as one, Feng spoke earnestly, determined to let go of bygone disputes. Wang Tao, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, feigned sincerity as he looked at Feng. Brother Feng, we shall heed your guidance. You are our leader. Indeed, Feng nodded, then turned to the young girl. I am Feng. What is your name? I am Ding Tuanshuan. Feng nearly chuckled, charmed by the delightful name that suited her cherubic face, adorned with chubby cheeks. Let us not mock her, Ding Tuanshuan pouted, her brows furrowing adorably. All right, I shan't laugh. Everyone, please share your names as well. One by one, they introduced themselves to Ding Tuanshuan. Feng, shall we proceed to that cave now? Su Yin inquired. Wait, before we depart, let us craft some weapons, Feng replied, and with that, he busied himself. Having grown up in a martial village, Feng was adept at crafting cold weapons. To his surprise, Wang Tao willingly assisted in gathering bamboo, indicating a genuine change of heart. Before long, Feng had fashioned 7 bamboo spears, each sharpened with a keen stone tip. He also created a bow, complete with 10 bamboo arrows. You are remarkable, Su Yun praised as she admired Feng's handiwork. Feeling a swell of pride, Feng strung the bow and aimed at a distant tree. The arrow zipped through the air, embedding itself a few centimeters into the trunk. It would suffice for smaller animals, provided they did not encounter formidable predators like tigers or black bears. Let us move forward, Wang Tao. Who shall clear the path? Feng hesitated but ultimately allowed Wang Tao to decide. Brother Feng, naturally, I shall lead the way as always. With that, Wang Tao brandished a bamboo spear and ventured ahead, prompting the others to follow closely. Feng readied his bow, ever vigilant of the bamboo thicket along the shore. Carnivorous creatures were masters of disguise, seldom attacking prey head-on. They preferred lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, often delivering a fatal bite to the throat before their victims could be saved. Ding Tuanshuan clung to Feng's shirt, resembling a little shadow. Though she was young, the vulnerable often possess an acute sense for the strong. At last, the sound of a waterfall reached their ears. When Chun-Li glanced aside, her face flushed with embarrassment. Due to the adjacent stone crevice, its irregular growth was quite indecent. Feng, observe this gap. It's filled with grass and water, making it the perfect habitat, Feng suddenly remarked, her gaze fixed upon Feng's trousers. However, this time she was met with disappointment. Her teasing failed, and Feng's trousers remained unchanged. Having just a cave is insufficient. We must fell a few trees to construct a door at the entrance. This will serve as a deterrent and a warning, Feng stated with gravity. Ever since encountering that black bear, He had been on edge. Even in the pursuit of pleasure, safety must come first. But we lack an axe. How can we cut down trees? Wang Tao's face flushed as soon as he spoke. Just moments ago, he boasted of his prowess in jungle survival. Yi Feng, instead of disheartening him, circled the area and suddenly picked up a stone from the brook. This stone, worn smooth by years of water flow, was sharp as a knife. Now, I require everyone to unite in effort, using these sharp stones to fell trees. With numbers comes strength. We can then fashion thicker tree trunks into appropriately sized wood. As for the subsequent construction of the door, I shall take care of that, Yi Feng declared. Consequently, the group hastily set about chopping wood. Meanwhile, Yi Feng began crafting measuring units from vines. Having learned some carpentry skills in his rural upbringing, he knew that a skilled carpenter could construct a wooden house without a single nail, utilizing mortise and tenon joints. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the woods, startling Yi Feng, who rushed in without hesitation. There, he found her covering her mouth, pointing at a half-buried corpse on the ground. Yi Feng gasped in shock. It was a desiccated body, partially concealed by decaying leaves, revealing only the upper half. Moreover, it was clad in tattered clothing. Taking a deep breath, Yi Feng picked up a decayed old rifle lying beside the corpse. Though the rifle was no longer functional, having completely deteriorated, the bayonet could still be sharpened for use. Yi Feng removed the bayonet and examined it closely. Other onlookers gathered around, their faces pale with fear as they beheld the dry corpse. This body must have been here for quite some time, Chen Jihua remarked, his complexion wan. Indeed, it has been dead for at least several decades. However, due to the geographic conditions here, the body has not decomposed but merely dried out, Yi Feng responded, cleaning the dirt from the bayonet. Despite the passage of time, the bayonet exhibited only slight corrosion. With some sharpening, it could indeed be functional. Is this a soldier's corpse? Wang Tao approached. Can you discern which country's soldier it was? Yi Feng inquired. Not exactly, but it resembles a soldier from the European region, Wang Tao replied. Yi Feng nodded. Men often hold a fascination with military knowledge, himself included. Based on the tattered uniform, it appeared to belong to a German soldier from World War II. Thus, this bayonet must have been manufactured in Germany. It is worth noting that during World War II, Germany's metallurgical craftsmanship was unparalleled globally, which is why this bayonet has survived. Chapter 21. Can anything be done? How peculiar. What could a German soldier be doing on this island? Yi Feng, suppressing his revulsion, turned the corpse over, revealing a waste pouch at its side. I'll take this pouch. It can be useful for storing items. Everyone, please continue with your work. Let us not waste any time, Yi Feng urged. Thus, the others resumed their tasks while Yi Feng, as their leader, sat beside the corpse and pried open the pouch's clasp with a dagger. The iron clasp had long been corroded by rust and required careful manipulation to open. Upon inspecting its contents, he discovered a box of useless, decayed bullets, a small black notebook, and a metal box. Yi Feng first opened the notebook, hoping to discern the island's coordinates. However, the entire text was in German, a language he could not decipher. Su, could you come here for a moment? Yi Feng called. I'd rather not. The sight of that corpse unsettles me. Su Yin replied. Reluctantly, Yi Feng approached her and handed over the notebook. Didn't you study in Europe? Can you read German? He inquired. Su Yin glanced at it briefly before returning it. I can't read it. Yi Feng then directed the group back to their tasks. They worked tirelessly until nightfall, managing to fell a tree large enough to construct a door. As dusk settled, the 7 of them gathered around a fire, roasting fish. When it came time to rest, one person stood watch while the others squeezed into the cave to sleep. Although it was a tight fit, they had no choice, as some carnivorous creatures were known for their ambush tactics. Yi Feng spat out a fish bone, causing the others to pale slightly. After finishing their meal, the group remained restless, milling about at the cave entrance. Suddenly, Su Yin beckoned to Yi Feng. Feng, come with me. Yi Feng's eyes widened, and he quickly followed her. After walking a mile downstream, Su Yin suddenly embraced Yi Feng and kissed him. Feeling a sense of urgency, she sensed that Bai Guifan and Chun Li were vying for Yi Feng's attention, and she was determined to maintain her unique position in his heart. Yi Feng perceived that this was likely Su Yun's first kiss. It was awkward yet sweet. Soon, Su Yun felt weak, as Yi Feng, while kissing her, let his hands wander beneath her clothing. Just as Yi Feng attempted to slip his hand under her skirt, Su Yun panicked and quickly restrained his hand. Feng, we can't do this here. Let's wait until we return to civilization for that. all right? She said. The thought of becoming pregnant on the deserted island was terrifying. There were no nurses, no hospitals, and no environment conducive to raising a child. So, as long as we don't go all the way, we can do anything else? Yifeng asked, suddenly excited. While Su Yun may not have been as experienced as Bai Guifeng, her youthful beauty and sweetness were captivating. Yes, she replied, shyly lowering her head. Yifeng, feeling exhilarated, embraced Su Yun tightly, his rough, dark hands roaming freely over her delicate skin. But we can't go too far. If you keep this up, I might lose control. She stammered. Su Yun gasped, her eyes brimming with tears. It was uncontrollable, indeed. Yifeng chuckled. Under the influence of Bai Guifeng's provocations, he had completely let loose. This was a deserted island. Civilization was unnecessary. Only savagery sufficed. No, Feng, we can't do that there. We mustn't. Wait. I've just recalled a word from that little notebook I recognized. Su Yun hurriedly diverted the topic. Yifeng halted, finally lifting his gaze. Oh, what word did you recognize? He inquired. It seems to be called the Institute of Hybrid Research on Flora and Fauna, Su Yun replied, quickly covering her chest. During World War II, the Germans established numerous research institutes. Could it be that this deserted island was one of Germany's establishments? That explains why various animals from different regions have congregated here. They might have been airlifted by someone. Yifeng seemed to grasp part of the situation. Let us head back. Su Yun had already donned her clothes, her eyes glistening like autumn waters. All right, let's go, Yifeng declared, striding ahead. However, Su Yun appeared conflicted behind him. Upon returning to the cave, the three women had already settled in to rest. Only Wang Tao and Chun Jihua remained at the entrance. Brother Feng, you're back. I've made up my mind. I'll stand guard tonight. After all, there are only 3 of us men. Uncle Chun is too old to stay up, and as our leader, how could you keep watch? Wang Tao flattered. His sudden shift was rather surprising. Well, Wang Tao, I must admit I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have used that devilish chili on you. Please don't take it to heart, Yifeng acknowledged, though he was uncertain of Wang Tao's true intentions. I had almost forgotten about it. Hurry inside and rest. I'll keep watch outside tonight, Wang Tao said with a smile. Tao, I'll join you. Though I may be older, I am steady, Chun Jihua added. No need, really. Why not let Chun Jihua keep watch with you? Yifeng commanded, leaving Wang Tao to comply reluctantly. As for himself, he certainly needed to rest inside the cave. It must be said that women have a strong affinity for cleanliness. The cave had been tidied, with hay spread across the ground. However, the area covered with hay was quite limited. Did that mean he would have to squeeze in between 4 women to sleep? Regardless, Yifeng collapsed onto the hay and closed his eyes, with Bai Guifeng nestled closely beside him. Bai Guifeng's body radiated warmth, akin to a ticking time bomb. Su Yun hesitated for a moment before burrowing into Yifeng's embrace, turning her back to him. It was unclear how long he had slept, but Yifeng sensed a softness against his back. When he turned to look, he found Bai Guifeng embracing him from behind, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly unaware of her actions. Glancing towards the cave entrance, he noticed Chun Jihua and Wang Tao chatting casually 10 meters away, completely oblivious to the situation. An odd thought crossed Yifeng's mind as he quietly extended his hand to unfasten one of Bai Guifeng's buttons. Upon witnessing the scene, Yifeng took a deep breath, feeling as though his body might explode. Suddenly, Su Yun turned over. Yifeng hurriedly adjusted Bai Guifeng's clothing. Between Bai Guifeng and him lay Ding Tuanchuan, who had already succumbed to a deep slumber, her short skirt inadvertently pulled up to her abdomen. Yifeng stole a glance, inhaled deeply, and gently lowered her skirt back down. Chapter 22. Dive in, quickly. Ding Tuanchuan was still a child. He must not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Just as he was about to retract his hand, Bai Guifeng slowly opened her eyes. Yifeng's heart fluttered. It turned out Bai Guifeng had deliberately embraced his back. Shoo! Bai Guifeng suddenly gestured for silence, her eyes alluring as she leaned close to Yifeng's ear and whispered, "Now that everyone is asleep, I'll turn my back, and we can steal a moment together without anyone noticing." Yifeng felt a surge of excitement, his breath quickening. Was Bai Guifeng truly this reckless? "Oh no, Shally dear. Wake up." At that moment, Chun Jihua's voice echoed from outside the cave. Yifeng was taken aback and quickly rose to his feet. He saw a massive black bear circling the campfire, while Chun Jihua attempted to drive it away with a bamboo spear. Wang Tao screamed and tossed aside his spear, fleeing into the woods. "Quick, everyone wake up." Yifeng disregarded the appearance of his pants and seized a rusty dagger, rushing outside. At this moment, Chen Jihua was already grappling with the bear. To call it a fight would be misleading. It was more a desperate resistance. The enormous bear swatted its paw, snapping the bamboo spear in two. "Dad! Honey!" Two cries pierced the air as Bai Guifeng and Chun-Li awoke, especially Chun-Li, who was about to recklessly rush in to help, only to be restrained by Bai Guifeng. "What should we do, Yifeng?" Su-Yun's face turned pale as she clutched Yifeng's arm tightly. Yifeng remained silent, breaking free from Su-Yun's grasp and striding towards the cave entrance. "Don't go." Su-Yun wrapped her arms around Yifeng's back. It was evident to anyone that the bear weighed nearly a ton. Any human would merely be fodder. "Yes, big brother, please don't go." Ding Tuanshuan rushed over, tugging at the hem of Yifeng's clothing. Meanwhile, the black bear was steadily forcing Chen Jihua towards the cave entrance. "Dad, run to the side. Don't confront it," Chun-Li screamed. However, Chen Jihua glanced back at his wife and daughter, suddenly filled with fury. "Beast, I shall fight you." He picked up a torch and struck the bear fiercely. The bear, unfazed, retaliated with a powerful swipe to his arm. Bang! Chen Jihua's arm bent painfully, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting weak whimpers of agony. Yifeng swallowed hard, anxiety gnawing at him. Yet he could not falter at this moment. "Don't go." Su-Yun grasped Yifeng once more. "You all squeeze into the crevice. Try to get as far inside as possible. The bear is too large to fit in." Yifeng pulled Su-Yun's hand away and stepped outside. "You fool, come back. Don't go to your death." Su-Yun shouted furiously from behind, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon spotting Yifeng, the black bear suddenly rose to its full height, nearly 3 meters tall, and let out a fearsome roar. The foul, hot wind from its breath tousled Yifeng's hair. "Chen Jihua, hurry and run into the cave." Yifeng shouted urgently before leaping towards the bear's eyes. However, his aim faltered, and he struck the bear's face instead. The bear retaliated with a powerful swipe, sending Yifeng soaring into the air. With a sickening thud, he landed, clutching his chest and spitting blood, as though he had been struck by a freight truck. "Damn it, I can't win." Though Yifeng was unable to defeat the bear, he had bought Chen Jihua a chance to escape. She sprinted downstream for several meters, but was reluctant to abandon her husband and daughter. "Get into the cave," Yifeng urged, rushing into the dark entrance. The bear, now sporting a trickle of blood on its face, felt insulted, for it was the king of the forest. It thundered after Yifeng into the cave. The entrance was spacious enough for the bear to enter, but the passage narrowed further inside. "What are you all dawdling for? Get in quickly," Yifeng barked. The 4 women scrambled deeper into the cave. Ding Tuanshuan, the smallest, led the way, followed closely by the slender Su-Yun. Chun-Li, who had been favored by Yifeng, came next with her more ample figure, while Bai Guifeng, with her curvaceous form, squeezed in last. At last, the 4 women reached the deepest recesses of the narrow crevice, and Yifeng, unwilling to be left behind, forcefully wedged himself behind Bai Guifeng, knowing the bear was close behind. As the bear advanced, its massive body became stuck in the narrow gap at 8 meters in, unable to proceed further. Yifeng pressed tightly against Bai Guifeng's back and exhaled a long sigh of relief. But suddenly, he felt a stirring behind Bai Guifeng. In an instant, Yifeng's trousers became quite uncomfortable. The bear, unwilling to concede, pushed forward, its hot breath brushing against the back of Yifeng's neck. "Is there any way to move further in?" Yifeng panicked, using all his strength to thrust against Bai Guifeng, attempting to push the 4 women deeper into the crevice. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to be crushed. There's no space left," came Ding Tuanshuan's voice from inside. "Yifeng, please don't do that to my mother," Chun-Li exclaimed, witnessing Yifeng's desperate attempts. Embarrassed, he stopped. However, the massive bear suddenly extended a paw over a meter long, reaching for Yifeng's clothes. "Damn it," Yifeng thought helplessly and resumed his efforts to push against Bai Guifeng. Her face turned crimson as she bit her lip in distress. With no other option, Yifeng pressed forward. If he didn't, he would surely be caught by the bear and meet a grim fate. Yet, even then, it was too late. The bear's paw emerged, claws protruding 10 centimeters, and slashed across Yifeng's back. With a sickening sound, his belt was severed, and he felt a warm trickle on his backside, sensing the impending danger. "This is bad." As he pushed further inside, Feng felt a sharp pain as his rear was scratched. His face flushed, he exerted all his strength to move deeper. Bai Guifeng, completely exhausted, felt as if she might collapse. Feng's pants, now torn and without the restraint of a belt, fell down. From a rear view, The situation appeared exceedingly intimate. After a brief struggle, Li Feng sensed that the five of them had managed to squeeze in another 10 centimeters, finally escaping the reach of the black bear's claws. He pressed tightly against Bai Guifan, gasping for breath, while she too inhaled softly, tears glistening in her eyes, her body nearly falling apart from the impact. Chapter 23. Feng, come with me downstream. I have something to discuss with you. Just then, a low growl resonated from the depths of the deserted island, causing stones to tumble from above the cave. Upon hearing the roar, the black bear, surprisingly, tucked its tail and fled. Once Li Feng confirmed the bear had retreated, he sighed in relief and collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. Bai Guifan, equally drenched in sweat, softened and fell beside him. The other women were also in distress, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Li Feng felt a deep ache in his chest and realized he was still bleeding from behind. Overcome with fatigue and pain, he tilted his head back and fell into a deep slumber, not even bothering to pull up his pants. Time passed, and when Li Feng finally awoke, he found himself lying flat at the cave's entrance, his pants having been pulled up by someone. You're awake. Bai Guifan approached, her eyes filled with concern. Upon seeing Li Feng conscious, Su Yun suddenly pushed Bai Guifan aside and placed his head on her own lap, a flicker of anger in her gaze. Chun Li remained silent, sulking while hugging her knees. Li Feng then turned his attention to Ding Tuanshuan, who seemed to be watching him, as his gaze met hers. She quickly covered her eyes with both hands like a child. Li Feng smiled slightly and attempted to rise, only to be met with a sharp pain in his left chest, even more intense than before. Oh no, have I sustained internal injuries? A hint of panic crossed Li Feng's face. Internal injuries on a deserted island could be fatal. Yun, where are Chun Jihua and Wang Tao? Li Feng inquired. Just as Su Yun was about to respond, Wang Tao's boisterous voice echoed from downstream. Ha! Now your arm is fractured, and Li Feng has internal injuries too. Therefore, I am now your leader, and you must all obey me. Ah Tao, I'm not criticizing you, but when the black bear came, if you had stood by me, we might have scared it off. Why did you run away? As they spoke, the two revealed themselves. Wang Tao was holding a small dead fish, clearly having caught little. Run away? How dare you say I ran? I was trying to divert the bear's attention with my body, but it didn't chase after me. What could I do? After finishing, Wang Tao's gaze fell upon the awakened Li Feng, a smirk crossing his face as he placed the dead fish over the fire. Instantly, the four women began to swallow hard. Wang Tao, how did you only catch one fish? What are we supposed to eat? Su Yun questioned. All you think about is eating. You don't realize that catching fish is exhausting work. Now I am a complete man, so I shall consume this fish alone. You can endure a few more meals without succumbing to starvation. With that, Wang Tao took a bite of the grilled fish. Su Yun bit her lip and suddenly turned to Ding Tuanshuan, saying, Tuanshuan, please take care of Yi Feng for me. Do not let any other women approach him while I go catch some fish. Ah, me, take care of him? Ding Tuanshuan's face flushed instantly. Yes, only when Yi Feng recovers do we have a chance for survival, Su Yun asserted. Well, all right then. Ding Tuanshuan approached and settled beside Yi Feng, while Su Yun gently rested Yi Feng's head upon her slender thigh as a pillow. Yi Feng instantly caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance, a scent that signified innocence, which was truly uplifting. Oh, be good now. I will catch fish for you shortly. Ding Tuanshuan, uncertain about how to care for someone, reminisced about how her mother used to tend to her as a child, imitating that nurturing manner to comfort Yi Feng. Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but found her efforts quite endearing. Meanwhile, Wang Tao finished eating the fish and glanced at Yi Feng, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. Little sister, do not be deceived by that lecher. He is nothing but a pervert, harboring thoughts about his former mother-in-law. Do you think I am unaware? Wang Tao said coldly. Be quiet. Chun Jihua immediately rebuked. I will not be silenced. I must speak. Yi Feng, be honest with yourself. Do you not wish to pursue Bai Guifan? After all, despite nearing 40, her figure and charm are irresistible to any man, Wang Tao continued. Wang Tao, do not speak nonsense. I am much older than Feng. He regards me with respect and harbors no such intentions, Bai Guifan interjected, unable to maintain her composure. Ah, Aunt Bai, you are perceptive of appearances, but not of the heart. This lad is not as innocent as he appears in the office. He often steals glances at President Su's figure. Do you think I am oblivious? Thus, you ought to be cautious around him, lest he seizes an opportunity. Wang Tao feigned a concerned expression. Stop speaking. Feng is not that kind of person, Chun Jihua retorted, his face flushed with anger. Were it not for his fractured arm, he would have lunged at Wang Tao. Feng narrowed his eyes and slowly sat up. His left chest ached considerably, and his left arm was rendered useless. Yet even with just his right hand, he could handle Wang Tao, the worthless fool. Wang Tao, if you continue to spew nonsense, do not blame me for striking you. With that, Feng rose to his feet. Ha ha ha, you injured fool still dare to act tough? Today, I shall show you who the real boss is. With that, Wang Tao clenched his fists and charged forward. Predictably, Wang Tao, being utterly inept, could not even match Feng's single hand. After 5 exchanges, he found himself sprawled on the ground, having lost another tooth. How about it? Are you convinced? Feng stood over him, placing a foot on Wang Tao's chest. Wang Tao, stunned and furious, could not believe that he was outmatched by a wounded Feng. I will not yield to you. Wang Tao spat defiantly. Refuse to yield? Then I shall knock out your remaining teeth. With that, Feng picked up a stick and aimed for Wang Tao's mouth. No. I yield. I concede. Wang Tao spoke of submission, yet his tone was laden with resentment. Feng, indifferent to his grievances, recognized the man's utility for the day. If you are indeed compliant, rise and fulfill my request. Transform these trees into appropriately sized timber, Feng commanded coldly. Left with no choice, the inept Wang Tao begrudgingly set about the laborious task. Precision was paramount. Not a single centimeter of error could be tolerated. Such a fool he was. Yet there lay a measuring tool I had prepared nearby. Make one end pointed, Feng added, his hand dangling loosely while the other pointed accusingly at Wang Tao. Wow, Big Brother is so impressive, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon Feng. She had presumed Feng incapable of besting Wang Tao, yet he had triumphed effortlessly with a single hand. The admiration of the little girl for strength was palpable. How splendid it would be if Feng were her father. A swell of pride surged within Feng, causing him to puff out his chest. Ouch! He winced. A dull ache remained in his left chest, yet an enigmatic energy within him was mending his internal wounds. Feng, accompany me downstream. I have something to discuss with you, Chun Jihua interjected, proceeding to stroll downstream without awaiting a response. Chapter 24. No need. You are too fatigued. Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, akin to a schoolboy caught in wrongdoing, as he trailed behind. Despite the lack of consummation between him and Bai Guifen, they were on the cusp of crossing that threshold, merely awaiting the right opportunity. Upon reaching a rocky outcrop several meters downstream, Chun Jihua settled down and gestured for Feng to join him. Feng's mind raced with various excuses. Feng, you may not be aware, but for the past decade, your aunt and I have been sleeping apart. Therefore, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Chun Jihua's revelation was nothing short of explosive. What is it? Feng asked, his guard instinctively raised as he scrutinized Chun Jihua. The disparity of an older man with a younger wife bore its burdens. When he was capable, she was not, and when he faltered, she was a fierce predator. Perhaps this is fate. He sighed deeply, seemingly torn. I do not understand. Feng shook his head in confusion. To speak frankly, last year I even considered seeking a young man, but I could never bring myself to utter the words. You know your aunt's disposition. She is someone who values her reputation greatly. Yet now, stranded on this deserted island, I can no longer allow her to live in solitude. Will you assist me in this endeavor? However, there was a stipulation. You must not disclose this to anyone. Only you, I, and your aunt Bai must be privy to this, especially not Shaoli. The implications of Chun Jihua's request began to surface. Feng remained silent, perplexed as he regarded Chun Jihua. What on earth was this old man insinuating? Uncle, what exactly are you saying? Feng retorted. Do you not comprehend? I want you to, at an opportune moment, lend your care to your Aunt Bai. Look, just as we speak, your trousers are in disarray. Chun Jihua pointed at Feng's pants. Uncle, I dare not entertain such absurdity. I will take this as a jest. Feng hastily covered his trousers, utterly mortified. Do not be shy. I am aware of your thoughts. However, the only dilemma lies in the fact that Aunt Bai will undoubtedly disapprove. For she is a woman of virtue, and I know her well. Chun Jihua sighed. Feng nearly burst into laughter. Are you certain you know your own wife? I have devised a plan. Tonight, once Aunt Bai falls asleep, I shall lead the others away, granting you both a moment of solitude. Chun Jihua spoke with solemnity. Fully aware that his wife had been enduring a life of loneliness, yet he found himself unable to act. Uncle, please refrain from speaking further. If you continue, I may become quite upset. Yi Feng's expression was one of awkwardness. Hearing such words from Chun Jihua felt rather strange. Ah Feng, do not feel embarrassed. I have pondered this matter extensively. Initially, I intended to enlist Wang Tao's assistance, but that fool fled when confronted by a black bear. Only you bravely rushed forth to rescue me. This is your rightful reward, and moreover, Aunt Bai could certainly benefit from it. There is no need for your reluctance. Chun Jihua insisted, shaking his head. Uncle Chun, I still find it hard to accept. Yi Feng felt a sense of resistance within. If this were to occur secretly with Bai Guifan, perhaps he could come to terms with it, but should Chun Jihua become aware, it would be rather embarrassing. Look, Chun Jihua pointed towards Bai Guifan upstream, speaking in a seductive tone. Although your Aunt Bai is nearing 40, her physique and skin are indistinguishable from that of a college student, and I assure you, her body will not disappoint. Yi Feng fell silent, lowering his head, as if acquiescing. Haha, that's the spirit. Yet there is a complication. Your Aunt Bai will surely resist. Therefore, tonight, while she slumbers, I will divert the others. And once the deed is done, even if she discovers it was not I, she will be powerless to object. Chun Jihua suddenly revealed a secret. Phew. Yi Feng exhaled a long breath. This Chun Jihua certainly knows how to manipulate the situation. It left him feeling quite flustered. Uncle Chun, we have not yet constructed the door. Discussing such matters now is futile. We should prioritize completing the door first for safety before contemplating our return home, Yi Feng stated. Ah, yes, I understand. We shall discuss this once the door is completed. Chun Jihua smiled knowingly, for no one understands a man better than another man. He believed Yi Feng harbored such thoughts. By the way, uncle, is your arm fractured or dislocated? Yi Feng inquired suddenly, sensing that Chun Jihua's arm seemed more dislocated than broken. I am unsure. Can you examine it? Chun Jihua asked. Allow me to give it a try. After some effort, Yi Feng, suppressing the pain in his left chest, managed to realign Chun Jihua's dislocated bone, securing his left arm with 3 branches. In 3 days. Once the bone has fully positioned itself, it can be removed. Upon returning, Wang Tao, who had been idling, hastened his pace. Just then, Bai Guifan, with her enchanting gaze, stealthily observed him behind her husband. Yi Feng recalled Chun Jihua's words and swiftly turned his head, fearing he might lose control. By the way, what was that roaring sound last night? It seemed to echo from over 10 miles away, reminiscent of a dinosaur. At this moment, Chun Li spoke up. Suddenly, everyone's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Last night, the roar was terrifying. Was it an elephant? Ding Tuanchuan inquired. For only a creature of such magnitude could produce a sound of that caliber. No, the voice of an elephant does not resonate in that manner. It resembled that of a tiger. However, a tiger's roar would not frighten a black bear. It must be another creature entirely. Yi Feng pondered deeply. Initially, he entertained the notion of becoming a king on the deserted island, indulging in a life of luxury, but that thought had dissipated. Safety at home now seemed far more appealing. At that moment, Su Yun returned, carrying 2 trout, yet her entire being trembled. Clearly, catching those fish had demanded considerable effort. It hardly seemed worth it, as the caloric value of the fish might not compensate for the energy she expended in catching them. Ah Feng, you're injured. Let me roast the fish for you, Su Yun said, her complexion pale. No need. You're too exhausted. I'll handle it myself, Yi Feng replied, compassionately taking the fish from her. I'm not tired. It's just you don't know what I saw downstream. Su Yun continued, her face growing even more ashen. Was it a spotted hyena? Yi Feng felt a sinking sensation in his heart, nearly forgetting that, apart from the black bear, the hyena was also a formidable foe. No, I cannot articulate it. Never mind. Just eat the fish. Su Yun sat down, her eyes flickering with dread. Moments prior, while she was in the water catching fish, an unusual serpent had emerged, one nearly the thickness of her thigh, yet peculiarly, it bore a red comb atop its head. Before long, the fish was roasted. Considering his internal injuries, Yi Feng consumed it all himself. The others, though ravenous, refrained from approaching, understanding that once Yi Feng was healed, he could ensure they were all well fed. Chapter 25. My dear, you weren't frightened, were you? Before long, noon arrived, and Wang Tao was drenched in sweat. Brother Feng, I'm utterly exhausted. May I rest for a moment? He asked. No, we must gather the wood before nightfall. Otherwise, the black bears will return. Their memory is remarkably acute. Yi Feng replied without hesitation. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Then we shall assist as well, otherwise. We won't dare to sleep tonight, Su Yun declared, hastily moving to lend a hand. Yi Feng made no attempt to stop her. Thus, for women joined the labor. As time passed, Yi Feng noticed that the pain in his left chest had diminished. Strangely, despite having sustained such a severe injury, which typically would require a minimum of 3 days for recovery, he felt nearly healed after just 1 day. With renewed vigor, he slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder and ventured downstream for several meters. Thwack, thwack, thwack. 3 arrows flew true, one even striking 2 fish with a single shot. He returned bearing for plump trout. Given their substantial size, they would surely suffice for several people. After roasting the fish, Chen Jihua and the 4 women gathered around, devouring the fish with broad smiles adorning their faces. It was a marked improvement compared to following Wang Tao, who was not only inept but also selfish. Wang Tao could only swallow his saliva in envy, considering that this ineffectual individual still had labor to perform. Yi Feng tossed half a fish onto the ground. Here, this is yours. Thank you, Feng Gu. You are truly the best. Wang Tao, disregarding the dirt, picked up the fish and began to gnaw at it. He had been somewhat plump, but after several days on the deserted island, he had grown thin from hunger. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng commenced the construction of a wooden door. Employing the principle of mortise and tenon, he meticulously interlocked several pieces of wood together. However, this approach still lacked security. Wang Tao, there are some stink trees in the forest. Go scrape some tree oil and bring it back. I need it as glue. Also, gather a few thorny branches, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Wang Tao appeared completely subdued and obediently ventured into the woods. Yet, Yi Feng could discern a glint of resentment in Wang Tao's eyes. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly be the first to strike. Several women soon gathered around, admiring Yi Feng's craftsmanship. Incredible. Without a single nail, he has fashioned the door, Su Yun exclaimed, caressing the wooden door, her face alight with astonishment. Big brother is amazing, Ding Tianxuan declared with admiration. Though Chen Jihua's family remained silent, their eyes brimmed with approval. Come, let us lift the door and position it at the cave entrance. As they spoke, several individuals worked together to erect the heavy door, weighing several hundred pounds, and secured it into the earth with wooden stakes. Yi Feng, still not entirely at ease, utilized additional timber to wedge it into the crevices of the rocks. This way, the black bear would be unable to force the door open, whether by pushing or pulling. In the future, we shall enter and exit through this narrow gap, sidling through. Once inside, we will use a stick to block the opening, which will not only deter the black bear, but also fend off the spotted hyenas. Yi Feng began instructing them on the proper method of passage. Wonderful. Tonight, we can finally enjoy a good night's sleep, Bai Guifan remarked, casting a glance at Yi Feng, both intentional and unintentional. As dusk began to settle, Wang Tao returned, dragging thorns and tree oil behind him. The tree oil was highly adhesive and could serve as a natural glue, while the pungent aroma of the stink tree had the added benefit of repelling mosquitoes. Place the thorns downstream in the creek. Should any animal approach, they will step on the thorns and cry out, providing us with a warning, Yi Feng ordered. Yes, yes, Feng Gu, Wang Tao replied, hauling the thorns downstream, while Yi Feng took the tree oil and began applying it to the door's latch, ensuring a tighter fit and protecting the wood from pests. Not good, not good. The dogs are back, Wang Tao shouted from downstream, running back in a panic, blood flowing from his calves. Then came the sound of yipping and howling. The spotted hyenas from the beach had returned, and this time, there were a dozen of them. The hyena queen had summoned all her minions. Quick, into the cave. With that, the group scrambled into the wooden door, while Yi Feng used a stick to block the 30-centimeter gap. Hey, I haven't gotten in yet, Wang Tao shouted from outside. Wang Tao, run to the side and see if you can lead them away, Yi Feng said coldly. Now that the door was completed, Wang Tao's unpredictable nature made him too great a risk to keep around. It was time to abandon him. I beg you, I don't want to die. I can't outrun those dogs. Wang Tao was anxiously jumping up and down outside. You can climb the tree. Hurry, or they will catch up. Yi Feng pointed behind him. Wang Tao turned to see that the spotted hyenas had surrounded them. Yi Feng, you scoundrel. If I die, I will haunt you as a ghost. After cursing, Wang Tao chose to flee into the woods. However, only 3 of the hyenas pursued him, while the others surrounded the wooden door, growling ominously. At that moment, something soft touched Yi Feng. Su Yun clung to his arm. What should we do, Ah Feng? If they keep guarding here, we will be trapped. Upon hearing this, fear crept onto the faces of the others. The longer they stayed, the more likely they would have to venture out for food. Peering through a gap, Yi Feng counted the hyenas. There were 12 in total, with 3 chasing Wang Tao, leaving him to confront 9, including the largest, the hyena queen. Do not worry, I will handle everything, he assured them, drawing his bow and aiming at the nearest hyena. Thud! The bamboo arrow struck its rear. The startled hyena jumped up, and the others retreated a few steps, while the one hit tried to turn around and pull out the arrow, but it was futile. With a fierce expression, Yi Feng drew another arrow. Thud! Howl! A second hyena was hit in the side. However, the arrow's lethality was limited, only embedding a few centimeters into its skin before being caught by the muscles. At that moment, the hyenas realized the danger posed by Yi Feng and began to flee downstream, though they did not venture too far away. Excellent shot, Ah Feng! Su Yun exclaimed joyfully. Yi Feng remained serious, drawing a third arrow and pulling the bowstring taut. Thud! This time, luck was on his side, as he struck one hyena in the eye, causing it to collapse and convulse on the ground. Finally, the hyena queen and her companions fled, disappearing downstream. Simultaneously, the bowstring snapped with a loud crack. Let's go. Dispose of the carcasses far away, or they will disrupt the food chain for hundreds of meters, Yi Feng declared, stepping out of the wooden door. In that moment, he appeared increasingly imposing among the 4 women. Bai Guifan gazed at Yi Feng with sparkling eyes, growing fonder of him, when suddenly a stooped figure blocked her view. Dear, you weren't scared, were you? If you are afraid, I can give you a hug, Chun Jihua said gently. No need, Bai Guifan replied, her expression instantly turning cold. Chun Jihua remarked as Yi Feng approached the hyena, which was still twitching and struggling to rise. Su Yun, come here, and each of you stab it with a bamboo spear until it is dead, Yi Feng commanded. What? I've never even killed a chicken, Su Yun protested. Precisely why I want you to toughen up, Yi Feng replied calmly. Thus, several women gathered around and began to strike the hyena. Before long, the beast was utterly lifeless. Yi Feng dragged its carcass backward and cast it into the stream, allowing the current to carry it downstream. Come, sit by the fire. I believe it is time to impart some skills to you. Otherwise, should I fall one day, you will be utterly devoid of survival capabilities. With that, Yi Feng settled beside the fire, while several women obediently stood by to listen to his lesson. First, let us explore how to maximize the power of the spear. The corpse of the hyena was swiftly swept downstream. In an area blanketed with aquatic vegetation, suddenly, a colossal creature leapt from the depths, sending up a tremendous splash and dragging the hyena's remains beneath the water. Have you grasped the concept? Yi Feng thrust the spear forward with great force, creating a gust of wind. I understand. The coordination of the body is paramount. Su Yun, having received a higher education, was the first to respond. Yes. Practice some feigned thrusts with your spears. I shall fashion a scarecrow for you, and you can treat it as your adversary. Thus, the women resumed their training. Within merely half an hour, they were drenched in perspiration from their exertion. That will be sufficient for today, Yi Feng called to the women, mindful that training must be gradual to avoid instilling a sense of aversion to learning. Suddenly, Bai Guifan's eyes sparkled with mischief. I wish to wash up downstream. Who will keep watch for me? Her gaze, whether intentional or not, lingered on Yi Feng. My dear, let Ah Feng accompany you. My arm is injured, and I cannot protect you. Chun Jihua interjected unexpectedly. Yi Feng instantly comprehended Chun Jihua's implication, yet felt somewhat embarrassed. No need. You and your daughter can accompany her. Ah Feng will come with me to bathe beneath the waterfall. Su Yun, however, clasped Yi Feng's arm. What about the others? Won't that leave me alone at the entrance? Ding Tianchuan stood up, visibly anxious. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yun proposed, then you and I shall bathe together, and let Ah Feng keep watch. He won't be looking at you. Yes, yes. Ding Tianchuan nodded eagerly. Consequently, the 6 individuals split into 2 groups, heading to their respective bathing spots. Su Yun and Ding Tianchuan soon vanished behind the curtain of the waterfall, while Yi Feng scanned the surroundings with a keen eye. The dangers were too numerous, leaving him little energy for any furtive glances. Men are born warriors, instinctively sensing the perilous elements in the air. The nights on the deserted island were filled with an array of eerie sounds, and occasionally, the rustling of bamboo hinted at the presence of countless lurking fiends. Yi Feng glanced once more at the spot where Wang Tao had disappeared. That fool had yet to return, he might have already met his fate. But Yi Feng felt indifferent. At present, he bore the weighty responsibility of protecting an elderly man and 4 women, a burden indeed. Unless he could forge iron weapons, his plight would remain precarious. With this thought, Yi Feng drew out a rusted dagger and began to sharpen it against a rough stone. After half an hour, the blade's tip had become keen. He then procured some slender vines and secured the dagger firmly to a bamboo spear. In doing so, he had armed himself with a fighting chance against large carnivorous beasts. At this moment, Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan emerged from the curtain of water. The 2 beautiful maidens wore radiant smiles upon their faces. Su Yun, youthful and striking, had her damp hair cascading over her shoulder, while Ding Tuanshuan, petite and adorable, sported wet locks that clung to her chubby cheeks. Yi Feng was instantly captivated, pondering how exquisite these women were and vowing to protect such treasures from any lurking beasts. "What are you staring at?" Su Yun approached, her fragrant form settling into Yi Feng's embrace. Suddenly, she reached into her possession and produced a fruit resembling a grape. Thrusting it into his mouth, Yi Feng promptly spat it out. "What is this? You can't just shove things into my mouth," he exclaimed. "Don't worry, I've tried it. It's sweet and not poisonous," Su Yun assured, pushing another piece into his mouth. Indeed, it was sweet, but Yi Feng felt an even greater sweetness in his heart. Ding Tuanshuan, meanwhile, had donned her wet clothes and moved to the fire to warm herself. "Don't dry yourself like that. When you grow old, I guarantee you'll suffer from rheumatism. Go to the cave, strip off your clothes, and let Sister Su Yun help you dry them before putting them back on," Yi Feng quickly advised. Ding Tuanshuan's face flushed crimson as she covered her face and darted back to the cave. At that moment, Chun Jihua and his companions returned, one of them wielding an object resembling a shovel. "Ah Feng, we unearthed this from the soil by the creek. It's quite sharp. It even cut Gui Fen's skin," Chun Jihua said, extending the item towards Yi Feng. Upon inspection, Yi Feng noted it resembled an engineer's spade. Though its edges were exceptionally sharp, and the handle was forged entirely from steel, with only a few patches of paint flaking off. "This could prove quite useful," Yi Feng remarked, swinging the spade a couple of times, feeling a surge of power. Soon after, the women retreated into the cave, shedding their garments so that one among them could dry the clothes by the fire. After several rotations, all their attire was thoroughly dried. Chun Jihua, a man of integrity, refrained from casting curious glances into the cave, while Yi Feng, equally principled, only stole a few furtive glances, though the darkness obscured his view. He could merely discern several pale silhouettes moving within. It was around 10 o'clock at night when the 6 of them gathered around the fire, engaged in pairs of conversation. Suddenly, Yi Feng's expression shifted as he turned towards the spot where Wang Tao had disappeared. "Tiger brother, it's right here. This cave holds many beauties." Wang Tao's voice echoed, prompting Yi Feng to rise promptly. In no time, bamboo was pushed aside, and 4 men emerged. Wang Tao, like a sycophant, led the way, followed closely by 3 men, the foremost of whom was a muscular bald man, bare-chested and impressively built. The other 2, while not as muscular, were nonetheless robust men. "Oh, is there fish to eat?" The bald man strode over, neglecting to greet Yi Feng, and began gnawing on a leftover roasted fish. The 4 women instinctively stepped back, particularly Ding Tuanshuan, who trembled in fright. Yi Feng sensed something amiss, quietly retreating as he grasped his spear, which was affixed with a bayonet. After finishing the fish, the burly man patted his belly. He made no effort to introduce himself, instead directing his gaze towards the 4 women. Chapter 27. "Ah Feng, could you assist me?" Little Tuan Tuan, what brings you here?" "Come over to your uncle," the bald giant said, advancing towards Ding Tuan Tuan. "Ah, no, you are not my uncle. You are a villain." Ding Tuan Tuan shrank back in fear. Yi Feng could no longer contain himself and stepped in front of her. "My friend, you arrive and immediately feast upon my fish without even a greeting?" Yi Feng stated coldly. "Get out of the way, or I'll have no choice but to beat you," the bald man bellowed, enraged by Yi Feng's obstruction. Standing at approximately 188 centimeters tall, he towered over Yi Feng, who was only 178 centimeters. "Beat me?" Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. He was unafraid of the bald giant, but the 2 men behind him were clearly allies. "You bastard!" The bald man threw a punch. Yi Feng met him head-on, engaging in a fierce tussle. Despite feeling a pang of pain in his left chest and taking a hit to the face, Yi Feng managed to bring the giant to the ground. delivering 5 or 6 punches to his cheek until the man could no longer defend himself. "What are you three dawdling for? Take him down," the bald man roared. Thus, Wang Tao and the others rushed forward, preparing to strike. "Do you dare?" Su Yun shouted in fury, picking up a spear and charging at them. Yi Feng also stood up, drawing his bow, breathless as he aimed at the trio. The bald man scrambled to his feet and retreated to his side. At that moment, 2 factions had formed. Chun Li and the other women also armed themselves with spears, joining the standoff. "Anyone who approaches shall be pierced. I am not to be trifled with," Su Yun declared, her earlier gentleness replaced by fierce determination. Bai Guifan, holding a bamboo spear, pointed at Yi Feng's bow and arrow. "Do you see the weapon in my son-in-law's hands? If you dare to act recklessly, he will shoot." Indeed, the bald man and his companions took several steps back. They were not particularly afraid of spears, but arrows posed a different threat. A shot to the eye could prove fatal. "Let us move downstream," the bald man decisively commanded. "Ah, Tiger Brother, aren't we going to deal with that, Yi Feng?" Wang Tao asked, panicking. "Calm down. We will discuss it downstream," the bald man replied, departing with the 2 men, leaving Wang Tao behind. He shivered and hastily followed. Yi Feng's expression darkened. Not only did he have to contend with animals, but now he faced 4 more adversaries. In truth, had the 4 men rushed him, he would have suffered greatly, for he was the only one on his side with combat prowess. Boom! At that moment, a muffled rumble echoed from the sky as dark clouds obscured the moon. A fierce wind swept from downstream, whipping the skirts of the women straight. "Hurry, let us seek refuge in the cave from the rain," Yi Feng shouted, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. No sooner had he spoken than a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, stretching deep into the island, nearly spanning the entire tropical rainforest. A torrential downpour descended from the heavens. Yi Feng had already ushered the women into the cave. Peering through the crack of the door at the tumultuous sky, the rain fell with an intensity that Li Feng had never witnessed in the countryside. Akin to a deluge poured from a basin. Concurrently, various insects and ants began to burrow into the crevices of the stones, likely seeking refuge from the downpour. Utilizing the dim light, Li Feng speared a small snake and forcefully hurled it out of the cave, as it too had sought shelter from the rain. A cluster of women huddled together, emitting sharp cries of alarm, for the stone walls were teeming with insects, scorpions, and some small snakes. A swarm of mosquitoes also invaded the cave. The torrential rain arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Within an hour, the storm subsided, leaving the air considerably clearer. Li Feng and the others hastily exited the cave, which had become a realm for mosquitoes. "Look at all the bites on my hand," Su Yun exclaimed as she approached Li Feng, extending her pristine arm towards him. "Alas, tomorrow at dawn, I shall gather some herbs for you." Li Feng, feeling a pang of sympathy, grasped Su Yun's hand tenderly. Above the waterfall, the flow of water had increased more than 2-fold, causing the creek to swell perilously close to the adjacent bamboo groves. Various animal carcasses were swept down from the mountaintop, rendering the water murky. Thankfully, the crevice was over 10 meters from the waterfall, otherwise, they too would have been inundated. Li Feng rekindled the fire and moved it into the cave, covering it with some green leaves. Suddenly, dense smoke billowed forth, driving the mosquitoes away and restoring cleanliness within. He then bravely relocated the fire outside, allowing the women to enter and rest. Chun Jihua appeared weary, leaning against the wooden door, clutching a long spear. As the leader, Li Feng felt it was inappropriate to keep watch, so he squeezed in beside the women to sleep. After enduring such trials, he lacked the inclination for flirtation, and his slumber was deep and undisturbed. Soon, dawn broke, and Li Feng was the first to awaken, sensing that his left chest injury had healed significantly, with only a mild discomfort remaining. "Rise and shine," he called, rousing everyone. However, as Chun Jihua had kept watch the previous night, Li Feng permitted him to continue resting. The girls, still groggy, settled outside the cave, awaiting Li Feng's instructions. "Today, I shall scour the base of the mountain for sulfur stones or limestone to sprinkle throughout the cave, preventing venomous snakes and insects from entering. Additionally, I will gather some herbs to treat your insect bites," Li Feng declared solemnly. "What if that bald-headed strange uncle returns while you're gone?" Ding Tianchuan gasped, her expression tightening with concern. The other women shared her apprehension, rising alongside her, reluctant to see Li Feng depart. "Fear not, I shall leave my bow and arrows behind. Should he return, You can use them to defend yourselves, Li Feng instructed, gesturing to the weapons on the ground. Su Yun nodded in agreement and picked up the bow. Subsequently, Li Feng assisted them in catching 5 or 6 trout before preparing to venture into the woods. Feng, wait. It's dangerous to enter the forest alone. Allow me to accompany you, Bai Guifan suddenly interjected. Very well. Having 2 of us will provide mutual support in case we encounter a swamp, Li Feng replied. Nodding in agreement. Su Yun cast a glance at Bai Guifan but ultimately chose silence. She was convinced that, in such circumstances, everyone felt a sense of urgency and would not dwell on the trivialities of romantic entanglements. After bidding farewell to Su Yun and the others, Yi Feng and Bai Guifan ventured into the woods. He began his journey along the foot of the mountain, walking for over 2 miles until the sun emerged. Bai Guifan lingered behind, her gaze incessantly surveying Yi Feng's silhouette. How robust and reassuring he appeared. The ember of desire within her, once extinguished, ignited anew. Feng, I feel an itch here, likely from mosquito bites last night. It hasn't subsided. Could you take a look? Bai Guifan suddenly remarked. Yi Feng calmly turned around, only to see Bai Guifan lifting her skirt. Aunt Bai, do you think this is an appropriate moment? Wang Tao and his companions are still lurking downstream. We should hasten our pace, Yi Feng responded, though his demeanor betrayed a shift. Chapter 28. I hope one day you do not fall into my hands. Ever since consuming that white fruit, he felt his vitality seeping away. What is there to fear? A moment's delay won't cost us much time. If you're concerned about time, we could move while you assist me. Bai Guifan replied with a sultry look, her tongue playfully gliding across her lips. Yi Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. She certainly knew how to play the game. Such tactics were daring. Perhaps we should refrain for now. There will be opportunities later. I, too, desire it, but the timing is not right. Once we have established our camp, you may indulge as you wish. How does that sound? Yi Feng finally expressed his true feelings, dropping his facade. Bai Guifan smiled brightly and walked alongside him. Yet the fire within her remained unquenched as she continued to tease him with her words. Feng, you are still too young and inexperienced. I have encountered some wealthy magnates who, in clubs, would line up a dozen beauties. Each would take turns, and if any one of them elicited a response, that beauty would receive an extra reward of 10,000. Bai Guifan spoke with a seductive allure. Yi Feng replied, those are affluent businessmen. They can afford such indulgences. What about me? I am but a poor wretch. Where would I find the means? But this is a deserted island. Just think, it could be you, me, Su, and Ding Tuanchuan. We could have our own little spectacle. Bai Guifan suggested without a hint of restraint. For reasons unknown, the sight of Yi Feng's forced restraint provoked her to utter provocative remarks. Let us not jest. Even if you were willing and your daughter consented. What about Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan? They would never agree, especially since Ding Tuanchuan is still so young. Yi Feng shook his head, but suddenly his gaze sharpened. In the depths of the rain-soaked forest, he spotted a small tree bearing 3 white fruits. Silence, Yi Feng signaled with a gesture, stealthily approaching the tree. As the white fruits began to retract, he swung his entrenching tool with determination. 2 of the fruits fell to the ground, while the remaining 1 quickly withdrew. Ha! Yi Feng picked up a white fruit and placed it in his mouth. Powerful waves of warmth surged through his limbs. In an instant, Yi Feng felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his pants appearing utterly unseemly, resembling a piece of rebar. Oh my heavens! Bai Guifan could no longer contain herself and covered her mouth in astonishment. She lost all restraint and bent down. This time, Yi Feng did not resist. The stars had aligned in their favor. Bai Guifan was indeed skilled in her flirtations, yet she felt compelled to indulge in other pleasures. She turned around, placing her hands on a rock at the foot of the mountain, adopting a pose that invited him in. Yi Feng took a deep breath and forcefully pushed aside the barriers. In that moment, he distinctly noted that every hair on his body stood on end. Shall I proceed? Yi Feng gasped, his eyes ablaze, resembling a bull poised to charge. Do not be so polite. Come at me with fervor. Bai Guifan playfully bit her red lip. Suddenly, a curvaceous woman stumbled toward them, witnessing the scene unfold. Upon seeing Yi Feng's lower abdomen, she gasped in horror, covering her mouth. Yi Feng, startled, hastily adjusted his pants, while Bai Guifan awkwardly lowered her skirt. My dear, let us have our fun, came the voice of 4 men, the infamous Wang Tao and his gang, who emerged from behind. Their trousers were equally unappealing, and their expressions were lewd. The woman glanced back at the 4 men, then at Feng, and with a determined resolve, she took refuge behind him. Her clothing was tattered, revealing glimpses of her ripe figure. "You wretched scoundrel!" Wang Tao spotted Feng instantly. The burly man squinted, drawing a dagger from his coat. "This time, with just two of us, let's finish him off. And that mature lady by his side, I shall indulge in first." With that, the bald man advanced toward Feng. "What do we do?" Bai Guifan clutched Feng's arm tightly, while the woman cowered behind him. Feng gripped his entrenching tool, his heart racing. The bald man's strength was formidable, yet Feng was confident he could handle it. However, the presence of the other three made the situation precarious. "Whoever approaches, I shall cleave them with my tool," Feng declared coldly, adopting a combat stance. The bald man waved his dagger. "Is that so? Then come at me." The battle erupted. Feng swung his tool, sending the dagger flying from the bald man's grasp. Suddenly, Wang Tao latched onto Feng's leg, rendering him immobile. A punch landed squarely on Feng's chest. "Damn it!" In a furious response, Feng elbowed Wang Tao in the back, who crumpled to the ground like a sack of mud, blood spewing from his mouth. Simultaneously, Feng was struck by a club. The confrontation was fierce. Wang Tao's gang soon found themselves panting heavily. Yet, Feng thrived in the chaos. Feeling as though the white fruit he had consumed was continuously fueling him, bolstering his endurance. "We can't handle this," the bald man and his companions gasped, their confidence waning as they beheld the formidable Feng. Feng's arm was wounded, yet the bald-headed quartet also bore their share of injuries. None had emerged unscathed. "Brother Hu, shall we continue?" Wang Tao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, Feng's elbow had struck him, resulting in a minor internal injury to his back. "Continue?" The bald man paused, glancing at the woman beside Feng, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Brother, you possess considerable strength. Why must you oppose us? If you join our ranks, these women can be yours to enjoy at will. Once they are with child, they can simply be discarded. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The women in your cave are all breathtaking beauties. Upon returning to civilized society, men like us would not even be worthy of their bathwater. But here on this deserted island, we should seize the moment and indulge ourselves. When the rescue arrives, we can dispose of them without fear of retribution. What do you say?" The bald man grinned. "Shut your mouth." Bai Guifan gasped internally. If Feng acquiesced to this man, it would spell doom for her entire family. After all, the decision lay with Feng. The beautiful young woman also wore an expression of terror, discreetly distancing herself from Feng. "You utter vile nonsense. Your actions are more beastly than the worst of animals. Leave now, or I assure you, I will deal with you first," Feng declared, brandishing his shovel. The bald man's expression darkened. "You have some skill. I hope you never find yourself in my grasp." With that, the quartet retreated, realizing that further conflict would lead to mutual destruction. Chapter 29. The nursing mother. The exquisite woman exhaled in relief and approached Feng once more, though the fear in her eyes had not yet dissipated. "Thank you, young brother. Big brother. I truly appreciate your help," she expressed gratefully. "You're welcome. I am Feng, and this is Bai Guifan. May I know your name?" Feng maintained a steady gaze, striving to avoid glancing at her chest and thighs, lest he frighten her away. The addition of another person would bolster their strength. "I am Tian Shuetao, but my child is missing. Wah, he is still so small," she lamented, unable to contain her emotions any longer. As she spoke, Feng noticed her ample figure, suggesting she was still in the nursing phase. After the shipwreck, it seemed unlikely that the infant had survived. Bai Guifan swiftly stepped forward to embrace her shoulders, gently offering comfort. She, too, had borne children and felt a deep sense of empathy. After a while, Tian Shuetao managed to regain her composure, looking up at Feng with a pitiful gaze. "Now, let us search for limestone or sulfur. They can help prevent mosquito bites." Feng proposed, leading the way with his shovel. "Wait, did you mention limestone?" Tian Shuetao suddenly recalled. "I remember seeing a pile of white stones that emitted a pungent odor while I was fleeing." "Let us go," Feng exclaimed with delight, urging Tian Shuetao to lead the way. However, he noticed that she squeezed her chest every so often, appearing to be in considerable discomfort. At last, they arrived at the location, and Feng's heart soared at the sight of a pile of white stones. This must be limestone. He removed his upper garment, shouldered 3 stones, and approached a barren patch near the limestone, where not a single blade of grass dared to grow. for the pungent odor of the limestone kept both flora and fauna at bay. Time to head home. This trip has not been in vain, a trifecta achieved. Leaf Maple chuckled as he forged a path ahead, soon arriving at the cave's entrance. Su Yun and the others rushed over, encircling Leaf Maple. "You finally returned," Su Yun exclaimed, her face a mask of concern. "Look, this is limestone. Place it in the helmet, fill it with water, hang it over the fire to boil into scorching lime water, and then douse the entire cave. This way, the insects will be deterred from entering," Leaf Maple explained with a smile. Su Yun nodded, taking Chun-Li with her to attend to the task. They were so preoccupied with worry for Leaf Maple that they failed to notice the strikingly beautiful woman who had just arrived. "Who is this sister?" Ding Tuanshuan inquired, glancing at Tian Shuitao. "Hello, little sister, I am Tian Shuitao," she said, embracing Ding Tuanshuan warmly. "Ah, it's so stifling." Ding Tuanshuan quickly wriggled free, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the motherly gaze of the newcomer. "Ha ha, Aunt Bai, please introduce them to each other while I go downstream to catch some fish." "With new members joining us, we must give her a warm welcome," Leaf Maple replied cheerfully, pleased to expand the team with 5 women, allowing for easier night watches in pairs, thus granting him a bit more leisure. Upon reaching the downstream, Leaf Maple showcased his skills, effortlessly capturing a dozen plump trout. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt his vision had significantly improved, along with his strength and speed. It seemed that the white fruit truly was a miraculous elixir. However, upon returning with the fish, he noticed several women rushing into the cave only to quickly emerge again, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma as they poured the lime water inside. "Let me cook the fish," Guaifan offered, taking the fish to start grilling. "Big brother, come here for a moment," Ding Tuanshuan suddenly called out to Leaf Maple. "What is it?" he asked, hurrying over. Ding Tuanshuan, with a peculiar expression, pointed to Tian Shuitao in the distance. "That sister is strange. She seems a bit off," she remarked. "What do you mean?" Leaf Maple furrowed his brow, wary of discord within the group. "Earlier, she asked for my help, saying she was feeling too swollen, but I'm an adult now. I want tea nurse," Ding Tuanshuan replied. Leaf Maple understood at once. Women in the nursing phase often experience swelling, which could be quite uncomfortable if not addressed. "Ha ha, you're the youngest here, so why not lend her a hand?" Leaf Maple chuckled. "No way, I'm not a child," Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, covering her face and running away. Just then, Tian Shuitao turned around, her large, watery eyes meeting Leaf Maple's. Their gazes locked momentarily before they both quickly looked away, as though possessed by a sense of telepathy. Feng swallowed hard, while Tian Shuitao cast a discreet glance at Xing from a distance. "Come over to eat the fish," Guaifan announced. Having prepared the meal, taking a deep breath, Feng settled beside the campfire, distributing the fish to everyone, intentionally giving an extra piece to Tian Shuitao. After all, a nursing woman requires fish to replenish her strength. Tian Shuitao felt Feng's kindness and immediately returned a gaze filled with gratitude. Once the fish was consumed, Feng began to assign tasks. "We are now transitioning from a civilized society into a more primal era. Thus it is imperative that women acquire essential skills, such as how to make dried fish and preserve food. Otherwise, should we find ourselves trapped by a bear in the cave, we may face starvation. Furthermore, everyone must learn to wield a bow and arrow, as well as a spear. I will train you all gradually," Feng stated with a serious tone. I agree. I aspire to be the queen of the jungle," Ding Tuan exclaimed, raising her hands in approval. "First, ensure you don't become a meal yourself." Feng sighed, gently patting her chubby little head. The women exchanged knowing glances and stifled their laughter. Tian Shuitao, overflowing with maternal affection, pulled Ding Ku'er into her embrace, playfully squeezing her cheeks. Su Yun stood up, took out a bow and arrow, and aimed at a distant tree. With a thud, the bamboo arrow veered off course. Simultaneously, Su Yun yelped, clutching her chest. "The bowstring snapped back at me," she cried, tears welling in her eyes. "My dear, let me take a look." Feng rushed over to comfort Su Yun. However, in the next moment, Ding Tuan bent her bow and released an arrow, which struck true, embedding itself in the tree without a scratch on her. "Huh, I'm unscathed. I'm stronger than Sister Su Yun," Ding Tuan proclaimed proudly. Yet, the other women cast bemused glances at her youthful figure, their expressions somewhat peculiar. It was only then that Ding Tuan realized, her face falling into a state of self-consciousness. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the others practicing archery, Tian Shui Tao quietly slipped behind the waterfall. She felt a distressing fullness from engorgement, as if she might burst. After attempting to relieve herself for a while, she realized that using her hands was insufficient. She considered bending down to suckle herself, but found it impossible to reach, bringing her to tears as she felt the pressure mounting. Through the water curtain, she gazed at Yifeng's silhouette. No, he already has a girlfriend. He surely wouldn't agree to help me. What should I do? The discomfort is unbearable. Tian Shui Tao stomped her foot in frustration, causing ripples in the water. Bai Feng, having experienced similar circumstances, observed Tian Shui Tao's retreating figure and glanced at Yifeng, fully aware of the situation. During her own pregnancy with Chun-Li, she had endured similar discomfort, often relying on Chun Jihua for assistance until he grew weary of her requests. From noon until evening, the women practiced with spears and archery. Ding Ku'er made rapid progress in her archery skills, nearly reaching 30% of Yifeng's proficiency. Meanwhile, Bai Guifeng excelled with the spear, managing to throw it 10 meters with considerable force. The other women were rather ordinary, yet they exhibited some degree of improvement. Chief Instructor Yifeng, wielding a bamboo stick, casually offered guidance from the side, accelerating their progress significantly. I am confident that in just a few days, even in my absence, these women would be capable of driving Wang Tao and his companions into a hasty retreat. Downstream, the bald quartet sat together, with Wang Tao suffering the most. Having been reduced to a mere slave for the trio, Wang Tao, you are utterly useless. You can't even catch fish or start a fire. And now I've caught a cold because of you. Get back out there and catch some fish. Do not return empty-handed. The bald leader scolded vehemently. In recent days, they had managed to catch 6 or 7 fish by sheer luck, but Wang Tao was left with only fish heads devoid of meat, while the flesh was wholly offered to the bald trio. Regret gnawed at Wang Tao. Had he remained with Yifeng, although it was exhausting, at least he could have eaten his fill. Now, following the bald trio, he was not only fatigued but also starved. Fortunately, he had some reserves of fat from his civilized life. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Yes, Tiger Brother, I shall go upstream to help you catch fish, Wang Tao declared, clutching a stick as he discreetly made his way upstream. Soon, he heard the light laughter of women drifting from below the waterfall. There sat Yifeng upon a stone, training several women. The atmosphere was relaxed, punctuated by occasional giggles, and beside the fire lay uneaten fish. Wang Tao swallowed hard, consumed by envy. Finally, he steeled himself and strode forward resolutely. Yifeng immediately spotted Wang Tao and halted the training. Wang Tao, what brings you here, you worthless fool? Where's that bald man? Yifeng asked coldly. Brother Feng, I am truly sorry. Please take me back. I am utterly famished. That bald brute treats me like an animal. I am reduced to gnawing on their bones, and now my stomach is completely empty, Wang Tao pleaded, dropping to his knees. Why should I care? Leave at once, or I shall use you as a living whip, Yifeng threatened, raising his spear. No, Wang Tao exclaimed, his gaze darting to Chun-Li. Li, you are my girlfriend. Please plead with Brother Feng on my behalf. Chun-Li, however, shook her head indifferently. Her eyes filled with disdain. Wang Tao then turned to Chun Jihua and Bai Guifeng. Uncle, Auntie, I am a veritable second-generation rich kid. If you intercede with Brother Feng to reinstate me, I shall have my father buy you a villa upon my return. And if you desire handbags, luxury watches, or sports cars, I can provide those as well, Wang Tao implored. Bai Guifeng, without a word, seized a spear and aimed it at Wang Tao. With a swift thrust, it barely missed, lodging itself in his side. Wang Tao gasped in shock, retreating hastily. In a state of panic and fury, he sprinted downstream for 2 kilometers when suddenly his expression shifted. He beheld a towering black bear, its yellowish eyes fixed upon him. Damn it! With no other option, Wang Tao tore off towards Yifeng's camp. The bear, undeterred, pursued him with thunderous steps. Meanwhile, Yifeng resumed the relaxed training. At that moment, Tian Shui Tao suddenly beckoned to Yifeng. Hey, big brother, could you come over for a moment? She whispered, her face flushed with embarrassment. What is it? Yifeng strode over. Without hesitation, Tian Shui Tao seized his hand and led him behind the waterfall. What is the matter? Yifeng inquired again. I feel utterly distressed. Could you assist me? The crimson hue spread across Tian Shui Tao's cheeks and crept toward her neck. Gulp. Yifeng swallowed hard, scrutinizing Tian Shui Tao intently. Her figure was simply irresistible, especially now during her nursing period. Tian Shuitao noted the intensity of Yi Feng's gaze, causing her heart to race. She merely wished for him to alleviate her discomfort, yet men often succumb to their primal urges. She feared losing control herself. On this deserted island, the unleashed beast within a man could spell disaster. What do you need help with? Yi Feng's gaze was fixed, hot breaths escaping through his nostrils, his breathing growing rapid. You know, I lost my child. If this continues, it could lead to blockages and even illness over time. Tian Shuitao was resolute, recalling that many cases of breast cancer stemmed from such blockages. All right, I can help you. Yi Feng felt a surge of anticipation, salivating at the thought. This was a significant source of nourishment, especially on this deserted island. Okay, taking a deep breath, Tian Shuitao reached behind her, but a moment later, anxiety washed over her. Big brother, please, don't entertain any other thoughts. Just consider this a plea from me. This is a deserted island, not a game. She felt the need to issue a warning to Yi Feng. Rest assured, I understand. Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. The sound of the waterfall masked their conversation, ensuring that Su Yun could not overhear. Yi Feng had his own intentions. After all, she was his teammate, and mutual support was essential for fostering good relations. Otherwise, in times of calamity, each would only look after themselves. How could such a team possibly contend with the bald-headed quartet? Chapter 31. The Stunning Beauty Help. It's coming. It's coming. Suddenly, Wang Tao's panicked shriek echoed from outside. Tian Shuitao gasped, retracting her hand. Yi Feng stepped out from behind the waterfall, casting a glance at Wang Tao, who was in a frenzy. That fool rushed into the camp, hastily darting toward the cave. The women were bewildered, unsure of Wang Tao's antics. But in the next instant, the underbrush parted downstream, revealing a hefty black bear. Its bulk swayed as it lumbered into the camp, shaking the ground beneath its weight. Faced with such a formidable predator, the women scattered in all directions. Some fled into the woods, while others rushed toward Yi Feng. But no one dared to enter the cave, which still reeked of recently poured boiling lime water. The bear, however, showed no discernment, charging straight for the cave. Wang Tao had barely ventured a few meters into the cave when he was overwhelmed by a suffocating stench, nearly choking. In a panic, he swiftly turned around, only to find a massive black bear clawing at the wooden door. Good heavens, is fate truly intent on ending me? Wang Tao pinched his nose, resigned to remain within the cave. Yi Feng observed coldly from beneath the waterfall. The bear's strength was formidable, with just a slight push. The sturdy door creaked ominously as if it might splinter apart. Simultaneously, it tugged backward, dislodging two wooden stakes that had been wedged in the crevices of the rocks. Oh dear, great bear, please do not devour me. I am quite filthy. Seek your meal elsewhere. Wang Tao, in utter desperation, knelt in the cave, repeatedly bowing his head. Tian Shuitao clutched Yi Feng's arm tightly, leaving an imprint. This door seems incapable of withstanding the black bear, she remarked nervously, using Yi Feng's arm to squeeze out a bit more space, making his arm sticky. Yi Feng, too, was exasperated. It appeared the black bear had decided they were easy prey. If left unaddressed, it could ambush them at any moment, which was not sustainable in the long run. The bear shook the door a few more times, seemingly irritated by the odor within, and finally let out a roar before lumbering downstream. Phew! Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and led Tian Shuitao out from behind the waterfall. In the bamboo grove, Su Yun and the others emerged, their faces etched with shock. Cough, cough. Wang Tao, that useless fool, staggered out of the cave, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Wonderful. It seems that bear does not feast upon humans, Ding Tuanchuan commented. Yet, Yi Feng shook his head. That bear's belly is swollen. It must be satiated. Which is why it did not pursue us aggressively. However, should it find itself hungry again, even if we hide in the cave, it could easily break in. Thus, we must devise a plan to eliminate that bear. Once it is gone, no creatures in the vicinity will pose a threat to us. As he spoke, Yi Feng settled beside the fire, with several women sitting down in succession. Wang Tao, that worthless wretch, cautiously took a seat at the back, fearful of being noticed by Yi Feng. Wang Tao, do you wish to join me? Yi Feng began to call out names. Feng Ge. As long as you let me follow you, I am willing to do anything. Wang Tao quickly professed his loyalty. Very well. Now I will teach you how to set traps. Grab a shovel and dig a large pit right here. Start immediately, Yi Feng commanded. Understood. Wang Tao's face brightened. and he eagerly picked up the shovel to begin his labor. Meanwhile, Feng busied himself in the bamboo grove, cutting down a dozen bamboo stalks and sharpening their ends, intending to place them at the bottom of the trap. Wang Tao worked diligently, toiling for 2 hours without a word of fatigue. After some contemplation, Feng tossed him a grilled fish. Once he finished eating, Wang Tao resumed his work. Time flowed steadily as the pit expanded, and Feng fashioned several sharp bamboo stakes. 5 kilometers downstream, the bald-headed trio waited in vain for Wang Tao's return. Could that fool have been devoured by dogs? The bald man and his 2 henchmen rose, preparing to search for Wang Tao. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. As the scene unfolded, 3 men and 2 women approached from downstream. Among them, one man stood tall, bearing a striking resemblance to the ineffectual Wang Tao, almost like a middle-aged version of him. Accompanying this gentleman was an alluring beauty with an enviable figure. Wang Xiong spotted the trio with shaved heads, yet maintained an air of calm as he produced a photograph of Wang Tao. "Have you seen my son? This is his picture," he inquired. As a significant client of Su Yun Company, he was on the cruise for a team-building event, having narrowly escaped drowning thanks to the valiant efforts of 2 bodyguards. The enchanting woman beside him was none other than his mistress, Zhang Yan. "Ah, isn't this him?" The bald man immediately recognized the figure in the photograph, yet chose to remain silent. "Of course I have," he eventually replied. Wang Xiong, filled with elation, pressed further. "Where's my son?" "Why should I tell you?" came the retort. "If you inform me, I'll pay you. I'm not interested in money. Instead, let us indulge with this beautiful lady beside you. And once we are finished, I'll share the information you seek," the bald man suggested. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes, slowly reaching for the waistband where he concealed a homemade pistol, complete with 7 bullets, originally 12, but 5 had been expended during a perilous encounter in the jungle. Ultimately, he refrained from drawing the weapon and signaled to a bodyguard behind him. A dark-skinned bodyguard stepped forward. "If you know what's good for you, speak up, or I will end you," he threatened, his tone devoid of jest. "Huh? And me? Then come at me," the bald man scoffed. Chapter 32. The awkward peeping Tom. After considerable effort, the pit had finally been excavated to a depth of 2 meters, yet it was still insufficient. Feng instructed Wang Tao to rest above while he descended into the pit to continue digging. His pace quickened significantly, and within 3 hours, he had piled the soft earth to a height of 2 meters. "All right, throw down the sharpened bamboo," Feng called from 5 meters below. "I'm coming," Wang Tao exclaimed, grasping the sharpened bamboo to toss it down, but hesitated momentarily before ultimately placing it beside Feng. After expending further effort, Feng managed to plant the sharpened bamboo, leaving him out of breath. "Pull me up with the rope," he shouted from below. Once he was finally hoisted up, Su Yun rushed over to wipe the sweat from his brow, while Bai Guizong fanned him with his sleeve. Ding Tuanshuan's eyes gleamed with mischief as she dashed over, exhaling towards Feng. Feng burst into laughter, unable to resist pinching her cheeks. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Big brother, don't you smell my fresh breath? I found some mint leaves earlier and shared them with the sisters to brush our teeth," Ding Tuanshuan declared proudly. Feng leaned in to sniff her breath, indeed detecting a refreshing mint aroma. "Excellent. Neglecting dental hygiene breeds bacteria, so I'll brush my teeth later as well," he replied with a smile. Wang Tao, positioned behind, forced a smile, though his heart was a tumult of sorrow and indignation. Having toiled for half the day without a single word of concern, I felt a pang of injustice as everyone flocked around Feng upon his arrival. "Quickly, Wang Tao, fetch some leaves to cover the pitfall. The disguise must be impeccable, or the black bear will not fall for it," Feng instructed. Yes, I'll do it right away," Wang Tao replied, hastily gathering branches to camouflage the trap. Feng intended for Wang Tao to bear the brunt of the labor, lest this fellow recover his strength and seek mischief. "Feng, this path is quite wide. What if the black bear does not come this way?" Bai Guifan asked slowly. "I have a plan. We can place some fish atop the trap to entice the bear," Ding Tuanshuan cleverly suggested. "However, I believe black bears are not particularly fond of fish, and with plenty of them in the stream, they hold little appeal," Su Yun countered. Feng smiled slightly. "It appears that black bears tend to target humans, thus we can use a human as bait." He then shifted his gaze towards Wang Tao, who immediately tensed, his movements slowing. The others fixed their eyes on Wang Tao as well. At that moment, 3 bald men emerged from downstream, followed by 3 men and 2 women. Feng narrowed his eyes and grasped his bow, while the other women picked up their spears. But the next instant, he was taken aback to see that the bald trio bore bruises as if they had just endured a beating. Dad! Oh, father! Why did it take you so long to arrive? Wang Tao exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon seeing the middle-aged man behind them. Wang Xiong, equally overjoyed, rushed forward to embrace Wang Tao. Son! Oh, I was so worried about you. It's a relief to see you alive. Wang Xiong gently patted his son's back. Yet, Yi Feng's attention was drawn to Zhang Yan, who stood behind Wang Xiong. This woman, surely, she must be a reincarnation of a seductress? With a mere glance and movement, she exuded an allure that seemed destined for the game of seduction. Zhang Yan, noticing the disheveled Yi Feng, displayed a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. That pathetic loser, does he think he can gawk at me? Her sultry voice was both lilting and elongated, rendering Yi Feng weak at the knees. Secretary Zhang, are you referring to that scoundrel Yi Feng? Wang Tao finally composed himself, turning to fix a piercing gaze upon Yi Feng. Yi Feng arched an eyebrow, tightening his grip on the bow. You have no idea of the suffering I endured on that deserted island. That scoundrel Yi Feng poisoned my fish, sought to overshadow me, and even left me with internal injuries. He also stole my girlfriend. Wang Tao began to twist the narrative. Suyin could no longer contain herself. She recognized Wang Xiong, the company's most significant client. Without his patronage, Wang Tao would never have risen to the position of head of the RD department. Mr. Wang, that is not how it transpired. We owe our survival to Yi Feng's fishing efforts. Otherwise, we would have starved. Wang Tao, I hope you refrain from distorting the truth, Suyin said coldly. Wang Xiong regarded the scene with a neutral expression, casting another glance at Wang Tao. His complexion was quite poor, and he had lost considerable weight. Most notably, he had lost 2 of his front teeth. Regardless, my son claimed that he was in the wrong, which undoubtedly indicated his culpability. Son, how do you intend to deal with him? Wang Xiong inquired. Chapter 33. What? Are you still intending to torment me? Do not kill him just yet. I wish to savor the pleasure of tormenting him slowly. This wretched creature has caused me immense suffering. Wang Tao lamented like a scorned lover. Yi Feng chuckled softly and stepped forward. Torment me? Such bold words. If you dare, come at me. Ever since consuming 3 ginkgo nuts, Yi Feng had felt a gradual enhancement of strength within him. To date, his endurance and power had increased several-fold compared to before. Coupled with his possession of a bow and arrows, dealing with these few adversaries was hardly a challenge. Take out his 2 front teeth first, Wang Xiong commanded. The burly black bodyguard stepped forth, advancing towards Yi Feng. In the interest of fairness, Yi Feng handed the bow and arrows to Ding Tuanchuan. The two immediately engaged in combat. To Yi Feng's surprise, the imposing figure fought with ferocity, his strikes imbued with a hint of military style, far surpassing the bald man. Yet ultimately, leveraging his martial arts training from a young age, he managed to bring the black bodyguard crashing to the ground. Panting heavily, Yi Feng exclaimed, "What? Are you still going to torment me?" However, as his words fell, an icy dread coursed through him. A dark barrel of a gun was aimed squarely at his head. "Don't!" Su Yun cried out from the side, while the other women recoiled in fear. "Aren't you quite bold?" Wang Xiong mocked, gripping the handgun with derision. Yi Feng remained silent, his expression darkening. At that moment, it was Wang Tao's turn to gloat, jumping around like a monkey. "Ha! Yi Feng, quickly kneel before me and bow 3 times. No, 30 times. After that, knock out your own front teeth, and then await my command." The useless fool vented all the pent-up resentment he had accumulated. Yi Feng pressed his lips together in silence, his gaze fixed intently on the gun's muzzle. "Damn it, will you kneel or not?" Wang Tao seized the handgun, aiming it at Yi Feng's head, his finger teasing the trigger as if ready to pull it at any moment. Yi Feng's back arched, akin to a poised leopard ready to pounce. He was indeed capable of fighting, yet against a firearm, his prowess was rendered futile. "If you kill me, you'll end up in prison as well. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. Even if you eliminate everyone on my side, what about your bodyguards? Your little lovers? They may remain silent for a time, but who can predict how long that will last?" Yi Feng spoke slowly. Indeed, Wang Xiong's eyes flickered momentarily. However, Wang Tao was unfazed, directing the handgun forward. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Yi Feng's head, striking the stone wall. Screams echoed in the air. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yi Feng's forehead. "Damn it, I will ask you one last time. Will you kneel?" Wang Tao demanded furiously. At that moment, Chen Jihua approached. "Ah Feng, just kneel for now. Once you are dead, there will be no chance for a comeback." Bai Guifeng stepped forward, gently tugging at Yi Feng's arm, suggesting, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Perhaps you should kneel for the time being. Yi Feng pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze sweeping over the women behind him. Su Yun's face was ashen, a flicker of fear glimmering in her eyes. Ding Tuanshuan stared intently at him, her eyes hinting at a trace of anticipation. Meanwhile, Chun-Li cast a complex look toward Wang Tao. I cannot do it, Yi Feng declared, slowly raising his spear. Damn it! A murderous glint flashed in Wang Tao's eyes. Yi Feng leaned back, determined to cast forth the spear that symbolized his dignity, refusing to be slaughtered like a mere pig. A tremendous roar echoed through the air as a colossal shadow burst forth from the woods, seizing the last woman in its jaws. Ah! Help! Brother Xiong, save me! The woman dangled helplessly, blood spraying forth, her fate seemingly sealed. Oh my God! The trio of bald men, terrified, scrambled downstream in a frantic retreat. The gruesome scene was too horrifying. Their bravado was merely bluster, and they had never truly taken a life. At that moment, the black bodyguard suddenly seized Wang Tao's handgun, aiming it directly at the bear. Bang! 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 The magazine was emptied in an instant. Yet, only one bullet struck the bear in the eye, while the others went astray. Roaring in pain, the great black bear released the woman, desperately clawing at its injured eye. Give me the bow. The bow. Yi Feng seized the opportunity, swiftly taking the bow and unleashing a barrage of 3 arrows. However, the bear's massive paw thwarted the arrows, failing to pierce even its skin. Damn it! Yi Feng discarded the bow, snatching up the spear, and lunged toward the bear's eye, thrusting it into the creature's face. He felt a moment of triumph. The bear retaliated, swiping its paw, sending Yi Feng careening 2 meters back, crashing heavily to the ground. The black bodyguard, witnessing this, suddenly drew a dagger and plunged it into the bear's back. The bear roared in fury, attempting to turn and retaliate, but the bodyguard had already evaded its grasp. The bear, realizing it was outmatched, retreated with thunderous footsteps, disappearing into the bamboo grove. Yi Feng slowly rose, rubbing his arm. It didn't seem so painful. Perhaps the white fruit had enhanced his physique. Qingjie, Zhang Yan, Wang Xiong's mistress, stood beside the woman, her slender fingers pressed tightly against her lips. Brother Xiong, Qingjie is dead, she lamented, resting her head on Wang Xiong's shoulder. Is it not merely the death of a subordinate? Why do you weep? Wang Tao interjected coldly. Upon hearing this, the 2 bodyguards exchanged glances filled with fleeting anger before quickly masking it. Wang Xiong furrowed his brow, casting a reproachful glance at Wang Tao. It seemed his son had not inherited his commendable traits. Su Yun helped Yi Feng sit upon a stone and glanced at the other women. To her surprise, Chun-Li suddenly clenched her teeth and strode purposefully toward Wang Xiong. Chapter 34 I implore you, please take me in. Hello, Uncle Wang. I am Chun-Li, Tao's girlfriend, Chun-Li said obediently. Oh, Wang Xiong glanced at Wang Tao. Huh. Wang Tao sneered, seizing the handgun from the black bodyguard's grasp, once again aiming it at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, kneel and sing conquer for me, or I shall certainly blow your brains out, Wang Tao declared coldly. Beside him, Wang Xiong frowned. He had heard the gunshot earlier and knew it was unloaded. Yet he refrained from revealing this fact, as posturing could still hold its merits. Young Master Tao, there are no bullets left, the black bodyguard suddenly stated bluntly. What? Wang Tao exclaimed in astonishment. Wang Xiong's expression turned icy as he shot a glare at the bodyguard. The black bodyguard then pretended to step back, feigning the demeanor of a schoolboy who had erred. Yi Feng found this peculiar and glanced at the black bodyguard at the back, only to see him subtly nodding in acknowledgement. This bodyguard, known as Long Wu, had once been a retired Special Forces soldier. Yi Feng had just defeated him fairly, earning his respect for the strength displayed. Wang Tao hastily checked the magazine, confirming it was indeed devoid of ammunition. His mind raced, and he extended his hand toward Wang Xiong. Father, do we have any spare magazines? None. Wang Xiong sighed. The prolonged absence of their rescue had made it evident that his financial influence could no longer sway the 2 bodyguards. After all, he had always been stern with them, and without the protective shield of wealth, his situation could only deteriorate. Wang Tao took a deep breath and tossed the handgun to the ground. Feng Ge, I was merely jesting earlier. Haha, I did not expect you to be so resolute. I truly admire you, Wang Tao said earnestly. Humph. Yi Feng smirked ominously, knocking an arrow to the string. Now, let us see just how resolute you truly are. Kneel, or I shall certainly end your life." With a thud, Wang Tao promptly knelt, raising both hands high. "Bow your head 300 times, and not a single one less," Yi Feng commanded coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Tao displayed no semblance of defiance and began to bow his head. Ding Tuanshuan rushed over, standing beside him to keep count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wang Xiong observed as blood trickled from his son's forehead. He could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward. "Yi Feng, I am Wang Xiong. You must have heard of my name. Release my son, and upon our return, I will offer you 1 million, or you may propose your own price." Yi Feng's eyes remained icy as he aimed his bow at Wang Xiong. "You speak well, so let us share the burden for your son. Bow 150 times, otherwise, I assure you, I will end your useless son's life." You want me to bow?" Wang Xiong's fury ignited for the first time. It must be said, the presence of a prominent figure still held a certain weight, almost causing Yi Feng to falter. Meanwhile, Wang Tao continued to bow fervently. Wang Xiong, heartbroken for his son, had no choice but to kneel down, sharing the burden of humiliation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ding Tuanshuan counted alongside Wang Xiong. Chun-Li stood awkwardly, hesitating for a moment before obediently approaching Yi Feng. Zhang Yin hesitated for a moment, then surprisingly chose to stand beside Yi Feng, casting him a flirtatious glance. Women often align themselves with the strong. After all, she had initially been attracted to Wang Xiong's wealth. Enough, enough. Save your strength and properly dispose of that corpse. Clean the blood from the ground with the stream water. I cannot allow my territory to be sullied, Yi Feng commanded, contemplating how the blood might disrupt the food chain. He eventually sent the father and son to take care of the task. The woman's death was gruesome. Half her head had been bitten off. The father and son rose to their feet. "Long Wu, go and dispose of the body, and do it thoroughly," Wang Xiong ordered. Long Wu hesitated but ultimately complied. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope to return to a civilized society, and he did not wish to forfeit his lucrative job with a monthly salary of 30,000. Once the area was cleaned, Yi Feng gestured downstream. "Gentlemen, I fear you are not particularly welcome here, so I must ask you to leave." Wang Xiong sighed in relief as he and Wang Tao made their way downstream, followed by the 2 bodyguards. "This beautiful lady, I believe we are not well acquainted, so you should also take your leave. My capacity is limited, and I cannot support you," Yi Feng said coldly. But there are no buts. Hurry and leave. If you follow me, I will not provide for you," he insisted. Reluctantly, Zhang Yin walked downstream. At that moment, Yi Feng's gaze shifted to Chun-Li. "Miss Chun, please follow your boyfriend," he gestured invitingly. Chun-Li was momentarily taken aback. Chen Jihua and his wife hurried over to plead for her. Feng, please forgive her. She is young and foolish, having acted rashly," they implored. "Yes, Feng, just let Xiaoli stay with you. If necessary, let her be your girlfriend. Furthermore, if you desire, both Xiaoli and I would be amenable," they continued. Yi Feng shook his head. "No need. I have Su Zong, Ding Tuan Tuan, and Tian Shui Tao. They can accompany me. I cannot accept those who lack unity. Feng, please grant me another chance. I do not know what came over me earlier. I acted thoughtlessly. How about this? When you sleep, you can rest upon me like a cushion," Chun-Li pleaded. Yi Feng took a step back, positioning his spear against Chun-Li's chest and pushing her downstream. "Leave, do not force my hand." His tone remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any room for negotiation. "You? Very well, Yi Feng, I can depart, but could you allow my parents to stay here, as they have always stood by your side?" Chun-Li inquired. "That is permissible, but you must go," Yi Feng replied. Thus, Chun-Li could only bid a tearful farewell to her parents and hurriedly chase after Wang Tao and the others downstream. "Uncle, Auntie, though you were somewhat spineless earlier, at least you considered my welfare under Wang Tao's gun. I remember your kindness. You may remain here," Yi Feng stated. The couple remained silent, their expressions betraying their hesitation. "Do not say anything further. We have all been startled. I shall go and catch some fish for you to eat," Yi Feng declared as he took his bow and arrow and proceeded downstream. Upon arrival, he noticed Zhang Yin running back upstream, crying, with 5 distinct finger marks upon her face. Brother Yi Feng, I implore you, please take me in. Wang Xiong no longer wants me. How am I to survive?" Zhang Yin covered her face and began to weep. Chapter 35. Do not be too tense. Yi Feng disregarded her pleas, swiftly shooting an arrow that struck down a trout. Brother Yifeng, could you truly be so heartless? Zhang Yan asked, her voice laden with innocence. Yifeng cast a glance at her delicate form. It was undeniable that Zhang Yan possessed a slender yet curvaceous figure, a natural allure that was hard to overlook. You wish to join my team? But what value do you bring? At a glance, it seems you are incapable of much, he remarked, threading the trout onto a bamboo skewer. However, a mischievous glint appeared in Zhang Yan's eyes as she slowly began to unbutton her blouse, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin that captivated Yifeng's attention. Who says I am incapable? Rest assured, I possess a wealth of knowledge and am professionally trained. Are you familiar with the splits? I could demonstrate for you, she declared. And with that, she raised one leg gracefully until it was level with her head, forming a perfect split. Yifeng swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a tightening in his trousers. This woman, indeed, had her charms. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for her. Serving the aging Wang Xiong must have been a burden, akin to his own plight. All right, seeing as you appear somewhat pitiable, take the fish and come home with me for some training, Yifeng said, tossing the fish in her direction. After all, with Chun-Li no longer part of his team, he needed to bolster his ranks. And Zhang Yan seemed to possess potential worth cultivating. Zhang Yan caught the fish, her eyes flashing with a hint of seduction as she leaned in closer to whisper in Yifeng's ear. Please, do not speak such things, it distracts me. Yifeng stammered, his cheeks flushed. He felt overwhelmed by her boldness, as though she had an innate talent for such flirtation. After 2 arduous hours, Yifeng managed to catch 4 fish, hindered by a lack of mobility that affected his agility. Upon returning to the cave, he found Chun Jihua preparing lime water inside a helmet. Why are you still making lime water? Haven't we already disinfected the cave? Yifeng inquired. Indeed. But the great black bear will surely return. Once it is trapped, we shall douse it with boiling lime water to blind it, allowing us to ambush it from all sides until it is defeated, Chun Jihua explained. Yifeng paused, slowly raising his thumb in approval. Though a cruel tactic, it was effective against the formidable bear, whose hide was impervious even to bullets, leaving them with no other choice. At that moment, Su Yun and the other women emerged from behind the waterfall. Feng, why have you brought her back again? Su Yun asked, her arm entwined with Yifeng's, casting a wary glance at Zhang Yan. This woman was undeniably enchanting, evoking a sense of rivalry among any of her kind. I merely sought to reinforce our numbers, and she has been persistently following me, making it impossible to shake her off. Fear not, with some training, she may prove useful, Yifeng reassured Su Yun, feeling a twinge of guilt as he avoided Zhang Yan's gaze. The mere glance from her was enough to make Yifeng's trousers feel uncomfortable. Su Yun nodded and turned to Zhang Yan, saying, Zhang Yan, I know you are Wang Xiong's personal secretary. You must also be aware of my identity. Of course, you're Su Zong, and we've met before, Zhang Yan replied in a soft, coy tone, laced with a hint of disdain. I also hold another title. I am Yifeng's girlfriend, and upon returning, I intend to marry him, Su Yun warned. Oh, I was under the impression he was already your husband. It seems he is merely your boyfriend. Does that mean other women still have a chance? Zhang Yan's voice was soft, yet laden with aggression. You? Su Yun's face flushed with anger as she clung to Yifeng's arm. Feng, tell me, upon your return, you will marry me, won't you? Yes. Yifeng nodded. Zhang Yan, unwilling to be outdone, leaned closer to Yifeng. Yifeng, my dear, I wish you happiness. It seems I may have no opportunity after all. Alas, how unfortunate. In no time, the 2 women began to bicker. Yifeng could only retreat to a corner to focus on repairing the door. The strength of the black bear was immense, and even the thick wooden beams were showing signs of cracking. As night descended, the voices of the 2 women faded away. Su Yun sat sulking nearby, while Zhang Yan leisurely attended to her appearance. This woman had a remarkable talent for enhancing her allure using whatever was at hand. Now that we have a new member, each person must take on their responsibilities. Do not attempt to be sly within the team. Tonight, Chun Jihua will keep watch, and if he feels too fatigued, he must awaken one of us before succumbing, Yifeng announced from atop a rock as he began to assign tasks. Yifeng, what does it mean to be sly? Is it akin to infidelity? I do not comprehend this term, Zhang Yan suddenly inquired in a soft, innocent manner. Shameless, Su Yun muttered under her breath. Turning her head away, she understood that she was no match for Zhang Yan in a verbal spar. Tian Shuetao, feeling an overwhelming discomfort in her chest, realized she needed someone to alleviate her distress. The other women would certainly not comply, Only the men could assist. Among them, there were only Yi Feng and Chen Jihua. Now, I shall teach you archery, Yi Feng declared, picking up a bow and arrow. Among his female disciples, only Ding Tuanshuan was learning quickly, yet she was still far from being battle-ready. Suddenly, Zhang Yan approached, turning her back towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng, dear, could you teach me hand-in-hand? I have only ever been the one shot at, never the one to shoot. Yi Feng thought to himself, this woman is far too seductive. I fear that in the presence of Su Yun, I might lose my composure. However, he did not find her behavior entirely unappealing. After all, they were on a deserted island, and his thoughts were less constrained. As long as they could defeat the black bear and fully restore the cave, he would never allow his comrades to feel oppressed. All right, first grasp the bow and pull the string, Yi Feng instructed, gently pressing his body against Zhang Yan's back. A wave of softness enveloped him. Su Yun nearly ground her teeth in frustration, opting to turn away. The arrow was finally released. Oh dear, brother Feng. You missed the shot. May I have another try? Zhang Yan playfully stamped her foot and nestled against Yi Feng's trousers, wiggling her little backside. Yi Feng felt as if he might explode from embarrassment. However, with so many eyes upon him, he steadied his mind and began to teach. Relax your left arm. Do not tense up too much, or the bow will tremble, leading to inaccuracy. When you draw the bowstring back, release it smoothly. Once you reach my level, you won't even need to aim. You can shoot purely by instinct, ensuring a perfect hit every time. Yi Feng imparted his wisdom to Zhang Yan, knowledge he had amassed over 20 years. Were it not for his unfortunate circumstance on this deserted island, he would not have bothered to teach. Chapter 36. Is the flavor not quite right? After a while of instruction, Yi Feng sensed it was time to cease, lest the girls grow weary of learning. Prepare for sleep, everyone. Chen Jihua will keep watch. With that, Yi Feng strode into the cave. The women smiled and followed him inside, as per their usual arrangement. Yi Feng nestled beside Su Yun, while Bai Guifan curled up against his back. Sandwiched between them, he slipped into a deep slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yi Feng was awakened by Chen Jihua's gentle prodding. Are you tired? Yi Feng inquired. Yes, I'm getting old, and I simply cannot endure it any longer. Chen Jihua replied, appearing quite fatigued. With no other option, Yi Feng took the spear and assumed the watch himself. Seated outside the cave, Yi Feng tossed a log onto the fire, allowing the flames to illuminate the area more brightly. Alone, he found it an opportune moment to ponder various matters. It was evident that this deserted island lay beyond the reach of satellite surveillance, perhaps influenced by some magnetic field. Otherwise, with today's technological capabilities, rescue teams would have arrived within days. He believed others shared this realization, yet they clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to confront the stark reality. For himself, he felt little loss. After all, as a mere nobody, returning to civilized society would simply make him another cog in the wheel. However, life on this island was markedly different. Su Yun, Tian Shuetao, Ding Tuanshuan, Zhang Yan, Bai Guifan. These women, each a stunning beauty in their own right, spanned all ages. Should he desire, he could indulge at any moment. Returning to civilization, he was absolutely certain that Su Yun would never marry him. Her sweet words were mere flattery, a fleeting impulse. Just then, he heard soft footsteps approaching, accompanied by a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. Why aren't you sleeping? What brings you here? Yi Feng turned his head to inquire. I can't sleep, Tian Shuetao replied, settling down beside the fire. Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise. She had gathered her hair elegantly, exuding an air of sophistication that reminded him of the wife of a prominent figure he once saw aboard a luxury cruise. What is your connection to the little boat king Ma Xikong? Yi Feng suddenly asked. He had caught a distant glimpse of Ma Xikong, a billionaire mogul, whose presence even commanded respect from Su and Wang Xiong. Though Yi Feng could not recall Ma Xikong's appearance, he distinctly remembered his young wife. Her hair was elegantly piled high, cradling an infant in her arms, adorned in a resplendent red kimono, exuding an aura of regal grandeur. Ma Xikong is my husband. Tian Shuetao spoke slowly, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. Although Ma Xikong was over 20 years her senior, marrying such a prominent figure was the aspiration of countless women. I wonder how the little boat king is faring now? Yi Feng inquired further. He should still be alive. He is an excellent swimmer, and he is accompanied by a plethora of bodyguards and several shipbuilding engineers, Tian Shuetao asserted, revealing her unwavering confidence in her husband. I hope you two can reunite as a couple, Yifeng sighed. Such a woman was forever beyond his reach. Otherwise, upon returning to civilized society, the little boat king, with his power and influence, could devise countless ways to make his life unbearable. Although he did not believe he would return to civilization, one could never be certain. Yifeng, is there still unfinished business between us? Tian Shuitao suddenly lifted her head, gazing boldly at him. Unfinished business? Yifeng replied, bewildered. Have you forgotten? We had yet to begin when that great black bear interrupted us, Tian Shuitao said, her face flushing with embarrassment. It was worth noting that aside from her husband Masikong, no one else had ever touched her. Yifeng leaned back warily, scrutinizing Tian Shuitao. You are not truly named Tian Shuitao, are you? He remarked coolly. Tian Shuitao exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Yifeng. How did you know? The little boat king had married a woman 2 years ago, an event that had caused quite a stir in the news. Thus, he retained a vague recollection. If I recall correctly, Masikong married a woman from an island nation named Raimai. You must be Japanese, Yifeng concluded, scrutinizing her eyes intently. Very well, you are correct. At that time, I refrained from revealing my true name because I hoped you would assist me, but since you have discovered it, I would prefer you continue to call me Tian Shuitao. My real name is Naire Maisie, she confessed. Naire, Maisie? Yifeng attempted to suppress any inappropriate thoughts, though his trousers felt increasingly uncomfortable. For convenience, please call me Maisie. But I have one request. Do not disclose my true name to others. Otherwise, my reputation will be ruined upon returning to civilized society. And the little boat king will be angered, Naire Maisie implored. Very well, I shall keep it to myself, Yifeng affirmed as he rose to his feet. It is time to bring glory to our nation. Let us proceed to the waterfall. This place is inconvenient, and others can see us too easily, he suggested, pointing towards the waterfall. Then, I shall rely on you, Maisie replied submissively, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. Burp. Yifeng let out a hearty belch, a white, nutritious substance escaping the corner of his mouth. Is the taste not to your liking? Maisie asked, her expression tinged with anxiety as she packed away the provisions. If Yifeng found the flavor displeasing, she would feel awkward about disturbing him in the future. No, it's just that it feels like too much at once. I am having a bit of trouble digesting it. Yifeng wiped his mouth. In truth, he found it exceedingly delicious, and the nourishment was remarkably rich, invigorating him thoroughly. Thank you for not disturbing my other matters just now. Rico bowed to Yifeng at a 90-degree angle, finally embodying the grace of a Japanese woman. Rest assured, my credibility is impeccable. Unless you explicitly request it, I shall not overstep. Upon finishing his words, Yifeng emerged from behind the waterfall, escorting Tian Shuitao. Rico felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. When Yifeng had assisted her earlier, she had nearly let out a cry from the depths of her soul. After 7 days, she had finally experienced a moment of liberation, a feeling unparalleled, more joyous than soaring through the skies. With this thought, Rico gazed at Yifeng with her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. In truth, when Yifeng had helped her, her body had grown weak with desire. Had he taken any liberties at that moment, she was uncertain whether she could have resisted the temptation. You should return to sleep. I will continue to keep watch. Yifeng indicated towards the cave. Rico replied, taking delicate steps back into the cave. However, upon entering, she found Zhang Yin staring at her intently. I went out for a moment, Rico said nervously. Zhang Yin remained silent, scrutinizing Rico from head to toe. No, it could not be the same person. The wife of the little boat king was regal and dignified. How could she possibly choose such a humble name as Tian Shuitao? Meanwhile, Yifeng sat beside the fire, vigilantly keeping watch, and busied himself by fashioning a dozen bamboo arrows with a bayonet, as well as crafting an additional bow. He dedicated considerable effort to the second bow, which was composed of 2 bows combined, thereby enhancing its lethality. Once the bowstring was drawn, both bows would generate tension, fully unleashing the arrow's penetrative power. The only lament was the absence of iron arrowheads. With iron tips, he could even hunt black bears. Thus, Yifeng began to roam near the brook. Before long, he dug up a clump of red clay, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. It bore a scent reminiscent of rust. This soil was rich in iron bacteria. With a month's time, he could employ sedimentation and smelting methods to extract a certain amount of iron. However, this endeavor was far too labor-intensive. Hundreds of pounds of red clay would yield only a meager amount of iron. making the effort disproportionate to the reward, and Yi Feng dismissed the thought. Oh, perhaps some hardstones? Elated, Yi Feng eagerly searched the brook. Some sturdy stones, if sufficiently sharp, could be fashioned into arrowheads. Though they would not rival iron tips, they would at least surpass the penetrative ability of bamboo arrows. After selecting the right stones, Yi Feng began to sharpen them by the fire, for with diligent effort, even iron rods could be ground to a point. As time slipped away, morning soon arrived. Several women awoke, still languid. Su Yun, her eyes barely opened, made her way to the fire and rested her head in Yi Feng's embrace. The others followed suit, heading to wash their faces and brush their teeth. Laughter echoing by the waterfall. No, I want to give you this, you wicked woman. At this moment, Ding Tuan Tuan suddenly hid her hands behind her back. Little sister, be obedient and give me a little mint leaf. No, I want tea. Yi Feng felt a headache coming on. Little Tuan Tuan, offer some mint leaves to Sister Yin for brushing her teeth. We are a team. Do not be stingy, he said beside the fire. Reluctantly, Ding Tuanshuan offered a single leaf. Su Yun, swaying unsteadily, hurried over to brush her teeth. They stripped the bark from the willow branches and smashed the inner core with stones, fashioning a makeshift brush that could serve both for dental hygiene and body cleansing. After brushing her teeth, Su Yun handed a mint leaf to Yi Feng, suggesting, make sure to clean well, I've tidied up. Oh, half an hour later. Fish was roasting by the campfire, and Ding Tuanshuan sat beside Yi Feng, occasionally puffing her breath toward him like a little meatball. All right, I acknowledge your skills. You actually found mint leaves, Yi Feng chuckled, exasperated. Little girls, it seemed, craved praise for even the slightest accomplishments. Although they formed a team, two factions had emerged within it. Su Yun, Ding Tuanshuan, and Bai Guifan were quite close, while Nei Really Maisie and Zhang Yin bonded closely as well. Yi Feng, we can't remain stranded on this deserted island indefinitely. We must devise a means of escape. Nei Really Maisie spoke up. Her words resonated with the other women. Indeed, a rescue aircraft is unlikely to arrive, but we can take matters into our own hands, perhaps by constructing a bamboo raft to leave. Su Yun concurred with a nod. Darling, your face appears somewhat swollen. Did you not sleep well last night? Yi Feng skillfully redirected the conversation. Is it not splendid to reign supreme on this island? Why should we wish to return? After all, he had cohabited with these women for quite some time, yet they had not truly faced any life-threatening situations. Well, we haven't had any salt for several days, which explains the swelling on our faces, Su Yun replied. Yi Feng smacked his forehead, realizing they had indeed been deprived of salt, though it had gone unnoticed in their previous civilized lives, where salt levels were typically excessive. However, after several days without it, replenishment was essential, otherwise, they would suffer weakness and even edema. Here's the plan. Shortly, I will take one person to the beach to gather some sea salt. The others should shape these stones into arrowheads. If we encounter a large black bear upon our return, do not enter any caves, scatter and seek refuge in the trees. Yi Feng instructed. I will accompany you. I have lived by the sea and know how to extract sea salt. Nei Really Maisie volunteered. Indeed, she had resided by the coast. After all, a small island life was akin to living on a larger isle. However, Zhang Yin was not to be left behind. Maisie, oh no, let Tianshui Tao and me join you at the beach. The others can remain here. I will calculate the time needed to dry and filter the salt, which should take a dozen hours or so. Once we procure the salt, we will return. You all must behave here, Yi Feng concluded. Having conveyed his instructions, Yi Feng departed with Nei Really Maisie. She wielded a long spear, while Yi Feng carried a bamboo spear and a bow, leaving another bow for Ding Tuanshuan. After walking downstream for 5 kilometers, Yi Feng halted. Before them lay several torn garments, and he vaguely recognized them as belonging to Chun-Li. Is it Chun-Li? Maisie asked, her voice tense as she covered her mouth. Let us proceed and venture into the bamboo grove. After walking for another 2 or 3 kilometers, we shall arrive at the beach, Yi Feng stated with an impassive expression. He had come to regard Chun-Li as merely a passerby, no longer concerned with her fate. Having spoken, the two of them entered the bamboo forest, hastening towards the shore. They aimed to expose the seawater to sunlight, subsequently extracting the precipitated white substance. This was merely the initial step. Thereafter, they would employ wood ash to filter out the heavy metal elements from the white substance. A second step that must be completed by the brook. Hence, time was of the essence for both individuals. Further downstream, 7 men and 1 woman meandered aimlessly. Chun-Li wore only a pair of shorts, her upper body concealed by 2 large banana leaves. Leading the group, Wang Xiong proclaimed, "As long as you all heed my commands in the days to come, my daughter-in-law can entertain you. Just look at her figure and beauty, she is certainly not lacking." He attempted to win their favor through another approach. Although Chun-Li had yet to be exploited, it was merely a matter of time. As the eager gaze of the bald trio could no longer be contained. At last, Feng and Rimiko arrived at the beach. Immediately, he donned his helmet and began scooping seawater, pouring it into a crevice in a rock to dry. Meanwhile, Rimiko produced a spear and inscribed a grand symbol upon the sand. For a woman of her stature, returning to civilization was paramount. After all, she belonged to the upper echelons of society and could live a life of luxury upon her return. Feng, however, remained indifferent, focusing solely on the task of salt drying. Under the scorching sun, within 2 hours, the first batch of white substance had dried. Feng pried the hardened fragments from the rock, placing them into a pre-prepared bag, before commencing the second batch. Rimiko knelt upon the beach, gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea, her weary eyes shimmering with a glimmer of hope. "Stop looking, no ship will pass by. Come rest in the shade." Feng beckoned beneath a coconut tree. Rimiko nodded, but suddenly loosened her covering, revealing her fullness. "Miss Rimiko, may I assist you?" Feng inquired. "Please make it thorough this time. I can endure for 2 days afterward," Rimiko implored. Feng lunged forward, causing Rimiko's face to flush crimson. "Enough! Enough! It is already empty," she exclaimed, feeling a tinge of panic in the face of Feng's insatiable desire. "Miss Rimiko, may I?" Feng had feigned decorum in the presence of others, but with just the 2 of them on the deserted beach, he shed his pretense. "Absolutely not." Rimiko stepped back, her expression tense as she regarded Feng. He, now a bit exhilarated, realized she likely could not resist his advances. "Haha, I was merely jesting. I wanted to test your resolve, and indeed, you are a woman of virtue." Feng awkwardly sought an excuse. Though he had desires, he would never force a woman, for that was his unwavering principle. However, should a woman present herself willingly, he would not decline. Rimiko sighed with relief and, with a sudden glint in her eye, remarked, "As long as you can construct a bamboo raft, I might consider granting you a chance. Hurry and gather salt. Do not squander time," Feng replied matter-of-factly. "Otherwise, once night falls, traversing the jungle will become perilous. Is it not displeasing to be stranded on a deserted island? What use is a bamboo raft?" He toiled until afternoon, collecting several kilograms of white substance. Along the way, he assisted Rimiko once more. Her balloon-like form diminished slightly, yet her demeanor relaxed considerably. At last, I have you." At that moment, Wang Tao's voice echoed from the opposite side of the beach. Soon, a group of men emerged, casting sharp glances at Feng. Feng's countenance darkened as he grasped his bow and arrow. Rimiko, in a flurry, secured her attire and picked up a spear from the ground. "I thought you all had perished from hunger. I did not expect you to still be alive," Feng remarked, his hand trembling slightly around the bow. If it were just him, he could evade into the woods if outmatched. But now, he had to protect Rimiko. The 7 men quickly surrounded Feng, with Long Wu hesitating momentarily to block the path to the woods, preventing Feng's escape. Despite his respect for Feng, their allegiance differed, and a soldier's duty to obey was ingrained in him, unchangeable in an instant. "Now, it is just the 2 of you. Today, I shall ensure your demise." Wang Tao stepped forward, brandishing a club. "By the rules of the underworld, a duel. Who will step up first?" Feng inquired. "Duel? Nonsense. All of you, together. Take down this worthless fool." Wang Tao bellowed, and thus, the battle commenced. Feng initially felled Wang Tao with a punch, but was soon struck from behind by Long Wu. The bald man attempted a sneak attack, only to be met with a kick to the groin from Feng. Despite his resilience, he clung to Feng's legs. "I've got his legs. Hurry, finish him," the bald man shouted. In response, Feng unleashed a technique, striking both of the man's ears simultaneously. The bald man felt a ringing in his head and collapsed. Yet, Feng was soon hit again from behind by another bodyguard. After half an hour of relentless fighting, Feng sank onto the beach, exhausted. Meanwhile, the bald man and Wang Tao had all succumbed to unconsciousness. Unfortunately, on their side, Wang Xiong and 2 bodyguards remained, both of whom were still in good condition. "Wang Xiong, I recognize you," You are acquainted with my husband, Masukong. Please spare Yi Feng, and I shall repay you upon my return, Ramiko implored, arranging her hair elegantly. Wang Xiong wiped his eyes. Ah, you are the wife of the ship king. I can see it now, but it matters not. For having dared to make Yi Feng bow, he must perish. How about this? I shall kneel on behalf of Yi Feng. Would that suffice? Ramiko stated, lowering herself to the ground. Wang Xiong swallowed hard. To speak candidly, the number of women he has consorted with is incalculable. However, the woman before him is unlike the rest. She is the wife of the little boat king. What would it be like to indulge in her? Bowing would be futile. If you could serve me just once, I might well spare Yi Feng, Wang Xiong remarked as he unzipped his trousers. He had devised a plan to make Raimai willingly serve him before disposing of Yi Feng, for without that, she would lack the incentive to attend to him earnestly. Raimai gasped, retreating in alarm. Wang Xiong's expression darkened as he signaled Long Wu with his eyes. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly erupted, thrusting a spear against Wang Tao's throat. Wang Xiong, let me go, or I shall slit his throat, Yi Feng declared, pulling Wang Tao's ear, causing the wretch to awaken immediately. You? Wang Xiong, infuriated, spat blood, astonished that Yi Feng would resort to hostage tactics. You head into the woods and clear a path. We must retreat, Yi Feng instructed Raimai. Oh, very well, she quickly responded, gathering her belongings and positioning herself at the edge of the forest. In the blink of an eye, Yi Feng had vanished into the woods. Follow. With a command, Wang Xiong led the remaining men in pursuit. Chun-Li hesitated momentarily before trailing behind, her heart in turmoil. She had believed that siding with Wang Tao would earn her Wang Xiong's favor. Yet she found herself treated as a mere tool, her body exploited to win over a few subordinates. With Yi Feng dismissing her, she felt trapped in a path of no return. After traversing 2 miles into the woods, Yi Feng noticed Wang Xiong and his men persistently tailing them. Thus, he devised a ruse, yanking down a vine and hurling it towards them. A gift for you, a black mamba, Yi Feng shouted. Oh no, my goodness. Quick, take cover. Panic ensued among the pursuers, only to realize they had been deceived. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng thrust his spear into Wang Tao's thigh, exacerbating the wound. Run. After committing his misdeed, Yi Feng seized Raimai and sprinted towards the creek. He had genuinely contemplated killing Wang Tao, but knew that such an act would incite relentless pursuit from Wang Xiong. Thus, he merely inflicted severe injury upon Wang Tao, ensuring he would not perish, thereby necessitating a division of Wang Xiong's attention and mobility. Sure enough, upon reaching the creek, Wang Xiong and his men did not pursue them further. He would undoubtedly prioritize caring for his son, relegating the hunt for Yi Feng to a secondary concern. Can you still run? Yi Feng asked, observing Raimai's pale countenance. I can, she resolutely replied, standing firm. Hop on my back. Yi Feng lifted Raimai onto his back and continued to race upstream. Not long into their flight, they encountered a leopard quenching its thirst by the creek. Hiss! Yi Feng halted, weapon in hand. The leopard met his gaze, then, with a sudden leap, bounded across the creek and vanished into the bamboo grove. Chapter 39. No, please, not that. Raimai exclaimed from his back. Yi Feng exhaled in relief, pressing onward, his heart racing as he pushed his limits to the utmost. The leopard leapt an astonishing 4 meters. In a state of utter unpreparedness, humanity could scarcely withstand its ambush. At that moment, a yearning for home began to tug at his heart. Panting heavily, Yi Feng, drenched in sweat, finally caught sight of the camp. Su Yin was the first to spot him. Ah, you're back. You're back. Upon hearing her words, Yi Feng collapsed to his knees, falling to the ground with a thud. The earlier battle on the beach, the frantic flight through the jungle, the burdensome sprint, and the panic induced by the leopard had all drained his mental and physical reserves. At this moment, seeing someone he trusted, he could no longer hold on. Downstream by the creek, Wang Tao emitted a sound akin to a donkey-esque bray. No, for men restrained Wang Tao, exposing the wound on his thigh. Meanwhile, Long Wu approached with a glowing dagger in hand, step by step. Although he could have utilized certain coagulant plants to staunch Wang Tao's bleeding, he chose instead to use the searing dagger. Son, bear with it. It will be over soon, Wang Xiong said, gripping Wang Tao's arm. With a series of muffled sounds, a plume of white smoke arose. Oh, Wang Tao rolled his eyes back and fainted, his body twitching uncontrollably. Long Wu felt a sense of satisfaction, retracting the dagger, which bore a small patch of seared flesh. Brother Xiong, I fear that for the next few days, young Master Tao will be unable to walk and will need to be carried on a stretcher, Longwu remarked. Yes, thank you, Longwu. Upon our return, I shall reward you with 500,000. I keep my word, Wang Xiong promised, offering an empty check. Thank you, Brother Xiong. Before long, a stretcher was fashioned, and the three bald men took turns carrying Wang Tao, panting heavily and even contemplating a strike. Yifeng gradually regained consciousness, only to find himself enveloped in a sea of white. Why am I lying in your arms? He asked, gazing at Rimai Zi. You fainted and were unable to eat. So I obtained your girlfriend's consent to nourish you with this. Rimai Zi gently caressed Yifeng's hair. Oh, so they all witnessed me feeding from you. Yifeng sat up, realizing he was uninjured, merely exhausted, and a brief slumber had completely restored him. Big brother, you're awake. Ding Tuanshuan entered the cave. Could you please speak more thoughtfully? Of course I'm awake. Gather everyone by the fire. I wish to hold a meeting. Yifeng resumed his authoritative demeanor. Before long, Yifeng gathered several women around the fire, with Su Yun now cradled in his arms. As Su Yun meticulously tore pieces of fish to feed him, he addressed the group. Everyone, this deserted island is fraught with peril, so do not entertain thoughts of living a life of luxury here. We must construct a vessel to return home, but we lack the necessary tools. Hence, we can only build 2 bamboo rafts and push them down the creek to the sea. I am confident this stream flows into the ocean. Once we reach the sea, we can tie the 2 rafts together, which will enhance stability. Does anyone have any objections? Yifeng inquired. No objections. We are in complete agreement. Absolutely no dissent. At this moment, Ding Tuanshuan looked at Yifeng with a puzzled expression. Big brother, we never intended to lead a life of extravagant palaces and courtyards. Did you inadvertently reveal your innermost thoughts? Yifeng's face flushed crimson, realizing he had imposed his desires upon the women. At that moment, Rimai raised her hand. Then we must prepare ample fresh water. Otherwise, if we drift at sea for months, we will surely perish from thirst. Yifeng felt a headache coming on. How large could 2 bamboo rafts be? Even if they stored fresh water, it would be a meager supply, likely enough only for 3 to 5 days. A Feng, you can craft a wooden door without a single nail. So doesn't that imply you could also utilize the mortise and tenon structure to construct a sizable ship? Chen Jihua interjected. Indeed, we can build a grand vessel, Ding Kur exclaimed, leaping with joy. The other women, aside from Rimai, shared her excitement. Yifeng's expression darkened. Building a great ship was easier said than done. The keel could not be simply resolved. Typically, a keel is forged from steel. Otherwise, a mere wave could dismantle the ship. While it is possible to construct a keel from wood, it remains a monumental task, and even with years of effort, they might not succeed. It seemed this plan would have to be shelved once more. Yifeng shook his head. Never mind. Perhaps it is best to reign as a king on this deserted island. Although the leopard poses a challenge, it is far more manageable than the black bear. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from downstream. Yifeng's expression changed dramatically as he quickly stood up. There stood the massive black bear, its intentions clear. It was charging directly towards them. Bears hold grudges. Ever since it suffered an injury to its eye, its dominance had been challenged by a leopard that dared to trespass into its territory for a drink. Enraged, it sought to tear Yifeng and his companions to shreds. Everyone, remain calm. Let it towards the trap, Yifeng instructed with composure. However, upon glancing back, he noticed the women had already fled into the woods. Wait for me. Yifeng called out as he too began to flee. The oppressive aura of the black bear was overwhelming. Despite having devised a plan, when faced with the bear, their innate fear became undeniable. The black bear finally swaggered into the territory, rising on its hind legs and emitting a fearsome roar. Roar. After just 2 calls, its enormous body plunged directly into the trap, collapsing a multitude of sharp bamboo stakes beneath it, none of which could pierce its thick hide. However, one did manage to jab into its tender underbelly. Roar. The black bear, infuriated, stretched out its claws, preparing to climb out. Once free, it would unleash havoc. Hurry. Uncle Chun splashed the scalding lime water into its eyes. Yifeng was the first to charge forward, followed closely by the other women, who gathered their courage. Oh no. I forgot to prepare it today, Chun Jihua replied, a look of guilt on his face. Damn it. Quickly prepare the lime water. The rest of you, follow me and jab it with bamboo spears. Do not allow it to climb out. After speaking, Yifeng seized a bamboo spear, and thrust it toward the black bear, striking it just as its head emerged. In a fit of rage, it swiped with its claw, causing its entire body to tumble into the pit. Everyone rushed over, urging one another to act swiftly. For the first time, Feng uttered a curse. If they did not vanquish the black bear now, they would live in perpetual fear henceforth. Su Yun was the first to reach the edge of the pit, thrusting a bamboo spear toward the black bear. The bear seized the spearhead with a claw and yanked it back. Ah! Su Yun shrieked, nearly being pulled into the trap. At that critical moment, Zhang Yin grasped her clothing, preventing her from falling. Chapter 40. Chen Jihua is dead, thank you, Su Yun managed to say. No need for thanks. You owe me a favor, Zhang Yin replied with a charming smile. Subsequently, Chen Jihua took charge of boiling the lime water, while the others encircled the pit, striking the bear with clubs whenever it attempted to ascend, forcing it back into its place. Is the lime water ready? Feng inquired, simultaneously jabbing the black bear back into the pit with a long spear. Almost there, Chen Jihua assured, continuously feeding the fire. At this moment, the black bear, in a frenzied state, disregarded Feng's jabs and climbed upward without hesitation. Though it appeared clumsy, it was quite astute, aware that it could not gain any advantage at the bottom of the pit. With a thrust, the spear pierced the bear's mouth, causing blood to flow profusely. Feng felt a jolt in his hand, causing him to sway sideways involuntarily. The bear astonishingly yanked the spear free with its mouth, its upper body already emerging from the pit. Die! Bai Guifan lunged with a bamboo spear. The bear slid back slightly, yet its immense strength propelled it upward once more. Is it not ready yet? Feng exclaimed in alarm. It's nearly boiling, Chen Jihua replied, glancing at the bubbling lime water. Feng, disregarding the scalding helmet, seized it with his bare hands and splashed the boiling contents onto the bear's face. A plume of white smoke erupted. Roar! The black bear, perched at the edge of the pit, emitted a low growl. Yet, astonishingly, it possessed an extraordinary endurance, managing to claw its way out of the pit despite the pain. Scatter! Feng shouted, but as he did so, a bear paw struck him from behind, sending him staggering several steps before he regained his footing. My goodness! The women hurriedly dispersed, casting terrified glances at the formidable black bear. The creature swiped at its face with both claws, and in just a few strikes, the skin was stripped away, leaving its eyes, the size of fists, exposed. This horrific sight sent a chill down Feng's spine. The bear felt an intense heat and itch on its face as its flesh continued to be eroded. With a ferocious roar, it charged blindly toward a tree, forcefully pushing against it. The tree, as thick as a thigh, was uprooted. Feng swallowed hard, seizing a spear with a barbed tip from Bai Guifan, and thrust it into the bear's back. After delivering the blow, he swiftly withdrew, denying the bear any opportunity for retaliation. The bear sniffed the air, pacing back and forth at the cave's entrance. Run! A group of women emitted piercing screams as they engaged in a game of hide and seek with a formidable black bear. Ding Tuanshuan intermittently aimed her bow and arrow at the bear's face, provoking its furious wrath. Blood streamed continuously from the bear's visage. Suddenly, Feng had a brilliant idea. He retrieved a piece of red-hot wood and struck the bear's face with considerable force. With a thunderous roar of defiance, the bear finally collapsed, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Aim for its eyes, strike at its vulnerable spots, and ensure it is utterly vanquished, Feng declared as he surged forward. The women regained their courage and relentlessly attacked the bear. It convulsed for a full 10 minutes before finally succumbing to death. Gasping for breath, the group collapsed onto the ground, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they might draw the wrong conclusions. At that moment, Chen Jihua suddenly clutched his abdomen, which was drenched in a pool of blood. Darling? Bai Guifan lifted Chen Jihua's shirt. In the next instant, she covered her mouth in horror. A massive claw mark marred Chen Jihua's belly, with a portion of his intestines spilling out. Feng hurried over, pressing his hands against the wound to stanch the bleeding. In the chaotic skirmish with the bear, he had not anticipated that Chen Jihua had sustained a fatal injury. Darling, it will be all right. The rescue team is on its way, Bai Guifan said, forcing a semblance of a smile as she attempted to comfort him. Chen Jihua lay weakly on the ground, his lips rapidly turning a shade of blue. On this desolate island, such grave injuries were beyond the reach of even divine intervention. Wife, Lily Shi, Chen Jihua stammered. Do not worry. I will take care of Liar, Bai Guifan said, tears streaming down her face. After more than 20 years of marriage, although the passion had waned, a profound familial bond had blossomed between them. Chen Jihua shook his head and turned his gaze toward Yi Feng. "Ah Feng, I implore you, my daughter, please help her," he said weakly. Yi Feng's eyes flickered with determination. "Uncle, rest assured, the rescue team will arrive shortly. You must hold on. This injury is not insurmountable. You will recover," he reassured. "No, it's too late. Ah Feng, promise me, please. Take them both home. I must rely on you. They will listen to you and serve you," Chen Jihua said, blood spilling from his lips. "Me? Very well, I promise." Yi Feng nodded in agreement. A faint smile graced Chen Jihua's face as his legs slowly straightened. He had already endured considerable suffering on the island, having kept vigil every night and nursing injuries to his arms. At that moment, he could no longer bear the burden of life and breathed his last. Bai Guifan fell to the ground in anguish. The women hurried over to console her. Yi Feng felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. A companion had perished so swiftly, and he had envisioned a life of indulgence on the island. Was he being too selfish? "What are you crying for? Don't we have food and drink?" Wang Tao lay on a stretcher, watching Chun-Li, who was weeping profusely. At that moment, they had returned to the beach. "I feel as though my father has died." Chun-Li looked up at the sky, her tears cascading down like a kite severed from its string. "Death may be preferable, for your father was of little use," Wang Tao remarked indifferently. "You?" Chun-Li retorted, her anger igniting, her gaze transforming into one of deep resentment. Beside the cave, a mound of earth had been raised, and Yi Feng exerted himself to place a tombstone at its forefront, inscribed with the words, "Here lies Chen Jihua." Bai Guifan knelt before the grave, her spirit seemingly shattered. When her husband was alive, she perceived Chen Jihua as ineffectual and weak, yet at this moment, she felt as though she had lost the most vital aspect of her existence. "Roast the fish for me. After I finish, I shall retrieve Chun-Li." Yi Feng sighed softly. Acknowledging it as the deceased's final wish, he resolved to grant Chun-Li another chance. Should she remain obstinate in her ways, he would feel justified in sending her away. At that moment, Bai Guifan wiped her tears and began to grill 2 fish. "Ah Feng, I shall accompany you. Shaoli is the only child of Jihua and me, and I must ensure her safe return home," Bai Guifan asserted. "No need, Auntie. You are not in the best condition. I can manage alone." Yi Feng hesitated. "Do not say another word. I must follow you," Bai Guifan insisted resolutely. Chapter 41. Bai Guifan and Yi Xing's wish fulfilled very well. Yi Feng conceded, for he understood that Chen Jihua's demise bore some relation to him. It was his insistence that Chen Jihua keep vigil each night that had rendered him slow to react, ultimately leading to the indiscriminate attack by the black bear. As he consumed the roasted fish, Yi Feng's gaze wandered until he noticed Ding Tuanchuan kneeling before Chen Jihua's grave, softly murmuring something. This sight brought him a measure of comfort. The little girl still possessed a kind heart. He quietly approached, eager to discern her words. "Uncle Chun, please do not visit me at night. I am quite terrified of ghosts. If you must seek someone, perhaps try Zhang Yin or Sister Su Yun, or even Brother Yi. Just please do not enter my dreams. I beseech you," she concluded with a bow. Yi Feng was instantly filled with indignation, grasping her puffed cheeks. "You little rascal. Go skin the bear and use its hide as a bedspread," he scolded angrily. Ding Tuanchuan grabbed a dagger and set to work. After finishing the fish, Yi Feng and Bai Guifan set off on their journey. Yi Feng assessed the situation. Wang Tao had sustained severe injuries and required constant hydration. Thus, he likely lay in recuperation at the lowest reaches of the stream, far from their camp, to avoid confrontation. "Auntie, let us proceed downstream," Yi Feng advised. Bai Guifan did not engage in banter this time, her eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. After traversing a distance of 6 or 7 kilometers downstream, Yi Feng encountered several packs of carnivorous animals. He spotted hyenas, which fled upon seeing him, having developed a psychological aversion to him. "After all this time, why have we not yet found my daughter?" Bai Guifan inquired anxiously. "Let us continue searching," Yi Feng responded. However, Bai Guifan suddenly approached Yi Feng, wrapping her arms around him. "Yi Feng. Feng, I am aware that you have not earnestly sought after Li Li. Would you kindly consider my feelings in this matter? I'm now ready to give myself to you. After all, there's no one here. And my husband did say before his demise that I could be yours." With that, Bai Guifan slowly removed her top. Yi Feng felt a deep sense of resistance. After all, Chen Jihua had only just passed away, and to act in such a manner would be utterly despicable. Yet, he was a normal man, still in the prime of his youth. "Please, Auntie, don't think this way. I will earnestly search for her," Feng said with great difficulty. "There is no one around. You need not feel burdened. Only when I give myself to you will you truly seek out Lily. I understand the rules. There's no need for formality," Fen declared, as she forcefully pushed Feng to the ground. Feng responded, "Auntie, please don't misunderstand. I have been diligently searching for Chun-Li. I will honor my commitments. But if Chun-Li behaves like that again, I will disregard any sense of loyalty and cast her aside once more." Just as Feng finished speaking, Fen had already commenced. As Feng uttered a single word, he was instantly rendered speechless. The sensation was unparalleled. After a brief moment, Fen wiped the corner of her mouth and slowly turned around, resting her hands on the stone. "Feng, come here quickly. Once I have given myself to you, you will earnestly assist me in searching for my daughter. I understand the thoughts of men. Do not hold back." Feng's eyes instantly turned crimson, as the remnants of rationality within his mind were swiftly overwhelmed by primal instincts. "I truly did not mean it like that." Feng swallowed hard, finding it increasingly difficult to maintain control. His entire being was stirred by a surge of blood and passion. However, Fen was unconcerned with his hesitations and lunged towards him without restraint. Feng finally succumbed to his desires, and a moment of fervent passion ensued. This time, he poured forth all the pent-up emotions that had accumulated over the years. An hour later, Fen languidly collapsed onto the stone, cleansing her body with her hands. After she finished, a glimmer of seduction flashed in her eyes, and she began to wash Feng as well. Feng, was it pleasurable just now?" Fen's enchanting eyes sparkled with allure. Never had he felt such comfort before. Feng spoke earnestly, gently caressing her hair. Fen smiled faintly, then suddenly covered her crimson lips once more, her gaze widening in astonishment as she glanced at Feng's trousers. "Have you thought of something again?" Feng immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With the recent passing of Chen Jihua, he felt more base than a beast. Yet, there was little he could do, for the vitality of youth is indeed remarkable. Fen hesitated for a moment before once again resting her hands upon the stone. Above the bamboo grove, the euphonious calls of the paradise birds echoed, their melodies both enchanting and poignant, as if lamenting a sorrow. Along the water's edge, a male frog had climbed onto the back of a female frog. An hour and a half later, Fen sat weakly upon the stone, utterly drained of strength. Feng took the initiative to assist her. "Feng, you are truly breathtaking, utterly enchanting," he remarked with a smile. "How insufferable! You are far too fierce. I fear I cannot manage this alone. But fret not. As long as we can locate Lier, all will be well," Fen replied, stifling a giggle. "However, are you still able to walk?" Feng inquired. "There should be no problem." Fen, eager to find her daughter, had just risen when she stumbled and fell back into Feng's embrace. "Let us take a brief respite," Feng suggested, gently placing her upon a stone. "You gathered an extraordinary amount just now. I have never witnessed such a bounty. Is there something amiss with your health?" Fen inquired suddenly. Feng, too, found this perplexing. He had never procured so much before. Perhaps it was linked to the white fruit. After consuming it, he felt an unparalleled vigor coursing through him, more robust than he could have ever imagined. "No, it must simply be a manifestation of strength," Feng chuckled lightly. "Yet your strength is quite excessive. I fear that in the future, neither I nor Xiaoli will be able to restrain you. But it matters little. There are plenty of women in the cave, are there not? I trust they would be more than willing, particularly that Zhang Yan. The way she gazes at you is rather enchanting. Should you give the slightest nod, she would undoubtedly oblige," Fen remarked, her tone tinged with jealousy. She lamented her own inadequacy in managing Feng, resigning herself to the fact that if she could not hold him back, she might as well allow him to run free, as long as he could tend to her and Xiaoli on the deserted island. The two rested until noon, at which point Fen could barely walk, her legs trembling noticeably from behind. After traversing several kilometers downstream, it was already afternoon, and the heat had become increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, Feng halted in his tracks. Before them lay a lake measuring roughly a kilometer in diameter, teeming with herbivorous creatures. Some were drinking, others grazing, while a few lurked in the underbrush, watchful and poised. A sense of urgency gripped Feng, prompting him to pull Fen behind him. In that instant, a crocodile leaped from the water, seizing a young water buffalo with ferocity. The lake was instantly stained crimson. Nearby, a leopard darted past, sinking its teeth into the neck of a spotted deer. In a sudden splash, a small lamb was dragged into the depths of the lake. We must leave. This place is far too perilous. Wang Tao and the others cannot possibly settle here. Yifeng's expression shifted dramatically as he urged Bai Guifeng to run. After only a few strides, Bai Guifeng collapsed onto the ground. Without hesitation, Yifeng scooped her up onto his back and began to sprint. Finally, they returned to the location where they had previously encountered danger, Yifeng panting heavily. The lush vegetation signified fierce competition for survival. It seemed he had been fortunate to remain near the source of the creek, thus avoiding these carnivorous beasts. What shall we do? Are we not searching for Xiaoli? Bai Guifeng queried from his back. Wang Tao and the others are likely not along this creek. There is a possibility they may be at the beach. They cannot be in the jungle, as the mosquitoes are rampant there. I inflicted a wound on his thigh, and the mosquitoes would certainly lay their eggs in the injury. Let us proceed to the beach, Yifeng declared, gently setting Bai Guifeng down, understanding the toll his rapid pace had taken on him. Bai Guifeng took the initiative to lead the way. Her enticing silhouette stirred Yifeng's spirits once more. Sometimes, once the floodgates of desire are opened, the inner beast can no longer be contained. Drawing a deep breath, Yifeng suddenly embraced Bai Guifeng from behind. Ah! Bai Guifeng gasped in surprise. I'm at my wit's end. Your demeanor is quite intimidating. If this continues, I fear I may struggle to even walk, Bai Guifeng exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Yifeng felt a wave of shame wash over him. How could he still be preoccupied with such thoughts at a time like this? I apologize, he said. The one who should be apologizing is I. It is I who have become ineffective, but do not worry. Once we find Xiaoli, I shall have her assist you twice to alleviate some of my burdens. Bai Guifeng gazed at Yifeng as she spoke. Let us head to the beach. After uttering these words, Yifeng took the initiative to step ahead. He knew that if he lingered behind and gazed at Bai Guifeng's silhouette, he would lose control once more. Upon reaching the sandy shores, Yifeng cast his eyes toward the southern part of the beach. It was a rocky area, ideal for fishing. Stay here and conceal yourself among the trees. Do not emerge. I will venture to the rocky zone. Perhaps I might find someone. Be careful, Bai Guifeng urged. Yifeng made a gesture of reassurance, grasped his bow and arrows, and stealthily approached the rocky area. To his dismay, there was no one in sight. This was the only place where fish could be caught, and if Wang Tao and his companions were at the beach, they would likely choose this spot as their encampment. This indicated that Chun-Li was not on the beach either, which posed a significant predicament. Searching for an individual in a tropical rainforest was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. There was also the grim possibility that Chun-Li might have perished. Yifeng, is that you? At that moment, a woman in her 30s emerged from behind a rock, adjusting her trousers as she stood. You? Assistant Su? Yifeng's eyes brightened. The woman before him, around 30 years old, possessed a fit physique and sharp eyes. Wasn't she Su Yun's personal bodyguard? He had fantasized about such a robust woman countless times, and to his astonishment, she had survived as well. However, given her rigorous training under the Su family, her survival was hardly surprising. I didn't expect you to be alive. Are there others? Susan inquired casually, her complexion seemingly vibrant, indicating she had thrived on the deserted island. Simultaneously, her impression of Yifeng was far from favorable. After all, Wang Tao had painted a rather unflattering portrait of him within the company, describing him as lewd and voyeuristic, a man she held in disdain. Of course not, Yifeng replied, his expression cooling as he sensed Susan's aversion towards him. He was the type of person who reciprocated feelings. If one liked him, he would likely feel the same, but if one harbored a deep-seated dislike, no amount of beauty would sway him. I wonder how President Su is faring, Susan pondered, her brow furrowing as she slowly turned to the side. Instantly, her curves were laid bare to Yifeng's gaze. It was undeniable that Susan's figure was not only ample, but also robust and full, exuding an aura of vitality that would entice any man to desire her assistance in procreation. After all, humans are animals, and when it comes to reproduction, health is paramount. Yet, modern notions have shifted, often prioritizing beauty above all else. In rural times, elders would assess a woman's suitability based on her sturdiness and the size of her hips, believing that a larger frame would be more conducive to childbirth. Susan, however, possessed not only an angelic visage but also a statuesque physique. It is said that she is an orphan, nurtured from a young age by old Master Su. ultimately becoming the esteemed bodyguard of the Su family, dedicated to protecting Su Yun. Thus, their relationship, though labeled as master and servant, is akin to that of sisters. She is rather pitiable. In her quest to safeguard Su Yun, she has reached the age of 30 without ever having experienced romance or entertained the thought of marriage. Come. Regardless, we are all part of the same company. Stay close to me, and at the very least, I can guarantee you will not starve, Susan declared, retrieving a wooden spear from behind the rocks. Actually, President Su is still alive, Yi Feng remarked. Susan exclaimed joyfully, seizing Yi Feng's shoulder. Where is she? Her voice trembled with excitement. Deep within her being, the instinct to protect Su Yun was inscribed in her very genes. It's a journey of approximately 7 to 8 kilometers through the woods to reach her. I have taken good care of her, Yi Feng continued. You have cared for her? Susan's demeanor shifted to one of caution. After all, Yi Feng's reputation within the company had been tarnished by Wang Tao. Thus, in her mind, Yi Feng's care might carry a different connotation. Assistant Su, is that you? At that moment, Bai Guifan approached, her face brightening with surprise as she gazed at Susan. Sister Bai from finance. Susan reciprocated her delight. The two women immediately embraced, almost causing Bai Guifan to be squished. Yi Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. She truly was a formidable woman. Let us return and check on Yun Yun, Susan said, preparing to head into the woods. However, the next moment, footsteps echoed from within the trees, and a large wild boar burst forth, its 2 rows of tusks gleaming ominously. Yi Feng was taken aback. This creature was omnivorous, meaning it also consumed meat. He quickly dashed in front of the 2 women. Let me handle it, Yi Feng began, but Susan swiftly pulled him aside. Get back. Are you seeking death? Let me take care of this. Susan commandeered Yi Feng's line. Yi Feng was momentarily stunned, but then sheathed his spear, wishing to observe Susan's combat prowess. He watched as Susan drew the spear back, her left hand fully extended, guarding the spear's tip. In the next moment, her well-developed glutes tightened, her body forming a taut, athletic line. With a powerful thrust, the wooden spear was hurled, directly piercing through the 200-pound wild boar. The boar emitted a piercing shriek, hastily retreating into the woods. Come, let us not waste this food. Susan swiftly unsheathed a dagger from her waist and strode after it. Yi Feng felt a surge of joy. Susan's fighting capability was impressive, ensuring that his camp would now have 2 strong allies, while the other women lacked any combat skills. Following the blood trail for over 100 meters, they finally discovered the wild boar, lifeless in the underbrush. Come lend a hand. Let us drag it to the beach and butcher it, keeping the meatier portions. Then we shall seek out Yun Yun, Susan instructed. All right. The 2 quickly maneuvered the boar onto the sandy shore. Susan began skillfully butchering the creature. Yi Feng found himself in dire need of lard. In civilized society, greasy substances are deemed detrimental to health. However, on a deserted island, fats transformed into a precious commodity. Not only could it render hair glossy, but lard also provided a protective layer for the lips. After disassembling the pig, Susan discarded the bones and the pig's head, hoisting a bloodied half of the carcass and gesturing towards the other half. You and Bai Guifan lift the remaining part. Yi Feng, do you possess the strength for it? Yi Feng's face flushed with indignation. This insolent woman dared to look down upon him. No need to lift, I can manage it alone. He too hefted the other half of the pig. The trio began to sprint through the woods towards the creek, urgency driving them. For they were all smeared with pig's blood. The surrounding thicket rustled ominously, with dozens of creatures fixating their gaze upon them. Fortunately, there were no large carnivorous beasts along the coastline. Otherwise, their return to the creek would have been impossible. Upon reaching the creek, Susan, breathless and weary, glanced at the composed Yi Feng, a flicker of doubt appearing in her eyes. If you are fatigued, take deep breaths. It alleviates pressure on the lungs. Or you might suffocate, she advised. Very well, Yi Feng feigned a few exaggerated gasps. He understood Susan's nature. She was assertive, and such women seldom welcomed the presence of someone more powerful than themselves, as it incited a sense of insecurity. Sister Su, let us cleanse the blood from the pork in ourselves. Otherwise, the fresh blood might disturb the food chain of the jungle, Yi Feng proposed. There's no need. Should those beasts dare approach, we shall slay them, Susan retorted sharply. After a 5-minute respite, Susan resumed her run with the pig meat, while Yi Feng trailed behind, admiring the strength of her gluteal muscles. This woman exuded vitality and power, igniting a sense of conquest within him. He recalled a lecherous man at the company who often surreptitiously photographed Susan's silhouette before hastily retreating to the restroom, emerging 5 minutes later with a feeble expression. This indicated that many men harbored intentions towards her. "How much longer must we travel?" Susan inquired from the front. "We shall arrive shortly," Feng replied, glancing skyward, his expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. Above, several vultures circled ominously, emitting their raucous cries. "This is bad." Feng abandoned pretense, exerting all his strength to sprint past Susan. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she too pushed herself to overtake him, but he quickly distanced himself from her. "Has he taken something?" Susan gasped, her chest rising and falling dramatically as if it might burst. "Let us go. Perhaps Feng has detected a danger," Fen urged, leading the way. At the cave's entrance, nearly 10 hyenas were gnawing at the carcass of a large black bear, while Su Yun and her companions brandished bamboo spears and bows to drive them away. Yet, the hyenas paid no heed, with a few encircling Su Yun. "Xiao Tuan Tuan, quickly shoot them," Su Yun shouted. "Ah, I've run out of arrows." Ding Tuanchuan concealed herself behind the crowd. Suddenly, Zhang Yin let out a piercing scream, her thigh gushing with blood. "Get back." In the absence of Feng, Su Yun assumed the role of leader. A cunning hyena stealthily circled to Su Yun's side, aiming to bite her alluring rear. It is known that these hyenas typically consume carrion, harboring a plethora of bacteria in their mouths. A bite could prove fatal or leave one gravely wounded. "Be careful," Ding Tuanchuan shouted. At that moment, a spear shot forth from downstream. With a thud, the hyena was pinned to the ground by the sheer force of the attack. Su Yun turned to see a robust man sprinting towards them, swiftly withdrawing the spear from the corpse and thrusting it forward again. With a howl, the fiercest hyena was pierced through the mouth, meeting its demise instantly. Feng swept his spear to the side, sending another hyena flying. The remaining hyenas ceased their feeding, uniting to pounce upon Feng. "How dare you beasts! Take advantage of the absence of the lion to bully the lioness?" Feng bellowed angrily, thrusting his spear forward and impaling an old hyena, flinging it aside with force. The pack emitted a chorus of mournful howls, retreating into the bamboo grove under the leadership of their queen. Feng's strength was formidable. He had dispatched 3 hyenas in quick succession. Trying to flee, Feng yanked back his spear. With a thud, the hyena queen was also pinned to the ground. Breathing heavily, Feng approached, withdrawing the spear and plunging it into the queen's eye. The vultures circling above, hoping for scraps, were taken aback by the appearance of such a formidable predator. They flapped their wings and ascended into the sky. Downstream, Susan covered her mouth in shock. Feng's actions had been brutal yet decisive. She feared that even she would struggle to match such prowess. Had she underestimated him in the past? Her emotions became complex in that moment. "Honey, are you all right?" Feng quickly embraced Su Yun. "You're back. That's all that matters. You scared us to death." Su Yun finally burst into tears upon seeing her pillar of support return. She had been terrified, fearing she would become the hyena's meal. Feng brought her an overwhelming sense of security. "Big brother, you're finally back." Ding Tuanchuan rushed over, hugging Feng's back, followed closely by Zhang Yan, who seized the opportunity to get closer. Only Rimiko stood still, her eyes filled with admiration. "Sister." Susan finally approached. Hearing her voice, Su Yun trembled, slowly lifting her gaze. "Sister, sister." The two beauties embraced, reluctant to part. Feng looked on with satisfaction, heading downstream to retrieve 2 slabs of pork. Chapter 44, Dining at the Most Delectable Spot. Ouch. Zhang Yin suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching her thigh in pain. Feng hurried over, cradling her long leg in his arms. "What should we do? Will there be a scar?" Zhang Yin asked anxiously. "You're worried about scars?" "The hyena's mouth is filthy and likely carries rabies," Susan remarked coldly. She certainly recognized Zhang Yin. After all, she was Wang Xiong's lover. She harbored little fondness for such women. "Ah, brother Feng, you must save me. I shall repay you. Do you remember the split? You have yet to witness it. Please, do not let me die." Zhang Yin exclaimed in terror. Feng retorted sharply, "Be quiet. There are so many people around." He then instructed her to climb onto his back, stating, "I will take you to the woods to find some herbs." He crouched down into a horse stance, and Zhang Yin, frightened, jumped onto his back. You? Su Yun stammered a few words from behind, casting a fearful glance at Susan. Susan was akin to her steward. Whenever she attempted to indulge in reckless behavior, Susan would promptly intervene. As Yi Feng carried Zhang Yan into the woods, he began searching for blood-cleansing herbs to expel the congealed blood from her wound, followed by herbs that would aid in coagulation, facilitating a gradual healing process. Though scarring was inevitable, after 2 hours of searching, Yi Feng finally gathered the necessary herbs. However, they had ventured 2 kilometers away from the camp, and there was no water source nearby. Yi Feng had no choice but to lift Zhang Yan's skirt, revealing a pair of sheer shorts underneath. "Are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Yan asked. "No, it just allows me to see better," Yi Feng replied before chewing the herbs and applying the paste to her thigh. Zhang Yan's leg twitched momentarily as the mixture trickled down, creating an unsightly mess on Yi Feng's trousers. Previously, Bai Guifan had not allowed him to fully release his pent-up tension, fearing he might lose control. For the beast within him had already been unleashed. Zhang Yan's wound continued to bleed, and her once rosy lips turned pale, resembling someone who had just returned from a funeral. Once the blood stabilized to a normal color, Yi Feng cleaned the wound. The sensation was almost overwhelming, testing Yi Feng's self-restraint. He chewed the coagulating herbs and applied them atop the wound. "Is it done?" Zhang Yan inquired. "Not yet. Do you have any cloth?" "I need to bandage the wound," Yi Feng responded. "Cloth?" "Yes." Zhang Yan slowly stood up, balancing on one leg, and unexpectedly removed the sheer shorts, handing them to Yi Feng. "Use this. I do not have much clothing left to tear." After speaking, she placed her long, fair thigh in Yi Feng's embrace, her skirt barely covering the upper part of her leg. Yi Feng swallowed hard, his trousers becoming increasingly disheveled. As he bandaged her wound, his eyes, as if equipped with radar, could not resist glancing beneath her skirt. Zhang Yan noticed his furtive glances and occasionally shifted her thigh, teasingly revealing glimpses, nearly causing Yi Feng to lose composure. Had it not been for Zhang Yan's excessive blood loss, he might have been tempted to take more drastic actions. "I feel so dizzy." Zhang Yan, having lost too much blood, clutched her head and suddenly sat down in Yi Feng's lap. "Ah, no, this won't do. You aren't wearing anything underneath. What if something happens?" Yi Feng cautioned that he had been striving to restrain his primal instincts, warning that should Zhang Yan continue to provoke him, he would lose all self-control. Unfazed, Zhang Yan nestled herself into his embrace. Yi Feng swallowed hard. However, in the next moment, Zhang Yan had closed her eyes within his arms, succumbing to a deep slumber. Yi Feng felt an overwhelming urge to act, yet he forcibly suppressed it. Homeward bound, he carried Zhang Yan in his arms as he made his way back. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, Su Yun hurried over. "Is she dead?" Su Yun inquired coldly. "No, she merely lost too much blood and fainted." "Let us prepare some fish," Yi Feng replied, gently placing Zhang Yan on the ground. Su Shan cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Feng. Perhaps he wasn't as vile as Wang Tao had portrayed him? Yet, in the next instant, as Yi Feng set Zhang Yan down, his unsightly trousers betrayed him. Su Shan's face flushed crimson. "Yi Feng, Wang Tao was right. You truly are a lecherous man. Even now, while she is injured, you still harbor such thoughts. You are nothing short of a beast." Su Shan berated him. In truth, her harsh words belied a twinge of jealousy towards Zhang Yan. After all, she had lived 30 years without ever having a boyfriend, nor had she even held a man's hand. Whenever she witnessed young couples passing by, a surge of animosity would well up within her. Had Yi Feng been cradling her instead, she would have been overjoyed, though she would never admit it. This is a natural physiological response for a man, and besides, I did not initiate it, Yi Feng retorted, equally incensed. It was well known that Su Shan was the fierce tigress of the company, and the rumor mill suggested that having never dated in 30 years, she was perceived as someone whose affections were fiercely guarded. "I cannot be bothered to converse with you. It's humiliating," she concluded, pulling Su Yun close, forbidding her from walking alongside Yi Feng. Su Yun, feeling helpless, could only convey a silent gesture of resignation to Yi Feng. Having been under Su Shan's watchful eye since childhood, she felt a degree of trepidation towards her older sister. At that moment, a delectable aroma wafted through the air. It was Neri Mei-zi, who had roasted a pig's leg, sprinkling it with meticulously filtered salt. When Yi Feng and Bai Guifan had stepped out, Mei-zi had utilized wood ash to purify the white substance, leaving primarily salt, albeit with a hint of impurities. Though in this deserted island setting, such details were of little concern. After a moment's hesitation, she extended a piece of meat towards Yi Feng. "You have worked the hardest. Please enjoy the most succulent portion," Mei-zi said gently. "Thank you, Tian Shui Tao," Yi Feng replied. She is not Tian Shui Tao. You lack perception. She is the wife of the little boat king, Su Shan interjected from a distance. Her words stirring a hornet's nest as a throng of women turned their gazes upon Mei Zi. Instantly, Mei Zi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The entire cave was now aware of her entanglement with Yi Feng, and she feared that upon returning to civilized society, the little boat king might cast her aside. Chapter 45. Utterly disgusting. I deceived you all, and for that, I am truly sorry, but I have my own struggles, Mei Zi concluded, returning her attention to Zhang Yan. At this moment, Susan was assisting Su Yun in her preparation. Let us go behind the waterfall. I need to check if anyone is taking advantage of you, Susan remarked. Sister, must you? Not again. Su Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she obediently followed her to the rear of the waterfall. Yi Feng sat nearby, munching on a pig's leg, feeling as though he had summoned a housekeeper into his life. It seemed that the pleasures of the harem would have to be temporarily set aside unless he could also win over Susan, compelling her to kneel before him in his oversized shorts and sing his praises. He had heard she had been single for 30 years. He wondered what it would be like to test his mettle against her. After finishing his meal, the women felt the need to stir their blood to aid digestion, each succumbing to drowsiness. Yet Yi Feng found it impossible to sleep. He sensed a challenge to his authority. Just then, Bai Guifan strolled downstream, and, just as she was about to vanish from sight, she turned back and cast a flirtatious glance that only Yi Feng could comprehend. Taking a deep breath, he hurried after her. An hour later, Yi Feng lay on the ground, with Bai Guifan nestled in his arms, tracing circles with her fingers. How was it just now? Did you release some of that pressure? Bai Guifan teased with a smile. You're impressive. It seems you've let out quite a bit. Yi Feng gently caressed her hair. Is it all well now? We must fetch Chunli back. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to Chen Jihua. In truth, he wanted to express that he had only released a fraction of it, considering his own strength, which had been amplified by consuming the ginkgo. Guifan, let us wait until tomorrow. I'll persuade that person to join me in finding Chunli. Her abilities are commendable as well, Yi Feng suggested. Gratitude flickered in Bai Guifan's eyes as she leaned her face down. Time passed, and eventually, the two returned to the camp in separate groups. This was Bai Guifan's insistence. She believed they should not delay Yi Feng and Su Yun's budding romance. Where did you go just now? Susan inquired. I went downstream to bathe, Yi Feng replied. Good. From now on, we are a team, so everything must be organized. First, I express my gratitude for your care of my sister these past days. Upon my return, I will have Old Master Su promote you. Susan continued. Secondly, starting tomorrow, we should send 2 people to the beach at intervals to await the rescue aircraft. Otherwise, the dense foliage will obscure us from view. Indeed, exclaimed Remy, filled with excitement. Sister, you truly are remarkable. Su Yun gazed at Susan with genuine admiration. The other women also displayed expressions of enthusiasm. You're brilliant. Why didn't I think of that before? Yi Feng said awkwardly. Susan cast Yi Feng a meaningful glance, causing his heart to skip a beat. For reasons unknown, there was neither allure nor suggestiveness in her gaze, yet it stirred within him a profound thought. Perhaps this was the unique skill cultivated by a woman after 30 years of abstinence, a gaze that could pierce through. Did you not expect this? Or did you simply not think? Regardless, let us set aside such thoughts and strive together. If the rescue plane does not arrive, we shall construct bamboo rafts to depart. We cannot succumb to despair on this deserted island. Susan's words instantly garnered her numerous admirers, though Bai Guifan remained an exception, having already experienced the allure of Yi Feng. Particularly after their first encounter, she felt as though the preceding 40 years had been wasted. With Yi Feng, she felt she could relinquish everything else. I shall now skin the bear and dry the hide. We can lay it on the hay at night to ensure a softer resting place. Yi Feng began to busily attend to the task with the dagger he picked up beside Susan. The other women also busied themselves, slicing the bear and pig meat into strips, then threading them with fine bamboo sticks to hang on branches for drying. As they hung the meat, they applied a layer of salt to prevent spoilage or decay. Just as they finished salting the pig meat, their supply of salt was entirely exhausted. Let us roast the remaining unseasoned bear meat for our meal, and we can press any leftovers under the waterfall to avoid attracting other predators with the scent of blood, Yi Feng suggested. As night fell, Yi Feng sat beside the fire with 6 lovely companions. The recent death of Chen Jihua weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Let us not dwell in sorrow. Jihua would want us to live joyfully. How about I tell you a joke? Bai Guifan suddenly spoke up. That sounds delightful. The others responded, their ears perked up in anticipation. Bai Guifan shared a rather crude anecdote that, despite its coarseness, stirred a playful tension between the genders. In that moment, Yi Feng's gaze shifted to Su Yun, who was discreetly assessing him. Meanwhile, Susan feigned indifference, yet Yi Feng could sense her heartstrings being tugged. I have a friend whose girlfriend left him for a black man. 2 years later, she returned from Black State, wanting to marry him again. On their wedding night, as he removed her trousers, he was left utterly astonished. How can it be so large? He exclaimed. His girlfriend retorted, why say it twice? My friend, puzzled, replied, I only said it once. Do you understand? The hole is too big, it echoes. Yi Feng also shared a jest. The laughter erupted. Uft. Ahaha. Bai Guifan's laughter rang out, with the other girls unable to contain their amusement. Only Ding Tuanshuan wore a bewildered expression, marked by large question marks on her face. Su Yun's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in Susan's embrace. Susan shot Yi Feng an eye roll, her cheeks also tinged with color. What a distasteful joke. Please do not tell it again, she lightly admonished, though she had nearly succumbed to laughter herself. Afterward, Susan seemed to harbor less animosity towards Yi Feng, for a shared laugh can dissolve grievances. By the way, what of Wang Tao and the others? Susan pondered aloud. Su Yun's expression darkened as she recounted all the troubling deeds Wang Tao had committed in recent days. No way. Manager Wang always appears so upright. And I have personally seen his championship trophy. How could he not know how to catch fish? Susan exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Oh, if you provide me with 50,000 yuan, I could craft an Olympic champion's trophy for you, gilded to perfection. Who could possibly resist giving a thumbs up to such a creation? Yi Feng scoffed, his anger flaring at the mere mention of that useless Wang Tao. Chapter 46. Extracting the poison with words. All right, let us divert our conversation to something else. Who shall share a joke next? Yi Feng inquired. The other girls took turns telling jokes, yet none elicited laughter. Yi Feng nearly succumbed to sleep, forcing himself to muster a smile. After some time, he proceeded to skin the bear. Utilizing Susan's exceptionally sharp dagger, crafted from high-quality steel, he completed the task with skill. Once finished, Yi Feng soaked the bear's skin in water, for it was teeming with parasites and required a 2-day soak before it could be dried for use as bedding. I trust everyone is weary now. Allow me to assign tasks. Yi Feng declared, standing atop a rock. Tonight, let us designate 2 individuals to keep watch. Ding Tuanshuan and Tian, you shall take the night shift with Naire Maisie, while the rest of you retreat inside to rest. With that, Yi Feng guided Susan and the others into the cave. Upon entering, Susan frowned. Is this truly the only sleeping area? Where will you sleep at night? She asked Yi Feng. We will all squeeze together, as the temperature fluctuates greatly in the jungle, Yi Feng replied. That won't do. You, a man, cannot simply crowd among the women. How about this? Lay down some more hay and sleep on the other side, Susan suggested. At that moment, Su Yun interjected, Sister, let it be. Feng is exhausted. Allow him to sleep closely with us, or he may freeze alone at night. Is that so? Very well. Who among you is willing to share sleeping space with Yi Feng? Susan inquired. Instantly, all the women gravitated towards Yi Feng, including Su Yun. Susan shot a fierce glare at her, prompting Su Yun to reluctantly step back. Then it is settled. Yi Feng will sleep on the outermost side, by Jia. You will share space with him, while the others will occupy the inner positions, Susan decisively stated. Yi Feng wore a displeased expression, but resigned himself to sharing a bed with Bai Guifan. In the dead of night, Yi Feng felt an unusual chill and could not resist nudging Bai Guifan, only to discover her skin was burning hot, her body trembling slightly. He quickly placed his hand on her forehead, and his heart sank. This is not good. Everyone wake up. Aunt Bai has a high fever. Yi Feng shouted. The others, equally frozen, awoke immediately. What should we do? Su Yun asked, her eyes still closed, on the verge of drifting back to sleep. Ah, just my luck to face such misfortune, Yi Feng exclaimed. I will gather some herbs to reduce her fever. You all, clean the helmets and boil some water for her to drink. With that, he dashed outside. Ding Tuanshuan had already fallen asleep nearby, leaving only Naire Maisie on watch. Carving a piece of wood with her dagger. What happened? Naire Maisie inquired. Someone has a fever. I must find some herbs. A high fever could be fatal on this deserted island. After Yi Feng spoke, he dragged a torch from the fire and seized a long spear. Plunging into the inky darkness of the forest, Upon entering, a jolt of shock coursed through him as he beheld a python, thick as a wrist, laboriously devouring a wild rabbit. He inhaled deeply and quickly chose to circumvent the beast. The torch flickered wildly in the wind that swept through the jungle, leaving Feng in a state of anxious urgency. In the cave, Feng lay weakly, her face flushed with fever. The death of her husband had struck her profoundly, compounded by the mysterious disappearance of Chun-Li, which filled her with immense anxiety. Ultimately, she succumbed to illness. "Auntie, please sip some cooled boiled water," Ding Tuanchuan offered, holding out a cup of lukewarm water. Feng managed a faint smile and took a small sip, only to be seized by a violent cough. In a corner, Susan crouched, her gaze suddenly drifting into the depths of the forest. "Can Feng manage alone? Is he in danger?" Sister, you must go find him and bring him back," Su Yun exclaimed, her urgency palpable. Susan's expression darkened. "You're not developing feelings for him, are you?" No, not at all," Su Yun hastily clarified. At that moment, Feng returned, clutching a bundle of herbs. "For these 3 herbs, place them in cold water. When the water reaches a boil, add these 2, and finally, after 10 minutes, incorporate this last one." He began instructing Rimai's. "Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine?" Rimai's eyes sparkled with interest. "Indeed, I come from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners," Feng replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Having lived in Wu village, where skirmishes among neighboring villages were common, he had frequently sustained injuries, which ultimately led him to acquire medical knowledge. Rimai took the herbs to prepare a decoction, while Feng turned his attention back to Feng, who appeared frail, her eyes half closed. "Lily," Feng managed to utter. Feng felt a pang of sadness, realizing that the weight of her emotional burdens had likely contributed to her illness. Herbal remedies could only address the symptoms. The root of her affliction lay in her heart. It was clear that Chun-Li needed to be found, otherwise, Feng's ailment could not be truly cured. "Rest assured, I will find Chun-Li by tomorrow," Feng assured, gripping Feng's hand with determination. A flicker of a smile graced her lips as she gradually succumbed to sleep. In the corner, Su Yun nudged Susan. "Sister, see? Feng is truly a good person. Not at all as Wang Tao described." Susan's expression softened slightly, yet her words remained sharp. "One can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who can say this isn't all an act?" She replied coldly. At that moment, a scream echoed from outside the cave. "Oh no, a poisonous snake!" Rimai exclaimed, jumping around the fire, nearly spilling the herbal concoction. Feng dashed out like a leopard. There, he saw a jet-black snake slithering by the fire, its mouth agape, poised to strike Rimai. As he focused intently, his expression shifted dramatically. The snake's mouth was entirely black. This was a black mamba. "Get away," he shouted, hurling his spear. However, the black mamba effortlessly evaded the attack and lunged at Feng. "Damn it," he muttered, narrowly sidestepping the deadly strike. The black mamba slithered towards the cave once more. Feng, disregarding all else, promptly poured the boiling herbal medicine over the serpent. At last, it took effect. The black mamba emitted a series of hisses and hastily darted into the stream. A sigh of relief escaped from Rimai, who collapsed onto the ground. "Were you bitten?" Feng scrutinized Rimai's thighs and arms. A bite from such a creature would be fatal. Even attempting to suck out the venom would be a death sentence. "I wasn't bitten," Rimai replied, frantically checking her body. Soon, the shape of her chest began to alter. "That's good. This cave isn't safe." Feng furrowed his brow. This cave appeared to be quite inhospitable. First, there were no natural defenses, leaving them vulnerable to surprise attacks from wild beasts emerging from the woods. Secondly, there were venomous snakes, whose presence at night was particularly perilous. Susan also emerged, her expression less than favorable. Although her combat prowess was commendable, women have an innate fear of snakes. The others found it impossible to sleep, so they gathered around the fire for warmth. Chapter 47. Swallowing hard. Feng contemplated. Continuing like this is not a viable solution. Tomorrow, I will seek out Chun-Li and Zhang Yan, while you take Susan to search for limestone. Once you find it, bring it back to grind into powder and spread a circle of it around the cave. While lime powder won't deter larger beasts, it can provide some protection against snakes and insects. All right. Susan nodded, the first time she acquiesced to Feng's directive. This is merely the first step. Once I locate Chun-Li, we must devise a plan to fell trees and enclose the cave entrance, creating a courtyard. This way, We can secure ourselves against wild animals. Does everyone agree? Li Feng inquired once more. Absolutely. With a courtyard, we can move about freely. Ding Tianxuan exclaimed with delight. Although the other women remained silent, their expressions conveyed agreement. However, Susan shook her head. Our primary objective should be to construct a bamboo raft and seek an opportunity to leave this deserted island, rather than erecting a shelter here. Very well, we must indeed build the raft, but shouldn't we prioritize our safety first? Stabilize our situation before contemplating an escape. That sequence is paramount, don't you agree? Li Feng questioned Susan. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I will venture alone to find Chun-Li. Zhang Yin will accompany Susan to search for limestone, while the rest of you remain here to look after Aunt Bai. If danger arises. Li Feng's voice trailed off. Without himself and Susan, the other women possessed negligible combat capability. Encountering wild beasts would be manageable. They could simply retreat into the cave and barricade the entrance. But what if they encountered Wang Tao and his group of humans? Susan, upon finding the limestone, return as swiftly as possible. I will also hasten my search for Chun-Li, Li Feng added. Understood, Susan replied. Ah Feng, perhaps I should accompany you tomorrow? Rimai suddenly suggested. That won't do. You must stay here to care for Aunt Bai. Your experience is invaluable. As for Ding Tianxuan, her youth renders her unreliable. And as for Susan, she is all talk and lacks the capability to care for others. Li Feng stated sternly. Who are you calling all talk and no action? Suddenly, Su Yun rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches that made Yi Feng cry out in pain. Ding Tianxuan, fuming, turned her back and muttered incantations under her breath. As dawn broke, Yi Feng strapped on his bow and arrows, gripping his spear firmly. A few women surrounded him, incessantly advising him to be cautious. Ah Feng, be careful on your journey. There's a whole family of women waiting for your return to protect, Su Yun said, adjusting Yi Feng's tattered collar. Big brother Yi. Travel safely, Ding Tianxuan added. At that moment, it was Susan's turn. Take care, don't do anything reckless, she said in a calm tone. Yi Feng sighed and gazed up at the sky. The wind howls, the waters of the Yishui are cold. A brave man departs and does not return. Su Yun, if I do not come back, find someone to marry, don't wait for me. With that, he darted downstream. Susan and Zhang Yin exchanged glances before slipping into the woods. Left behind were a sickly individual and 3 frail women. Yi Feng sprinted along the creek. The group, led by Wang Tao, was neither in the creek nor at the rocky beach, which suggested they were likely to the north of the beach. After running a few kilometers along the creek, he veered into the woods, determined to search the northern beach. The sun had yet to rise, allowing him to move with ease, guided by paths previously traversed. After an hour of running, Yi Feng finally spotted the coconut grove. His expression shifted as he suddenly crouched low. In the rocky area of the beach, a group of people wandered about. Indeed, it was Wang Xiong and his crew. Wang Xiong's slicked-back hairstyle had lost its flair, with 2 strands of hair hanging over his forehead. The bald man's head was now sprouting a stubble of hair. 2 bodyguards sat atop the rocks, engaged in discussion, while the rest of the group, including Wang Xiong, appeared lethargic. Wang Tao, needless to say, lay sleeping on a stretcher. Where's Chun-Li? Yi Feng squinted, straining his eyes to see further. Suddenly, a tall, blonde woman emerged from behind the rocks. She stood approximately 1.75 meters tall. Clad in a bikini, her figure beyond the realm of merely alluring. It was downright explosive. Following her was Chun-Li. It seemed they had gained a new member on their side. Yi Feng muttered to himself, assessing the situation. He felt no fear towards the others, but he was slightly wary of the 2 bodyguards. With this thought, he glanced back at the tall woman. He could not deny that European women possessed an exceptionally fair complexion, almost excessively so. Meanwhile, after spending weeks in the jungle, he had become dark and robust. The contrast between their skin tones was strikingly pronounced. Alice, didn't you say your boyfriend had set sail to find help? Why hasn't he returned yet? Wang Xiong couldn't contain his curiosity. The bald trio fixed their unabashed gazes upon Alice, their eyes seeming to blaze with intensity. Don't worry. He will come back for me, Alice replied, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Yi Feng assessed that Alice was likely only 18 or 19 years old. Yet people from Europe and America tend to appear significantly older. An 18 or 19-year-old might easily resemble someone in their 20s or 30s. However, her physique was truly exceptional. In terms of physical attributes, No woman in the cave could rival her. At that moment, the bald man could no longer contain himself. Brother Xiao Dao, please let me have her just once. I've been holding back for days, he pleaded. Nevertheless, Long Wu shook his head in disapproval. No. If her boyfriend truly locates the rescue team, he will undoubtedly have us all imprisoned. Let us wait for another 2 days. If the rescue team has not arrived by then, I shall no longer concern myself with these 2 women. Long Wu was principled. He had been protecting Chun-Li and Alice for the past few days. However, since they were not his kin, if the rescue team did not arrive, he could not oppose the entire group and would have to relent. Yet, he could assure himself that he would not partake in any wrongdoing. Those who have served in the military possess an inherent sense of righteousness. Although he admired beauty, he would never resort to coercing a woman. Wang Xiong glanced at Long Wu, feeling anxious. 3 days prior, he had already struggled to command the 2 bodyguards. If this continued, he would merely become a mere accompaniment. It was imperative to devise alternative strategies to establish his authority. With this thought, Wang Xiong approached Long Wu. Xiao Dao? Hasn't your daughter always wanted to study in Europe? Rest assured, if I manage to return, I will certainly send her there. I have 2 companies in Germany. Long Wu, lacking interest, merely nodded and shifted his gaze into the distance. Just then, Alice suddenly approached the woods, directly facing Yi Feng. What do you intend to do? The bald man inquired abruptly. I need to relieve myself. Is there a problem? Alice responded coldly to the bald man. Don't even think about running away. I will be watching you closely, he replied, swallowing hard. Chapter 48, Rooting Out the Problem Dam. Alice cursed, boldly walking towards the woods. Yi Feng was startled. Would this woman scream upon seeing him, drawing the others in? Thus, as Alice began to remove her shorts, he sprang forth, swiftly covering her mouth. Damn! This woman is incredibly hot. The moment our skin touched, I felt a wave of dizziness. Alice struggled fiercely, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. And she could not utter a sound. Do not scream. I am a good person. I am here to rescue you and another girl. Chun-Li, my ex-girlfriend. Her mother is with me, and I intend to reunite her with her mother, Yi Feng whispered into Alice's ear. Alice paused momentarily, blinking rapidly in response. Yi Feng gradually released her mouth. The next moment, Yi Feng felt a dampness in his pants. Damn, this foreign girl actually wet herself. It was hardly surprising. His sudden ambush had startled her, leading her to believe she was being attacked by a wild beast. Are you Yi Feng? Alice asked quietly. Yes. Has Chun-Li mentioned me? Yi Feng was taken aback. She often speaks of you, expressing regret over her betrayal. What should we do now? Alice's Mandarin is commendable, though her enunciation leaves something to be desired. Now, seize an opportunity to escort Chun-Li into the woods. We shall make a direct dash towards my camp, where bows and arrows, spears, and weapons await us. Wang Tao and his cohort would not dare to provoke us lightly, Yi Feng remarked. Understood. Alice promptly adjusted her shorts. She had just relieved herself, soaking Yi Feng's trousers entirely. Observing the damp stains on his pants, Yi Feng found himself even more exhilarated. Was this not an indirect encounter with the alluring figure before him? Hey, Shaoli, do you need to relieve yourself? Alice inquired. Relieve myself? Haven't I just? Yes, I need to go, Chun-Li suddenly realized. The 2 women immediately clasped hands and ventured toward the woods. On the beach, only the bald man remained vigilant, watching the 2 women closely. Noticing their departure, he intercepted Alice once more. Weren't you just relieved? Why go again? He asked, his gaze roving over the 2 women. What if there are poisonous snakes in the woods? I can help fend them off, Alice explained. I don't buy it. This time, I'm accompanying you into the woods, the bald man declared. You? Isn't there a saying in the scorching summer, men and women should not be too familiar? How can Shaoli relieve herself with you nearby? Alice retorted angrily. I don't care, I'm going. Hee, if you're not satisfied, just soil your pants. The bald man replied, adopting a rogue demeanor. Fine, just don't regret it, Alice said, dragging Chun-Li into the woods. The bald man indeed followed closely behind. The 2 women gradually penetrated the coconut grove, quickly advancing 10 meters. The sunlight here had dimmed considerably. Yi Feng's expression grew increasingly cold as he picked up a stone. Hurry and relieve yourself. Let me have a little thrill too. Huh? The bald man's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the 2 women's forms, their pants looking decidedly unseemly. Suddenly, Alice smirked alluringly and placed her hands on her shorts, slowly pulling them down. Gulp. The bald man swallowed hard. unable to restrain himself as he leaned forward. Bang! Feng surged forth, striking him brutally on the head with the stone. In an instant, the bald man collapsed, unconscious without a sound. Run! Feng urged, pulling Chun-Li as they sprinted toward the creek. Despite being barefoot, Alice found no hindrance to her speed. Can you keep up? Feng glanced back, his eyes widening. He beheld Alice running, her bikini top swaying tantalizingly, almost breaking free of its confines. Why have you stopped? Hurry, don't let those ruffians see us. Alice gasped. All right. Feng composed himself and continued racing toward the creek. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the creek, breathless. Alice plopped down into the water, droplets of sweat cascading down her cheeks, trickling along her fair neck and pooling on her body. Feng felt an urge to help her wipe away the beads of perspiration. Alice requested assistance for her itchy back, suspecting she had been bitten by something. As she reached behind to scratch, Feng hurriedly positioned himself at her back, noticing a patch of redness at her strap, indicating a possible insect bite. The itch was unbearable. While Alice continued to scratch, her hand inadvertently tugged at the strap, causing it to snap with a loud pop. An event that nearly caused Feng to lose his composure in shock. In the face of this unexpected situation, Alice remained unfazed. European women often possess a different mindset. They embark on romantic relationships during high school and sometimes celebrate graduations with exuberant displays of affection in public. Thus, her outlook was considerably more liberal than that of women from the East. Alice, allow me to wash your back. It seems unbearably itchy, Feng offered eagerly. All right, please do, she replied. He promptly assisted her. It must be noted that the skin of European women, while not as delicate as that of their Eastern counterparts, exudes a certain warmth, possibly indicating a higher internal temperature. Chun-Li, on the other hand, felt like a mere observer, somewhat at a loss. Now that it's done, let us return to the camp. Feng, I swear I will no longer waver. My heart will belong solely to you, Chun-Li declared, raising her hand to the heavens. Feng hesitated momentarily, ultimately deciding against revealing the news of her father's passing. They would return to the camp first. After fastening Alice's clothing, Feng took Chun-Li's hand, and they set off upstream. After running for less than 2 kilometers, Feng suddenly released Chun-Li's hand and aimed his spear at the thicket. Moments later, a small, wobbling creature emerged from the woods. It was a young black bear, roughly the size of a dog, appearing rather clumsy. Upon spotting humans, the little bear approached them and affectionately rubbed against Alice's calves. Feng recognized it as the cub of the large black bear he had encountered earlier. He believed in eliminating potential threats. Alice, kick it away. The meat of such a young bear is quite tender, he suggested, pulling back slightly. No. The two women immediately shielded the cub. Please don't harm it. It's so adorable, Alice implored, cradling the bear as it playfully licked her fair cheek. Feng, don't kill it. Instead, let us tame it. We can keep it tied at the cave entrance for sentry duty, Chun-Li added, pleadingly. Feng's gaze flickered, and he ultimately lowered his spear. Indeed, animals possess a heightened sense of alertness compared to humans, and tethering the young bear at the cave could serve as an effective watch. We must be cautious. It needs discipline, or else once it matures, it may become uncontrollable, Feng advised. He contemplated how Chun-Li would react if she learned that her father had met his end at the hands of this cub's mother. Let us keep moving, Feng urged, gently prodding the little bear with his spear to hasten its pace. The little black bear was filled with anger, yet felt utterly helpless. After some time, Feng finally returned to the camp. He found several women gathered together, diligently crushing limestone into powder, while Susan sprinkled lime around the entrance of the cave. Oh, you're back? Su Yun exclaimed with delight, preparing to leap into Feng's embrace, but Susan stood tall, casting a warning glance at her. Yes, I'm back, and I also brought a foreign friend. Alice, please introduce yourself, Feng said with a smile. Hello everyone, my name is Alice. Ah, it's so adorable. Ding Tuanshuan squealed, scooping up the little black bear and lifting it high, then lowering it again. The women's fascination with the little bear was clearly greater than their interest in Alice, leaving her feeling awkward. After all, the women were somewhat envious of her voluptuous figure, which bred a natural sense of rivalry. I am Naire Maisie, pleased to meet you. Only Maisie and Alice exchanged a handshake, while Chun-Li seemed to be ignored by everyone. However, Chun-Li appeared to sense something amiss. Upon returning to the camp, her expression turned uneasy. She stumbled into the cave, and soon the sound of Bai Guifan's surprised voice echoed from within. Yet, mere 5 minutes later, Chun-Li's anguished cries resounded. Daddy! Ah, Daddy! I have no father. Her wails were heart-wrenching, eliciting feelings of sadness among the women. Let us store the remaining limestone in a dry spot within the cave. We might need it in case of rain, Feng instructed. Zhang Yin obediently complied. She still walked with a slight limp, her thigh injury having been cleaned several times. Essentially, she wore nothing beneath her thin skirt. Chun-Li emerged from the cave and found the gravestone of Chun Jihua, covering her mouth as she wept uncontrollably. Yet, no one offered her solace, not even Su Yun. Clearly, since the recent betrayal, the women in the camp had shunned her. Only Alice occasionally exchanged a few words with her. Let us commence logging and erect a surrounding wall. Avoid using bayonets and daggers. Stones will suffice, Feng commanded. Understood, replied the women. Yes, Leader Yi, Ding Tuanshuan said half-jokingly. They toiled from noon until night, felling 3 large trees and stripping them of their branches. Ding Tuanshuan shrieked at the sight of bugs on the trees, soon scurrying into the cave, refusing to come out. This scene brought hearty laughter from Feng and the other women. As night fell, Feng went to retrieve the bear meat submerged in water to roast for dinner. However, the little black bear approached him, rubbing against the bear's skin. This creature may seek revenge as it grows, Feng warned. No, it's too adorable for that. Ding Tuanshuan replied, clutching the little black bear tightly. Feng grew weary of the conversation, thinking that he would find an opportunity to deal with the little bear. For otherwise, it would grow larger and become uncontrollable. After a while, Bai Guifan surprisingly emerged from the cave. Although her body remained frail, her complexion had noticeably improved. With the return of her daughter, she seemed to have regained her strength. Mother, Chun-Li gently assisted Bai Guifan to sit beside the fire. Feng counted. There were a total of 7 women now. He felt somewhat like Wei Xiaobao. If they could successfully construct a shelter, reigning as a local sovereign on the deserted island would not be such a bad fate. Return to civilized society? Not a chance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the little black bear standing upright, emitting a babyish growl. Feng's expression shifted, and he swiftly drew a torch from the fire, hurling it downstream with great force. As the flames flickered, several faces became visible in the light. A few individuals, realizing they could not remain hidden, swaggered into view. Wang Xiong, what brings you here again? Feng grasped his bow and arrow, while the other women also took up bamboo spears, ready for confrontation. Why did you take our women? Return Alice to us. As for Chun-Li, we no longer want her. Wang Xiong brandished a wooden stick, flanked by the remaining men. Wang Tao also appeared in the crowd, leaning on a cane. Very well, let me ask Alice directly if she wishes to leave with you, Feng said. Looking at Alice. Holding a stone, Alice resolutely shook her head. Alice, we have caught fish for you to eat and protected you for the past 3 days. Are you truly so heartless as to abandon us? Obey, return to the group, and I promise the bald men will not harm you. Long Wu interjected for the first time. Xiao Dao, you are an upright person, but I deceived you. I have no boyfriend. Nor did I send a boyfriend to build a boat for rescue. Alice dropped a bombshell. What? Long Wu's eyes twitched uncontrollably, his face flushed with embarrassment. So it turns out, these 7 men had been outwitted by a woman. Why? Why did you deceive me? Wang Xiong stepped forward, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you question me? If I hadn't said that, your men would have humiliated me on the first day. I was merely saving myself. Do you understand? Alice replied. Feng nodded inwardly. Alice was quite astute, far more so than Chun-Li. Wang Xiong hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smiled at Feng. Feng, you possess remarkable skill to have so many women revolving around you. But what are your plans next? Building a boat to go home. If that is your intention, with your current manpower, it would take years to complete the vessel. Why not merge our groups? We are all men here and can handle the heavy labor of constructing the keel and deck. Your women can weave sails, thereby accelerating the process, Wang Tao proposed. No, you should return whence you came. Otherwise, do you see the bow and arrow in my hand? Feng issued an ultimatum. Wait, he makes a valid point. Susan suddenly stepped forward. Her mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of returning home, indifferent to the grievances between Feng and Wang Xiong. Sister, how can you collaborate with such a wretched bunch? Su Yun exclaimed hastily. I care not for distinctions of good and evil. As long as we can build a vessel to return home, all animosities can be set aside, Susan replied. I concur. Raimai also raised her hand in agreement. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he observed the faces of the women. Aside from Su Yun's dissent, the others, though silent, exhibited expressions that spoke volumes. Their reluctance to voice their agreement was merely a prelude to awaiting his command. If they were to consort with these brutes, it would not be long before they faced dire consequences. After all, these men were singularly fixated on one pursuit, particularly the trio of bald-headed ruffians, who seemed perpetually engrossed in the women's physiques. Feng, while they may be despicable, their reasoning holds merit, and we women are not suited for strenuous labor. Feng whispered to Yi Feng in a conciliatory tone. Yi Feng remained silent, his countenance grim. Just when he thought he might transform into a figure of charisma akin to Wei Xiaobao, 7 competitors emerged, dampening his spirits. Above all, he had no desire to return home. The deserted island was far more comfortable. Seemingly attuned to Yi Feng's inner turmoil, Feng leaned closer and murmured, "Rest assured, I shall harbor no affections for any of them. Once others have tasted your essence, they will undoubtedly pledge their loyalty to you. Of course, if you still oppose, I shall stand by your side." After considering Feng's words, Yi Feng turned his gaze to the others. "Brother Yi, shall we collaborate with them?" Ding Tuan inquired. "Very well," Yi Feng sighed, directing his attention to Wang Xiong and his cohort. "Your camp must be situated no less than 20 meters from ours, downstream while we remain upstream, with this stone serving as our boundary marker. Should you trespass, I shall not be lenient." Ha, agreed. "Let it be so," Wang Xiong nodded, leading his companions to the downstream area to establish their camp. Susan rolled her eyes. How childish. Setting a boundary marker, as if playing house. Yi Feng had his own strategy. Shortly, he intended for Wang Xiong's group to fell trees and construct a fence to enclose their area. "Come, gather around the fire for a meeting," he called out. Yi Feng was ready to establish some rules. The women immediately settled around the fire, while Zhang Yin squatted opposite them, her lithe legs moving with a captivating grace. Wang Xiong's crew fixated on one singular thought. Thus, when collaborating with them, it was prudent to minimize dialogue. "If any issues arise, inform me, and I will handle the negotiations," Yi Feng began, but then noticed Zhang Yin slightly parting her legs. The flickering firelight captivated Yi Feng's gaze. "What now?" Su Yin asked. "Wait, my thoughts are a bit scattered," Yi Feng said, ruffling his tousled hair. However, Susan, following Yi Feng's gaze, quickly recognized Zhang Yin. At a time like this, your mind still wanders to such matters." Yi Feng issued a few more instructions before sending the women back to the cave for rest, while he took on the duty of keeping watch. Wild beasts were manageable, but guarding against humans proved far more daunting. Indeed, in the early hours of the morning, the bald man approached the boundary marker. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng drew back his bowstring, his desire to directly eliminate the bald man palpable. This individual was particularly infuriating. "Wang Xiong sent me to borrow some food. I shall return it once I catch fish tomorrow," the bald man said, his gaze evasive. He had been bested by Yi Feng several times, instilling in him a psychological fear, particularly after the last encounter where he nearly suffered a severe injury. "Then go hungry. Be swift in your departure." Yi Feng stepped forward. "Do not act this way, brother. Those women are exquisite temptresses. Do not be deceived. They are compliant only because they have needs while stranded on this island. Once we return, we will be nothing to them. Thus, we ought to take full advantage of them here, for once the rescue arrives, we can dispose of them entirely," the bald man urged. "Ugh," he yelped, clutching the bamboo arrow embedded in his thigh. "You truly dare to shoot?" Fear and surprise danced in his eyes. Yi Feng pressed his lips tightly together and readied another bamboo arrow, this time aiming for the bald man's neck. "No, I shall leave. Is that not sufficient?" The bald man limped away, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Once the bald man had departed, Yi Feng resumed his position by the fire. He realized he must act decisively. Otherwise, the 7 men accompanying the bald man would never acknowledge his strength. Moreover, the bald man's provocative words had nearly swayed even someone of his upright character. Who could resist the allure of such beauty? Fortunately, the 2 bodyguards seemed not overly lustful. Otherwise, he could not guarantee the safety of those women. Morning soon arrived, yet Yi Feng felt no fatigue. Several women lazily emerged from the cave, heading to the waterfall to freshen up. With bloodshot eyes, Yi Feng gazed downstream, observing Wang Xiong and his companions washing by the creek, their envious eyes occasionally darting upstream. Despite having been shot the previous day, the bald man persisted in ingratiating himself with the 2 bodyguards. The cacophony of birds in the jungle rendered Feng unable to discern their conversation, yet the bald man's lecherous demeanor indicated he was stirring up trouble. After they finished washing, Long Wu approached the boundary marker. Feng, we will begin by striking stones against bamboo, then cutting the bamboo to suitable lengths. Meanwhile, could you weave a canvas by stripping the green skin from the bamboo? I wonder if you possess skills in bamboo weaving? Long Wu inquired. Feng assessed Long Wu, noting a hint of integrity in his gaze, as he did not fixate on the women. I understand bamboo weaving and shall teach them. You may commence your work. Feng replied. Excellent. Long Wu nodded, showing respect towards Feng. At that moment, Wang Tao approached, leaning on a cane. Brother Xiao Dao, this arrangement is inappropriate. Our side is engaged in strenuous labor, while theirs is focused on craftsmanship. Thus, they must provide us with 3 meals a day. Otherwise, we shall suffer a great loss. Wang Tao proclaimed loudly. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Feng, unable to resist the urge to stir up some chaos. Ideally to instigate a conflict between Feng and Long Wu. He also discerned that there was a mutual respect brewing between Long Wu and Feng, which hindered their 7-man group from uniting as a singular force. The foolish words of this incompetent drew the attention of the others. My son is correct. Those aligned with Feng are engaged in relatively effortless tasks, thus they ought to provide us with sustenance. Should they refuse, we shall part ways without hesitation. Chapter 51. Disgusting. Keep your distance. Long Wu's expression turned troubled as he glanced at Feng. Shall we proceed as they suggest? Very well. I shall provide for your 6 individuals, but I will not include Wang Tao, Feng replied, arms crossed. The moment Wang Tao's tail rose, Feng sensed he was about to concoct some nonsense. What? Why? Feng, are you deliberately targeting me? Wang Tao fumed, envisioning himself wielding a machine gun, ready to execute Feng 100 times over. The others were capable of physical labor, but Wang Tao, being a cripple, could not contribute. Since this was a collaborative effort, his presence could not be counted, leaving only 6 to provide for. Feng calmly reasoned. Damn it, Feng. Are you intentionally trying to undermine me? Wang Tao's eyes were bloodshot, on the verge of tears. Long Wu cast a glance at Wang Tao and nodded. You make a valid point. Please arrange for us to receive food for 6 individuals. What? Wang Tao was taken aback. Brother Xiao Dao, how can you do this? We are a team of 7. Wang Tao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Feng was not wrong. Wang Tao truly could not perform the work. Although the bald man had also sustained an injury to his leg, the bamboo arrow had not penetrated deeply, rendering him more valuable. Long Wu analyzed the situation objectively. But we are a team. Should one be injured, must they be discarded? Does this imply that if you were injured one day, we could abandon you? Wang Tao sought to regain Long Wu's favor. Long Wu fell silent, caught in a dilemma. Feng, do not attempt to sow discord among us. This tactic is too juvenile. The bald man glared at Feng, who had already targeted him multiple times despite the shallowness of his wound. Indeed. Do not think you can divide us, echoed the bald man's 2 followers. Regardless, I shall only provide food for 6 individuals. If the 3 of you choose to side with Wang Tao, you must share your provisions with him. Hurry and get to work. If 40 bamboo stalks are not felled by noon, I shall likewise withhold food from you. Feng, disinterested in their complaints, settled beside the fire with a few women. Long Wu had no choice but to lead some members downstream, beginning to strike the bamboo's base with stones. This was grueling manual labor and quite taxing on the hands. The reciprocal nature of force meant that as they struck the bamboo, the stones were also wearing down their palms. Before long, the hands of the bald man and his companions became swollen. Meanwhile, Feng had only managed to fell 2 bamboo stalks, and as an experienced bamboo craftsman, he began instructing the women on how to weave canvas. See, this is how you do it. Pay attention, and be careful not to cut your palms, Feng said, a relaxed smile adorning his face as he sat by the fire. You are incredible, big brother. Ding Tuan Tuan gazed at Feng with admiration. Since encountering Feng, she felt that he was omnipotent, akin to a deity. The women quickly began to learn from him. After some contemplation, Feng decided to assist them in crafting a few pairs of gloves. Otherwise, the sharp bamboo skin would surely cut their delicate fingers. Before long, noon arrived. Feng assessed the workload downstream and tossed 6 small fish their way. As for Long Wu, he generously gifted him a piece of cured meat. After all, Long Wu was the strongest among them, and it was wise to win him over while also fracturing their collective power. The trio of bald men clutched 3 small fish, while Wang Tao looked on enviously. "Fear not, Wang Tao. I keep my word. Come, let us share equally," he said. Thus, the 3 divided a portion with Wang Tao, and all 4 enjoyed the 3 small fish together. As time flowed gently on, the old bamboo craftsman, Feng, worked with increasing speed. By then, a 5-square-meter bamboo mat had been woven at the cave's entrance, suitable for use as a sail or a cooling mat. Downstream, Long Wu began to pierce the bamboo with a dagger, and Feng roasted 6 more small fish to hand to him. As per their usual arrangement, Long Wu received another small piece of cured meat. The trio of bald men, having not eaten enough at noon, eagerly gnawed at their 3 small fish. "Hey, share some with me. I haven't eaten yet," Wang Tao exclaimed in surprise. The bald leader paused and slowly replied, "You haven't done much work. Missing a meal isn't a big deal. We, however, have worked hard all day. Go rest. Once you're asleep, you won't feel hungry." "You can't do this. We are a team," Wang Tao protested, growing agitated. Wang Xiong approached and handed half a small fish to Wang Tao. "Son, eat up." Yet, Wang Tao snatched the entire fish and devoured it voraciously. Although this good-for-nothing was of little use, his size allowed him to finish Wang Xiong's portion in mere moments. "Ah, how satisfying." Wang Tao patted his belly, a look of contentment on his face. Wang Xiong sighed, left to sit hungrily aside. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a savory aroma wafting upstream. Over at Feng's side, a large piece of meat sizzled over the fire, dripping with oil, accompanied by the melodious laughter of several women echoing from afar. Wang Xiong glanced back at his own group. Long Wu and another bodyguard had already leaned against the rocks, fast asleep, while the trio of bald men snored softly on the ground. The contrast was akin to heaven and hell. "Giggle, giggle, you're insufferable. Do you wish to make me die from laughter?" Zhang Yin playfully nudged Feng. Moments earlier, Feng had shared a rural joke that nearly left the women gasping for breath with laughter. Even Susan couldn't help but turn her head away, lest she burst into laughter as well. "Ladies, I have also sewn gloves for you. Tomorrow, you shall no longer risk injuring your hands," Feng announced, producing 3 pairs of gloves crafted from bare inner skin, as the outer skin was too rigid for comfortable movement. "How wonderful. I want them, I want them. Give them to me. Look at my hands." The women clamored eagerly. "Big brother, please give me a pair." The scene erupted into a spirited competition among them. "Allow me to allocate the tasks. Today, the fastest weavers are Susan, by Guifan, and Ramiko, while the others are rather slow, thus they have no gloves left." After Feng concluded his statement, he distributed the gloves to the 3 diligent women. Although Su Yun worked diligently, she was accustomed to being a young lady, and her manual dexterity was somewhat lacking. As for Zhang Yan, there was no need to mention her, with hands unaccustomed to labor. She produced less than 20 square centimeters by day's end. Ding Tuanshuan performed the worst, relegated to assisting from the sidelines. "Big brother, let me keep watch tonight. I want to prove myself," Ding Tuanshuan suddenly declared. "Very well, take up the bow and arrow. Although you may be inept in many respects, your archery has reached at least 30% of my skill. Therefore, I officially accept you as my named disciple," Feng stated solemnly. "Now, I appoint you as the Grand Marshal of Night Watch." Ding Tuanshuan puffed out her chest proudly as she accepted Feng's composite bow. The other women exchanged glances and could not help but giggle. At that moment, Feng felt a warm sensation at his feet. It was the little black bear licking them. How unpleasant. "Get away." Feng kicked at it, and the little bear rolled away in response. However, this creature, with its tough hide and sturdy flesh, quickly righted itself and resumed licking Alice's feet. Chapter 52. It simply cannot be satisfied. Should we give this little fellow a name? I have decided, let us call it Little Lick Dog. Does anyone object? Feng inquired. That seems rather hasty. I think Little Blackie sounds quite nice. Let us call it Little Tuanshuan. Please don't misuse my name. After a round of debate, the name Little Lick Dog was tentatively established. As the time for slumber approached, Feng, concerned about Ding Tuanshuan's reliability, volunteered to keep watch alongside her. Within the cave, the 6 women had already fallen asleep, emitting cat-like snores. "Tuanshuan, I'll take a quick nap. You keep watch for the first half of the night. If you grow weary, wake me, but do not simply collapse into sleep, understood?" Feng instructed. "Rest assured. Am I that useless?" Ding Tuanshuan retorted, disgruntled. "Ha ha." Feng affectionately ruffled her chubby little head before reclining beside the fire to sleep. Time passed, and Li Feng suddenly sat up, awakened by a commotion downstream. Damn it! Something in the tree is throwing excrement at us. I got hit on the head. Turning his head, Li Feng saw Ding Tuanshuan sitting with her back to him, tightly clutching her spear, motionless as a mountain. However, with a gentle push, she toppled over onto the ground, emitting cat-like snores. Sighing, Li Feng picked up the nearby composite bough and hurled a torch downstream. He observed that Dragon 5 and the others had awakened, darting back and forth at the edge of the bamboo forest, casting their furious gazes skyward. Li Feng grabbed another torch and forcefully tossed it into the air above the bamboo grove. He watched as wild monkeys leaped agilely above, occasionally dropping their droppings, which struck the bald heads of his companions, causing them to yelp in distress. Dragon 5 seized a bamboo spear, his body taut like a drawn bow. Thud! After the bamboo spear soared to a height of 10 meters, it was abruptly obstructed by the dense foliage and fell helplessly to the ground. Yi Feng took a deep breath, utilizing the light from the moon above to lift his compound bow. With a swift motion, a wild monkey plummeted to the earth. Ha ha! Let us finish off this beast. The trio of bald heads rejoiced, rushing forward to strike the fallen monkey. Yi Feng once again drew his bow, aiming at another wild monkey. However, the clever creature retreated deep into the bamboo grove, where the thick leaves not only obscured Yi Feng's sight, but also shielded the bamboo arrow. After a while, Long Wu approached, brandishing a spear. "Thank you, Yi Feng. Your archery is quite commendable," he remarked, tossing the monkey's carcass at him. "This is the prey you struck down. I return it to you." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Wang Tao limped over. "Brother Xiao Dao, you are a full man unaware of the hunger of the starving. If you do not wish to eat it, why return it to Yi Feng?" Wang Tao exclaimed angrily. Long Wu, who always seemed to secure both fish and salted meat, felt no hunger, while Wang Tao was quite the opposite. Yi Feng picked up the lifeless monkey and suddenly had a thought. "Wang Tao, if you wish to share in the food, here's a proposition. Tomorrow at dawn, venture alone to the beach and bring back at least 5 kilograms of salt. If you can accomplish this, I shall ensure you have food in the future." Collecting salt was a time-consuming task, yet it required no special skill. Something even someone like Wang Tao could manage. "What? Go alone? What if I'm eaten by beasts? Let Chun-Li accompany me," Wang Tao countered. "You worthless fool. If you are unwilling to go, then starve," Yi Feng replied, preparing to return with the monkey's body. "Wait. I will go. Is that not sufficient?" Wang Tao, filled with resentment, yet compelled by the prospect of food, acquiesced. "Well then, I shall await your good news tomorrow," Yi Feng declared as he returned to the fire, cradling Ding Tuanshuan back into the cave, ensuring she could enjoy a restful sleep. After all, she was merely a 15-year-old girl. Yi Feng did not expect her to be of much help, as long as she remained loyal. Long Wu cast a deep glance at Yi Feng, nodding slightly. Such a leader was harsh towards outsiders, but exceedingly generous to his own, which explained why the women willingly chose to follow him. The night passed with shifting shadows and twinkling stars, and dawn soon broke. Although Yi Feng had kept watch through the latter half of the night, he felt no weariness. He rose to gaze downstream, where Wang Tao had already shouldered his pack, bidding farewell to his father as he prepared to go to the beach for salt. Long Wu began boring holes into the bamboo. Once all the holes were completed, they could transport the semi-finished products to the beach for assembly, setting sail towards home. Yet, Yi Feng paid little heed to their shipbuilding progress. Turning back, he noticed Rai Zi emerging first. "Ah Feng, come here, please," she called, her voice both urgent and enticing. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat. Surely, she did not wish for my assistance? Thus, the two stealthily concealed themselves behind the waterfall. 20 minutes later, Yi Feng emerged from behind, letting out a hearty belch. "Rai Zi, it seems your recent meals have been quite satisfactory. However, I wish to indulge in a different flavor next time. Perhaps you should refrain from consuming so much salted meat and partake more of fruits," Yi Feng stated earnestly. "Uft. You're insufferable. The flavors there are unrelated to what I consume." Rai Zi couldn't help but chuckle. The trio of bald men had been preoccupied with their tasks, but had taken note of this scene. Indeed, the upper stream is nothing short of paradise, while we down here endure a hellish existence. How I yearn to join them. As breakfast was prepared, Yi Feng presented 6 small fish and a piece of salted meat to the men downstream. The bald trio had consumed only 2 small fish the previous day, and the oil content of those fish was hardly comparable to that of bear meat, leaving them in a state of hunger. "Yi Feng, Could you possibly bring larger fish next time? What you provide merely prevents us from starving, yet it scarcely satisfies our hunger. One of the bald men remarked. Indeed, your provisions are rather insufficient, Wang Xiong concurred. Yifeng glanced at his courtyard, a flicker of inspiration crossing his face. Very well, but you must assist me with an additional task. Should you perform it well, I shall reward you with an extra piece of salted meat for each meal, he proposed. What sort of task? The bald man inquired eagerly. Simple enough. I need you to fell some robust trees, at least as thick as a thigh, strip them of their branches, and sharpen the ends to form stakes. I require these for constructing a wall, Yifeng explained. Building a wall is truly laborious work. While Yifeng could manage it, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. With these free laborers at his disposal, he would be remiss not to take advantage. Furthermore, salted meat and fish were readily available to Yifeng, and he could have Wang Tao gather salt from the beach, merely needing to filter it through ash. Essentially, he could have these sturdy men serve him without expending much effort, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. The bald men exchanged glances, refraining from speech. By the way, my salted meat is quite delectable. If you don't believe me, you can ask Long Wu, Yifeng added with a smile. Chapter 53, A Culinary Delight Indeed. Long Wu nodded in affirmation. After a brief discussion among the bald man and his two companions, they finally acquiesced with slight nods. All right, starting now, the three of us will construct bamboo rafts in the morning and assist you with felling trees in the afternoon. We hope you will uphold your end of the bargain, the bald man declared. And I too shall join. Wang Xiong and another bodyguard stepped forward, with only a single small fish each. The five of them were in dire need of sustenance to replenish their strength. Very well. While sustaining, all five of you may pose a challenge. With great power comes great responsibility. Yifeng shrugged, feigning a look of distress. Speaking of which, it appeared that only Long Wu was adept at catching fish. And even he struggled. Despite the abundance of fish in the stream, they were quite agile when it came to being captured. Yifeng, however, was different. He understood the habits of fish. Long Wu suddenly turned his gaze towards the compound bow in Yifeng's hand. May I take a look? He inquired. Last night, he had witnessed the bow's remarkable power as it shot an arrow over 30 meters, bringing down a wild monkey with ease. Though he is capable of crafting bows and arrows, his skills are limited to single-piece bows, which lack the power of Yifeng's creations. Furthermore, his expertise lies in firearms, rendering him significantly inferior to Yifeng in the realm of cold weapons. Yifeng's body stiffened momentarily, yet ultimately, he extended the composite bow forward, his hand discreetly brushing against the dagger at his waist. Indeed, it was well made, clearly a product of meticulous effort. Long Wu returned the composite bow to Yifeng. I will teach you when I have the time. All right, I shall return to my work, Long Wu stated as he headed downstream. Yifeng turned back to see several women busily engaged in their tasks. With gloves on, Susan's weaving quickened, closely followed by Rai Mai Zi. The skills of the others were rather mediocre. Just as he was about to sit down, a piercing scream echoed from downstream. A bald-headed thug clutched his head, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the air above the bamboo grove was filled with the raucous calls of wild monkeys. Damn, those beasts are back. Yifeng knocked an arrow, aiming at the sky. Although these monkeys were small in stature, they were agile in the jungle and adept at throwing objects from heights. A blow to the head could prove fatal. This is bad. Yifeng, quick, help! The bald-headed thug shouted, cradling his head. Long Wu and another bodyguard hurled bamboo spears into the air, but they fell helplessly after ascending only a few meters. Yifeng took a deep breath and launched 3 arrows in rapid succession. Thud! 2 monkeys fell, yet the third arrow was deflected off course by the dense foliage. These beasts are a significant nuisance if allowed to throw objects from above. Yifeng felt a weight in his heart. Li Chong, don't die on me. The bald thug wailed, cradling his injured comrade. After a moment of hesitation, Yifeng crossed the boundary marker. He saw that the unfortunate fellow was bleeding profusely and on the brink of death. These creatures were hurling stones, although they weighed only 1 or 2 kilograms. Dropping from a height of 20 meters could easily cost a life. Yifeng surveyed the entrance of the cave. Fortunately, there were no tall trees nearby. Otherwise, they too would be in peril. Li Chong is fading, the bald thug cried. Bring him over here. Yifeng replied decisively. It was not out of pity, but rather a desire to retain a strong laborer, to see if there was still a chance to save him. The bald thug and his companions hurriedly carried Li Chang towards the boundary marker. Notably, Wang Xiong even stepped over the boundary. Yi Feng, showing no mercy, swung his dagger fiercely. "Hey, why are you cutting me?" Wang Xiong exclaimed, clutching his bleeding arm, glaring at Yi Feng. "Only Li Chang can come over. Do not think of taking advantage of the situation. Return to your downstream tasks." With that, Yi Feng hoisted the unconscious Li Chang with ease. His strength had grown, allowing him to lift the more than 130-pound man with a single hand. "Everyone, continue downstream. I must attend to him," Yi Feng said coldly, carrying Li Chang on his shoulder. "Can I stay by his side to assist?" the bald thug inquired. "What do you think?" Yi Feng's eyes glinted with coldness. Thus, a few individuals could only obediently return downstream. The wild monkeys had been shot down. At least for the time being, they would not pose a threat. However, these creatures harbored grudges, and it was likely that they would return soon. After placing Li Chang beside the fire, Yi Feng cast a glance at his head, which bore a dent from a blow, likely beyond saving. Yet he resolved to make an effort. He prepared a meat broth and a helmet for him to drink. Whether he would survive now depended on his fate, Yi Feng remarked. The women expressed some reluctance, but complied with Yi Feng's command. As time flowed slowly, noon approached. Li Chang still exhibited faint breaths, but remained in a state of unconsciousness. "Ha ha ha, Yi Feng, look, we have felled 5 logs." The 4 bald men each carried a log to the boundary marker. Insert the logs into the soil and hammer them down with stones to secure them," Yi Feng instructed. "Understood." The 4 men immediately began driving the stakes. Meanwhile, Yi Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, directing them. "Dig deeper. At least half of the logs must be buried in the earth, or they won't withstand the onslaught of large beasts. Put some effort into it. Have you not eaten? All right, I appreciate your hard work. This is the food you have earned." Yi Feng handed over 4 fish and 4 pieces of salted meat. The 4 men, panting heavily, beamed with joy at the sight of the food. Upon returning downstream, they began to eat. "Delicious. I feel this salted meat is the best food I have ever tasted in my life." The bald man savored the meat slowly, reluctant to devour it all at once. "Indeed, it is simply a delicacy of the world," Wang Xiong also marveled. He had tasted many exotic dishes, yet this salted meat possessed a unique flavor. Yi Feng smirked as he returned to his camp. The 5 wooden stakes had merely constituted 1% of the wall to fully encircle the cave entrance. Several hundred stakes would be necessary. As night fell, Li Chang remained in a comatose state, yet Wang Tao returned. He bore a spear in his left hand and carried a dozen bamboo tubes on his back. "Yi Feng, I'm back," Wang Tao announced as he approached the boundary marker and placed the bamboo tubes on the ground. Upon inspection, Yi Feng discovered a white substance within, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. "I've been hungry all day. Give me something to eat," Wang Tao implored, having set out in the morning and not returning until evening, subsisting only on a bit of grass along the way. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment before tossing him the smallest fish. "Here, eat this." He pointed at the small fish. "What? After toiling all day to bring you salt, you only give me this little fish?" Wang Tao exclaimed, his eyes reddening. "I told you to gather 5 kilograms, but look at this. It's barely 2 kilograms. This small fish is offered out of humanitarian spirit. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have anything to eat," Yi Feng bluntly replied, fully aware of Wang Tao's character. Once this good-for-nothing was well fed, he would inevitably devise mischief. "You cannot act in such a manner. Look at me. I have become so emaciated. What benefit would my starvation bring you?" Wang Tao exclaimed, his body trembling with indignation. "If you refuse to eat, then return it to me." Upon uttering these words, Yi Feng reached out to reclaim the small fish. "No, I shall consume it," Wang Tao replied helplessly, taking the fish downstream. "Rico, use the wood ash to filter this white substance into salt," Yi Feng instructed. "Understood," Rico responded, busily attending to the task. Meanwhile, Yi Feng reclined beside the fire, stretching lazily with a contented expression. Such days were delightful. It felt as though he had accomplished nothing, yet reaped such a wealth of labor. This cannot continue. I must prevent these fellows from catching on. Suddenly, Yi Feng straightened himself and strolled downstream. "Baldy, starting tomorrow, I only require 2 individuals to assist me in constructing the walls. The remaining 2 shall continue aiding in the crafting of bamboo rafts. After all, returning home is of utmost priority," Yi Feng stated, his tone laden with reluctance. "Then, will those who are constructing the bamboo rafts receive additional salted meat?" Wang Xiong inquired unexpectedly. I apologize, but constructing the rafts is not a personal task of mine. Therefore, there is only one small fish available, and only those assisting in building the walls shall be rewarded with salted meat. Unfortunately, my supply of salted meat is quite limited, so I can only afford to hire 2 individuals. As for the other 2, I lack the means to employ them, Feng explained. In truth, he possessed a considerable reserve of salted meat, yet it was imperative to instigate competition among the 4 men. Otherwise, should they realize his intentions, a collective strike would undoubtedly ensue. Whatever, Wang Xiong was the first to grasp the situation. Having once been a capitalist, he recognized Feng's ulterior motives. The others, too, turned away in anger. You 4 may deliberate amongst yourselves. I can only hire 2 individuals from my side. I am leaving now, Feng declared before returning upstream. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder filled the air, followed by a torrential downpour. Feng hastily ushered the women into the cave for shelter, while the men downstream could only tremble in the rain. The evening was already cold, and being soaked only exacerbated their discomfort. Reluctantly, the 6 men huddled together for warmth, interrupted occasionally by the sound of sneezing. The cave, treated with lime water, had significantly reduced the number of mosquitoes. The women swiftly eliminated the remaining pests and then stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the pitiful sight of the men downstream. In that moment, a sense of superiority blossomed within them, prompting an involuntary step closer to Feng. How fortunate they were to have aligned themselves with this adept survivalist. Had they followed Wang Tao's group, their plight might have been far worse. An hour later, the rain ceased, but the temperature remained low. Long Wu took considerable time to kindle a flame, managing to gather some damp kindling to stoke the fire. The 6 men stripped down to their bare skin, huddled at the riverbank, attempting to warm themselves. Hey, that person just moved, Rico suddenly remarked. Feng hurried over, only to see Li Chong opening his eyes and slowly sitting up. The stark contrast of the cave's occupants caught Li Chong's attention, casting a crimson hue over his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, he instinctively reached for his trousers. What on earth is happening? Upon encountering you all, I, at one time, felt a certain way, but now I find myself devoid of those emotions. Li Chong, startled, hurriedly dashed out of the cave, seeking confirmation, only to be met with despair. What on earth is happening to me? Li Chong's voice trembled with sorrow. What is wrong with him? Raimai inquired, her expression one of confusion. At that moment, Alice spoke up. The injury on his head likely affected his pituitary gland, rendering it ineffective. Feng cast an appreciative glance at Alice, realizing her knowledge was quite impressive. Ah, does that imply he has become impotent? Chun-Li remarked. One could say so. He is indeed incapacitated, yet his mind may still harbor such thoughts. Which is the most tormenting aspect, Alice concluded, making a sign of the cross over her chest. No, I cannot believe it. How could this be? I refuse to accept it. Li Chong shouted at the sky, yet it changed nothing. Will his body weaken, then? Feng asked. No, since he cannot reproduce. His vitality will be more robust than that of an ordinary person, Alice responded. Oh, Feng's heart lifted at this news. In the camp, there were a total of 7 women, alongside him as the sole man. Truth be told, Feng felt considerable pressure. Should danger arise, these women possessed no combat prowess. However, with Li Chong by his side, the situation would differ, as he could provide some assistance. Thus, Feng donned a paternal smile and placed a hand on Li Chong's shoulder. This fellow, stocky in stature, was adept at labor. Li Chong, do not be too disheartened. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. I will devise a method to treat you. I come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and with some time, I shall surely cure your ailment, Feng earnestly declared. Truly is that so? Feng Gu, I will be relying on you from now on. Li Chong sighed in relief. Do not worry. Whenever I have a moment to spare, I will diligently assist in your treatment. However, you must also heed my guidance. As long as you comply, not only will you reside in the cave alongside several women, but I will also ensure your sustenance, Feng assured him. Women? Li Chong glanced at the 7 women, then at his own attire, letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, Feng Gu, I shall follow your lead. You must ensure my recovery. Li Chong had no choice but to acquiesce to Feng. Someone, prepare a piece of salted meat for brother Li Chong. He is one of us now, Feng instructed. Before long, Li Chong began to gnaw on the salted meat. Yet Feng remained vigilant, wary of Li Chong's potential recovery. From now on, The herbs collected for Li Chang should counteract his condition. Otherwise, should he regain his strength, the women would be in peril. The night passed without incident, and dawn arrived swiftly. The bald man immediately spotted Li Chang. "Ah, Xiao Chang, you have finally recovered? Come join us." The bald man beckoned. However, Li Chang directed his gaze towards Yi Feng, taking a step back instead. "I am now Brother Feng's subordinate. Do not call me Xiao Chang anymore, understand?" Li Chang clearly recognized the situation, unceremoniously betraying the bald man. "You?" The bald man's eyes narrowed. Yi Feng spoke up, addressing the bald man. "From now on, you shall refer to him as Brother Chang, for he will oversee the distribution of food. Should you fail to curry favor with him, he may very well spit in your provisions." The bald man, infuriated, angrily waved his hand and stormed downstream. Chapter 55. As long as we stand united, Yi Feng cannot exploit us. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment before shouldering the bamboo tube once more. Preparing to head to the beach to dry salt, he resolved to complete the 5-kilogram task this time. Otherwise, he would face starvation again. Upon reaching downstream, he nibbled on some tender grass, which alleviated his hunger somewhat. Yi Feng was busy crafting bamboo wares upstream. Meanwhile, at the lower end, only Long Wu was laboring. While the other 4 sat nearby, their faces contorted with anger as they conspired. Indeed, 5 minutes later, the 4 of them seized their bamboo spears and marched with fervor toward the boundary marker. "Yi Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Today, the 4 of us have reached an agreement. If you intend to eliminate 2 of us, we shall go on strike," Wang Xiong declared. Yi Feng exhaled in relief, having anticipated a more forceful confrontation from them. "Very well, then. From this point onward, I shall provide food solely to Long Wu. As for the rest of you, I regret to inform you that even that small fish shall be withheld." Yi Feng replied with an air of indifference. "You? Damn it, we are 4 men. We will confront him," Wang Xiong retorted, leading his companions across the boundary marker. "Everyone, come help," Yi Feng barked, engaging in a fierce struggle with the bodyguard. The bodyguard, already no match for Yi Feng, was further weakened after days of hunger and labor, succumbing to Yi Feng's onslaught. Meanwhile, the 7 women, along with Li Chang, were mercilessly beating Wang Xiong and his companions, leaving them bruised and battered. The skirmish concluded swiftly, and Yi Feng cast a cold glance at the bodyguard sprawled upon the ground. "Gentlemen, it would be wise to retreat. I have yet to unleash my full strength." Reluctantly, Wang Xiong and his companions could only return to their seats in defeat. Downstream, a jungle tiger, weighing nearly half a ton, was advancing slowly, causing chaos in its wake. A wild monkey, perched 10 meters high in a tree, emitted sharp, frantic cries, alerting other creatures to the impending danger. Its incessant vocalizations seemed to incite the jungle tiger's wrath. In a swift leap, the tiger ascended the tree, its powerful tail swaying gently to maintain balance. Terrified, the wild monkey attempted to flee by jumping to another branch. However, the tiger's climbing prowess was formidable. It lunged mid-air, accurately seizing the monkey. And with a swift motion of its claws, the monkey was torn asunder. After dispatching the monkey, the jungle tiger continued its patrol upstream. Its territory lay at the lake downstream, but the upper reaches were occupied by a formidable black bear. When the bear was alive, it marked its territory with urine every couple of days. However, since its demise, the scent had gradually diminished, and a heavy rain last night had washed away the residual odor. Sensing the fading scent of the black bear's territory, the tiger surmised that the bear had either met with an accident or vacated the area, prompting it to finally encroach upon the bear's domain. Although the jungle tiger may not surpass the black bear in strength, its formidable presence instills greater fear in smaller creatures. With its prowess in swimming, climbing, and unmatched speed on land, outpacing 90% of its prey, it embodies a near-invincible force across land, sea, and air. "Do not worry, brother. We would rather starve than assist him in erecting walls, trying to oppress us with his capitalist tactics," declared the bald man. "Indeed, as long as we stand united, Yi Feng will not exploit us," Wang Xiong concurred with a nod. Just then, a rumble echoed from his stomach, signaling his hunger. "What if we do this? Today, my brother and I will lend Yi Feng a hand to ensure we don't starve. Tomorrow, you and your underlings will help him. Alternating our efforts to stave off hunger," Wang Xiong suggested. "Spare me your schemes. I know your intentions all too well. You wish to eliminate us, leaving us jobless." The bald man retorted, dropping his pretense. "Huh, is that not what you secretly desire? Wang Xiong rose to his feet. Moments later, the four of them, bickering and clamoring, arrived at Yi Feng's boundary marker. Yi Feng, I, Wang Xiong, am willing to assist you in timber cutting, he proclaimed first. Yi Feng, my brother and I also wish to work for you, the bald man added. Yi Feng, savoring some grilled fish, ambled over to the boundary marker while chewing. All four of you wish to work for me? Yi Feng inquired, spitting out a fishbone. Indeed, my brother and I are young and robust. Far superior to that old codger Wang Xiong, the bald man boasted, flexing his muscles. Wang Xiong, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, though I may not be as brawny. My experience and cunning will serve well. Curse you. Cunning? Is that not just an excuse for slacking off? Who are you insulting? The two men promptly erupted into a quarrel, nearly overwhelming Yi Feng with their clamor. Enough. Here's the deal. You four will undergo a trial period of 1 day to see who can fell the most trees and perform the best work. However, I must make it clear that no food will be provided during this trial, Yi Feng announced. Very well, I shall go, the bald man declared, leading his younger companion into the woods. Come on, Dahai. We should also proceed, Wang Xiong insisted. Yi Feng shrugged and returned to the fire. As noon approached, observing the quartet laboring diligently, he decided to reward each with a small fish. Though insufficient to satiate their hunger, it would stave off starvation for the time being. On the other side, he maintained his previous arrangement with Long Wu, providing him with a fish and a piece of salted meat. Grateful for the assistance Long Wu had offered him in the past, suddenly, trouble arose as the wild monkeys returned. The four men fled the woods, shielding their heads. As a cacophony erupted from above, Yi Feng's good spirits were instantly dampened. He swiftly seized his compound bow, aiming at the raucous monkeys in the sky. This time he discerned the leader, a massive monkey king. If he could eliminate this formidable figure, the rest of the monkeys would scatter, ceasing to disrupt his tranquil existence. Just as Yi Feng prepared to take aim at the monkey king, an unexpected cacophony erupted. Squeals and caws filled the air. The monkey king glanced downstream and, in a sudden panic, retreated deep into the jungle, distancing himself from the source of the stream. Yi Feng felt a creeping unease and quickly ascended the stone marker. Peering downstream, the chirping of birds in the forest seemed to vanish, enveloping the area in an unsettling silence. Long Wu, positioned at the lowest point, also climbed onto a stone to survey the area below. In the next moment, he tossed aside his tools and rushed towards Yi Feng in a state of alarm. What is it? Yi Feng inquired, his voice laced with caution. Tiger! Tiger! Long Wu shouted. What? Yi Feng stumbled back a few steps, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Though he possessed considerable strength, he was not foolish enough to confront a tiger directly. It is worth noting that a tiger's muscle mass constitutes 70% of its body, whereas the strongest human, Bruce Lee, only boasts a muscle mass of about 15%. Additionally, a tiger's bone density is 7 times greater than that of a human. In the wild, tigers are the undisputed kings, adept at nimbly navigating through dense underbrush. Chapter 56. Enter the cave and secure the door quickly. Into the cave and secure the door. As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, 7 women along with Li Chong hurried into the cave, trembling as they glanced nervously downstream. At that moment, Long Wu and the remaining 4 also rushed to the cave entrance. Yi Feng hesitated briefly, but recognizing their potential value, he allowed them all to enter before firmly fastening the wooden door. The banks of the stream fell silent, save for a single alarm bird perched on a branch, emitting urgent cries. In the next instant, Yi Feng's eyes widened in shock. He beheld a yellow and black striped tiger sauntering upstream. Its size was comparable to that of a calf, weighing at least half a ton. Everyone, remain silent. The tiger appears well fed, Yi Feng cautioned, slowly retreating. The others instinctively followed suit, moving deeper into the cave. The tiger approached the fire pit, sniffing at a bare hide draped over a branch. A deep growl erupted as the tiger suddenly lifted its leg and urinated on the bare hide, its yellowish eyes turning towards the cave entrance. Yi Feng gradually raised his spear, swallowing hard, his hands trembling slightly. The tiger finally reached the cave entrance and, in an unexpected display of power, reared up and struck the wooden door forcefully. The entire door shuddered, and a joint loosened. Shoo! Ding Tuanshuan stifled a gasp, covering her mouth tightly. Back inside, Yi Feng whispered urgently. However, the cave, merely 10 meters deep, was already crowded with over 10 people, leaving no room to retreat further. The tiger seemed to catch the scent of humans and, with a sudden leap, slammed against the wooden door. The door, crafted from tree trunks the thickness of an arm, held firm against the tiger's strength, which, while formidable, was not enough to rival that of a bear. Feng exhaled in relief, his expression gradually easing. Thank heavens we installed this door, otherwise, we would all be doomed. Once the immediate danger had passed, the bald man stepped forward. Hand me the spear. He took the spear from Bai Guifan and thrust it through the gap in the door towards the jungle tiger. The jungle tiger let out a pained roar, its paw striking the wooden door with ferocity. Deep gouges, 5 centimeters in depth, suddenly marred the hardwood. Ha ha ha. Beast, you can't get in now, right? I'll poke again, the bald man declared, thrusting again towards the crack in the door. Stop poking. Just scare it away, Feng intervened. He discerned that the tiger, having feasted, had no intention of attacking humans. It merely sought to mark its territory. Feng, you really are too timid. Anyway, the tiger can't get in. Hand me your compound bow. I'll shoot it dead with one arrow, the bald man remarked nonchalantly. Yet at that moment, the tiger suddenly glanced upward. The cave was, in fact, a vertical fissure, with the wooden door towering over 3 meters high. It only shielded the wider section below, leaving a half-meter gap above. With a roar, the tiger leapt lightly, as graceful as a cat, directly onto the top of the wooden door. Holy crap! The bald man, startled, rushed to blend into the crowd. This is your mess. Hurry and block the tiger. Feng shoved the bald man toward the entrance. The tiger, large in stature, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to contort, squeezing through the half-meter-wide crevice with a soft thud as it landed inside the cave. Ah! 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 Ding Tuanshuan was the first to scream, her piercing voice echoing throughout the cavern. What do we do? Damn it! Should we fight it together? The crowd pressed inward, panic-stricken. As the tiger landed in the cave, it strode purposefully toward the bald man. Let me squeeze in there, he pleaded desperately. But a massive tiger paw rested heavily on his shoulder. Ah! In the next moment, the paw swiped down gently, peeling away the flesh of the bald man's right arm, exposing the crimson bone beneath. This cannot continue. We must fight it. Feng seized a spear with a serrated blade and thrust it fiercely at the tiger. Long Wu was the second to react, jabbing his bamboo spear forward. Roar! The tiger effortlessly swatted Feng's spear from his grasp, sending him crashing sideways. Long Wu's bamboo spear made contact with the tiger's body, but did not even pierce its skin. At that moment, Susan seized the opportunity. She drew her dagger back before hurling it, embedding it directly into the tiger's face. Roar! The tiger was thoroughly enraged, leaping into the crowd, its claws swiping downward. Bai Guifan was immediately knocked to the ground. Mom! Chun-Li attempted to pull Bai Guifan up, but the tiger bit down on her shoulder, blood gushing forth. Let us fight it. Feng had maneuvered to the cave entrance, yet instead of fleeing, he grasped a broken spear, thrusting it toward the tiger's rear. With a satisfying plunge, he succeeded, but the tiger's steel tail lashed across his cheek, spinning him around and sending him tumbling to the ground. Long Wu picked up the dagger from the ground and suddenly leapt onto the tiger's back, stabbing fiercely. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger roared furiously, attempting to dislodge Long Wu from its back. Yet, Long Wu clung to the tiger's fur with one hand while the other jabbed incessantly. Feng, recognizing the fleeting opportunity, rushed forward to grasp the tiger's tail with one hand and the broken spear with the other, thrusting forcefully. The tiger's roar transformed into a wretched howl. Suddenly, it flipped over, flinging Long Wu off its back and sinking its teeth into Long Wu's rear. Ack! Long Wu was left bleeding profusely, emitting a piercing cry of agony. Several women had retreated to the deepest recesses of the cave, but Susan bravely stepped forward to retrieve a compound bow from the ground. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. At last, one struck the tiger squarely in the eye. The beast let out a pained cry, surging forth with newfound strength, leaping above the wooden door and fleeing downstream in a panic. Once the tiger departed, Feng touched his face, which felt swollen, and noticed that his palm had been cut by the slipping spear. The most unfortunate was Chun-Li, whose shoulder had collapsed, bleeding profusely. Bai Guifan had been struck in the chest and succumbed to unconsciousness. As for the bald man, he had completely lost consciousness, blood streaming uncontrollably, with the bone of his right arm exposed, beyond even divine intervention. Come, carry them outside the cave, Feng said, his words slurred. It took the women another 5 minutes to gather their courage before they cautiously lifted the 3 injured individuals outdoors. Long Wu, having been bitten on the backside, could only use a bamboo spear as a walking stick, standing behind the others. Wu. Su Yun covered her mouth, unable to bear the sight of the 3's injuries. Ding Tuanshuan, however, did not flinch, gazing intently at the gruesome scene. Water, give me water. Chun-Li was the first to regain consciousness, weakly calling out. All right. Yi Feng swiftly fetched a helmet filled with water and brought it to Chun-Li's lips. Chapter 57. What to do with these 3. Chun-Li took a sip, but immediately spat it out. Ah Feng, where is my mother? Chun-Li's eyes flickered with a hint of vitality, but Yi Feng's heart sank. She merely fainted. She will awaken shortly. Yi Feng cradled Chun-Li's head on his thigh, gently pushing her hair back. Ah Feng, I'm sorry for what I've done. Can you forgive me? Chun-Li said weakly. You have not wronged me. In a civilized society, it is the materialistic women who thrive. If I were a woman, I too would choose a wealthy partner. It is simply human nature. Yi Feng realized something and softly reassured Chun-Li. Thank you. Ah Feng, you truly are a good person. Please take care of my mother. Chun-Li slowly replied. Blood trickling from her mouth. The others gathered nearby, their expressions somber, while Su Yun sobbed quietly. It is my duty to do so, even without your request. I would look after Aunt Bai, Yi Feng said tenderly. A faint smile appeared on Chun-Li's face, but then her eyes widened in alarm. Ah Feng, has night fallen? Why can't I see? Chun-Li's voice trembled with panic. Ah Feng, I cannot see. Am I blind? Yi Feng let out a long sigh, holding Chun-Li tightly in his embrace. By noon, Chun-Li had passed away. At the moment of her last breath, Bai Guifan, who lay in a coma, convulsed a few times. He too was in a dire state. Li Chong sat beside the bald man, pointing at his ashen face. Give him some water, Yi Feng instructed, then turned his gaze towards Long Wu. Long Wu was unable to sit up, resting on the ground instead. Little knife. The entrance to this cave seems rather perilous. The tiger's leaping ability is formidable. Even if I barricade the entrance, it could still leap in and attack. Therefore, once your injury heals, I intend for us to hunt that tiger together, taking advantage of its weakness, Yi Feng declared. Long Wu, his eyelids heavy, managed a slight nod before succumbing to a deep slumber. Although Yi Feng had sustained injuries, he dared not rest. Instead, he took it upon himself to carry wood, preparing to seal the gap above the door. If a tiger could leap inside, a leopard could as well, and he aimed to be proactive. Struggling under the weight of 100-pound timber, he trudged towards the door. Just then, a hand reached out to take the wood from him. It was Susan. Yi Feng, you are injured. Allow me to assist. You should rest for a while to recuperate, Susan said, and then, unexpectedly, she flashed a radiant smile at him. In that instant, Yi Feng felt the surrounding light dim by a third, yet her smile remained forever etched in his mind. In his recollection, Susan had always maintained a stern expression. This smile was akin to a glacier melting, a garden in full bloom, truly dazzling. Susan took the wood to continue her work. When the tiger had jumped in, everyone else recoiled in fear, but Yi Feng was the first to bravely take action. Her admiration for him surged. Yi Feng decided to sit beside her, leaning against a stone. Raimai hesitated for a moment before suddenly embracing Yi Feng's upper body, resting her head on her soft, fair thigh, and began to feed him right before everyone. The other men immediately glared at Yi Feng with envy, their eyes ablaze. Su Yun hesitated but ultimately said nothing. She understood the physiological knowledge that after childbirth, women experience discomfort, and by helping Raimai, Yi Feng could also absorb some nourishment. Yi Feng greedily consumed. Yet his gaze wandered towards Susan. She had climbed atop the wooden door, attempting to wedge the timber into the crevices above. From below, he could see her legs taut, her snug safety pants accentuating her mysterious silhouette. What's wrong? Raimai queried, glancing at Yi Feng's pants. Yi Feng's heart skipped a beat, hastily pulling down the tattered hem. But it was evidently futile, as the oversized and unattractive pants could not conceal the inadequacy. Fortunately, Zhang Yin was considerate. She suddenly sat beside Yi Feng, shielding him from embarrassment with her body. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan were raising the wood to hand it to Susan. Li Chong, you should lend a hand too, Yi Feng suddenly suggested. Li Chong, who had been lounging on the ground, had no choice but to assist. At that moment, Wang Xiong stood up. The sea, along with that Ma Dong, now finds the 3 of us unharmed, while Yi Feng and Long Wu are both injured. This presents an opportune moment to seize power. Dahai, you shall eliminate Yi Feng, and Ma Dong will deal with the traitor Long Wu. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing Wang Xiong's words, Yi Feng felt a jolt of shock, struggling to sit up. Wang Xiong, you old scoundrel, Yi Feng was injured while trying to save us. How can you kick a man when he is down? Zhang Yin was the first to scold him. Wang Xiong narrowed his eyes and retaliated with a slap across Zhang Yan's face. Wretched woman, I provide you with 30,000 a month, and you dare question me? Dahai, what do you think? There are no laws here. As long as we break free from the shackles of morality, we can do as we please. Surely, you would also prefer to spend the night in a cave? Wang Xiong stated. Yuan Dahai nodded and began to approach Yi Feng with his bamboo spear. Meanwhile, Ma Dong also advanced toward the unconscious Long Wu. Wang Xiong laughed heartily, brandishing the spear to intimidate the women. You villain, do not touch my brother Yi. Suddenly, Ding Tianxuan rushed forward, attacking Yuan Dahai with clawing hands. Get lost. Yuan Dahai struck Ding Tianxuan down to the ground with a single blow. Although Yi Feng was already injured, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent, carefully advancing toward Yi Feng. His vision blurred, likely due to his injuries. Yet, even in his weakened state, he believed he could handle Yuan Dahai. You three have forgotten about me? At that moment, Susan's cold voice echoed from behind. Just a mere woman. Let me have a go. Hee hee, little girl, I'll be the first to play with you. I adore that ascetic look of yours. Wang Xiong chuckled, approaching Susan like an eagle swooping down on a chick. In an instant, Susan kicked him squarely in the groin. Wang Xiong fell to the ground without a sound, his body convulsing. Yuan Dahai was taken aback and redirected his spear towards Susan. Susan quickly picked up her compound bow, drawing an arrow and aiming it at Yuan Dahai's chest. Beautiful lady, lower that toy bow of yours, or I'll take your arrow and still ensure your demise, Yuan Dahai threatened. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a weight on his head and collapsed to the ground, limp. Yi Feng tossed aside the stone he had held, clapping his hands. With such meager skills, you dare to rebel against me? At that moment, Ma Dong had aimed his spear at Long Wu, but being a novice at killing, he hesitated to strike. Seeing that the situation was under control, Ma Dong decisively dropped the spear and knelt with raised hands. Yi Feng, how shall we deal with these three? Susan inquired. Chapter 58. You speak nonsense. We will surely return. Maisie, hand me the dagger. Yi Feng took the dagger, dragging Yuan Dahai to the stream and placing the blade against his neck. With a swift motion, the dagger glided across, blood spraying into the stream as Yuan Dahai's body convulsed violently. After an indeterminate time, Yuan Dahai finally lay still. Several women were pale with fright, their gazes towards Yi Feng devoid of the usual admiration, replaced instead by sheer terror. Meanwhile, Susan maintained an impassive demeanor, offering Yi Feng a subtle nod. Yi Feng's hands trembled. It was his first experience with taking a life, his heart raced, and his mouth felt parched. Yet, he could not afford to pause. He seized Wang Xiong by the collar, dragging him towards the stream. Please, Yi Feng, spare me. I still have value. I can assist you in building walls and hunting, and I can offer you 100 million once we return. Suddenly, Wang Xiong's voice was cut short as his throat was slit, blood gushing into the stream. Yi Feng then kicked the lifeless body into the water, allowing it to drift downstream to prevent attracting carnivorous creatures. Now, it was Ma Dong's turn. Alarmed, he suddenly bolted downstream. Susan, unfazed, readied her compound bow. The shot, however, lacked precision and grazed Ma Dong's side. As she prepared to draw the bowstring once more, Ma Dong leapt into the stream, surrendering to the rushing waters. It's fine. He won't survive long in the jungle alone, Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly. Afterward, he attempted to approach Rimai, but she instinctively recoiled a few steps, her gaze evasive. A sense of heaviness settled in Yi Feng's heart as he turned to Susan and the other women. Indeed, none dared to meet his eyes. Yi Feng sensed he had lost something significant. Li Chang, go check if the bald man is dead, he instructed. Yes, Brother Feng, I'll go at once. Li Chang replied, nodding fervently, his face etched with fear and trepidation. Although he had been frightened by the tiger, it was nothing compared to the terror invoked by Yi Feng's act of murder, akin to slaughtering livestock. The horrifying scene evoked memories of rural pig slaughtering. He was a true butcher, Yi Feng. Leaning against a rock, Yi Feng's eyes gradually narrowed. Susan took a few women to mend the gaps above. It was unclear how long he had slept, but he was roused by a piercing scream. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Guifan collapsed over Chun, Li's lifeless body, her back heaving silently. Glancing at the sky, he noted the arrival of nightfall. "Brother Feng, you're awake," Li Chang said cautiously from a distance, a forced smile on his face. "What of the bald man?" Yi Feng inquired. "He is dead. Sister Susan disposed of his body in the stream. It should have drifted downstream," Li Chang responded. "Better dead than suffering," Yi Feng remarked, rising to his feet, feeling his strength returning, though his face remained swollen, likely needing 2 days to heal. The tiger's tail had indeed felt as hard as a steel whip, and he sensed his left tooth was loose. "Oh no, Aunt Bai has fainted again," Suyin called out. Yi Feng approached, carrying Bai Guifan into the cave, then dug a pit beside Chen Jihua's grave. Using the bamboo mat they had prepared, he wrapped Chen Li's body and placed a leaf over her face. "Let us prepare to fill the pit." Yi Feng's voice carried a hint of melancholy. Chun Li had been with him for a year, and her sudden demise left him with a tinge of sorrow, but more so, an overwhelming sense of melancholy. After laying Chun Li to rest, Bai Guifan awoke again. This time, she did not weep. Instead, she stood silently before the 2 graves, her gaze vacant. "Su Yun, please go and console Aunt Bai. Say something kind to prevent her from losing her sanity," Yi Feng suggested. The others were gathered around the fire, while only Susan sat close to Yi Feng, the rest of the women keeping their distance. Still grappling with the reality of Yi Feng as a murderer. "Please do not look at me with such eyes. Allow me to explain. Perhaps starting today, we shall be compelled to reside on this deserted island indefinitely," Yi Feng stated solemnly. "Impossible. We will return in a few days," Naraimai protested first, her eyes brimming with defiance. "Have you not noticed? Look at this moss. It is clearly a plant of the frigid zone. And this? It is evidently a temperate zone flora. This is not a deserted island. It might be a place untouched by humanity. Furthermore, the spotted hyena typically inhabits the African savanna, yet it has inexplicably appeared in the tropical rainforest. Lastly, have you not observed the bizarre temperature fluctuations here? 40 degrees during the day, yet only 10 degrees at night. Sometimes even 7 or 8. I have expressed the thoughts I have suppressed for many days," Yi Feng declared. "That cannot be. You are speaking nonsense." "We will certainly be able to return," Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, covering her ears. Alice shook her head, her eyes filled with panic. Yet, Su Yun trembled. Then assisted by Guifan to the fire. "What Ah Feng said may very well be true. On the very day we arrived at the cave, I went downstream to catch fish, but encountered a peculiar snake. I can assure you, such a snake does not exist in this world. It resembled a python, yet bore the crown of a chicken on its head." Upon hearing Su Yun's words, even Susan's expression darkened. However, the next moment, she let out a light laugh. "All right, your little jokes have run their course, and they are far from amusing. Refrain from sharing them in the future." With that, Susan retreated alone to the cave. Yi Feng glanced downstream and suddenly inquired, "It's quite late. Why hasn't Wang Tao returned with the salt?" On the beach, 2 bonfires had been lit, with a dozen men and women gathered, engaged in lively discussion. "Rest assured, Mr. Ma, I can guarantee that your wife is absolutely still alive." Wang Tao was conversing with a middle-aged man. "That is reassuring," Ma Sikong replied, patting his waist. He had a powerful handgun at his side, albeit with only 2 magazines, totaling 14 bullets. However, these bullets had remarkable penetration, capable of taking down even an elephant. "Your father and I have been partners. If you assert that Yi Feng has truly wronged you, I shall eliminate him. This is a deserted island. There are no legal constraints. And all these people are my subordinates, who will not betray me." Ma Sikong spoke with a calm demeanor. For someone of his stature, taking a life, even in civilized society, would be as effortless as lifting a finger, and he would leave no trace behind. "Thank you, Mr. Ma. As long as you are willing to assist me, I will lead you at dawn," Wang Tao said excitedly, his disheveled hair now parted in the middle. Under the cover of night, a campfire blazed at the cave's entrance, while Yi Feng wrapped himself in a thick bear hide and sought refuge with Susan beneath a banyan tree downstream. Chapter 59. Yi Feng, I can no longer wait. This vantage point afforded a distant view of the cave's mouth. Beside the fire sat Long Wu and Li Chang, while the other women had retreated into the cave for rest. This was a decision made by Yi Feng. Having sustained losses, the tiger would surely return. Thus, until Long Wu's wounds healed, they needed to establish 2 lookouts visible in the daylight and 2 concealed ones. Should a fierce tiger attack, Yi Feng would have the opportunity to rain arrows from the banyan tree. In his possession was a new composite bow, requiring considerable strength to draw. The bowstring was fashioned from vines aged over a century, capable of penetrating even the toughest of foes. The only dilemma lay with the arrowheads. While Feng had a dagger and a knife, he lacked proper arrowheads. Consequently, he crafted 3 arrowheads from resilient blue stones. Rest for a while. I shall awaken you when I feel drowsy, Feng said to Susan. All right, she replied, clad in safety shorts and a snug tank top. Having washed and hung her outer garments and jeans to dry, the fitted attire accentuated her alluring figure. Feng swallowed hard as he cradled Susan's head in his lap, ensuring she would not tumble from the tree in slumber. Feeling Feng's warmth, Susan stirred slightly, but did not open her eyes. Are you unable to sleep? Feng inquired. By the dim light of the moon, Susan's cheeks flushed for the first time, as Feng's presence made her feel as though resting upon a soft cushion. I need to descend the tree to relieve myself, she announced, preparing to climb down. However, in the next moment, a series of squeaks echoed through the woods. Susan quickly halted her movements, settling back against the banyan tree. The dense foliage concealed their forms entirely. In a brief span, the squeaking grew alarmingly close. Is it wild monkeys? Feng mused, observing the creatures darting about the branches with a hint of confusion. Monkeys are not nocturnal hunters. Why would they be active at this hour? Yet soon, he grasped the situation. Several monkeys were suddenly struck by an unseen force, plummeting from the trees, followed by their agonizing cries piercing the stillness of the night. The remaining monkeys, terrified, abandoned their arboreal refuge and scurried to the ground, sprinting toward the opposite bank of the creek. A faint whoosh broke the silence as the slowest of the monkeys fell victim to something, collapsing in convulsions on the ground. What is pursuing them? Feng asked. Susan shook her head, for their hiding spot only afforded a view of the creek's banks, obscuring the forest floor. A low, rumbling roar echoed through the night, startling Feng as he hastily grasped the composite bough. However, in the next moment, Feng was once again taken aback. This was indeed the tiger that had appeared during the day. However, at this moment, the tiger was also in a state of panicked flight, swiftly dashing into the stream. What could possibly provoke such a reaction, even from a tiger? Feng swallowed hard, widening his eyes in an effort to discern the environment around him. He observed the tiger shaking its body, seemingly attempting to rid itself of something. As it entered the stream, its massive form collapsed into the water, and then it began to convulse violently. Feng perceived that the cacophony of insects and birds had vanished. Even the hooting of an owl had ceased. A sense of foreboding surged within him. In the next instant, shadows began to emerge from the woods, one after another. These shadows were dark, approximately 1 meter tall, and each bore a long stick in hand, each stick towering above their bodies. At that moment, one of the shadows suddenly lifted its head and glanced up at the trees. Feng felt a buzzing in his head. This creature was entirely black, yet its eyes glimmered with a sinister green glow. Before long, the dozen or so shadows rushed toward the tiger, discarding their sticks and extending their claws to begin rifling through the tiger's body. In just a few moments, the tiger's resilient fur was sliced open, its innards spilling forth, releasing a potent stench of blood that wafted through the air. Feng covered his mouth to stifle a gag. These shadows were recklessly stuffing the tiger's entrails into their mouths, consuming them in a brutish and hurried manner. What on earth are these creatures? Feng could assure himself that he had never encountered such beings. They bore a resemblance to monkeys in size. Yet their eyes were green, and they wielded tools. Most alarming were their claws, incredibly sharp and capable of easily slicing through tough tiger skin. Susan, do you recognize these creatures? Feng turned to inquire. But he found Susan pale, shaking her head, one hand pressed against her thigh. What's wrong? Feng asked again. I really need to urinate, Susan managed to say with difficulty. Feng glanced back at the shadows below, still devouring the tiger's flesh, unaware of how long they would linger. Just hold on a little longer. They should leave once they are full, Feng whispered close to Susan's ear, fearful of disturbing the peculiar creatures below. Susan could only nod, though her expression was quite grim. In truth, she had been holding her bladder since she had climbed the tree with Feng, but felt too embarrassed to admit it. Now, when she could no longer contain herself, she was confronted by those shadows beneath the tree. Feng looked upstream. About 30 meters away, those shadows showed no inclination to move upstream. Perhaps this was fortuitous. Otherwise, their slender bodies could easily slip through the cracks of the wooden door. In merely 10 minutes, the shadows had completely stripped the enormous tiger of its flesh. leaving only the head, bones, and skin behind. They must be finished soon. Just hold on a bit longer. Yifeng pointed downward. Susan did not respond. She felt as though her bladder was completely full, and that any slight movement would result in an uncontrollable overflow. As she eagerly gazed at the shadows beneath the tree, a scene unfolded that filled her with despair. The shadows, numbering a dozen or so, did not disperse. Instead, they began to pair off under the tree, occasionally grouping into threes, leaving Susan flushed with embarrassment. Yifeng, I can't hold it any longer. I need to descend the tree to relieve myself, Susan declared, preparing to climb down. Stop, Yifeng exclaimed, grasping her arm. There are still many monsters down there. If it becomes too much, just stay up here. I promise I won't peek. Upon hearing his words, Susan hesitated. But there's nowhere to squat up here. I'm afraid I might fall, she replied, her discomfort palpable, as if she were on the verge of an accident. Susan, if you trust me, remove your safety shorts. I'll hold you from behind. Just like your father did when you were little, Yifeng suggested, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the thought. What did you say? Susan's anger flared momentarily, but her eyes widened in realization. It seemed she had lost control just a little. Fine, but you must not peek. You have to close your eyes, she said, her spirit deflating. Rest assured, I will keep my eyes shut, Yifeng swore. Below, the shadows remained, oblivious to the dialogue between the young couple perched 20 feet above in the banyan tree. All right, turn around so your back faces me, Susan instructed, her face suddenly aflame. In the dim light of the moon, Yifeng found himself momentarily entranced. I'm going to sit in your lap now. You must hold my legs tightly, or I might fall, Susan whispered, striving for a tone of decorum, though her voice quivered with anxiety. The shadows below persisted, showing no sign of leaving. Finally, Yifeng felt a wave of warmth envelop him as Susan settled into his embrace. He quickly grasped her shapely thighs. I'm about to remove my safety shorts. You need to close your eyes now, she urged, her predicament reaching a critical point. Okay, Yifeng responded, his eyes widening in anticipation. I'm starting now. Are you certain your eyes are closed? Susan tilted her head slightly, her hair brushing against his chin, a delicate fragrance wafting toward him. I assure you, I am completely blindfolded. Please hurry, Yifeng urged. All right. Susan, in dire need of relief, finally felt the moment of release. Ah, that feels so much better. A minute later, just as Susan was about to adjust her safety shorts, both she and Yifeng were startled. Below, dozens of green eyes were scanning the sky, seemingly searching for something. Oh no, they must have heard us. Yifeng quickly froze in place. The two pressed tightly together, eyes wide with fear as they observed the scene below. After what felt like an eternity, the green glimmers gradually faded as the creatures withdrew their gazes. They then used their sharp claws to sever the head of a tiger and made their way toward the opposite bank of the stream. Yet, Yifeng and Susan dared not move, waiting until their presence had completely vanished before stirring. A minute later, the mournful howls of hyenas echoed from the woods across the river. Who? Oh, both exhaled a warm breath simultaneously. You rogue, take your hands away. Susan hurriedly rose. Yifeng, startled, released her. At last, the two awkwardly distanced themselves. However, for reasons unknown, Yifeng felt a twinge of reluctance. Susan shared a similar sentiment. Although she had never slept with a man, she pondered whether she would have submitted had Yifeng truly forced himself upon her. In films, when men and women engage in such acts, women may cry out in protest, yet she could discern the underlying joy within their cries. But soon, she shook her head. Susan, you are tasked with protecting Su Yun. How could you entertain such thoughts? The priority now is to return to civilized society, not to dwell on matters of intimacy. Susan, do you know what rumors circulate about you in the company? Yifeng could not refrain from asking. What rumors? Susan retorted. They say your long teeth could bite. Yifeng revealed. Do you wish to die? Silence yourself, or I may just kick you down from this tree. Ha ha ha, don't be like that. I merely jested to alleviate the tense atmosphere. Do you think this jest is appropriate for me? All right, I concede. I shall not do it again. Yifeng awkwardly averted his gaze, yet his trousers were quite unbecoming. Susan resembled a fierce tigress. It would take time to subdue her. I hope dawn arrives swiftly. Once it does, I shall take Zhang Yin downstream. Perhaps that will resolve my trouser predicament. Yifeng sensed that whatever he proposed to Zhang Yin, she would acquiesce. As for Bai Guifan, given her current unstable state, it would be best to leave her be. Time passed, and finally, dawn broke. Feng and Susan slid down from the tree. By the creek's edge lay the lifeless bodies of 5 or 6 wild monkeys. Their corpses were stiff, exuding an indescribable odor, neither the scent of decay nor that of excrement, yet profoundly unpleasant. This tiger skin is quite fine. It could be fashioned into a garment. Lest the thorns of the jungle scrape my skin, Feng remarked. Chapter 61. Zhang Yan, do you sense it? Susan nodded, pulling the tiger skin from the water. What do you see? She uncovered a 30-centimeter spike from the tiger's skin, which emanated a fragrant aroma. Feng similarly extracted a spike from the wild monkey. Upon smelling it, he found it delightful. I understand now. The tiger and these wild monkeys fell victim to these spikes. But a single spike could hardly slay a creature as large as a tiger, could it? With this thought, Feng abruptly discarded the spike. Quick, throw it away. It must possess deadly poison. Such a slender spike could not possibly have killed a tiger otherwise. Susan, startled, hurled the spike far away. Let us depart and return home. For the time being, we shall set aside the tiger's skin, lest this poison be transmitted through the skin. The two promptly made their way back to the camp. It was morning, and Long Wu, pale-faced, leaned on his spear, while Li Chong lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Back already? Long Wu greeted them. Indeed. I went to rouse the woman in the cave. You two should rest a while, Feng replied before heading back into the cave. However, as soon as he entered, Feng's eyes widened in shock. There was Zhang Yan, sitting with her legs crossed, her trousers hiked up, unabashedly exposed to his gaze. Oh! Feng felt a rush throughout his body. Get up, he shouted. Zhang Yan was the first to awaken. She glanced at her skirt, and then at Feng. Yet, in the next moment, a hint of flirtation flickered in her eyes as she cast a playful glance at him. Feng hurriedly fled the cave, although Bai Guifan was awake. She paced at the cave's entrance, muttering to herself, seemingly on the verge of a mental breakdown. A group of people gathered around the fire. Zhang Yan and Wang Tao may have encountered some mishap and probably want to return. Thus, shortly, we will head to the beach to harvest salt, ensuring we have ample supplies of salted fish and meat. Only then can we focus on constructing a proper shelter, Feng stated earnestly. Zhang Yan glanced at Feng's trousers and, covering her mouth, chuckled softly. Of course, Master Yi, we shall heed your every word. Su Yin remarked. Ah Feng, if you wish to go, then go. What can we accomplish here at the camp? Please, reinforce the door, secure all the gaps with wooden blocks, leaving no crevice. As for building the walls, we shall address that once we have sufficient food supplies, Feng declared. He had already contemplated that relying solely on fish was not sustainable. After all, while fish offered decent nutrition, it could not rival the sustenance provided by land animals. He intended to seize an opportunity to hunt wild boars or water buffaloes near the lake. A single successful hunt would suffice to feed the camp for several days. Otherwise, spending 2 hours fishing each day would impede the progress of constructing the shelter. After their meal, Feng set off with Zhang Yan. Ah Feng, be cautious on your journey. Do not encounter any misfortune, they called out. Brother Yi, we shall await your return here, they encouraged. Safe travels, Brother Yi. Feng mused. Does this little one ever speak? As they began their leisurely descent downstream, Zhang Yan initially behaved demurely. However, once out of sight of the others, her demeanor shifted to one of restlessness. Brother Feng, do you see that my leg has healed? Zhang Yan's voice was sweet and enticing, laden with suggestion. Let us go to the beach. I shall assist you in examining it there. Feng felt a sense of urgency. The fire within him had not been extinguished, and Zhang Yan's teasing only fanned the flames. Zhang Yan glanced at Feng's trousers and stifled a giggle. Brother Feng, before we enter the woods, let us wash ourselves. You understand, do you not? Very well. I comprehend. Feng nodded in agreement. At this moment, they had journeyed 4 kilometers downstream, and with another kilometer, they would enter the woods. Suddenly, Feng's expression shifted. Zhang Yan, do you sense how the surroundings have grown eerily silent? He inquired. Silent. Zhang Yan had barely uttered the word when a large herd of animals surged from downstream. There were deer, water buffaloes, wild boars, and even crocodiles fleeing in haste. The fastest among them was a leopard, which leapt in front of Feng in a matter of moments. Startled, Feng instinctively raised his spear. Yet, in the next instant, the leopard darted past the two of them, continuing its flight upstream. A rumble echoed, and the earth trembled as countless animals rushed past, not targeting the two, but rather seeking escape. From the bend further downstream, The anguished cries of a buffalo could be heard. Quick, climb the tree. Feng realized the gravity of the situation, scooping up Zhang Yan's lithe form and pushing her onto a banyan tree. He swiftly followed, and they concealed themselves amidst the dense foliage. At last, the animals fled upstream, revealing a dozen shadowy figures by the stream's edge. With the sunlight filtering through, Feng discerned their forms. They resembled monkeys, yet their eyes glinted with a ferocity and malice. Upright like humans, each shadow wielded a stick. Just then, one of the creatures placed its stick in its mouth and gently blew towards the upstream direction. A sharp dart shot forth from the stick, striking a water buffalo squarely on its rear. The buffalo, as if seared by a branding iron, leaped over 2 meters into the air. Reluctantly, it sprinted upstream for several dozen meters before collapsing, its hind legs twitching. This isn't merely a stick, it's a blowpipe? Feng began to comprehend the situation. No wonder even the jungle tiger fled in terror. They utilized blowpipes with poison darts. What are these creatures? They resemble monkeys, yet are not entirely so. Zhang Yan pressed her soft body tightly against Feng. He bit his lip in silence, peering through the dense branches to scrutinize the peculiar monkeys. Their fur was as dark as ink, and their hands bore a striking resemblance to human ones. Yet their claws shimmered with a sinister sheen, unmistakably sharp. It was no wonder they could easily tear through tiger hides. They appeared to be a wholly new species. With this thought, Feng shifted his gaze to their tails. Approximately 1 meter in length, nearly matching their height, the tails ended in a sharp, conical structure that looked equally menacing. Don't speak. Let them leave, Feng whispered. Zhang Yan nodded, nearly melting into his embrace. Chapter 62. What if you lose control? The group of peculiar monkeys was beneath the tree, feasting on the buffalo meat. By daylight, their manner of eating appeared even more savage, as they devoured voraciously, their bellies ballooning as if they had been pregnant for 6 months before finally pausing. After consuming the bison meat, the dozen or so black creatures commenced their peculiar antics beneath the tree. Feng was struck by an overwhelming headache. Was this all they could think of after satisfying their hunger? At that very moment, he perceived faint human voices in the forest. Wang Tao, we've been walking for quite a while. Why haven't we spotted the creek yet? Rest assured, Mr. Ma, the creek lies just ahead. You must help me eliminate that scoundrel. Feng, came the reply, the voices drawing nearer. Feng squinted. He saw Wang Tao, the inept one, reach the creek first, even going so far as to clear the underbrush ahead. Then, a middle-aged man emerged, followed by a group of roughly 10 men and women, all congregating at the creek's edge. Squeak. The peculiar monkeys halted, directing their fierce gazes towards Wang Tao and the others. These monkeys were rather unique in appearance. Could they possibly be a new species? Ma Sikong observed the group curiously, while his bodyguard stood alertly in front of him. In the next instant, one of the bizarre monkeys raised a blowpipe. What is it doing? Be cautious. Suddenly, a blow dart struck one of the bodyguards. He swiftly extracted the dart from his body. What is this? He barely managed to utter before his expression changed drastically, and he collapsed, rolling on the ground in agony. This dart is poisoned. Mr. Ma, retreat downstream. Another bodyguard shouted, only to be struck by darts in both his face and chest. Without a sound, he fell to the ground, convulsing violently. The remaining 5 bodyguards could no longer restrain themselves, simultaneously drawing their firearms. Feng hurriedly covered Zhang Yan's ears. Bang, 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 bang. The initial monkeys were obliterated in an instant, yet not a drop of crimson blood flowed forth, only a small amount of green liquid. Most alarmingly, one monkey, with an arm shattered, continued to charge forward fearlessly. Perched in the tree, Feng caught a whiff of the noxious green liquid, nearly retching. Zhang Yan could no longer contain herself and vomited onto Feng's trousers. This is dire. These creatures are exceedingly agile. We must retreat. Gunfire echoed incessantly, and a bullet whizzed past Feng's eyes. He fought against his nausea to gaze downward. Although the bodyguards were skilled marksmen, the monkeys exhibited greater agility. They often utilized the blowpipes as poles, leaping 3 to 4 meters into the air. While airborne, they would insert the blowpipes into their mouths and fire at the humans below with astonishing accuracy, claiming 2 more lives. In such rapid leaps, the precision of their shots would surely earn the respect of any special forces soldier. Run! The bodyguards shouted as they fled downstream while continuing to fire. The ground was left strewn with 4 or 5 human corpses and 7 or 8 monkey remains. Now is the time. We must descend. Yi Feng instructed, assisting Zhang Yin down from the banyan tree. A handgun, Yi Feng exclaimed with delight, picking up a firearm fully loaded with 7 rounds. Zhang Yin also retrieved a pistol. The bullets within this firearm are fully loaded. Quickly, let us inspect the others. However, only one bodyguard remains, who has already expended his ammunition. As for the last 2 corpses, they belong to 2 middle-aged men, neither of whom is armed. Nevertheless, possessing 2 firearms is still a fortunate acquisition. Yi Feng's gaze suddenly shifted to the carcass of the bizarre monkey. He picked up a spear and prodded the creature's lifeless body. It was as rigid and desiccated as dead wood, devoid of any softness. One of the monkey's stomachs had been ruptured, spilling forth an abundance of beef, tiger meat, and an assortment of unidentified flesh. Let us proceed to the seaside, Yi Feng urged, pulling Zhang Yin into the thicket. After an undetermined duration of running, they finally arrived at the ocean. Breathing in the briny sea breeze, Yi Feng wasted no time and began to collect seawater. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin toyed with the handgun, her face alight with exhilaration. Be careful, you might accidentally discharge it, Yi Feng cautioned, his voice laced with vigilance. Fear not, I am familiar with firearms. As long as the safety is disengaged, there is no danger, Zhang Yin replied, aiming the barrel at Yi Feng. Instantly, a chill ran down Yi Feng's spine. Damn it, he exclaimed in exasperation, striding over to snatch the handgun from her grasp, subsequently pulling her into an embrace and delivering several sharp smacks to her backside. Do you dare point a gun at me again? He demanded sternly. Ouch, that stings. Do apply a bit more force. Zhang Yin teased, her tone sultry. Before long, she began to wriggle, her hands reaching toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng, did you not say that once we reached the beach, we could indulge? I have never encountered such unappealing trousers. May I have a glimpse inside? She gazed at him with alluring eyes. That would be inappropriate. I forgot to wash them earlier. Yi Feng replied, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, the fire within him reignited at her playful nature. What are you afraid of? We can wash them right here. Zhang Yin insisted, tugging at his trousers as if preparing to remove them. Wash them in seawater? That seems rather unwise, Yi Feng protested, fully aware that the ocean water was likely more contaminated than even urine, potentially leading to skin infections. Do you find the seawater filthy? Perhaps I could assist with the washing? Zhang Yin suggested, and in an instant, she exerted pressure, and within moments, Yi Feng found himself completely exposed. Good heavens! Zhang Yin gasped, one hand gripping his trousers while the other covered her mouth in shock. Yet, in the next moment, she reluctantly helped him redress. That was quite alarming. I feel a bit weak now. You nearly frightened me to death, she remarked, having restrained himself with Susan the previous night and now with Zhang Yin. He felt the strain of his resolve. Noticing Yi Feng's discontent, Zhang Yin extended her hand. Would this suffice to help you? Perhaps not, Yi Feng declined, shaking his head. Then shall I assist you in another manner? Zhang Yin insinuated suggestively. Is that truly acceptable? Yi Feng felt a stirring of intrigue. Stop being so coy. Come, let us retreat behind the rocks, Zhang Yin urged, pulling Yi Feng toward the boulders. What followed was a display of Zhang Yin's talents. Yi Feng, not one to hold back, allowed her to showcase her skills. One must admit, Zhang Yin's abilities were indeed commendable. After a considerable time, the two emerged from the rocky area, their faces flushed and hearts racing. Let us wait until we return and find an opportunity, Zhang Yin said awkwardly. Once I've recovered, I will certainly share, but what if you lose control? I certainly do not wish to become pregnant. Hee. Fear not, my self-control is rather formidable. Yi Feng replied with a smile. Chapter 63. You should join me for a soak. Once they had finished sunning the salt, Yi Feng gazed across to the shallow waters. Ever since he had indulged in a few ginkgo nuts, his eyesight had notably improved. On the opposite rocky wall, he spotted an abundance of oysters clinging to the surface. Oysters! There are oysters! Yi Feng exclaimed joyfully, wading towards the other side. I want to go too. Zhang Yin followed closely behind. After traversing about 200 meters, they finally arrived at the rocky wall, which was densely covered with unsightly oysters. Yi Feng pried off a large oyster, its size surpassing that of his fist. Quick, use the dagger to pry it open, Zhang Yin urged. With a pop, the oyster was opened. This oyster is incredibly plump and tender. It makes one salivate just by looking at it. Oysters are said to be a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty salon, enjoyed by both genders. Yi Feng, who had often relished grilled oysters in the city, felt invigorated after consuming them, almost as if his body were forged from iron. These fresh oysters could be consumed raw. Yifeng handed the opened oyster to Zhang Yan. With a slurp, Zhang Yan eagerly consumed it, the creamy juice dripping down her lips. So delicious, she exclaimed joyfully. Yifeng also opened an even larger oyster to eat raw. It was indeed succulent and flavorful, a delightful explosion of briny sensations on his palate. He was certain that such exquisite oysters could not be found in the city. After devouring 7 or 8 oysters, they could eat no more. Yifeng removed his shirt, binding the sleeves to carry over 20 large oysters back home for the women in the cave. As for Li Chong, he would not share with him, lest the man regain his male prowess. However, Long Wu was trustworthy. Otherwise, he would have long since indulged with Alice and Chun-Li. Let us hurry back. The oysters will spoil and lose their flavor, Zhang Yan laughed, her skin seemingly glowing with newfound radiance. Indeed, Yifeng was about to agree when suddenly a thought struck him. He recalled that oysters typically thrive at the confluence of salt and fresh water, yet this was entirely seawater. Could it be? Wait here for me. I'll climb over this rock wall to investigate. With that, Yifeng, bare-chested like a seasoned rock climber, swiftly scaled the wall. Upon reaching the top, he encountered a dense forest, and as he ascended, seabirds took flight, screeching at him. Undeterred by the filth, he delved deeper into the thicket. There was an abundance of bird droppings and numerous bird eggs scattered about. After walking approximately 600 or 700 meters, Yifeng suddenly heard a thunderous rush of water. Parting the branches, he peered down and his eyes widened in astonishment. A wide inland river, spanning several kilometers, flowed from the depths of the deserted island into the sea. 2 distinct colors of water became strikingly clear, merging with one another. Beneath his feet, on the precipice, sumptuous oysters beckoned. Such a vast river? Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be a tributary of a continent? It was not a deserted island. If he were to ascend this inland river, might he discover a human city? The thought caused his expression to darken as he surveyed the waters. The river was littered with debris, branches, driftwood, and the remnants of a few unfortunate creatures. He had to squint to glimpse the opposite bank. But, generally speaking, there were no signs of civilization such as plastic bags. This indicated that there were no towns or cities upstream. If this truly were a continent of civilized society, such a broad river and its confluence with the sea would have long since given rise to a sprawling metropolis. Cities like Hainan and Tang stand proudly at the junction of the sea and inland rivers. Thus, it seemed that this was indeed an uncharted deserted island. Or perhaps a massive one. After all, a drainage capacity of such magnitude could not be achieved by an ordinary isle. Yifeng now harbored a strong conviction that this was an area yet to be discovered by humanity, and the reason satellites had overlooked it might be related to magnetic fields or some scientific anomaly. Regardless, he decided to return home, for there were numerous women awaiting him in the cave. With a carefree smile, Yifeng turned back into the woods. As he neared the descent, he stealthily snatched 2 bird eggs, provoking a cacophony of cries from the seabirds above. What a fuss! Couldn't they just lay a few more? He tucked the eggs into his pocket and soon reached the shallow coastal waters. Zhang Yan had left, time to head home. Yifeng hoisted the oysters and sun-dried sea salt, with Zhang Yan clearing the path ahead. After an indeterminate time, Yifeng suddenly halted. Human voices reached his ears. "Ma, aren't you going to search for your wife?" came Wang Tao's voice. "What is there to search for? Haven't you noticed that monster lingering by the creek? We'll wait until it leaves before heading upstream, and while we're at it, we'll deal with Yifeng." Moments later, a dozen individuals emerged from ahead. Yifeng and his companion concealed themselves among the broad-leaved foliage. He counted quickly. There were 8 men and 5 women remaining with Ma Xikong. Among the 5 women were 2 Caucasian females and a strikingly beautiful black woman, along with 2 of Asian descent. In summary, they were all quite attractive. After all, they accompanied the little boat king. The women he kept close at hand could hardly be lacking in charm. If their looks and physique were unremarkable, it would be a disgrace for them to be by his side. At last, the group passed through the foliage and soon vanished from sight. "Let us go home." Yifeng's expression darkened. He had genuinely contemplated using his pistol to eliminate those individuals. However, ammunition was too precious, and the bodyguards with Ma Xikong were undoubtedly more skilled marksmen. The outcome was uncertain. Most importantly, he needed to conserve his bullets for dealing with large carnivorous beasts, leaving no room for waste. Finally arriving by the brook, Zhang Yan hesitated momentarily before shedding her clothes entirely and immersing her body in the water. Don't linger in the water. Let's hurry, Yi Feng urged. What's the rush? I just sweated a lot. You should join me for a dip, Zhang Yan replied, suddenly lifting a long, graceful leg from the water and beckoning Yi Feng with a seductive gesture. The allure of her leg seemed almost magical, compelling Yi Feng to plunge into the brook alongside her. The two embraced in the water. Ah, no, we can't, Zhang Yan exclaimed with a cry. Yi Feng's face flushed with urgency. Damn it, he cursed vehemently. Yet, Zhang Yan leaned in closer. What's the hurry? Once I recover, I will surely take good care of you, she said with a sultry gaze. Chapter 64. In truth, being a woman has its merits. Indeed, Yi Feng, reluctant yet intrigued, explored Zhang Yan's form with his hands. His rough palms left marks upon her delicate skin. Let us head home. After dressing, the two resumed their run upstream. It was uncertain whether it was merely a trick of the mind, but Yi Feng sensed the nearby birdsong had grown sparse, and they had yet to encounter any large carnivorous beasts. Upon reaching the campsite, Long Wu had already awakened, diligently driving a wooden post into the ground, aspiring to construct a courtyard. Once completed, several women would be able to move about freely within. Brother Wu. For the first time, Yi Feng felt admiration for a man. You've returned. Long Wu beamed with a hearty smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Indeed, you should refrain from heavy labor until your injury heals. Let others handle those tasks, Yi Feng advised. Ah Feng, you're back. It's a relief. We encountered a monster earlier. It was terrifying. A group of women gathered around, eager to crowd close to Yi Feng. Yi Feng helped Alice remove leaves from her hair, suddenly inquiring, where's Li Chang? He went behind the waterfall. He has been gone for 2 hours and hasn't he returned, Susan replied. Yi Feng nodded, pondering if Li Chang, with his unsettled temperament, might cause trouble. He then grasped a spear and made his way toward the waterfall. The roaring water drowned out the sound of his footsteps. Upon reaching the back of the waterfall, Yi Feng set down his spear. There sat Li Chang on the ground, muttering to himself. I'm not married yet. How could I become a eunuch? Is it all right if I wait until I'm married and have a child? Li Chang's voice was laced with anxiety and despair, evoking sympathy. Xiao Chang, you've been here for 2 hours just to ponder this? Yi Feng asked. Li Chang turned, exuding an air of despondency, devoid of any vitality. Brother Feng, I'm no longer a man. He wept. A man may shed tears, but only when truly grieved. Yi Feng patted his shoulder. In truth, being a woman has its merits. Ah no, I want to be a man. I want to be a man. Li Chang cried out. Brother Feng, could you lend me a hand? That day, I witnessed the interaction between Ramaiko and you. A sudden warmth surged through my lower abdomen. If you were with them while I remained nearby, perhaps it could restore me. Li Chang suddenly seized Yi Feng's arm, his eyes glimmering with a hint of fervent madness. He had always reacted upon watching films, but on this desolate island, devoid of mobile phones, he could only rely on Yi Feng's live performance. Pervert. Yi Feng retaliated with a swift slap, pulling Li Chang away. Brother Feng, please help me out. I can just observe from the side, secretly if need be. I require a powerful visual stimulus to recuperate. Surely, you can't deny your desire. The women here are all enchanting. Just look at Bai Guifan, ripe for the picking. And then there's Susan, so fit, and Su Yun, with her exquisite temperament. Ramaiko isn't bad either, especially during this unique time. I'd just enjoy the view. Li Chang implored, nearly begging. Slap. Yi Feng delivered another strike. The very thought of Li Chang's words had stirred a certain excitement within him. Everyone, come over for oysters. Yi Feng called out, pulling Li Chang along as he presented the oysters. The women beamed with delight, each receiving 1 oyster. This is a beauty treatment for women. I wish to have more. I want to. After distributing the oysters, Yi Feng turned to Li Chang. Li Chang, you have none. What? Li Chang's face twisted in dissatisfaction. Yi Feng had his own agenda. Considering Li Chang's peculiarities, if he were to recover after consuming oysters, the women in the cave would be in jeopardy. It was better to let him remain a eunuch. After the oysters, Yi Feng instructed Long Wu to rest while he commenced chopping wood, intending to enclose the cave's entrance and part of the stream. Henceforth, the women could roam freely in the courtyard, bathing there after a long day, shielded from the perils of the outside world. Men, after all, should ensure that women feel safe. This way, he could reign as a local emperor. Imagining a future filled with the pleasures of a harem, Yi Feng felt invigorated. Just then, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour ensued. Everyone sought refuge in the cave. Yet Yi Feng continued his labor. Working in the rain felt refreshing. The downpour cascaded over his robust physique as he hoisted a nearly 300-pound log, struggling upstream. His powerful chest heaving with each effort, covered in writhing worms. He worked barefoot, allowing his toes to grip the ground, providing stability on the muddy terrain. At the cave entrance, Susan gazed at Feng, drenched in the rain, with profound concern. Observing his relentless toil, she felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, everything he did was for their safety. The torrential rain subsided to a moderate downpour, then to a gentle drizzle, persisting throughout the day without respite. Feng had managed to repair about 10 meters of the courtyard wall, panting heavily from exhaustion, before retreating into the cave for a rest. Feng, quickly take off your pants and wear this bear skin, Su Yun said, holding up the bear skin, her face etched with concern. Feng, you've worked so hard today. Let me hold you while you sleep tonight. Ramiko stepped forward, echoing her sentiments. The human heart is tender. Feng braved the torrential rain to work for half a day for their safety, evoking sympathy from anyone. You should quickly remove your pants. We won't peek. Be cautious not to catch a cold, Susan said as she turned her head away. Feng nodded, taking the bear skin deeper into the cave. Before long, he had transformed into a native, draping only the bear skin around his waist. Long Wu, however, adhered to his principles. He laid down a layer of hay at the cave entrance and did not squeeze in with the women. Li Chang was also pulled over by him, and the two men were able to huddle together for warmth that night. As for Feng, he intended to join the men, but the women held him back. In the dead of night, the drizzle persisted, and the temperature plummeted to 2 or 3 degrees. Feng awoke from the cold, while the women huddled together, surrounded by an array of floral scents. After a moment's hesitation, he embraced Su Yun and Ding Tuanshuan, the two youngest and most delicate girls, who were also the most susceptible to colds. A cold could be fatal on a deserted island. Ding Tuanshuan's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and Su Yun wrapped her arms around Feng's neck in response. Turning his head, Feng observed that Li Chang had also nestled into Long Wu's embrace, their posture somewhat peculiar. As dawn broke, Feng gazed through the cave at the perpetually gloomy sky, his expression grim. Chapter 65. This is also good. It steadies the foundation. He had not anticipated the arrival of the rainy season. They had not yet stored enough food. Did this mean they would have to hunt in the rain? Moreover, during the rainy season, animals would not come to drink by the creek, leading to a continuous decline in prey near the water's edge. This was unacceptable. They could not remain cooped up in the cave. They had to devise a plan to store food. With this thought, Feng rose and looked at the salted meat hanging at the cave entrance. There was probably less than 50 pounds left, and with 10 of them consuming 15 pounds a day, it would be gone in 3 days. The trout in the creek had all vanished, for their purpose was to spawn and then sacrifice themselves, resulting in a collective demise. The 7 women were still fast asleep, so Feng refrained from waking them, instead sitting at the cave entrance to observe the outside. Staying here for an extended period seemed untenable. If it came to that, relocating to a different campsite, such as the vast inland river, would be a splendid choice. Building a vessel of moderate size, capable of accommodating 10 individuals, would suffice. They could stockpile food on the boat. From then on, the boat could serve as a mobile home. In times of danger, they could flee, and when safe, they could moor the vessel at the shore, singing and dancing on the deck, engaging in collective activities. Before long, everyone awakened in succession. It's quite cold today. Ding Tuanshuan curled up. Feng also felt the chill. It was only about 10 degrees, and they were all dressed in light clothing. Let us start a fire in the cave, then chop some bamboo to direct the smoke outside, Long Wu suggested, trembling from the cold, his body shivering as his injuries had yet to heal. That works. I'll go chop some bamboo, Feng replied, shedding the bear skin and rushing into the icy drizzle clad only in his shorts. After an entire day of labor, they finally completed the exhaust duct. The women could now wear their light garments within the cave, as the smoke had been expelled, yet the warmth remained. Thank you, Feng, Susan suddenly spoke up. Thank you, Brother Feng. The entire group in the cave referred to Feng as brother, including Long Wu and Li Chang. However, Feng reciprocated by calling Long Wu Wu Go. Regardless, it was a matter of personal preference. I am grateful for the brotherly address, but now let us strategize. It is time to hunt for water buffalo and crocodiles, to skin them and create leather garments for you. Autumn has arrived, and once winter comes, it will be impossible to survive in light clothing. Feng stated solemnly. Yes, the rain has ceased. I will accompany you. Crocodile and water buffalo meat can be preserved as jerky, Longwu replied. No, there are only 2 men here. One must remain to guard the home. Otherwise, the cave will be full of women, and we will be unable to defend ourselves in case of danger, Feng responded. Brother Feng, I am a man too. Li Chang protested, visibly displeased. Apologies, I seem to have formed a habitual mindset. Feng quickly apologized. Uft. Ding Tianchuan stifled a laugh, only to be met with Li Chang's furious glare. She promptly covered her mouth, her large eyes darting around. On the beach, Ma Xikong and his group sheltered beneath a rock formation. However, the unrelenting wind and rain frequently showered them with droplets. Achoo! Wang Tao sneezed, causing a stream of mucus to flow from his nose. The others were no better off. This is dire. Lena has a fever, a concerned Caucasian woman exclaimed. Ma Xikong swiftly approached Lena and placed his hand on her forehead. What should we do? The women turned their gaze towards him. What can I do? She must rely on her own immunity. If she cannot withstand it, we will have to abandon her. After all, everyone is struggling for survival, Ma Xikong said coldly. Half-conscious. Lena heard his words. A flicker of despair crossed her face, followed by 2 violent coughs. Ma Xikong was startled and stepped back. This cold isn't contagious, is it? If it comes to that, we should leave her in the woods and not let her stay with us, he added. But Lena is a PhD in physics. She has been with you for 3 years. Is it truly right to abandon her like this? The Caucasian woman questioned. Humph. I have thousands of executives at my company who have been with me for over a decade. Do I need to care for each one? Moreover, is a PhD in physics so impressive? My company is not lacking in highly educated talent, Ma Xikong retorted, signaling to his 2 bodyguards. This was his last line of defense. Although their guns were out of bullets, their sturdy physiques and loyalty remained. Wait, since we are discarding this woman anyway, why not let me have some fun? Wang Tao suddenly exclaimed with delight. Well, do as you please, Ma Xikong said, distancing himself from Lena, fearful of contagion. Wang Tao, exhilarated, approached Lena with a limp. However, after a moment, he erupted into a furious roar. Awaken, please rise quickly. His thigh had been pierced by Yi Feng's blade. Profusely bleeding, and coupled with the incessant hunger, he had temporarily become a eunuch. Ha ha ha. If he can't get up, then we must swiftly abandon that woman. Master Xikong declared. Master Ma, if that is the case, the 5 of us sisters shall leave together. We cannot forsake Lena, the Caucasian woman asserted. No, you 4 must remain here obediently. At night, you will serve as my mattress and keep my feet warm, Master Xikong retorted, as 2 bodyguards restrained the 4 women. Anna, do not plead with him. I shall walk on my own. You must live well, Lena said, her face flushed crimson, forcing herself to sit up, tragically vanishing into the rain. Yi Feng, with a handgun at his waist and wielding a stone axe, was tirelessly felling trees downstream. Indeed, the upper reaches of the brook were abundant with trees, yet finding suitable materials proved arduous. They had to be of the right thickness, perfectly straight, and made of sturdy wood. Thus, Yi Feng had ventured 4 kilometers downstream. Here, numerous old trees stood, their wood dense and appropriately sized. Most other trees were tropical evergreens, which, due to their rapid growth, possessed brittle wood unsuitable for constructing walls. Crash! An ancient tree toppled in the rain. Yi Feng resumed his work with the stone axe, stripping the branches and leaves. However, this old tree, over 10 meters tall, was only as thick as a thigh but weighed nearly 500 pounds. Crouching down, Yi Feng let out a grunt, his muscles taut, and hoisted the old tree onto his shoulders. Home. He exhaled a heavy breath, laboriously making his way upstream. The banks of the brook had turned to mud, each step sinking a foot deep. Yet, this was beneficial for stability. Suddenly, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, dropped the log, and hastened into the bamboo grove. There, he discovered a fragile Caucasian woman lying motionless, her breath faint. Chapter 66. What? Has she been shot? Even in unconsciousness? She retained a serene aura, adorned with large golden-rimmed glasses, exuding the poise and intellect of a university professor. Yi Feng glanced back at the wood and then at the woman. Forget the wood for now. I must first bring this woman back to the cave. It would be a pity if she perished. After murmuring to himself, he lifted the woman in his arms, striving to shield her from the relentless rain with his body. Along the way, Yi Feng gathered several herbs to reduce her fever. Whether they would save her was now left to fate. Although Lena was in a state of unconsciousness, she sensed a robust man carrying her, rushing through the rain. At that moment, A tear slipped from her eye, quickly washed away by the downpour. Finally reaching the cave, Feng rushed inside with Lina in his arms. These herbs must be simmered gently, reducing 5 bowls of water to 1, and after cooling, I will feed it to her, he instructed. All right, I will do it, Raimai hurriedly replied, seemingly intrigued by traditional Chinese medicine. Goodbye. I still have a log downstream to retrieve. After speaking, Feng vanished into the drizzle. Suyin leaned against the door, gazing in the direction where Feng had disappeared, a hint of concern etched upon her face. She was uncertain when her anxiety had begun to take hold, fearing that Feng might not return. Although Long Wu appeared competent, he lacked initiative. Nevertheless, he executed Feng's commands with remarkable efficiency. The cave was warm. Several women had stripped Lina of her clothing and covered her with a bare skin. Rimiko finally prepared the herbal medicine, cradling Lina in her soft embrace and gently feeding her. After 2 hours, Lina awoke. Though still weak, she sensed that her body was gradually recovering. I shall prepare some meat broth for her, Susan declared as she donned her helmet and set to work. Where am I? Lina inquired. You're awake. How wonderful. Foreign sister. This is the camp of our elder brother Feng. You looked quite frightening earlier, almost as if you were dead. It was elder brother Feng who braved the rain to carry you back, and he even gathered herbs to reduce your fever, one of the women explained, detailing the situation and portraying Feng as a righteous and capable warrior. His name is Feng? That's splendid. I have 4 sisters at the camp of Masikong. Masikong is truly despicable. He makes us women warm his feet at night, treating us like mere footrests. Back in civilized society, I thought he was a successful entrepreneur and a gentle man, but his true nature has been laid bare on this deserted island. Could you assist me in bringing my 4 sisters here? Lina asked. Rimiko shuddered at her words, her expression a complex mixture of emotions. Well, we are not in a position to grant that request. We must wait for our leader to return, Long Wu said, his demeanor somewhat wooden. At that moment, Li Chang's eyes glinted mischievously. My dear lady, may I have a glance at your body? It might invigorate me. Get lost, Susan retorted, striking him to the ground. Meanwhile, Feng trembled as he carried a massive log upstream. He paused frequently, not due to a lack of stamina, but rather to conserve energy for any unforeseen dangers. He had stumbled earlier downstream, injuring his knee. In that moment, he truly grasped the hardships faced by his ancestors millions of years ago, struggling for survival, fending off wild beasts, and ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from downstream. Alarmed, Feng quickly discarded the log and cautiously peered down the river. Indeed, it was Wang Tao and his gang. The shooter was none other than Masikong. Damn it, I have a gun too, Feng thought, taking cover behind a rock and firing 2 shots at Masikong. Unfortunately, his aim was woefully poor, both shots soaring into the sky. Being a novice with firearms, he was unaware of their mechanics, failing to account for the need to angle the gun down slightly when firing, resulting in only 5 bullets remaining. This is bad. That brat has a gun too, Masikong exclaimed, quickly retreating behind the crowd. Feng, your demise is imminent. We are numerous, and I am well aware of your encampment, Wang Tao shouted from within the bamboo grove. Feng squinted, aiming his firearm at the thicket, yet he hesitated, fearing the wastage of a bullet. Wang Tao, you vile cur, I should have slain you long ago, Feng cursed from behind a stone. Your foolishness is evident. He. Now you are exposed while we remain concealed. Unless you abandon that cave, we shall surely bring about your end, Wang Tao said sinisterly. This caused Feng's expression to shift. Wang Tao and his ilk were like stray dogs, lacking a fixed base, while he possessed a secure cave. They could strike at any moment, complicating matters significantly. The only solution was to eliminate them all or exhaust their ammunition. Contemplating this, Feng picked up a stone, mimicking a scene from a film, and threw it aside to provoke Ma Sikong into firing. However, Ma Sikong was no fool and refrained from shooting. Feng hesitated, then removed his shorts, using a branch to reach above the stone. Still, no shot was fired. Damn, Feng sighed, pondering how long he could linger here. He had to return to the camp to alert the women. Otherwise, Ma Sikong and the others could circumvent him and unleash carnage upon the camp. Although Long Wu and Susan possessed combat prowess, they would still suffer greatly if caught off guard. With this in mind, Feng suddenly sprinted upstream in a zigzag pattern, veering left and right. Bang! Just as he was running with fervor, something bit into his back. Damn! Had he been shot? Yi Feng felt a sharp pain in his back, but did not fall. Instead, he quickened his pace and continued running upstream. After 2 kilometers, the wound throbbed and swelled, vitality gradually ebbing away. Breathless, he sat on the ground, feeling the crimson stain on his back. The loss of blood rapidly diminished his strength. Gritting his teeth, Yi Feng pried off a piece of tree bark and pressed it against the wound, hoping to staunch the bleeding. The pain nearly rendered him unconscious. Huh, huh, huh. Yi Feng gasped, continuing to sprint upward, the warmth of his breath growing chillier. Bang! Another gunshot rang out behind him, slicing a line across his arm. He had not anticipated Ma Xikong's marksmanship. With clenched teeth, he pressed onward. Chapter 67. Ah Feng, I shall show you too. Run, run. Yi Feng vaguely glimpsed the camp. Long Wu, Susan, he shouted. From the cave, everyone rushed out. Ah, you are bleeding? Su Yun was the first to approach, assisting Yi Feng into the cave. I have no time to bleed. Long Wu, there are men of Wang Tao appearing downstream, and among them is a sharpshooter. Now, I need you to find a tree downstream to serve as a lookout. If those men approach, focus on eliminating the one with the handgun, Yi Feng urged anxiously. Understood. Long Wu seized the handgun and dashed into the light rain. Susan glanced at the handgun in her possession. Yi Feng had a total of 2 handguns. The other one was given to Susan. I will lie in ambush behind the waterfall. If anyone approaches the cave, I shall show no mercy. Without waiting for Yi Feng's command, Susan plunged into the rain as well. Tuan Tuan, take the compound bow and keep a vigilant watch at the cave entrance. Shoot without hesitation when the enemy draws near. Yi Feng settled onto a bare skin, while Lena, beside him, opened her eyes and regarded him with curiosity. Brother Feng, as a man, I can also contribute. What should I do? Li Chong inquired, brandishing a spear. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Time passed, and he was roused by the sound of a gunshot. Opening his eyes, he looked downstream. The sky was completely dark, with only a few stars twinkling. Judging by the direction of the gunfire, it was Long Wu who had fired. Cursing softly, Yi Feng attempted to rise, but felt a sharp pain in his back. However, a strange force was mending his wounds. Ah, you're finally awake? Ramai called out, cradling Yi Feng's head in her arms. The other women gathered around, as if they had found their anchor. When I passed out, did you help extract the bullet? Yi Feng asked. No, we had no tools, Su Yun replied. All right, where's Li Chong? Why isn't he in the cave? Yi Feng inquired again. Li Chong took the other compound bow downstream. He said as a man, he needed to contribute to the team, Su Yun explained. Yi Feng felt a surge of relief. It seemed rescuing Li Chong had been a wise decision. Tuan Tuan, hand me the compound bow. I'll head downstream for a look. No, you're badly injured. What if you die? Tuan Tuan shook her head vigorously. Give it to me, Yi Feng insisted, snatching the bow and walking toward the downstream under the starlight. Upon reaching the downstream, he spotted Li Chong crouched behind a rock with his bow and arrow. Turning around, Li Chong wiped the rain from his face. Brother Feng, you're incredible. You've recovered so quickly? Li Chong exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Feng nodded, and they both concealed themselves behind the rock. Where's Wu Gu? Yi Feng asked. Over there. Li Chong pointed to a banyan tree by the brook, where a branch swayed slightly. Long Wu was signaling. Well done. What about those villains? They were shot by Wu Gu a moment ago, and then ran downstream. They probably haven't gone far, Li Chong replied. Good job. Stay here and keep watch. Yi Feng instructed before returning to the cave. Although the pain in his wound had subsided somewhat, the bullet lodged within still caused him discomfort. You're Yi Feng, right? Did you save me? Lena suddenly approached him. She still felt a bit unsteady, but she was mostly recovered. Yes. I didn't expect you to survive. Your immunity is impressive, Yi Feng replied with a smile. I am Lena, from Germany. Thank you for saving me. Lena extended her hand to Yi Feng. Indeed, quite commendable. Yi Feng nodded, suddenly sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He recalled that a notebook had been discovered on the corpse, inscribed with German script. If Lena were of German descent, she would undoubtedly comprehend the language. Lena, here, could you assist me in deciphering the text? Yi Feng said, opening the suitcase and handing her the notebook. Lena quickly accepted the small book, her lips moving as she read aloud a passage in German. However, midway through, her expression drastically altered. What is it? Yi Feng asked, momentarily taken aback. Lena did not respond, but continued to peruse the pages, her countenance growing increasingly grim with each turn. No, this cannot be true. Is this notebook a forgery? Lena's fingers slackened, causing the notebook to fall to the ground. What is going on? Feng grasped Lena's shoulders. Lena's eyes suddenly rolled back, and she fainted. Alas, it appears she has not yet fully recovered. This notebook must contain some harrowing information. Please take good care of her and await her awakening. Feng sighed. That night, Feng dared not sleep, forcing himself to remain seated at the mouth of the cave. Dawn soon broke, yet the drizzle persisted. Li Chang returned, first consuming a piece of roasted meat before wrapping another in leaves and heading downstream, presumably to deliver it to Long Wu. After a while, Susan returned, her face reflecting exhaustion. Sister, have something to eat. Su Yun offered a piece of roasted meat. After finishing her meal, Susan rested briefly in the cave before heading behind the waterfall. Feng felt a pang of sympathy, but recognized the necessity of each person's contribution during these trying times. As noon approached, Feng lay upon a bear pelt. Behind him, Susan sharpened her knife. Susan, please be gentle. Be a bit more tender. Thank you, Feng pleaded, biting down on a stick, his eyes wide with fear. Susan remained silent, pressing her lips together as she heated the dagger over the fire, ostensibly for sterilization. Extracting a bullet was far more agonizing than the initial impact of being shot. Many soldiers in past battles did not perish from gunfire, but rather from the excruciating pain of bullet removal. Suddenly, Alice approached, her bare thighs presented before Feng. Feng, would you like to see something? She teased. Upon hearing this, Feng's gaze sharpened, his fear of the bullet extraction momentarily overshadowed. All right, he said, focusing intently on Alice's legs. Alice propped herself against the stone wall, striking a sultry pose directly in Feng's line of sight. Blood rushed from his head, and his eyes reddened. Behind him, without hesitation, Susan sliced open Feng's wound. Wow. He gasped in surprise, only to let out a cry of agony as he felt Susan's fingers delve into his injury. Sweat beads trickled down Feng's forehead. Feng, I can show you too. Chapter 68. Feng, I would like to ask for your assistance. Su Yun, disregarding modesty, suddenly began to unbutton her clothing. Feng felt a sense of relief, as if the pain had diminished. Brother Feng, would you like to see this? Ding Tianchuan approached, playfully displaying her cherubic face before him. Indeed, she was quite adorable, bringing tranquility to Feng's heart. Several women employed their unique talents to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, Feng sensed someone lying beside him. It was Lena. She gazed deeply into his eyes before suddenly leaning in closer. With deftness, she tantalized his taste buds, prompting a significant release of dopamine within him. Pop! The sound resembled that of a cork being pulled from a bottle of red wine. Susan extracted a bullet from Feng's wound, which had become deformed and stained with blood. Quick, help him stop the bleeding, she urged. Rimai Zi crushed the traditional Chinese medicine Feng had prepared in advance, applying it to the wound, and then tore off a piece of her shorts to bind his waist. Pop! At this moment, Lena also drew away from Feng. His lips turned pale as he lay sideways on the bare skin. Feng, you are too weak. You need to drink something pure, Rimai Zi said, resting Feng's head on her lap. In the next instant, Feng, sipping the nourishing tonic, drifted into a peaceful slumber. This time, he slept until the afternoon, feeling that the wound on his back no longer pained him, but rather it itched intensely. That mysterious power was truly remarkable, exhibiting exceptional healing abilities. 2 kilometers downstream, Wang Tao and the others sought refuge beneath a large tree from the rain, yet they were still drenched to the bone. As for the fire, it was impossible to ignite due to the lack of shelter. It would extinguish the moment it sparked. I am so hungry, Ma Xikong lamented, patting his stomach. The colder he felt, the hungrier he became. He sensed his body temperature dropping several degrees. As night approached, the temperature would only plummet further. Boss Ma, how about this? Let us reconcile with Feng. You have the world's top shipbuilders and marine engineers here, and they surely wish to construct a vessel to return home. We could leverage the engineer's expertise to reside in Feng's cave, and then find an opportunity to eliminate them all, Wang Tao proposed. The others raised their heads, clearly intrigued. After enduring the rain for so long, they might manage a few more days outside, but could they endure a week? After a week, everyone would likely catch a cold and tragically perish on this desolate island. However, they possessed firearms. Who would dare negotiate with them? As soon as Ma Xikong finished speaking, all eyes turned to Wang Tao. No, I have enmity with Feng. I would probably be shot before I even showed my face. If it comes to that, Send a woman to negotiate. Yi Feng is quite the lecher and wouldn't harm a woman, Wang Tao suggested, looking towards Anna. At the cave's entrance, Yi Feng reclined in Rimai's embrace, admiring the gentle rain outside. The other women gathered around the fire, occasionally erupting in soft laughter. Though they did not voice it, they silently reached a consensus to collectively attend to Yi Feng. Life was undeniably delightful. Yi Feng was determined to protect this hard-won existence. Once his injuries healed, he would set about constructing the courtyard. Yet Yi Feng harbored a notion in his heart to construct a vessel of moderate size, equipped with a deck, a cabin, and storage space, thereby creating a mobile sanctuary. "Ah Feng, I wish to ask you for a favor," Rimai murmured unexpectedly. "What favor?" Yi Feng inquired. "I am aware that my husband is downstream and has even injured you. I deeply regret this. However, you see, I am now without children, which prevents me from meeting him. Without children, he will not value me. Thus, I beseech you to assist me in conceiving. In 2 years, I shall return, cradling our child, to inherit the wealth of the Ma family." Rimai unveiled a plan that left Yi Feng utterly astounded. "Why you? Is that even possible?" Yi Feng stammered, nearly dropping his jaw. The other women in the cave remained oblivious to their conversation. "Why not? Do you believe I would be fond of a man in his 40s? I married him solely for his fortune. The ship king possesses billions. Once successful, I shall live without worry. Of course, there is also our child. Will you permit me to conceive?" Rimai inquired. "But the Ma family is so vast, they will undoubtedly conduct paternity tests or something similar. You cannot conceal this," Yi Feng remarked. "No, I have a solution. I neglected to mention, I hold a master's degree in genetics," Rimai replied. "A master's in genetics? Impressive," Yi Feng acknowledged, giving her a thumbs up. Truthfully, he felt quite tempted. "Ah Feng, do not hesitate. As a genetics expert, I know how to mobilize your entire vital energy, providing you with an unparalleled experience. What do you say?" Rimai's eyes glimmered with a hint of allure as she spoke, though the act seemed somewhat immoral. Given that Ma Sikong had shot her, she was determined to exact revenge. "Very well, once I have healed, we shall commence," Yi Feng stated solemnly. Rimai giggled, covering her mouth. Just then, a voice resounded from downstream. Li Chang was calling. "Brother Feng, come quickly. A woman named Anna is seeking to negotiate with us." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng sprang to his feet, and to his surprise, Lena also stood up within the cave. Chapter 69. A Feast of Abundance. "What are you doing?" Yi Feng turned to glance back. "Anna is my closest friend. I shall accompany you." Thus, the two made their way to Li Chang's position, peering downstream. In the bamboo grove stood a woman. "Our brother Feng has arrived. Speak your mind," Li Chang called out. "Mr. Yi Feng, our manager Ma has sent me to negotiate. We have shipbuilding engineers, and you possess a campsite. We wish to rest at your site while assisting you in returning to civilization. Please respond swiftly. We cannot kindle a fire, and we are both hungry and cold," and his voice sounded weak. "I apologize, but I have no intention of returning home anytime soon. You should head back," Yi Feng replied with ease. He had assumed that Ma Sikong was faring well. Instead, they had all become drenched, and he intended to use this light rain to torment them thoroughly before reaping the rewards himself. "Anna, it is I, Lena." Lena abruptly rose to her feet and waved at Anna. You're still alive?" Anna exclaimed with joy, eager to rush over. But she recalled the perilous position downstream and the gun aimed at her back. "Anna, come here. I have food and shelter." "Feng is quite kind and takes good care of people," Lena shouted. A faint smile appeared on Anna's face. As long as her sister was well, that was enough. Alas, she found herself unfortunate, still entangled with Masikong. "I'm afraid I have a gun pointed at me," Anna replied. Feng and his companions quickly withdrew their heads. "Damn it, Masikong. You lack sincerity. I think we should call it quits," Feng declared, preparing to leave with the two others. At that moment, a man's voice echoed through the bamboo grove. "Our boss, Mr. Ma, assures you of his sincerity. Surely, you would like to board our vessel and return home? Cooperation is advantageous for all." One of the bodyguards conveyed the message. Masikong, fearful for his life, dared not reveal his whereabouts. "You are correct, but I will not allow you into the cave. You will all freeze to death. By the way, you can't start a fire, can you? In less than a week, you will all starve," Feng stated coldly from behind a rock. "Feng, please do not go too far. How about this? Provide us with a meal first, and after we eat, we can continue negotiations." Masikong's voice finally emerged, though the man was cunningly hiding behind a large boulder, flanked by others for protection. Provide food? Me? Yefeng was about to indulge in some banter when a thought struck him. Masikong, what is the largest tonnage vessel you can construct? Yefeng inquired. Under the conditions of this deserted island, we could manage a vessel with a maximum displacement of 20 tons, provided everyone collaborates fully, responded not Masikong, but another man. Presumably an engineer. How long would it take? Yefeng pressed further. With axes and saws available, and with everyone exerting their utmost effort, approximately 5 months. However, given the scarcity of resources on this island, it may take 2 to 3 years, came the reply. Yefeng felt a surge of excitement. He did wish to construct a ship, but not for the purpose of returning home. Rather, he envisioned navigating that inland river, ascending its currents, and enjoying life aboard with several women. I can provide you with food, but you cannot enter the cave. This is my utmost concession. After all, I too fear a large number of you entering the cave. Yefeng asserted. What? Not enter the cave? You want us to remain exposed to the rain? Wang Tao fumed, feeling both cold and hungry, on the verge of collapse. Masikong's eyes twitched, his fury reaching a boiling point. In the civilized world, others had sought him out for negotiations. He never anticipated being so thoroughly dominated by Yefeng on a deserted island. Are you Yefeng? I admire you. Upon returning, I will make you the general manager of my branch, with an annual salary of 5 million. How does that sound? Masikong called out loudly. Yefeng scoffed derisively. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Ma, but as a mere rustic, I doubt I am fit for such a lofty position. Let us dispense with the flattery. Do you accept my terms or not? I shall provide you only with cooked sustenance. As for entering the cave, that is out of the question. Furthermore, partaking in my offerings comes at a price. Each day, I shall discreetly monitor your progress. Should I perceive any idleness, I will promptly withhold your provisions, leaving you to succumb to the elements. Yifeng stated with unyielding candor. The downstream group fell silent for a moment, evidently engaged in deliberation. Yifeng, grant us a warm meal first. After we have dined, we shall engage in earnest discussion, suggested Ma Sikong. You have but 2 choices. Acquiesce now or confront me directly. The decision is yours, Yifeng replied coldly. These individuals were exceedingly cunning. He would never permit them entry into the cave. As for the warm food, it would be in limited supply, just enough to ensure they remained alive. For once humans are satiated, 70% of their energy is redirected to the brain, and he knew their minds would turn to mischief. After another brief silence, Ma Sikong finally relented. Fine, I shall acquiesce. Yifeng could sense the ire in his tone. Haha, that is more like it. Wait a moment, I shall prepare a meal for you. After you have dined, you can rest through the rain tonight. And tomorrow you shall commence shipbuilding. Do not attempt to deceive me. Should I discover any laziness, our collaboration will cease. Yifeng declared before retreating into the cave with Lena. He instructed the women to prepare a modest amount of roasted meat. With a mere command, they busied themselves. Yifeng wrapped the warm meat in leaves and slowly made his way downstream. Li Chong, take the roasted meat over, he instructed. Brother Feng, what if they shoot me? Li Chong replied, apprehensive. They will not. A hearty meal will temper their hunger, Yifeng reassured him. Reluctantly, Li Chong delivered the food and hurried back. Goodness, that terrified me, he exclaimed, patting his chest, inadvertently adopting a somewhat feminine gesture. Realizing this, he quickly shifted to a more masculine pose, hands on his hips, yet it only accentuated his femininity. Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine. You stay here. I shall return home, he said, before heading back to the cave. There, he partook of Raimai's provisions and gradually drifted into slumber. His robust physique, combined with the consumption of ginkgo, enabled him to endure the agony of bullet extraction. His sleep was fitful, and he awoke intermittently until dawn broke. Li Chong returned, appearing fatigued and sneezing. Li Chong, you should rest. It is my turn to stand guard, Yifeng stated, mustering the strength to rise. I shall go, Ding Tianchuan declared, seizing the compound bow. Perhaps not, Yifeng sighed, harboring deep reservations about Ding Tianchuan's capabilities. I will go, Alice asserted, taking the compound bow and vanishing into the drizzle. Yifeng hesitated for a moment before following her into the rain. Chapter 70. Is this heaven? Upon reaching the downstream location, there was no sign of activity from Ma Sikong's group. Yifeng could no longer contain himself. Ma Sikong, are you not to commence shipbuilding? Hurry, or you shall find yourselves without breakfast. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, a balding middle-aged man finally emerged from the shadows. Both individuals grasped wooden sticks. sketching the outline of a boat upon the ground. Yi Feng nodded thoughtfully, then abruptly declared, "Massey Kong, instruct your 2 bodyguards to procure some game. I shall take charge of the barbecue, but I must levy a tax of half." A furious roar echoed from downstream. Damn it! Massey Kong, peering through the foliage, had rainwater incessantly washing into his eyes. Yi Feng was providing a ready meal, while he himself was tasked with constructing a vessel and assisting in the hunt. After years of being a boss, he had never felt so disadvantaged, a sense of unease settling in his heart. "Once I find the opportunity, I shall turn Yi Feng into mincemeat." Massey Kong gritted his teeth. Behind him, 4 women exchanged glances, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed upstream. They yearned to enter Yi Feng's camp, where they could, like Lena, bask in the warmth of a cave and indulge in hot roasted meat. "Hey, where are you 4 wenches looking?" Massey Kong barked. "Are you hoping to escape to Yi Feng's camp?" Despite his selfish nature, he possessed keen insight into the thoughts of others. "And no, Massey, how could you think that?" Anna stammered, a jolt of fear coursing through her. "Humph, spare me your tricks. Anyone who dares to flee, I'll shoot them on the spot," Massey Kong warned, patting the gun at his waist. "Massey, shall we go hunting then?" one bodyguard inquired. Massey Kong's demeanor softened considerably in the presence of his men. "Xiao Fan, please go hunt. Lao Yang, stay by my side to protect me. Upon our return, I shall reward you both handsomely," he said courteously. Though brutal, he understood the dynamics of the situation. His subordinates had yet to betray him, aided by 2 loyal bodyguards and the firearm in his possession. "Yes, Massey." The bodyguard named Xiao Fan ventured into the jungle, wielding a bamboo spear. Yi Feng waited in the cave for quite some time until Li Chang returned, dragging the corpse of a small water buffalo alongside Massey Kong's bodyguard. "Excellent. Quick, lend a hand." A group rushed out of the cave, placing the buffalo in the rain to bleed out, with Susan personally handling the dissection. The bodyguard cast a lingering glance at the cave before reluctantly making his way downstream. Susan's knife skills were remarkable as she meticulously peeled away the hide. This time, Su Yun did not vomit. Instead, she gathered her courage to observe the dissection. After all, people are capable of progress, and she was no exception. A small, eager pup scurried to the corpse, eagerly licking the blood from the ground. Yi Feng frowned. This pup was growing too quickly. He recalled when he first encountered it, resembling a kitten, and now it had transformed into a dog. Before long, noon arrived, and Yi Feng ventured downstream once more. He observed several men wielding timber and bamboo, forming the outline of a boat upon the ground, then beginning to drive stakes according to this outline. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction and returned to prepare them warm food. As relentless rain continued for a week, several engineers downstream were methodically crafting the keel. The dragon spine is constructed from a colossal timber, measuring 15 meters in length and over a meter in diameter. Its surface is adorned with a multitude of small holes, facilitating the installation of the dragon ribs. Once these ribs are affixed, the foundation of the vessel is laid. Subsequently, intricate tasks commence, utilizing the keel as a base to gradually sculpt the lower hold, the hull, the deck, the midsection, the upper section, as well as the mast and sails. Meanwhile, the women busily weave canvas from bamboo skins. At that moment, a bald man unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground. "This is bad, Master Ma. Engineer Chung has fainted," the group of engineers exclaimed. Yi Feng, concealed behind a rock, observed the entire scene without intervening. Shortly thereafter, 2 bodyguards carried the bald man downstream. "Yi Feng, our chief engineer has fainted. May we now enter the cave? Otherwise, if he dies, who will construct the ship?" Master Ma called out from downstream. Yi Feng exchanged a glance with Li Chang. "You may, but all of your people must disrobe and emerge with their hands raised, including yourself," Yi Feng responded loudly. "You, Yi, do not push your luck. If we are disarmed, will we not become your slaves? If you insist on this, we shall charge at you. Can you guarantee you will kill us all?" Master Ma bellowed. "You are welcome to try." Yi Feng raised his firearm. Nearby, on a banyan tree, Long Wu also disengaged the safety. "Very well, Yi Feng, I shall concede a little. You may take Engineer Chung into the cave, at least to recuperate." Master Ma quickly regained his composure. "That is acceptable. Send 2 women to carry him over." Yi Feng said. "Humph, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You wish to rob me?" Master Ma's voice echoed. As his words fell, a bodyguard approached, carrying the bald man on his back. Yi Feng sighed, originally hoping to save 2 women, but Master Ma was evidently not easily deceived. It seems these affluent individuals are quite astute. Brother Feng, Master Ma has instructed me to deliver the man, the bodyguard stated solemnly. Regardless, Yi Feng held authority in this domain, so the bodyguard respectfully addressed him as brother. Indeed, I say, Xiaofan, you may return. Yi Feng had initially considered enticing the bodyguard, yet fearing to invite danger into his midst, he ultimately refrained from winning him over. Thereafter, Yi Feng carried the bald man into the cave. Clean him up and prepare some meat broth for him, Yi Feng instructed. Consequently, several women busied themselves. Downstream, Wang Tao was also sent away to chop wood. Yi Feng hesitated for a moment, then seized a bow and arrow within the cave. Everyone, gather round, practice archery. Each person must draw a full 100 arrows today before you may rest. Upon finishing his command, he knocked an arrow, and the compound bow released a resounding twang, embedding an arrow into a tree outside the cave. The women, recognizing the perils of the deserted island, hastened to practice archery. That evening, the bald man regained consciousness. Is this paradise? He mused, gazing at the beautiful women surrounding him, feeling the warmth of the cave and the softness of the bedding. If a ship is not constructed within 6 months, this will surely become hell, Yi Feng remarked coldly. The engineer sat up, a bitter smile crossing his face as he shook his head. It is futile. There are no iron nails here, and thus we cannot construct a ship. Our previous shipbuilding efforts were primarily to secure your provisions. I see you are employing mortise and tenon joints. Yi Feng's heart sank, realizing that his labor over the past 8 or 9 days had been in vain. Chapter 71. The women quickly took cover. Mortise and tenon joints might suffice for crafting furniture and small wooden huts. But one must understand that this is a vessel over 10 meters long. It is destined for the sea. A tempest could easily tear it apart if it isn't secured with iron nails. In fact, it doesn't even require waves. The sheer weight of the deck, mast, and cabin would deform the joints. The bald-headed man shook his head. Yi Feng fell silent. He had initially believed he could avoid such labor-intensive tasks, but it now appeared inevitable. Are you saying that with iron nails, a ship can indeed be built? He inquired. Not necessarily. It would be best to have an axe, a saw, and a drill. Otherwise, the progress would be excruciatingly slow, the bald man replied. The women exchanged glances, a flicker of helplessness and despair crossing their faces. If they truly could not construct a ship, they would have to live as natives on this deserted island. But they still had families in civilized society. Observing the expressions of the women, Yi Feng spoke slowly. I have a method to smelt iron. You should rest for 2 days. Once you are well rested, continue your work and focus on producing the components. Leave the iron nails to me. You can produce iron? You aren't thinking of melting down this dagger and pistol, are you? The bald man retorted. No, just rest. I have work to attend to, Yi Feng replied, taking his tools and heading toward the stream's edge. He selected some red clay, inhaling its scent before placing the suitable portions into his helmet and discarding the rest. It was not until around 10 in the evening that Yi Feng returned, having amassed hundreds of pounds of red clay in the cave. Ah Feng, what are you doing with this clay? Aren't you supposed to be searching for iron? Susan asked, now referring to him as Ah Feng. This soil contains a multitude of iron bacteria. Just observe, Yi Feng smiled confidently. Ding Tuanshuan quickly gathered around him, her admiration for Yi Feng growing in her eyes. He seemed capable of anything. At the river's edge, Ma Dong emerged from a massive cavern, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intent. He bore 2 antiquated rifles slung over his shoulder, a rusty axe, 3 handguns at his waist, and a khaki bag on his back. The bag clinked as he walked. Ha ha, Yi Feng, and that wretched Susan, fortune smiles upon me, as I have found so many weapons. This time, I will ensure your demise, Ma Dong laughed maniacally. At that moment, by the river's edge, a herd of water buffalo was wallowing in the water. Ma Dong was initially startled but then grasped the rifle behind him. Let me offer you as my first targets, he declared, loading a bullet into the chamber and pulling back the lever. Bang, bang, bang. The rifle's penetrating power effortlessly felled 5 or 6 water buffalo. The remaining buffalo fled toward the center of the river. Ha ha ha, time for a feast. Ma Dong sat beside the water buffalo, placing his rifle within easy reach while gnawing on a steak cooked to rare perfection. In the gentle drizzle, he found it impossible to kindle a fire. On the other side, Yi Feng toiled throughout the night, finally retrieving a chunk of rough iron, no larger than a finger, from a pile of charcoal. Impressive. Brother Yi, you are remarkable, Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, leaping up as she kept watch. accompanying Yi Feng in his iron-smelting endeavor. What is so impressive about this? Is this little bit of iron even sufficient? Yi Feng felt somewhat disheartened. After an entire night, he had produced merely enough iron to forge a handful of nails. Yet, a vessel measuring several meters in length would require thousands of such nails. At this rate, would he not need to spend countless nights to fabricate enough nails for a single ship? 10,000 days equated to 2 or 3 decades. 2 or 3 decades. Merely to produce enough nails for one ship? Yi Feng wisely abandoned that notion. Just then, the others began to awaken, and Susan approached. She and Long Wu alternated shifts, one guarding during the day and the other at night. After breakfast, she prepared to relieve Long Wu. Feng, having this iron is already a boon. If you continue to work diligently for another month, you could cast an axe, making lumbering much more convenient, Susan remarked before fetching Long Wu back. 5 brother. After you finish eating, make sure to get some proper rest. You've worked hard these past few days, Yi Feng advised. Long Wu nodded in agreement. Picking up a piece of meat to chew on, Yi Feng then settled beside the bald man. After a day of interaction, he learned that this individual was Chung Li Bin, a highly educated chief engineer and an esteemed professor at a university. Mr. Chung, could we construct a smaller vessel? Yi Feng inquired. It is feasible, but a small boat cannot venture out to sea. A single wave could capsize it, Chung Li Bin replied. Yi Feng's spirits lifted. He did not intend to sail into the open sea, merely to navigate inland rivers. No matter, if it must be smaller, then so be it. I am not particular, Yi Feng said with a smile. At that moment, a loud bang resonated from downstream. The expressions of everyone shifted dramatically as they gathered at the cave entrance. Is that Master Sikong firing a gun? Yi Feng asked. Long Wu shook his head. No, the sound of a handgun is not that muffled. It resembles an old-fashioned bolt-action rifle, which prioritizes penetration and possesses greater power than modern firearms. Having served in the military, he had a certain understanding of weaponry. Yi Feng turned to Chung Li Bin. Does Long Wu possess a rifle? No, he only has a handgun, but he has plenty of ammunition, Chung Li Bin responded. Just then, more gunfire erupted from behind. Oh my, quickly run up. It was Wang Tao's voice. Yi Feng's expression changed as he drew his handgun. A large group of people rushed to the cave entrance, led by Li Chong, who had failed to secure the downstream area and was now fleeing. Following him were Wang Tao, Master Sikong, and 4 other women, 1 fair, 1 dark, and 2 of Asian descent. Among them, 1 girl with yellow skin had blood streaming down her arm. Yi Feng hastily closed the wooden door, concealing himself at the cave's entrance. Master Sikong, do you wish to come here and court death? Yi Feng shouted. No, a formidable character has emerged from downstream, wielding a weapon of tremendous power capable of piercing trees and striking us directly. The voice of Masikong trembled. Who is it? Yi Feng retorted, considering that the enemy of his enemy could potentially be an ally. If this formidable character were indeed Masikong's adversary, he might be able to forge an alliance. It seemed to be Ma Dong, one of the 2 henchmen accompanying the bald man. Wang Tao cowered behind the dark-skinned beauty, warily observing the cave, fearful that Yi Feng might turn his gun on him. Is it him? Yi Feng's countenance darkened. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and a piece of wood was shattered, splintering debris all around. My goodness, take cover. The group scattered in all directions. Some fled into the woods, others dashed across the creek, while some sought refuge behind the waterfall. Yi Feng gazed into the distance, seeing nothing. Bang! Another bullet struck the wooden door, creating a gaping hole. If a few more shots were fired, the door would surely succumb. Quick, take cover to the sides, Yi Feng called out. The women hurriedly concealed themselves, their faces etched with terror. Chapter 72. We must endure, we cannot die. Bang! Another shot fired, and the piece of wood was completely obliterated. Ha ha ha! Yi Feng, you scoundrel! I have come today to exact my vengeance. I will not rest until you are all annihilated. Women in the cave, except for Susan, come to my side. I, Ma Dong, will cherish you henceforth. Do not follow that waste of space, Yi Feng. Ma Li's voice echoed from downstream. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and glanced again downstream. At last, he spotted Ma Dong, who stood atop a rock, aiming his rifle towards the cave. However, that rock was far too distant, at least 300 meters away. While rifles can reach such distances, handguns cannot. Even if they could hit 300 meters, the limitations of the barrel would send the bullets soaring into the sky. Ha ha! Yi Feng, I know you possess a firearm. My rifle can shoot 400 to 500 meters, while your handgun barely reaches 200. I have you at my mercy. The women in the cave heard him, and they began to strip off their clothing, raising their hands as they approached me. "Lest I camp out here for 3 days and nights, slaughtering you one by one," Ma Dong shouted arrogantly. Bang! A bullet shot down from above, striking Ma Dong squarely in the shoulder. His right arm was instantly incapacitated. Shocked, he gritted his teeth against the pain, transferring the gun to his left hand to prepare for a shot at the tree. Yet, a lithe figure leaped from above, tackling him to the ground. "You wretched creature! Let me go, let me go!" Ma Dong's roars echoed across the banks of the creek. Half an hour later, Ma Dong was bound and carried into the cave, where an array of handguns, rifles, vintage grenades, an axe, 3 bayonets, and a military dagger lay before Yi Feng. He first tested the dagger, which was undoubtedly forged from high-quality steel, rivaling Susan's own dagger in craftsmanship. This must be the legacy of the Germans, truly a testament to the prowess of the foremost power of that era. 8 decades ago, their metallurgical craftsmanship surpassed even our contemporary advancements, Yi Feng lamented. As a resident of Wu Village, he often wielded knives and could discern the quality of steel. Ma Dong's shoulder had ceased bleeding, yet his eyes were filled with malice, his face a mask of fury. "Where did you find these items?" Yi Feng inquired coldly. "Go to hell," Ma Dong retorted, turning his head away. He had hoped for a triumphant return, only to be ambushed by that wretched Susan after firing just a few shots, leaving him bitterly resentful. Not speaking, Yi Feng placed a dagger into the fire, slowly heating its blade to a glowing red. Ma Dong's eye twitched as he clenched his teeth. "Yi Feng, do not push your luck. If you intend to torment me, I would rather die than speak," he declared, a mix of defiance and fear in his tone. Yi Feng ignored him, continuing to roast the dagger, waving it in front of Ma Dong's eyes. Sometimes, intimidation proves more effective than direct torture. "Stop. I'll talk. But I don't know how to explain. There's a large river over there. I can only guide you. There are no signs or names," Ma Dong wept. Yi Feng considered this, realizing that Ma Dong's life was still of value. He could not afford to die just yet. Once they procured weapons, he could deal with him then. "Let us make some meat soup to nourish him and help dry his clothes," Yi Feng suggested. Li Chong nodded, squatting before Ma Dong to assist in removing his garments. "Dong, once you followed Brother Hu, starving for days on end. Now, with Brother Feng, you have ample food and a warm cave to dwell in. You made the right choice. Otherwise, your brothers wouldn't have been able to help you," Li Chong remarked, taking Ma Dong's clothes to dry by the fire. After consuming the soup, Ma Dong fell into a deep slumber, having lost considerable blood from his wound. Meanwhile, Susan pulled Yi Feng aside. "Are you planning to kill Ma Dong once you've used him?" "What else?" Yi Feng replied, sharpening his nails with the dagger. "We need to build a boat, and our numbers are still insufficient. Although Ma Dong has lost the use of one arm, he can still contribute to some tasks, which will expedite our return home," Susan proposed. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he nodded. "I intended to kill him, but since you've interceded, I shall grant you this favor." "Grant me a favor?" Susan scrutinized Yi Feng, sensing an undercurrent of amusement in him. The sounds of lumbering echoed from downstream as Ma Sikong and the others returned to their labor. Surprisingly, even the cowardly one joined them, no longer hiding behind the rocks. Earlier, when they had fled to the cave entrance, Yi Feng had an opportunity to eliminate him but refrained, leading the man to understand his worth. As dusk approached, Yi Feng remarked, "Tomorrow, you and I shall take Ma Dong to search for firearms and ironware. If we can locate an engineer's warehouse, it would be splendid. It would surely contain iron nails and various tools for constructing fortifications." A light smile graced his lips. "Indeed, let us have Long Wu watch over the place. That will set our minds at ease," Susan replied solemnly. "Susan, let me pose a hypothetical question. If we are truly unable to return to civilization, would you consider being my companion?" Yi Feng inquired suddenly. "What did you say?" Susan replied, her eyes sharp, radiating an intensity that sent a chill through Yi Feng. It seemed she was not easily swayed, yet he remained undeterred, believing he would win her over eventually. "Certainly, but on one condition. If you fail to perform 20 times in a single night, I shall have to resort to drastic measures," Susan stated coldly. Yi Feng quickly shielded himself, feeling the weight of her words. As the night passed uneventfully, dawn arrived swiftly. Yi Feng and Susan rose to awaken Ma Dong, only to discover he was burning with fever, his wounded shoulders swollen grotesquely. Wake up, Yi Feng urged as he gently tapped Ma Dong's face. However, Ma Dong remained suspended in unconsciousness, his body unmoving on the makeshift crucifix. A wave of dread washed over Yi Feng. He can't be dying, can he? Remove the bullet. The lead is toxic and will keep him in a state of prolonged unconsciousness, Susan instructed. She set about untying Ma Dong and heated a dagger over the fire. Li Chang hesitated before placing Ma Dong's head on his lap. Brother, you must hold on. You cannot leave us, he implored. As Susan began her task, the dagger sliced into flesh, releasing a torrent of pus and blood, filling the cave with a foul stench. Ma Dong's body convulsed violently before he kicked out his legs. Not good. Yi Feng hurriedly pressed on his acupoints, but to no avail. Ma Dong thrashed again, his legs jolting outwards. Brother! Brother! Li Chang cried, shaking Ma Dong's head in desperation. Damn it, the timing couldn't be worse. Yi Feng sighed, yet he clung to a thread of hope. Ma Dong had once mentioned finding weapons near the Great River. Chapter 73. Do you still wish to deceive me? Based on his speed, Ma Dong must not have traveled far before discovering the firearms, suggesting that the cache was located downstream of the Great River, precisely where Yi Feng had previously been. He resolved to search within a 5-kilometer radius of that area, confident they would uncover a trove of weaponry. Most importantly, they needed to locate the engineer's toolbox to construct a vessel. Li Chang, carry your brother out. Let his body drift away with the current, Yi Feng commanded. Susan, we shall proceed as planned. At least we know he found the weapons by the river. Do you know where the Great River is? Susan questioned, puzzled. Yi Feng had refrained from disclosing this information to the others, aware that trust was fragile in their isolated surroundings, especially among the women in the cave. Rest assured, I am a hunter. I possess my own means to trace the river, Yi Feng boasted. Very well. Let us search for the tools, she agreed. After finalizing their plans and providing careful instructions, Yi Feng armed himself and set off downstream with Susan. This time, however, their arsenal had improved. Each bore a rifle, with a World War II pistol strapped at their waists. Upon reaching the downstream area, they encountered Ma Sikong and others resting on the ground. Here, take this axe. Expedite the shipbuilding process and assemble the individual components. I will find a way to procure iron nails, Yi Feng instructed. Understood. Marskong took the axe, casting a glance at the cave upstream. He was already aware that his wife was within the cave, yet his greater concern lay with their newborn child, who was not yet 3 months old. With Susan by his side, they ventured downstream through the rain. Fortunately, during the Second World War, German firearms had been waterproofed. Had it been the era of the First World War with its powder guns, they would have failed to fire in such downpour. The banks of the creek were eerily silent, devoid of any large animals. Yi Feng, what method will you employ to locate the Great River? Susan inquired, forging ahead, her athletic form swaying gracefully. Let us first proceed to the beach. Once we arrive, I shall utilize my family's ancestral method to find the Great River, Yi Feng replied. His gaze fixated on Susan's silhouette. Her physique was undeniably alluring, and he pondered whether he could endure the proximity of such beauty for even 5 seconds. Why are you not vigilant for danger, constantly staring behind me? Susan queried without turning her head. Yi Feng was taken aback. Her intuition was remarkably keen. Sister Susan, why is it that at 30, you remain without a boyfriend? He quickly diverted the conversation. Is that so? Do you harbor feelings for me? Susan slightly turned, revealing her curvaceous figure. To speak candidly, any normal man would be drawn to you, let alone a robust man such as myself. Yi Feng mustered the courage to respond. The more aloof Susan appeared, the more he felt compelled to challenge her. Yi Feng, if you truly desire it, I am not averse to granting you a chance. After all, we both have needs, but there are 2 stipulations. Firstly, you must not impregnate me. Secondly, and most crucially, once the boat is constructed, we may indulge on it. Susan sighed, her tone softening. She was, after all, a woman with her own desires, seemingly aloof, yet yearning for the tenderness of a man. In the past, she would have dismissed someone like Yi Feng without a second glance. However, stranded on the deserted island, she began to see him in a new light. While he certainly had his flaws, he also exhibited a sense of responsibility and authenticity that was rare compared to the frivolous playboys of civilized society, who spoke grandly yet fled at the first sign of commitment. Really? Is that true? Yi Feng glanced at his trousers, which had begun to feel uncomfortable once more. The icy rain could not extinguish the fervor within him. He felt confident in his ability to win over all the women in the cave, except for Susan, with whom he felt utterly uncertain. He was surprised by her forthrightness today. Susan, never jest. When I promise something, I fulfill it. Do you take me for one of those superficial women who only speak insincerely? Susan retorted, continuing her path ahead, whether it was a mere illusion or not. Yifeng sensed that her movements had grown slightly more pronounced. Being somewhat of an expert, he understood that a woman's movements would often intensify when she felt a spark of desire. Sister Susan, is it true that if I cannot satisfy you 20 times in one night, you would resort to castration? Yifeng cautiously inquired, realizing the gravity of the situation. Susan paused once more, slowly turning around, her face adorned with a beguiling smile. Guess what? Yifeng queried, perplexed. The two finally arrived at the beach, where Susan was completely drenched, her figure revealed as if she were clad in nothing at all. Yifeng was not faring much better, awkwardly shuffling along the sandy shore. Based on the position of the Big Dipper, with the south governed by metal and the north by water, we should head towards the rocky area to the north. We are bound to find water there, Yifeng stated solemnly. Susan glanced at the overcast sky, a flicker of skepticism in her eyes. It's raining. How can you possibly see the stars? She retorted. Trust me, follow my lead, and you won't go astray, Yifeng replied. His brow furrowed as he took 3 steps forward and 2 back, his fingers deftly calculating. Let us ascend this cliff and continue northward for 600 or 700 meters. We are certain to encounter a river, he said flatly. Nodding, Susan secured all her weapons to her back and was the first to scale the rocky ascent. Observing her agile form and alluring silhouette, Yifeng swallowed hard and followed suit. The seabirds had ceased their flights, nestled in their nests, guarding their eggs. When we return, we should catch a few seabirds for a stew, Yifeng suggested. These islands are in their hatching season. Could you perhaps show a little compassion? Susan remarked, treading through the bird droppings ahead. Almost there, Yifeng announced, and just then, Susan heard the roaring sound of water. She pushed aside a few branches, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed down at the majestic river, her mouth slightly agape, her chest rising and falling with excitement. See, I told you there's a river here. My great-grandfather was a renowned feng shui master. Have you heard of Zhang Liang? My grandfather once read his fortune, Yifeng stated with utmost seriousness. Impressive. Susan felt a twinge of doubt, but nonetheless gave him a thumbs up. Now, let us descend and begin our search for tools, Yifeng instructed. Since you're so capable, why not predict the exact location as well to save us some time? Susan suggested suddenly. Oh, I've already revealed too much once. I cannot disclose a second time, or I risk shortening my life, Yifeng explained. You must have seen this river before. Don't try to deceive me. Susan, sharp-witted, quickly saw through his ruse. Suit yourself. I truly deduced it using feng shui techniques, Yifeng replied, as he made his way down the slope, swiftly arriving at the riverbank. Chapter 74. If you dare, I dare. The wind and rain swirled around, causing the trees by the river to sway. I can't take it anymore. The rain is too heavy. We should find a place to warm up. Yifeng shouted above the roaring wind. All right, let us head into the woods, Susan responded loudly. The temperature had dropped significantly here, even 2 degrees lower than by the creek. Even Susan found it somewhat unbearable. At last, they reached a large, overhanging rock, and Yifeng promptly squeezed inside. Susan followed suit, and the two settled closely together within the confines of the stone shelter. After her clothes became drenched, Susan expressed her discomfort, urging Yifeng to turn away and not to peek as she intended to remove her inner garments. She had lowered her defenses around him, yet felt shy to articulate it directly. However, she would not refuse if Yifeng were to take the initiative. Women, after all, often experience romantic inclinations. Particularly in the presence of a robust man like Yifeng, it would be unusual for her not to feel a stir of attraction. Regrettably, she had always maintained a cool demeanor, reluctant to shift her image too abruptly. After a brief moment, Susan extracted her inner lining and rinsed it in the rainwater. Only then did Yifeng turn his head, witnessing her petite tank top swaying gently. The sensation of it was such that, if he were to grasp it, he would undoubtedly ascend in delight. Sister Susan, he remarked, I believe you ought to consider purchasing a larger size. It would be more beneficial for your development. He swallowed hard. Which size do you think I should buy? Surprisingly, Susan did not shy away from this topic. At the very least, she was willing to engage in it. As they conversed, Yifeng leaned in closer to Susan. Instinctively, she shifted back slightly, but soon, a thought crossed her mind, and she locked her gaze onto Yifeng's eyes. Yifeng, she said, I have heard that a woman's embrace by a man can be quite pleasurable. Is that true? Susan inquired with a rational expression. What is this? Feng felt a surge of warmth within, sensing that Susan seemed to be moved. In such a chilly drizzle, he had never experienced anything like this before. Perhaps you could consider me as your subject for experimentation? As Feng finished speaking, he extended his hands. Susan's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling, and she did not shy away from Feng's hands. With a firm resolve, Feng reached out decisively. How do you feel? Feng inquired, his 10 fingers suddenly exerting pressure. Humph. Susan let out a soft sigh, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped her. She made a concerted effort to maintain her demeanor, striving to avoid appearing too wanton. After all, she was accustomed to embodying the image of an aloof goddess and did not wish to descend into a state of degradation so swiftly. How about this? You can sit in my lap while I embrace you from behind, my hands slipping beneath your arms. This sensation of fullness should be even more pronounced, Feng suggested. Susan glanced at Feng's trousers, her mind drifting back to their previous encounter in the tree, where she had nearly succumbed to temptation but had remained silent. In recent nights, she found herself dreaming of that moment, pondering what it would truly feel like if Feng had taken that step. For several consecutive days, dreams had stirred within her the desire to experiment. However, she was acutely aware of the physiological knowledge separating the sexes. Should Feng lose control at the crucial moment, the prospect of pregnancy loomed ominously. She adhered to her own principles, indulging in a dalliance with a man as handsome and vigorous as Feng was permissible, but the possibility of conception was utterly unacceptable. One could only engage in superficial pursuits, never entertaining notions of deeper intimacy, unless precautions were firmly in place. Susan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet she maintained an air of aloofness. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Feng swiftly embraced Susan's slender waist. Ah! Susan let out a cry. The powerful pulsation nearly caused her to faint from the pain. You deceitful scoundrel! How could you? Susan turned her head, glaring at Feng. Her eyes reddened, almost on the verge of tears from the pain. I apologize for losing my composure for a moment. Allow me to make amends, Feng said. After straightening his clothes, the two resumed their journey. They walked approximately 2 kilometers upstream until they encountered a small hill, towering over 20 meters. In front of the hill lay a vast cave, shrouded in darkness. Look, there are human footprints on the ground. It must be where Ma Dong entered, Susan pointed out. Feng examined the prints closely and confirmed they matched Ma Dong's. Let us proceed inside, he declared, taking Susan's hand as they cautiously approached the pitch-black cavern. After walking about 30 meters, darkness enveloped them entirely. If Li Chang could enter and find firearms, he must have had some means of illumination. Let us search around for torches or similar items, Feng suggested, and indeed, he soon discovered a torch on the ground, though regrettably, they lacked a lighter. I will create fire by friction. You keep watch for any beasts that might emerge from the cave, he instructed. All right, Susan replied, drawing her rifle and aiming into the dark abyss. Before long, the flame ignited, casting a faint glow that illuminated only a few meters ahead, with the surrounding darkness becoming increasingly indistinct. After another 30 meters, Feng sensed a slope leading deeper underground. This was not a natural cave, but rather a human-made cellar constructed within it. He pointed at the uniformly hewn stones on either side, clearly the work of human hands. Indeed, Susan nodded, glancing at the inscriptions carved into the walls, which were unmistakably in German. At that moment, Feng felt his foot press against something, producing a cracking sound. To his horror, he had stepped on a human skeleton, crushing its ribcage. A chill ran down his spine upon encountering a corpse in such oppressive darkness. Susan's eyes reflected a flicker of fear. It's nothing. If we are not afraid of the living, why fear the dead? Feng reassured her. They continued to descend, but soon Feng's expression darkened. Water had accumulated below, and about 5 meters ahead stood a massive stone pillar supporting the ceiling above. The water was cluttered with various objects, bones, tattered clothing, and wooden crates. This water must have submerged many bodies. Would you dare venture into it? Feng inquired. If you dare, then so shall I, Susan replied through gritted teeth. In truth, she feared the filth rather than the corpses. Very well. Feng held the torch in one hand and a stick in the other, prodding the ground ahead with each step to avoid extinguishing the flame should he fall into a deep puddle. Susan steadied her rifle, keeping vigilant watch on their flanks. The cellar was filled with the sound of dripping water, occasionally interrupted by something plummeting into the depths with a splash. Yifeng heightened his alertness. He was determined to locate the engineer's tools, for without them, their efforts over the past few days would have been in vain. To speak candidly, the location of the cave is far from secure. A mere downpour could inundate the banks of the stream with flooding. Additionally, leopards and tigers could effortlessly emerge to launch surprise attacks on humans. Chapter 75. How beautiful. Not to mention those peculiar monkeys, whose venomous spines are not to be trifled with. A single hit could spell doom even for a creature as large as a water buffalo. The presence of such creatures along the coastline suggests that their population is substantial. Perhaps even more lurk deep within the uncharted island. Only by constructing vessels capable of navigating the inland rivers can we isolate the dangers lurking in the jungle. Then, aboard the ship, we could sing, feast on hot pot, and relish the spectacle of nature's ruthless hierarchy. That, indeed, would be a life worth living. Yifeng, what is this? Susan suddenly grasped his arm. Yifeng turned to see a door nearby, made of iron yet already half decayed, bearing signs of having been forcibly opened. It must have been a place where Ma Dong had ventured. We should investigate, for there may be new discoveries awaiting us. With that, Yifeng thrust the torch inside. A wave of damp, metallic odor wafted forth, and water dripped from the surroundings. However, on a row of shelves, numerous wooden crates were neatly arranged, covered with a peculiar waterproof cloth. Yifeng quickly pulled it aside. Inside lay an array of rifles, most of which were rusted. He removed the top layer and peered into the center. At last, he uncovered 2 rifles, encased in oiled paper, that were free of rust. He tore off the paper and pulled the bolt, producing a pleasing metallic sound. These rifles are remarkably well preserved. They are practically new, Yifeng exclaimed. This type of rifle seems to be single-shot, not automatic. Let us see if we can find a light machine gun, Susan suggested. Agreed. The two began rummaging through the arsenal, which consisted entirely of handguns and rifles, without a single submachine gun or light machine gun in sight. Nevertheless, they still managed to uncover some ammunition. Let us move on to another warehouse. If we could find a machine gun, it would be splendid. Once the ship is built, I could command the seas of the deserted island. Yifeng chuckled. His tone alleviated the tension, rendering Susan less fearful. The pair waded out of the ammunition depot. At that moment, a loud splash echoed from the distance. It was not merely an object falling into the water. Something was swimming beneath the surface, and it moved with alarming speed. Yifeng's heart raced, and instinctively, he shielded Susan behind him while extending the torch ahead. Just 5 meters away, a colossal splash erupted. A python? A chill coursed through Yifeng's spine. Susan, no less shaken, pressed herself against Yifeng's back, her soft form brushing against his muscular frame. The splash swiftly receded into the distance, vanishing from Yifeng's sight. Was that a python? Susan trembled. It must be. Judging by the length of the splash, that creature is at least 10 meters long, and probably as thick as a human's waist. In the water, facing a python, we would stand no chance of defense. Yifeng's expression darkened. Should we continue searching for tools? Susan inquired. Having arrived, one must not return empty-handed. You, following closely behind me, steady your rifle. Should that creature return, fire without hesitation. Even the mightiest of beasts falter before the might of modern weaponry. Yifeng urged himself onward, though dread clawed at his insides. Susan, seizing her rifle, remained vigilant, her gaze fixed upon the water. After another 5 minutes, they slipped into a warehouse. Fortune smiles upon the diligent. Here lie numerous tools, saws, axes, and a peculiar assortment of nails. No, these are rivets. Quickly, search for a rivet gun. Yifeng exclaimed with elation. Rivets are far superior to mere nails. Once inserted, they expand, ensuring a tighter bond within the hull. I found the rivet gun, Susan announced, her joy palpable as she brandished the weapon. Let us take some rivets home today, 3 saws and 2 axes. As for the rest, we shall summon the main force tomorrow for transport. With these tools, united in our efforts, we may well complete the vessel within 2 months. Yifeng declared with enthusiasm. Susan then discovered a military backpack, filling it with all that she could carry. Yifeng, burdened with a torch, could not bear too much weight, leaving most of the load to Susan. Just then, the torch flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish. Not good. Quickly, Yifeng exclaimed, hastening forward. With Susan, encumbered by over 100 pounds, trailing close behind. The German craftsmanship was indeed commendable, employing the finest steel. However, during World War II, light steel had yet to be developed, rendering these tools quite heavy. After sprinting a dozen meters, the torch was doused by splashes of water, dwindling to the size of a candle. "Run!" Feng shouted in panic. Alas, with a despairing sigh, the torch extinguished completely, plunging the cellar into utter darkness. "Susan! Susan!" Feng called softly, but there was no reply. "Susan, this is no time for jest. We cannot afford to frighten one another, lest we fall into despair," he thought, dread settling in his heart. At that moment, he unexpectedly grasped a hand, cold and delicate. "Run!" Feng urged, dashing forward, a faint glimmer of light appearing in the distance, guiding him toward the exit. Feng, where are you?" Suddenly, Susan's voice echoed from 10 meters behind. Feng trembled, as though struck by lightning. Slowly, he turned to face the source of the voice, realizing the hand he held was not Susan's. "By the heavens!" Feng exclaimed, forcefully shaking off the grip. "Susan! Susan!" Overcoming his fear, he sprinted toward her voice. At last, he grasped Susan's warm hand. Without uttering a word, they fled towards the cave's opening. The light grew ever brighter, urging them to run faster. Finally, they could discern their surroundings. Feng collapsed at the cave's mouth, while Susan, trembling in shock, sank into his embrace. Scattered around them were fragments of their belongings, strewn across the ground. The sound of their labored breathing filled the air, faces still marked by shock. The recent events had been utterly terrifying, leaving Feng nearly devoid of his wits. As for Susan, her eyes were wide with fear. Suddenly, she picked up a rifle from the ground, aimed it at the pitch-black cave, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The resounding shots echoed through the cavern. "Damn it!" Susan cursed at the cave, her demeanor far from that of a poised beauty. Once her anger subsided, the terror in her eyes gradually faded. "Susan, let us return home," Feng declared, striding purposefully out of the cave. As they neared the entrance, a ray of sunlight pierced through. The sky had cleared. Feng sighed deeply, entranced by the azure expanse above. Look, a rainbow! How beautiful!" Susan exclaimed, pointing at the vibrant arc over the river. "Is this your first time seeing a rainbow?" Feng inquired with a smile. Indeed. It's my first. I've only ever seen them in movies or books. It's so lovely." Susan's face beamed with delight. In that moment, she transformed from a cold assassin into a spirited young girl. "Let us go home. Today has been too thrilling. I need a good night's sleep," Feng said, gathering most of the tools while leaving a few for Susan. As she watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of something extraordinary flickered in Susan's eyes, and she followed with a light step, reaching out to take his hand. Beneath the rainbow, the handsome man and beautiful woman walked hand in hand toward home. After considerable effort, they spent a full 4 hours reaching the downstream area. However, upon arrival, they found only a massive dragon's backbone, and Ma Xikong and the others were nowhere to be seen. "This is bad," Feng exclaimed, discarding his belongings and rushing upstream with his rifle in hand. Upon reaching the upper stream, he spotted a group of women huddled together, weeping quietly. Feng stood in shock, staring at several lifeless bodies on the ground. Among them was one belonging to Ma Xikong, and another was Li Chong. Li Chong's forehead bore a bullet wound, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky. Ah Feng, you're back," Su Yun cried out as she rushed into his embrace. Feng gently pushed through the crowd, cradling Su Yun. There, he saw Bai Guifan lying flat on the ground, her lifeless eyes staring blankly at the sky, her chest and abdomen stained crimson with blood. Bro Feng, you've finally returned." Feng turned to see Long Wu half reclining beside the waterfall, one leg bleeding profusely, bent at an unnatural angle. He held tightly to his gun, warily scanning the opposite bank of the creek. "Wu go." Feng quickly pushed Su Yun aside and caught Long Wu. Just as Long Wu struggled to his feet, a groan escaped his lips. A bullet had shattered the bone in his thigh, leaving only muscle and skin to hold it together. "Ma Xikong, that bastard, Feng gasped, struggling to find the right words for his fury. He should have prepared earlier, once the rain ceased. Ma Xikong and his companions would have been able to kindle a fire in the wilderness to roast meat, thus no longer relying on them. However, despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated that the rain would halt at this juncture. The absence of both himself and Susan in the cave diminished their combat strength, allowing Ma Xikong and his group to execute a successful ambush. On this side, they had lost 2 men, and crucially, Long Wu, their main force, had been severely injured. Yi Feng did not need to ask. He was already aware that it was Ma Sikong's doing. Where are they? Yi Feng inquired. After exhausting their ammunition, they fled across the creek. I, too, had run out of bullets, but I managed to intimidate them with bravado, Long Wu replied with great difficulty. Brother Wu, with such an injury, the only option left is to amputate your leg, Yi Feng stated. At that moment, several women gathered around. Their expressions varied. Some were dazed, others terrified. Some sorrowful, while a few exhibited flickering gazes. Especially Alice and Lena, who felt deep down that Yi Feng could not protect them. No, please don't amputate my leg. I can manage. Trust me. It will heal on its own, Long Wu pleaded, watching as Susan approached with a saw, his body thrashing violently. Brother Wu, you must accept reality. If we do not amputate, the wound will fester upward, and ultimately, you will succumb to infection. Yi Feng gritted his teeth and pinned Long Wu down. Meanwhile, Susan resolutely grasped the saw. The chilling cries echoed by the creek. Eventually, Long Wu fainted. Yi Feng searched for some herbs to staunch the blood from his thigh, but to no avail. Resigned, he resorted to cauterizing the wound with a red-hot dagger, sealing the blood vessels within. He toiled until afternoon, as Long Wu repeatedly lost consciousness from the pain, only to awaken again in agony. The women covered their mouths, tears streaming down their cheeks. Finally, the bleeding ceased, yet Long Wu fell into a deep unconsciousness. From now on, I need you to take diligent care of Long Wu. Help him cool down, wipe his sweat, and prepare nutritious broth. There must be no slip-ups. Yi Feng turned and sternly regarded the women. However, this time, none of them spoke. Ultimately, it was Alice who broke the silence. You only know how to issue orders. We follow your commands, yet 2 of us have died, and 1 is injured. You are far too young and utterly unsuited for leadership, she said indignantly. Lena hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yi Feng, I am grateful for your rescue, but you are too young and lack foresight in your decisions. Therefore, we must hold a fair election to choose the most suitable leader among us. You 2 wicked women. My brother Yi Feng has endured tremendous hardships on this deserted island and suffered gunshot wounds for our sake. Now, you wish to blame him for a single misstep? If you believe my brother Yi is inadequate, then leave. Ding Tianquan stood beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat awkward. Although these 2 women were criticizing him, they did possess a degree of valid reasoning. Little sister, please do not misunderstand. We speak with sincerity, and there is no intention to target Yi Feng. I know his heart is in the right place, but he is just too young, Lena explained in a flustered manner. Indeed, I recognize that Yi Feng genuinely cares for us, yet at times his decisions are rather hasty. Nonetheless, I still hold affection for him, Alice added. Yi Feng pressed his hands down. I have taken your words to heart, both of you. I acknowledge my youth. Here is the plan. I will first attend to Brother Wu, and then I shall procure some herbs for him. Later this evening, we shall hold a fair election. Furthermore, even if we elect a leader, should that leader err at times, you must voice your concerns without regard for anyone's feelings. Collective wisdom is essential for our survival on this deserted island, Yi Feng stated earnestly. Understood, Alice nodded. Then it was Lena's turn. She suddenly approached and embraced Yi Feng tightly. Yi Feng, I like you. I did not anticipate your magnanimity. Most young people would be quick to anger if criticized. Yet you remain rational. Perhaps I spoke too hastily before. After saying this, she kissed him gently on the cheek. Yi Feng felt a flicker of embarrassment, but the kiss dissipated his irritation in an instant. All right, you take care of Brother Wu. As for Li Chong and Aunt Bai, let us not bury them. Just cast their bodies into the creek. Let nature take its course. We must conserve our strength from digging graves. Susan, I need you to take cover in a large tree. If any enemies approach, fire a warning shot. To Tianquan, you will hide behind the waterfall with your rifle. Once Susan fires her warning, you must react to indicate that we are lying in ambush, deterring the enemy from taking rash actions. Rimiko, as a foreigner, you are likely accustomed to firearms as well. You should take a gun and position yourself across the creek to avoid being caught off guard by Ma Sikong's potential counterattack. Lena, Alice, and Su Yun, the 3 of you will return after 5 hours to switch places with them. Additionally, tether the little black dog downstream. It will serve as an early warning system. Yi Feng stroked his chin, having considered every detail. Upon hearing his words, Alice and Lena exchanged glances, a glimmer of joy flashing across their faces. Their doubts had transformed into a gratifying shift in Yi Feng's demeanor. Feng, what are you planning to do downstream? Su Yin inquired. Naturally, I intend to eliminate Masakong and his cohort. Tell me, did everyone on Masakong's side engage in the fray, or were only a few involved? A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. If his comrades were slain, how would these women perceive him if he did not seek retribution? Only Masakong and his 2 bodyguards truly took action. The others seemed coerced into advancing. Lena quickly responded. Are you sure? Yi Feng countered. Absolutely. Masakong's genuine confidants are merely his 2 bodyguards. The rest are merely workers. They wouldn't risk their lives for him, Lena asserted resolutely. Understanding the situation, Yi Feng realized that Ma Sikong had run out of ammunition, while he still had bullets at his disposal. When did they launch the ambush? He inquired further. Lena contemplated for a moment before responding. Approximately 3 hours ago, shortly after the skies cleared. They sent 4 women to the forefront, while the men remained behind, armed. Long Wu hesitated to fire due to the presence of the women ahead, which allowed them to take the lives of 2 of our comrades and injure Long Wu. At that moment, Su Yun interjected. Although Wang Tao did not engage directly, he provided cover from the rear. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's mind was made up. His targets were now reduced to 4, Ma Sikong, 2 bodyguards, and the useless Wang Tao. Time was of the essence. He resolved to pursue them immediately. Yi Feng rushed into the cave to retrieve his firearm, only to find Cheng Li Bin still inside. Why didn't you leave with Ma Sikong? Yi Feng asked, securing a magazine at his waist. Ma Sikong is not worth following. Staying with him would ultimately lead to my demise. It is far more prudent to accompany you. Cheng Li Bin replied. A wise choice, Yi Feng remarked, then stepped outside the cave, quietly advising Su Yun, keep an eye on Cheng Li Bin. After all, he has only just joined us, and it would be wise to remain cautious. Having given his instructions, Yi Feng armed himself with a rifle and a handgun, wading across the stream to the opposite bank. The recent rainfall had left a chaotic array of footprints on the ground. Following the tracks, Yi Feng felt assured of his direction. As he assessed the situation, his pace gradually quickened. After an indeterminate time of running, he came to a halt. Before him lay a corpse, that of an engineer from Ma Sikong's camp, who had met his end by blunt force. This revelation eased his mind, confirming that Ma Sikong truly had no bullets left. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the forest as the birds began to chirp lively once more. A sheen of sweat formed on Yi Feng's brow. 2 hours later, he slowed his pace. Although the footprints remained unbroken, he was certain that Ma Sikong was not far from him. With the right opportunity, he could eliminate the adversaries in one fell swoop. Just then, a stick struck out from the left without warning. Yi Feng felt a jolt in his back, stumbling forward. A bodyguard wielding the stick charged at him. Die! Yi Feng raised his weapon and fired. The gunshot rang out, and blood gushed from the bodyguard's leg, but he pressed on, lunging at Yi Feng. With another shot, the bodyguard's head tilted unnaturally, yet he clung tenaciously to Yi Feng. Cursing under his breath, Yi Feng prepared to shove the bodyguard away when suddenly, another stick came crashing down upon him. With no other choice, he raised his gun to shield his head. The rifle was knocked from his grasp with a resounding thud, prompting Yi Feng to scramble for his handgun. A bodyguard named Dahai rushed in, seizing the handgun as well. The two engaged in a fierce struggle for control. Ultimately, Yi Feng's strength prevailed, and he gradually aimed the barrel at Dahai. Despair flickered in Dahai's eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. Bang! A bullet pierced through his mouth. Just as Yi Feng dispatched Dahai, he felt a sharp impact to the back of his head as a stick struck him, plunging him into a brief state of unconsciousness. As Ma Sikong lunged forward, he swiftly retrieved the handgun, aiming it directly at Yi Feng's head. He chuckled, believing he had inadvertently attracted an even bigger fish than Long Wu. Stepping back a few paces, he maintained his aim on Yi Feng. Yi Feng pressed his lips tightly together, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Tell me, where are my wife and son? How are they faring in the cave? Ma Sikong inquired. Yi Feng was taken aback. Did this man not know that his son was already dead? It seemed that Rico had never formally met him. I won't tell you, Yi Feng retorted with a cold laugh, his gaze shifting towards the rifle on his left. He calculated the distance, pondering the likelihood of rolling over to seize the rifle and retaliating successfully against Ma Sikong. Then I shall find them myself, Ma Sikong declared, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Click. However, the sound that echoed was merely a click. The bullet had jammed? Yi Feng felt a surge of elation as he dashed forward, gripping Ma Xikong's neck and pinning him to the ground. Despite being middle-aged, Ma Xikong possessed considerable strength, proving a formidable match even against a weakened Yi Feng. With one hand clasping Ma Xikong's throat, Yi Feng swiftly drew a dagger, pressing it toward his neck. Ma Xikong gritted his teeth, allowing the dagger to inch closer to his throat. This man displayed remarkable perseverance. Even as the blade approached, he refused to relent. With a sudden thrust, the dagger pierced his neck, and for the first time, a glimmer of despair flickered in Ma Xikong's eyes. Ma Xikong, you shall pay for my people's lives, Yi Feng proclaimed, exerting pressure downwards. At that moment, a group of 8 or 9 individuals appeared, led by Wang Tao, followed by 4 women and a cadre of engineers. Wang Tao, grab the gun, finish him, Ma Xikong shouted with urgency. Wang Tao finally reacted, scrambling to retrieve the firearm. Damn it, Yi Feng lamented, momentarily releasing Ma Xikong as he rushed towards the rifle. Unfortunately, Wang Tao had already secured it, yet he seemed utterly bewildered, lacking any understanding of how to operate it. Yi Feng collided with him forcefully, sending Wang Tao sprawling. However, Ma Xikong had regained his composure, wrapping his arms around Yi Feng's waist. Wang Tao, shoot him quick, Ma Xikong yelled. In Chapter 78, flushed with embarrassment, Wang Tao fumbled with the gun for 10 seconds, utterly clueless about how to fire it. Frustrated, he resorted to using the weapon as a makeshift club, striking Yi Feng in the face. Yi Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, toppling sideways. Ma Xikong, elated, snatched the rifle, swiftly loading a bullet and aiming it at Yi Feng's head. We cannot let him succeed, a woman of Asian descent exclaimed, suddenly leaping onto Ma Xikong's back. The other 3 women exchanged glances and rushed forward, some grasping his legs, others his arms. Notably, the black girl sank her teeth into Ma Xikong's ear. Damn, a bunch of wretches. Ugh. Ma Xikong's ear was brutally torn away. Yet he managed to free himself from the grasp of 4 women. Bang! A single gunshot pierced through 2 Asian women. However, when he attempted to fire again, the rifle jammed. Indeed, while the weaponry of the German forces during World War II was advanced, it was not without its flaws. Yi Feng suddenly shoved Ma Xikong aside, shielding the remaining 2 women behind him. The black woman was undeniably beautiful, her legs longer than those of both Caucasian and Asian women, exuding a wild, untamed beauty. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao stood side by side, with a group of engineers between them and Yi Feng along with the 2 women behind. 3 factions had formed a tense standoff. Ma Xikong glanced at the makeshift torch in his hand and casually tossed it aside. Yi Feng, it seems today you have fallen into my grasp, he declared, addressing the engineers. Kill Yi Feng, and a bounty of 100 million awaits, to be redeemed upon your return. With 6 or 7 engineers at their disposal, handling Yi Feng should be a mere formality. Yi Feng's expression turned icy as he picked up a dagger. Whoever approaches, I will strike. On this deserted island, a single cut can lead to infection, resulting in a miserable demise, he warned coldly. The engineers exchanged glances, none daring to advance. They might bravely construct vessels, but they lacked the courage to take a life. A bunch of useless fools. Fine, I shall take matters into my own hands, Ma Xikong declared, stepping forward with his left leg while his hands slowly intertwined. This movement was imbued with a sense of power, compelling Yi Feng to take him seriously. I forgot to mention, I am a champion of karate. Henceforth, I shall rely solely on my fists to bring about your end. With that, Ma Xikong charged forward. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and thrust the dagger forward. Thud! Ma Xikong's arm erupted with blood, yet he endured the excruciating pain and twisted his hands. Thud! The dagger fell to the ground. After a brief struggle, Yi Feng's expression turned grim. It was evident that Ma Xikong had honed his skills in combat. His stance was steady, and his strength formidable, executing each move with precision. After a while, both were panting heavily, neither able to gain the upper hand. Wang Tao, witnessing this, suddenly picked up a stick, ready to join the fray. Stop! Ma Xikong called out, leaning against a large tree, catching his breath. Yi Feng too collapsed onto the ground, nearly gasping for air. Their earlier struggle had been one of sheer willpower, and both were nearly exhausted. Yi Feng, hand over my wife and son, and I shall cease to trouble you. We can each return home based on our own merits. What do you say? Ma Xikong proposed. I cannot do that. Yi Feng shook his head. Very well. Then tell me, is my son still alive? Ma Xikong's voice trembled. In his youth, he had indulged recklessly, resulting in diminished fertility. Now, as a middle-aged father, he cherished his child deeply. He is alive, Feng lied. Very well, if you care for my son, I shall temporarily refrain from troubling you. Wang Tao Li Gong. Let us depart. With that, Moscong led his group deeper into the dense forest. A group of engineers exchanged glances, with more than half choosing to follow Mars Kong. After all, they had worked under him for over a decade, forming a habitual bond. However, two younger engineers approached Yi Feng. Yi Feng, we wish to follow you. Mars Kong is unreliable, one of them stated. Follow me. Why? Yi Feng inquired. Although you are harsh towards outsiders, you treat your own well. I believe following you holds promise. At least we won't face starvation, the other engineer replied. Very well, let us return, Yi Feng said, casting a glance at the rifles and handguns on the ground before ultimately picking them up. He intended to study why these weapons jammed and would consult Long Wu upon his awakening, as Long Wu had military experience. Yi Feng, allow me to assist you. Anna approached and grasped his arm. The black girl, albeit slightly slower to react, supported him on the other side. Yi Feng observed that despite her dark complexion, her skin was remarkably more delicate than that of Caucasians and Asians, and her eyes sparkled like jewels. He surmised that among her peers in the non-domain, she must be considered one of the most exquisite beauties. There are indeed beauties among the black community. He didn't wish to eliminate Mars Kong, but the latter was exceptionally fortunate and skilled, particularly with Wang Tao by his side. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. Two engineers had joined them, along with a black and a white girl, which would expedite their shipbuilding efforts. After walking approximately a mile back, Yi Feng suddenly heard the anguished howls of spotted hyenas ahead. This is not good. Quickly, let us hide in this patch of grass, he urged, pulling the others into a thicket. Peering through the gaps, they observed 5 or 6 hyenas fleeing towards them, pursued by a dozen bizarre monkeys. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng realized that this was a different group from the last encounter, as half of the previous monkeys had been eliminated, making it impossible for so many to be present now. Furthermore, this new batch was noticeably larger, standing about 1.2 meters tall. Most terrifying was their agility in the jungle, surpassing that of leopards. They could use blowpipes as poles and leap from trees to pounce. The hyenas were quickly overtaken, leading to a gruesome scene where the monkeys eviscerated them, consuming their innards raw. Ugh! Anna retched at the sight. After devouring the hyenas, the monkeys began to engage in a display right before the two girls, whose faces turned crimson, particularly the black girl, whose eyes appeared on the verge of overflowing with tears. Yi Feng could distinctly sense her rapid breathing. Anna remained composed, though her skin flushed slightly. The two young engineers, however, were visibly distressed, their pants becoming increasingly uncomfortable. They exchanged awkward glances, attempting to cover themselves, but upon noticing Yi Feng's own disheveled appearance, their embarrassment vanished as they realized his situation was far worse. After what felt like an eternity, the monkeys finally departed, satiated. Yi Feng helped the two girls to their feet. Oh, for goodness sake! Anna caught sight of Yi Feng's trousers, her eyes reflecting a blend of terror and anticipation, much like the gaze of one who yearns to venture forth yet is gripped by fear. The young woman, with her sparkling eyes, directed her attention towards Yi Feng. Chapter 79. The assurance of safety. Foreign women express their affections with remarkable candor. Should they harbor feelings for you, they do so without reservation. In contrast, women from our homeland tend to be more reserved, often feigning indifference while engaging in various antics. This creature frequently appears by the brookside. Should we discover the location of its lair, we would be in dire straits. Yi Feng's expression turned grave, presenting a stark contrast to his trousers. Let us return home first and deliberate on our plans, he declared, leading the way. After considerable effort, Yi Feng guided the 4 of them back home. Brother Yi, you have returned, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed as she rushed towards him. Yi Feng gently embraced her, inquiring, has 5th brother awakened yet? Not yet. His injuries are quite severe, Ding Tuanchuan replied. Very well, please gather everyone for a meeting, except for those on watch. Before long, all had assembled at the cave entrance, save for Susan. Yi Feng recounted the formidable nature of the monstrous monkeys and explained their current predicament. What shall we do? These creatures not only wield tools, but also exhibit a fearlessness, and their claws are exceedingly sharp. Even with firearms, we may not prevail against them, Ding Tuanchuan lamented, visibly shaken. That is not the most alarming aspect. The number of these creatures likely exceeds 2 groups, with the possibility of more emerging. Hence, The brook is no longer safe. Starting tomorrow, we shall dismantle the dragon bones downstream and transport them to the beach sequentially. There lies a great river to the north of the beach, alongside which is a vast cavern that could serve as our second refuge, capable of accommodating both sustenance and vessels. Constructing the boats here by the brook and then transporting them to the beach in batches would be overly cumbersome. What does everyone think? Feng inquired. His plan was clear, to build the boats beside the great river, and once completed, he would ascend against the current to embrace the regal existence within the primordial forest. I concur. Lena was the first to raise her hand. Soon, the others followed suit. Excellent. The motion passes unanimously. We shall commence our relocation tomorrow. It may require several trips to complete, yet I do not desire our meetings to devolve into a mere echo chamber, devoid of dissenting voices. Otherwise, one might erroneously assume that I, Feng, am engaging in tyranny, he proclaimed, feigning sincerity. Enough of the charade, Susan retorted as she playfully tugged at Feng's ear. The other women merely chuckled, relishing the hard-won tranquility of their lives. The night passed without incident, and the dawn of a new day arrived. Feng was the first to rise, gathering all weapons into a single backpack, salvaged from the cavern. Despite enduring the ravages of 80 years, it remained remarkably durable. Two young engineers fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry the unconscious Long Wu, while the others collected various useful items as they ambled downstream. Upon reaching the lower stretch, Feng cast a glance at the massive dragon bones. Some dragon ribs have already been installed above, and by the next return, they may require the strength of 8 men to lift the colossal dragon bones, which took nearly 10 days to forge and must not go to waste. The jungle, revived after the rain, thrummed with life as various animals darted through the foliage, their calls resonating continuously. The little pup had grown rapidly, now resembling a large male dog in stature, as it frolicked around the feet of several women. With 2 guns strapped onto its back, I certainly do not harbor idle individuals or bears. However, the little pup, feeling the weight, immediately rolled on the ground in refusal to cooperate. Consequently, Feng used a rope to secure the firearms firmly to its body. Unable to free itself, the little pup had no choice but to accept its role as a pack animal. It took Feng 4 hours to lead the group to the riverbank. Heavens! What a vast river! Could it be the Amazon? One engineer, overwhelmed, tossed aside his belongings and leaped into the water. Don't jump, Feng exclaimed. But it was too late. The man had already plunged in. It's so hot. Isn't it nice to take a bath? The engineer queried. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something amiss and reached behind him. Oh no, he exclaimed in shock. Soon, he sprinted back to the shore, leaping and yelping. Something is crawling inside me. It's still wriggling. The engineer was in a panic. It must be a parasitic catfish. Someone, help him get it out. Feng directed another engineer. With a look of disgust, the engineer indeed extracted a long, slender fish from the man's backside. Everyone, come see. This is the flesh-eating catfish. If you have even the slightest wound, they burrow in and feast on your blood. They don't just target wounds. They enjoy burrowing in other places too, Feng explained, glancing at the women. Su Yun's face immediately flushed red as she discreetly protected her lower abdomen, while the other women seemed to share her concern, instinctively covering themselves. Hee, I'm fine. It's perfect timing. I've been constipated for 10 years. Let them help relieve my long-standing issue. Chung Libin chuckled as he approached. But you must be cautious. They burrow in from both ends, Feng warned. Chung Libin's expression changed, and he hurriedly covered his trousers. From now on, no actions without my nod. You must consult me first. Otherwise, this river is also home to leeches, piranhas, wolf fish, giant arapaima, electric eels, and black caimans. With each species Feng named, the faces of the crowd grew increasingly pale. And then there's the most terrifying of all, the green anaconda, 10 meters long, capable of swallowing a water buffalo. Feng dropped this bombshell. The women huddled together, as if seeking solace in their proximity. Do not cluster together. It increases the risk of contracting tropical viruses. Feng admonished sternly. I want to go home. Woe is me, I wish to return. Su Yun and Ding Tuanchuan were the first to break into tears. Don't be like that. I was joking. While these creatures may appear easily, they cannot all manifest at once. Feng hurriedly began to console the distressed women. After soothing their emotions, he guided them to the entrance of a cavern. The immense cave loomed 20 meters high and 15 meters wide. resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. Upon entering, one could not shake off a profound sense of being engulfed by despair. Let us proceed 20 meters inside, where we shall kindle a fire. We must not venture further, for there may be lurking monsters within, Feng stated with gravity. The group busied themselves, some gathered firewood, while others collected dry branches and spread straw on the ground in preparation for their night's rest. Feng pried open a weathered rock at the cave's entrance with his dagger. The eroded stone indicated no imminent danger of collapse. Had it been loose, he would have hesitated to settle here, fearing they might be buried alive at any moment. Chapter 80. A mix of shyness and humiliation this afternoon. Let us rest well. Tomorrow, we shall return to retrieve the remaining supplies. Susan, do you see that large tree? Climb up and keep watch over a 1-kilometer radius. Should any jungle tigers, leopards, giant pythons, or humans approach, sound the alarm, Feng commanded. Susan shot him a disapproving glance, but took her rifle and set off. Brother Feng, fifth brother has awakened. Fifth brother is awake, came the excited voice of Ding Tuanshuan from within the cave. Feng's heart soared, and he rushed to the side of Long Wu. Although Long Wu had regained consciousness, he appeared frail and his eyes were dim. Fifth brother, do not speak. Rest easy, we are safe now, and I shall protect you. Feng reassured him, grasping Long Wu's hand. Long Wu lacked the strength to respond, merely nodding slightly before drifting back to sleep. Fortunately, his robust physique and military background would aid in his recovery. Otherwise, losing a leg would have proven fatal. Perhaps you should introduce yourselves, Feng suggested, turning his attention to the 4 individuals he had brought back. I shall take the lead. This is Brother Feng, our leader from now on. We shall heed his guidance while also expressing our dissenting opinions if necessary. I am Dove, a young woman, known as the Black Sister. Extended her hand to shake Feng's. I am Anna, she said, embracing Feng openly. The 2 young engineers introduced themselves as Bao Qifeng and Yu Sihai. Though considered young among engineers, they were both around 30 years of age. Now that we are all acquainted, we have but one objective, to construct the ship. Chief Engineer Cheng and Engineers Bao and Yu, we shall rely on you for your expertise, and we will assist with simpler tasks. The critical designs will rest in your capable hands. Feng spoke courteously to the engineers. Agreed. To return home, we are willing to do whatever it takes. After all, my family relies solely on my income. If I cannot return, my parents, wife, and children may very well starve. Cheng Li Bin concluded, his expression growing somber. Feng then glanced at the others, noting their equally troubled faces. Let us refrain from discussing unhappy matters. For now, let us rest well. And tomorrow we shall make 2 more trips to retrieve everything, he said, forcing a smile. He may be well fed while his family remains unfazed, but what about the others? Especially the men? They are the backbone of their families. If they cannot return, their entire households will lose their source of income. A few foreigners, however, seem to be in better spirits. How parched we are? Do we really have to drink from that large river? How utterly repulsive. Ding Tuanshuan suddenly swallowed hard. Feng abruptly realized that, previously, by the stream, there was never a shortage of water because the stream's water was spring water, safe for drinking. Yet, the water from this river is complex in composition, undoubtedly teeming with parasites. The human stomach is not as resilient as that of animals. Consuming it could lead to a myriad of diseases. Let us send 1 person with me to seek a clean water source. After all, the water system here is well developed, and finding clean water should not be difficult. The rest may rest here, Feng proposed. I will go with you, Zhang Yin volunteered, raising her hand. Feng exchanged a glance with her, noticing the glimmer of desire in her eyes. Could it be? No, not yet. The territory has not yet been secured, and I cannot afford to expend energy elsewhere. Very well, Zhang Yin, you shall accompany me, Feng declared, handing her a rifle, a handgun, and a dagger, matching his own armament. Due to the frequent malfunctions of weapons during the Second World War, he had no choice but to bring a double supply. The 2 soon vanished into the jungle. It was now afternoon. Zhang Yin led the way while Feng followed closely. The humidity in the rainforest was stifling. With no clear path ahead, Feng, I feel that today will be fine. What about you? Are you interested now? Zhang Yin suddenly turned her head, smiling at Feng. His breath quickened momentarily, but soon steadied. Sister Yin, I am certainly interested, but we must first locate a clean water source. Once that issue is resolved, we can discuss matters further, Feng replied with difficulty. Zhang Yin fell silent, and turned her gaze forward again. But the atmosphere had shifted subtly. Initially, Feng merely felt a slight discomfort with his pants, but soon it became increasingly unbearable. As Zhang Yan's stunning figure swayed before him, her long legs and slender silhouette captivating his attention. Feng, I find that Li Meizi is not as simple as she seems, Zhang Yan suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Feng felt a twinge of displeasure. Judging by her tone, he could already surmise what she was about to say. Li Meizi is quite cunning. You must be wary. Her character is questionable. Otherwise, she would not marry a man of 40 like Masakong. What could her intentions be? Trust me, even if I don't say it, you should be aware. Zhang Yan spoke slowly. Feng internally agreed, but they were a team, and with the boat yet to be constructed, he did not wish to create fissures within their group so soon. Moreover, was Zhang Yan herself of such high moral standing? After all, she had been the lover of the nefarious Wang Xiong. It appeared that bad women loathed other bad women, as they were rivals. Regardless of her character, our objective remains to build the boat. Let us speak of nothing else. Feng interrupted Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan continued. A person of poor character poses a hidden danger when kept close. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Trouble will surely arise on her end. After speaking, Zhang Yan abruptly turned to face Feng. Feng, in truth, I too am a flawed woman. Yet I do not harbor the same greed as she does. I merely wish for your special care on this deserted island. As long as I am well taken care of, you may ask me to do anything. With that, Zhang Yan pressed her soft body against Feng's. Their forms intimately entwined. Feng had long perceived that Zhang Yan sought to exchange her body for favors, for this was her familiar trait. In light of this, he decided to reciprocate without restraint, pressing her against a broken piece of wood. When I first encountered you, your gaze was laced with disdain. What? Are you now attempting to curry favor? Feng's hands firmly gripped Zhang Yan's back, their bodies closely aligned, his lips hovering near her ear. Indeed, upon their first meeting, her contemptuous gaze had irked him immensely, yet he had restrained his feelings until now. With the air cleared and his intention to possess Zhang Yan firm, he felt compelled to release the pent-up frustration that had long festered within him. Feng, must you speak of those things? Zhang Yan's cheeks flushed, her heart a tumult of embarrassment and humiliation, unable to fathom that, at such a critical moment, Feng would reference an expression from ages past. Feng leaned closer, causing Zhang Yan to weaken beneath his touch. Chapter 81. I need a bath. I am absolutely filthy. Why can't I speak of it? Do you have any idea how deeply that disdainful look wounded someone like me? We lack wealth, power, and status, thus our pride is fragile. Yet, you chose to provoke me with that contemptuous gaze. Since we are to engage today, I must lay bare my feelings. As he spoke, Feng's hands grew bolder. I'm sorry, Feng. I should not have looked down on you initially. That was my fault. Please forgive me. Zhang Yan's heart brimmed with humiliation, her face a portrait of shame and blush. Yet, this humiliation, coupled with the pressure of his body, surprisingly ignited an unprecedented thrill within her. You wretched woman. A shameless mistress, enticing another's husband. Feng's heart raced as he unleashed the repressed thoughts that had long dwelled within. What did you say? Zhang Yan, despite her momentary pleasure, was instantly filled with rage. A mistress, above all, fears being called shameful. In her previous encounters with short videos, the mere utterance of that word would provoke her ire, prompting her to lash out in the comments. However, this time was different. It was Feng who directly condemned her in her ear. You scoundrel. Zhang Yan struggled fiercely, yet was unable to break free. Isn't it true? Feng retorted softly. In that moment, her body succumbed entirely. The very reason she feared the term shameful was that she indeed felt it resonating within her. Like a fool who suddenly hears the insult foolish, they too would feel a surge of indignation. Yet now, Feng's dominance made her acutely aware of her own degradation. Yes, I am shameful. Then come, do not show me mercy. Punish this wretched soul. Zhang Yan's voice suddenly transformed into an enchanting melody. Feng felt a buzz in his head, instinctively leaning back, followed by a resounding thud, akin to a comet colliding with the earth. The jungle echoed with Zhang Yan's piercing scream. A squirrel, cradling a nut, stared in astonishment at Zhang Yan below the tree. After a brief moment, the nut fell from its paws. A bobcat passed by, seemingly influenced by the atmosphere, letting out a series of meows. The initial cries were sharp and high-pitched, gradually evolving into a melodious refrain, intoxicating and enchanting. An hour later, Zhang Yan nestled in Feng's embrace, her eyes tightly shut, traces of tears glistening at the corners. A delightful blush adorning her cheeks. Yi Feng lay back in bliss, casually picking up a twig to clean his teeth. One could not deny Zhang Yan's professionalism. She had attended to him exceptionally well. After 2 hours of slumber, Zhang Yan slowly awakened, casting a languorous glance at Yi Feng, who was still preoccupied with dental hygiene, as if he had just finished a sumptuous feast. Speaking softly, she traced circles on Yi Feng's strong chest with her fingers. Now I realize, your beauty is simply transcendent. Yi Feng chuckled, helping Zhang Yan to her feet. Let us proceed. We have 4 to 5 hours before darkness falls, and it should suffice to find a clean water source. Additionally, I can assist you with a wash, he added with a smile. You're insufferable. You've rendered me unable to walk properly, Zhang Yan replied, feigning weakness. Understanding her cue, Yi Feng squatted down. Climb on my back, he declared. With Zhang Yan perched on his back, Yi Feng forged ahead with vigor, while she, though resting, occasionally wiped the sweat from his brow. After walking for over 10 minutes, Yi Feng felt no fatigue. It seemed that, for a robust young man like him, the presence of a woman invigorated his potential rather than exhausting him. At least for the first time, repeated encounters might tell a different tale. Look, there's a water source ahead. Zhang Yan suddenly pointed. Yi Feng's heart leaped with joy as they approached a massive boulder. This stone towered 15 to 16 meters high, with several small crevices, through which a stream of mountain spring water gushed forth, forming a 2-meter square pond below. Upon seeing the crystal-clear water, a stark contrast to the murky river water, Yi Feng set Zhang Yan down beside him and took a sip. Delicious. The quality of this water is exceptional, he exclaimed, then cupped some water to offer Zhang Yan. Mindful that she had nearly succumbed to dehydration, Zhang Yan quickly steadied herself and leaned towards the water's flow, drinking deeply. After several satisfying gulps, she patted her chest, content. It's cool and sweet, with a refreshing clarity, far superior to Bai Sui Mountain. Shall we call it Bai Sui Mountain too? Zhang Yan beamed with delight. Why don't you wash up downstream while I find some containers to bring the water back? Yi Feng assessed the situation, noting that this water source was just over a kilometer from the cave entrance, making it convenient for both fetching water and bathing. Before long, Yi Feng discovered 2 old gourds. He meticulously extracted the meat within using a dagger, then filled 2 gourds with water, preparing to bring it back for the women in the cave. Come on, Yin Yan, it's time to go home. Yi Feng assisted Zhang Yan to her feet. However, Zhang Yan sat by the water's edge, a look of confusion on her face. Ah Feng, it seems you didn't take precautions just now. What if I end up pregnant? Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng felt a rush of panic. The earlier excitement had left him little time to contemplate the consequences. If she were to conceive on this deserted island, it could spell disaster. It was all due to his youthful impulsiveness. He should have exercised restraint at such a critical moment. It's only happened once. It can't be that easy, right? Yi Feng replied awkwardly. No. I sense the odds are quite high. As a woman, I trust my intuition. You scoundrel, you've put me in peril. Zhang Yan suddenly covered her face and began to sob. Yi Feng spent a considerable time comforting her, assuring her that he would ensure her comfort on the island, which eventually brought a smile back to her face as she joyfully followed him home. Upon arriving at the cave, Yi Feng offered each woman a sip of water. Yi Feng, take me to the water source. I need a bath. I feel utterly filthy. Su Yin grasped Yi Feng's arm. I want to go too, chimed in the others, gathering around. How about this? Ladies, let us head to the water first, and the gentlemen can wait until tomorrow. After all, women prefer cleanliness, while men can afford to be a bit dirty without consequence, Yi Feng said with a hint of favoritism. Thus, Chung Li Bin and the other men had to patiently sit and wait. The journey was a kilometer long, but with Yi Feng having cleared the path, the women made swift progress, reaching their destination in less than 15 minutes. Wow, I'll go first. Several women exclaimed as they rushed in, clothes and all. Yi Feng sat nearby, acting as their guardian, delighting in their laughter. He was already envisioning the blissful life aboard the boat once it was constructed. Brother Yi, turn around. We're going to undress. You mustn't peek. Ding Tuanchuan shouted. What nonsense. I, Yi Feng, am always upright and proper. I would never sneak a look. He quickly turned away. Chapter 82. Almost scared to death, bathing was a cumbersome affair. The sky was nearly dark, yet they still hadn't finished washing. Yi Feng urged them gently 5 or 6 times before they finally dressed amid playful banter. All right, you can turn back now. Yi Feng complied and turned, nearly losing his composure at the sight before him. The women stood in a line, their thin garments clinging closely to their forms, showcasing an array of shapes and figures, from curvaceous to slender. My heavens! Feng instinctively covered himself. At that moment, Alice boldly approached. Feng, you're quite strong. If you desire, I can oblige at any time, but you must promise not to let me become pregnant, Alice stated without a hint of shyness. Feng quickly turned his gaze to the other women, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. With so many people around, Alice truly had no sense of timing. He resolutely pushed Alice aside, exclaiming, Miss Alice, I implore you to maintain a modicum of respect. Though I, Feng, may have my flaws, I would never stoop to taking advantage of others. Indeed, your beauty is undeniable, yet I possess integrity. As a man of Huaxia, I could never act frivolously. Before he could finish his statement, the women disregarded him and continued on their way, abruptly interrupting his lengthy discourse, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. With a deep sigh, he followed behind them. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the dense forest. It was Susan who had fired. Feng's expression changed dramatically. Quickly, everyone retreat to the cave. Susan has fired. Danger is upon us, he shouted. The women, sensing the urgency, ceased their chatter and hurried towards the cave. After ensuring their safety, Feng made his way towards the tree where Susan was stationed. To his surprise, he found her sliding down from the tree, her skin bronzed by the sun, lips cracked, and her figure seemingly diminished. Susan, has Mars Kong and his group arrived? Feng inquired. However, Susan rushed over and seized his ear. You little rascal. I've been on watch in that tree for hours. Why didn't you send anyone to relieve me? Do you wish for me to perish from thirst? Hurry up and climb that tree. I am in desperate need of a bath. I trust you enjoyed your own earlier? She scolded. Feng suddenly realized that Susan had been monitoring his every move from above, which meant she had also witnessed his interaction with Zhang Yan. What are you standing there for? Get up the tree now. Susan glared at him, exuding a mix of jealousy and frustration at having seen his indiscretions while simultaneously feeling discomfort herself. Proud as she was, she refrained from expressing her anger at that moment, waiting until the other women had finished bathing before unleashing her pent-up irritation. All right, Feng replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily climbed the tree. The fig tree towered over 30 meters, yet he stopped at 20, for the branches above were too slender to support his weight. From this height, he could clearly see the rock where he and Zhang Yan had shared their encounter, and the realization made him flush with heat. Oh, how mortifying. I must appear to Susan as a licentious rogue. What a grave misjudgment. Susan is truly the exceptional one. Zhang Yan misled me. As night descended, Feng, clutching his rifle atop the tree, kept a vigilant watch over the surrounding rainforest. 2 fires had been lit in the cave, with several women gathered around, engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, 3 engineers were at another fire, sketching designs on the ground, evidently eager to construct a vessel to return home. Alone, Susan held her rifle and made her way to a small pond. Feng, who had been drowsy moments before, felt invigorated. He focused intently on Susan's position. Just then, she lifted her head and glanced in his direction. She was clad in garments, submerging her entire form into the tranquil waters of the pond, where she proceeded to disrobe, casting her attire aside onto the shore. TCH, as if I have never seen this before. Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze, redirecting his attention to the surroundings. With a thunderous roar that echoed like the one that had previously sent the great black bear fleeing, the entire rainforest seemed to awaken. Countless birds ascended into the sky, while various creatures erupted from the underbrush, frantically fleeing into the distance. Another colossal roar reverberated, nearly deafening Feng. Yet, he discerned that this second utterance was a lament, as if the immense beast were enduring some form of agony. What on earth? Feng released his ears from the strain, given the creature's formidable presence. It was astonishing that it too was issuing cries of distress. Had it encountered an even more fearsome adversary? Its roars indicated a size far surpassing that of a tiger. The visage of the monstrous monkey flitted across Feng's mind. Perhaps only a multitude of those strange monkeys could pose a genuine threat to such a giant. After all, they wield tools, possess incredible speed, and are audaciously fearless. After waiting a while longer, the roars ceased. Feng finally exhaled in relief. The previous cries had emanated from at least 10 kilometers upstream, posing little danger to him. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the cave. The 2 campfires had been extinguished. It seemed the women had grown wiser, fearing that the flames might attract peril. He then glanced towards the location where Susan was situated. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. There stood Susan, entirely unclothed, poised at the edge of the pond with her rifle aimed upstream. After a tense silence of several seconds, she lowered her weapon and glanced at her surroundings. Gulp. Feng swallowed hard. Susan's figure was truly remarkable, perfectly proportioned, exuding a sense of feminine strength. Would I be able to withstand such a sight? Half an hour passed before Susan returned from her bath. This time, only a single small fire flickered in the cave, barely illuminating the space, requiring Feng to squint to see clearly. Oh well, I suppose I shall take the night watch. Feng sighed, binding himself with a vine to prevent dozing off and falling. Just as he secured himself, he heard a rustle from a meter beneath the tree. Feng's eyes widened in alarm. He was nearly frightened into submission. A pair of gem-like eyes, mere feet from his own, fixated on him without blinking. Do not be afraid. It is I, Dove. The owner of those eyes finally spoke. You nearly scared me to death. Next time, could you at least announce your arrival? Feng replied, somewhat irritated. Dove's dark figure was nearly invisible in the night without careful scrutiny. Dove appeared slightly embarrassed, quickly climbing onto the branch beside Feng and pressing closely against him. I apologize. I will announce myself next time, Dove said apologetically. It is nothing. I may have overreacted. What brings you up here? Feng inquired. Chapter 83. How could I possibly sleep? Just moments ago, Sister Susan inquired about the inhabitants of the cave, and it appears that only you, Sister Susan, and I possess the ability to climb trees. The others are unable to replace you. Dove remarked, her delicate skin grazing Leaf Maple's arm. Her skin was so tender, imbued with a hint of warmth, that it rendered Leaf Maple nearly unable to contain himself. Guarding through the night is quite arduous. You should return, he suggested, shaking his head. It seemed somewhat ungracious to have her, having just pledged her allegiance, take on the watch. It's all right. My family once resided in South Africa. The wilderness is as familiar to me as home, so you need not worry about me, Dove replied. Leaf Maple contemplated this, realizing that Dove's skin was naturally suited to be a guardian of the night, even in close proximity to an enemy who would struggle to detect her presence. Very well. Let me teach you how to wield a firearm and how to ensure you do not fall from the tree while on watch. Given the limited space on the branches, Leaf Maple decided to pull Dove into his embrace as he began instructing her on the intricacies of firearms. Dove's heart raced. She felt the strength of Leaf Maple's physique enveloping her, a potent aura of masculinity softening her resolve. The closeness inevitably led their heads to lean against one another. Leaf Maple mused that if Dove's skin were not so dark, her form would be even more conducive to cuddling during slumber than that of women with lighter skin. It was simply too comfortable, this silky sensation, accompanied by warmth that was utterly intoxicating. Dove, I neglected to express my gratitude. Leaf Maple recalled the moment when Master Kong had to fire his weapon and how these girls had risked their lives to save him. No need for thanks. It was the least we could do, Dove murmured softly. Yet, there is one thing I cannot comprehend, with Master Kong's wealth. Why did you choose to aid me rather than accompany him back to civilization for a lucrative salary? Leaf Maple voiced his inner doubts, feeling that he could only be considered somewhat handsome, but in all other respects, he was lacking. He had no wealth, no power, no status. Why would these girls risk their lives for him? Master Kong was kind to us in the past, but on the deserted island, he did not regard us as human. He treated us as mere cushions, requiring us to warm his feet, shield him from the rain with our bodies, and even used us to bribe those 2 bodyguards. Dove's eyes flared with anger as she spoke. I see. But do you not fear that I may be worse than Master Kong? Leaf Maple continued to probe. Dove lifted her gaze, her eyes like black jewels meeting his. You would not. You possess a chivalrous spirit. Master Kong fought you unarmed, while you, despite having a dagger, chose to engage him barehanded. We women observe men through the lens of detail, Dove added. Leaf Maple's gaze gradually solidified, and simultaneously his chest swelled, presenting himself as a knight. Congratulations, you are entirely correct. I indeed embody a chivalrous spirit, and my character leaves no room for doubt, Leaf Maple declared earnestly. Internally, he reveled at her praise from a beautiful woman. The sensation was exquisite, lifting him into a euphoric state. By the way, Miss Dove, in addition to my chivalrous spirit, do I possess any other merits? Please, do enlighten me so I may further cultivate my virtues, Leaf Maple inquired eagerly. Dove found herself in a predicament. No way. Surely you must reconsider and delve deeper into your thoughts? It's truly gone. Feng and the others conversed for a while longer before he descended from the tree. Upon returning to the cave, he discovered that the other women had succumbed to slumber, save for Raimai, who remained by the fire, a pistol conveniently placed within reach. A small sycophant nestled at her feet, snoring heavily. You're back? Raimai beamed at Feng with a radiant smile. Yes. Will you be keeping watch tonight? Feng inquired. Indeed, and I'll also tend to fifth brother. He seems to be recovering somewhat, Raimai replied. Feng approached to inspect, noticing that Long Wu's breathing had steadied, and the pain had left his visage. Since sleep eluded him, he chose to sit beside Raimai. He could not deny that she was a commendable woman. Not only did she keep watch, but she also cared for Long Wu, her hands busy weaving a sail. With no bamboo groves available, the sail was being crafted from tree bark. As for the needle, it was fashioned from a sturdy fish bone, with a hole drilled at the pointed end to accommodate the thread. The thread itself was derived from coarse plant fibers. Feng, it seems they are all asleep. Raimai suddenly set down her needle and thread, a glimmer of allure flashing in her eyes. Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Raimai had previously mentioned her desire for him to father a child for her, a ruse to inherit Masakong's estate. This may not be the right time. This place is perilous. We should focus on keeping watch. We can consider it once we've settled here, Feng stated. Though he longed for intimacy, he understood that sometimes one must prioritize stability before indulging in fleeting pleasures. After all, it is the balance of joy that allows for a sustained enjoyment of life. Raimai nodded and resumed her work. It's getting late. I too must rest. If you find yourself overly fatigued tonight, do wake me. Feng remarked before laying down to sleep. Time passed, and Feng was roused by a gentle nudge on his arm. He awoke with haste, finding Raimai's pale face before him. What's wrong? Feng asked, casting a wary glance towards the cave entrance. However, Raimai quietly pointed to the innermost part of the cave, her eyes betraying a sense of caution. Earlier, I heard something moving inside. It didn't sound like a stone falling. It seemed as though something was persistently approaching the fire, only to vanish when it drew near, she whispered. Gripping her pistol tightly, Feng began to piece together the situation, suspecting that there might still be some indigenous inhabitants within the base that required addressing. Yet, it was too late to act now. They would wait until daylight. Tomorrow, we will gather everyone, each armed with a torch and a firearm. With such an arsenal, surely even a giant python lurking within the base would succumb to our firepower. Do not fret. It's likely that you are simply exhausted and experiencing auditory hallucinations. For now, rest, and I shall take the watch, Feng said, smiling as he affectionately stroked Raimai's hair. This woman has endured enough suffering. Having lost her child, and now living in constant fear on this desolate island, she must not be subjected to any further psychological strain. Otherwise, she may succumb to madness. Much like by Guafen. Auditory hallucinations? A flicker of confusion crossed Riko's face, yet she nodded and lay down beside her. Barely 5 minutes had passed since she closed her eyes when Susan abruptly sat up, nearly startling Feng. Aren't you going to sleep? Feng whispered. No, there is indeed something in the cave. However, upon seeing the light, it seemed to halt its advance. How could I possibly sleep? Susan replied, positioning herself opposite Feng. Chapter 84. If this continues, I shall truly become angry. Sister Susan, let us refrain from moving tomorrow. First, we should take everyone inside and clear out whatever is in the cave before we proceed with relocating our belongings. What do you think? Feng inquired. Susan nodded. The other women were indifferent, but when it came to Susan, even the slightest gesture could send her into a frenzy. Was it possible that her genes had chosen him? Susan noticed the flicker in Feng's eyes. She felt discontent. Why would Feng prefer Zhang Yan over her? Was she truly inferior to Zhang Yan? Women possess an innate sense of rivalry, especially proud women like Susan. While her feelings for Feng might be merely platonic, her competitive spirit compelled her to prove her worth. Feng, I warn you, do not lay a finger on my sister. Her first time cannot be given to you. Susan said earnestly. Well, what if your sister were to take the initiative? Feng countered. This woman was overstepping, even in such a remote place. She continued to uphold her protective duties. Then you must refuse her, Susan stated. But I am a young man. I fear I may not be able to control myself. Feng replied, irritation creeping into his tone, tinged with sarcasm. If that were the case, You could seek solace with another woman. You already have Zhang Yan, don't you? Susan retorted. What if Zhang Yan is unavailable? Who would I turn to? Yifeng fixed his gaze upon Susan's eyes. Who do you wish to find? Susan matched his gaze. The two held eye contact for over 3 seconds. Yifeng boldly sat beside Susan. Can I seek you? He challenged. Me? What about Zhang Yan? She is far more beautiful than I. Are you not afraid of inciting her jealousy? Susan leaned back slightly, seemingly not entirely resistant. I am not afraid. My relationship with her is merely transactional. She serves me, and in return, I ensure her safety on this island. But you are different. My feelings for you are genuine. Yifeng declared, his expression gravely serious. You? Do not speak nonsense. If this continues, I shall truly be angry. Susan quickly turned her head away, her heart racing. Typically, she maintained a stern demeanor, akin to a fierce tigress, and no man in the company ever dared to treat her lightly. Only Yifeng had the audacity to utter such words. Yifeng surveyed the distance, noting that the other women had succumbed to deep slumber. He gently pressed his body against Susan's warm back and whispered into her ear, Is it wrong to speak the truth? I genuinely hold deep affection for you. In the past, I refrained from expressing it, as you resembled a fierce tigress. However, now that we find ourselves on this desolate island, I feel no need for such restraint and wish to speak my mind. Suddenly, Susan stood up. I'm going to sleep now. Please do not disturb my rest. With that, she truly departed from the campfire. Yifeng pondered, could it be that my approach was incorrect? The dawn soon broke, and after everyone awakened, he ventured into the woods and returned with a substantial amount of tung oil. Brother Yi, what are you up to? Ding Tuanshuan inquired with curiosity. I am crafting torches. This tung oil burns slowly and remains lit even when splashed with water, Yifeng replied without lifting his gaze. Brother Yi, your knowledge is vast. You must be a postdoctoral scholar at the very least. Ding Tuanshuan expressed her admiration for him. Well, congratulations, you've guessed correctly. And I have even served as a visiting professor at Harvard University, Yifeng replied with a mischievous smile. Really? Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. All right, stop teasing the child. Let us finish making the torches and then proceed to clear out that underground base, Susan interjected as she approached, her handgun secured at her waist and a rifle in hand. She had removed her shoes, wrapping her delicate feet in numerous lengths of rope. The others followed Susan's example, binding their hands and feet with rope, extending to their elbows and knees. Be cautious, the water is filled with debris, and we must protect your tender skin. Yifeng advised. The women busily prepared themselves, while the 3 engineers seemed unfazed, merely rolling up their pant legs. Yifeng chose not to disclose the potential presence of giant pythons in the underground base, fearing it would instill fear in the group, leaving only himself and Susan to confront the terror alone. At that moment, he completed the 5 torches and distributed them among 5 of the group. Remember, as we enter the water, we will form a single file line. I will wield 1 torch in one hand and a spade in the other to clear the path ahead. He instructed. Susan will take the rear. Who among you has experience with real firearms? Several foreigners raised their hands in response. Alice, you will follow second and keep an eye on the front. If danger arises, you are to fire your weapon, Yifeng directed. Alice nodded, signaling her understanding as she picked up the rifle from the ground. Ensure that 4 torches illuminate the area around us for several meters. He added before stepping into the depths of the cave. Ding Tuanshuan was the most exhilarated, though she was not permitted to carry a gun due to their limited number. She wielded a spear and a dagger instead. Are we going on an adventure? How delightful. Her voice echoed within the vast cave. As they descended, the group reached the underground base, now over 30 meters below the surface. Thanks to the abundance of torches, the flames illuminated the vicinity. Yifeng gazed upward, observing stalactites hanging from the ceiling like sharp icicles. Into the water, Yifeng declared as he entered, glancing back to see the women hesitating, apprehensive at the sight of bones and assorted debris floating on the surface. Hurry up, Yifeng urged. Alice gritted her teeth and stepped into the water, which reached up to her knees. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow suit. Ding Tuanshuan, being the shortest, found the water rising to her thighs, making her quite uncomfortable. The sound of dripping echoed around them, though it was less frequent than before, likely indicating that the rain had ceased. This is the door, Yifeng declared. Let's go inside and search for valuable items, such as intact firearms, ammunition, iron nails, axes, and saws. With that, he strode into the warehouse. Upon entering, He felt a shiver run through him. Before him lay a massive snake skin, nearly complete and measuring over 10 meters in length. Black Girl Dove's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The others, having lived in the city for too long, had never seen a snake skin and mistook it for some kind of fabric. Feng used a spade to lift the skin, noting its freshness, indicating it had been shed within the past few days. Chapter 85. Are we really that impatient? This proved that the snake was still growing, and that the skin had a tendency to shrink after being shed. Did this mean that the snake's length far exceeded 10 meters? I found a gun, Ding Tuanchuan exclaimed, emerging from a broken wooden crate with a rifle. Is this a nail? Su Yun added, her face aglow with surprise. Hurry up, Feng urged in a low voice. Not searching for items himself, but instead aiming his weapon toward the water, standing guard at the warehouse entrance and extending the torch forward. He was prepared to fire at the slightest hint of danger. Brother Yi, this looks like a bomb. At that moment, Ding Tuanchuan lifted a large object, approximately half a meter long and about 200 millimeters in diameter. Quick, help her. Don't let it explode. Feng felt a chill run down his spine and hastily urged them on. Several people quickly took the shell from her. Upon inspection, Feng realized it was a type of shell he did not recognize, and it appeared nearly new, showing no signs of corrosion. This indicated that the German anti-corrosion technology for such shells was remarkably effective. After 80 years, it remained intact. Having gathered most of the tools and weapons, Feng commanded, "Now follow my lead and head outside." Just as he spoke, he suddenly perked up, as if he heard a sound from a distance, a crashing noise that was rapidly approaching the warehouse. This is not good. Feng quickly shut the dilapidated iron door and extended the torch outward. Is it that giant python? Susan glanced toward the darkness outside. Yet, the surroundings were pitch black, with the torch illuminating only 5 or 6 meters ahead. Feng gestured for silence, carefully observing the surface of the water. Ripples began to form, and the direction of their spread indicated they were moving toward the warehouse. Suddenly, with a splash, a dark shape leaped from the water. Feng's expression changed drastically as he pushed the rifle forward. However, upon realizing what it was, he breathed a sigh of relief, for it was merely a sleek, glossy otter. You scared me to death. Ding Tuanchuan patted his chest. The otter was roughly the size of a cat, emerging from the water and swaying in front of Feng, grooming its whiskers with its paws. Little fellow, what brings you here? Feng sighed in relief. Lifting it up. Let us head home. Tonight we shall feast on otter meat. A faint smile crept across Feng's pallid face. A group of individuals gradually departed from the warehouse. They had initially come to clear out the peculiar indigenous creatures within. However, upon spotting the massive snake skin, Feng wisely abandoned that notion. Encountering such a colossal python could spell doom for his party, unless they could lure it to the shore. Feng was well aware of the python's habits. It could go months without a meal. In that time, he could finish building the boat. 5 torches floated on the water. Unbeknownst to them, a gigantic shadow glided past, a mere 5 meters away. Finally returning to the cave, Feng began to tally his spoils. They had acquired several rifles, ensuring each person had one, yet the ammunition was limited. Most of the bullets had corroded from moisture and might not fire. He laid all the bullets out under the sun to dry, positioning the tips against stones to avoid any mishaps. Feng issued a command. Alice, Lena, Anna, go dry the bullets. He then approached the massive shell. It weighed at least 30 pounds. If it exploded, it could collapse the cave. You all wait for me in the cave. Feng carried the shell out, walking a kilometer towards the river before stopping. He placed the shell beneath a palm tree, covering it with dry leaves and laying some twigs on top. This setup served as a trap. Should he encounter an unstoppable beast or a horde of strange monkeys, he could lure them here and ignite the leaves, sending them to their demise. After completing the trap, Feng used his dagger to mark a triangular symbol on the palm tree. The foliage was too dense for him to navigate without markers. He glanced up at the sun. It was around 10 to 11 in the morning, its rays already intensifying. There should be enough time today, he murmured, shouldering his rifle and preparing to return. Suddenly, a herd of water buffalo appeared before him. Leading the group was a large bull, followed by 3 cows and a calf. Beef? Feng swallowed hard and slowly raised his rifle. Bang! The shot rang out, and one of the cows collapsed to the ground. As Feng prepared to take down the bull, it exhibited no courage, fleeing with the remaining buffalo. Only the calf remained, nudging its deceased mother with its nose, clearly a mother-child bond. Just 10 minutes later, Susan arrived with the main group, all looking tense. Yi Feng, have you encountered danger? Susan exclaimed, spotting the cow lying in a pool of blood. You've come at the perfect time. Drag the carcass back. This cow will sustain us for a week. After finishing his words, Yi Feng grasped the hind leg of the cow, while the others came over with expressions of joy to assist him. However, the calf charged at him, headbutting his thigh. Yi Feng paid it no mind, allowing it to trail behind the group. In the jungle, only the strong survive. He had no intention of concerning himself with the sentiments of animals, lest he find himself hungry. Once they dragged the carcass back, the group began to skin it, slicing the beef into appropriately sized strips. You all go fetch some water to wash off the blood and rinse the ground. Bury the inedible parts of the cow in a pit to avoid attracting other predators. Yi Feng instructed as he stood up and gazed skyward. In the sky, a vulture was circling. Such creatures are quite bothersome. They fly high and see far, knowing where to find food, and they will circle endlessly in the sky above those locations. Some intelligent beasts will also gather based on the vulture's position, discerning where there might be scraps to scavenge. I need one person to accompany me to the beach to gather salt. We cannot consume all this beef at once, so it needs to be salted for preservation. Yi Feng looked toward the women. I'll go. Rimiko stood up, her gaze deeply engaging with Yi Feng. Yi Feng swallowed hard. Was Rimiko truly so impatient? He understood that their territory was not yet secured, and he could not afford to be distracted. Rimiko, you should stay here. Your steadiness will be of help. Yi Feng said. I'm not unsteady. I'm going with you. Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, rushing out with a rope in her hand. The other end tethered to a freshly caught otter. What do you intend to do with it? I can slaughter it. Otter skin is soft and can be fashioned into undergarments, while the skin of other animals is too coarse and uncomfortable to wear. Chapter 86. Knowledgeable, mature, and composed. Yi Feng drew his dagger. No. Several women cried out in unison. Big brother Yi, this otter is so cute. Can we keep it as a pet? Ding Tuanshuan pleaded. That is not feasible. A little black bear can serve as a pet because it can act as a lookout, but what purpose does an otter serve? Without warning, Yi Feng plunged the knife into the otter's body. You? Ding Tuanshuan's eyes brimmed with tears. Come on, little Tuanshuan, we are heading to the beach. Yi Feng took Ding Tuanshuan's hand. No, I'm not going with you, you bad person. Ding Tuanshuan pulled away from his grasp. I'll go with you instead. Lena stepped forward. She had fully recovered, exuding an air of mature intelligence, significantly enhanced by her glasses. All right, let us depart, Yi Feng declared, leading Lena toward the river. Although Lena was a foreigner, she appeared quite composed and spoke little. Upon reaching the river, they followed its course downstream until they arrived at the beach, not the familiar one, but rather the shoreline where the river met the sea. After pouring seawater into a hollow, Yi Feng reclined on the sand to rest. Gathering salt was a time-consuming task, and he took the opportunity to relax. Lena sat beside Yi Feng, her face turned towards the jungle, gripping a pistol in her hand. From this angle, her curves were fully revealed. Lena, there is something I have yet to inquire about. What did you truly see in that notebook last time? Yi Feng suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Lena's expression shifted. Very well, I shall tell you. It was the diary of a German soldier. He mentioned that after Germany's defeat, several divisions set sail from the Mediterranean in search of a new island. However, one day, their fleet lost control, traversed a foggy area, and arrived at this place. At that time, the ships carried various flora and fauna, as they intended to create the strongest warriors through genetic synthesis or interspecies breeding, hoping to turn the tide. As Lena spoke, a deeper concern shadowed her face. Yi Feng's eyes widened. These individuals were indeed perverse, resorting to interspecies mating. This could explain the tropical and polar plants present on the island. But wait, if that were the case, your demeanor shouldn't be so grave, after all. That was 80 years ago, Yi Feng pondered, still perplexed. Your insight is keen. The diary concludes with a statement that they would never return. As for where they could not return to, I cannot say, but grammatically, it suggests not a return to Germany, but rather to Earth, Lena said. A glimmer of despair crossing her eyes. However, Yi Feng felt a flicker of delight within. Their inability to return suited him just fine, as he could thrive alone. Are there any other clues? Yi Feng sought to uncover more valuable information, particularly about their warships. If he could locate the ships, he wouldn't need to construct a vessel himself. Sailing a warship down the great river through the primeval forest would be truly magnificent. Even if they exist, those ships have likely succumbed to 80 years of weathering. Lena sighed. No matter, Even a half-complete vessel would suffice. As long as the keel is intact, repairing it would be better than crafting our own. Feng stood up, his eyes gleaming as he gazed towards the river. Since the diary indicates that the warships did indeed enter here, it is highly probable they lie upstream or are anchored on some unknown beach. Wait, what about those German soldiers? Even if they perished, there should be some descendants, for Germany had female soldiers as well, Feng asked cautiously. If descendants of the Germans were still present, it could pose a significant problem. They might have already developed more advanced weaponry and established dominance. This is precisely my greatest concern. The diary mentioned a catastrophic event, and after pinning the last entry, there were no further writings. I believe he likely perished in that disaster. Lena spoke with a sense of melancholy. Feng stroked his chin, thinking that death might be preferable. He could only hope their warships remained intact. Even salvaging a steam engine from one would provide immense assistance. I have made up my mind. Tomorrow, we shall first transport the dragon bones back to the cave, and then you can commence shipbuilding at home. Meanwhile, I will venture upstream alone with a firearm, hoping to discover a warship, even if it is merely the wreckage of one. Feng surmised that the warship would undoubtedly be inoperable after more than 80 years. No matter how advanced German technology was, it could not prevent a ship from rusting in water over such a lengthy period. However, it matters not, for there must be many valuable materials aboard, even if it is just some iron plates or railings, which could significantly expedite our shipbuilding process. In the diary, there was mention of a certain virus, one that has merged with the tropical viruses in this region, resulting in a mutated strain that is incurable once it infects a human. Lena stated, her tone grave. Feng's expression changed dramatically. Facing a giant python, ferocious beasts, or even those bizarre monkeys, he felt he had a fighting chance, for they were tangible adversaries. Yet, a virus posed a different challenge. He was no physician, and he felt utterly powerless against it. Tropical viruses are primarily transmitted from animal carcasses and necessitate specific temperatures and humidity levels. Therefore, I shall make every effort to avoid damp and foul-smelling locales, Feng stated dryly. His understanding of viruses seemed rather limited. Very well, let us continue to harvest salt. Lena meticulously gathered the white substance they had produced and set about drying some seawater on the rocks. Lena, could you teach me German? Feng inquired earnestly. I greatly admire German machinery and metallurgy. Should I ever return to a civilized society, I would like to learn some advanced German techniques. Certainly. Follow me and repeat after me, Lena replied, attentively guiding Feng. Sitting on the beach with her legs crossed and glasses perched upon her nose, she resembled a university lecturer, intellectual, mature, and composed. Feng listened intently, though he harbored his own ulterior motives. Firstly, he did not entirely trust Lena, so he intended to learn German thoroughly before personally verifying the contents of the diary against her claims. After all, concepts such as genes and hybrids seemed too esoteric for him to fully accept. Additionally, he was aware that the underground base likely contained a wealth of German documents, and he would need proficiency in the language to discern them. Relying solely on Lena's word could lead to grave errors, especially if she had ulterior motives. Lastly, upon discovering the German warship, he would need to understand how to operate its various components, which would undoubtedly be annotated in German, be it steam engines, compasses, or navigational devices. Chapter 87. Proper maintenance. The two remained on the beach all day. While Feng studied, he continuously harvested salt. As night fell, he had grasped a foundational understanding of the language, marking a significant improvement. Simultaneously, they had produced a substantial quantity of the white substance, approximately 20 kilograms. Even after filtering through plant ash, they should still have around 7 or 8 kilograms of salt remaining. To marinate the beef, that is more than sufficient. Let us depart. Feng hoisted several hefty gourds onto his back, with Lena forging ahead. Faced with such a demure beauty, Feng found himself somewhat hesitant to engage in playful banter. At last, they returned to the cave entrance. From a distance, Feng spotted a row of women, their anxious gazes fixed upon the riverbank. I'm back, Feng called out exuberantly. Upon seeing him, the women's eyes sparkled with joy as they rushed over, assisting him by lifting the salt from his shoulders and brushing away the sand, as though he were their beloved. They had indeed been frightened earlier. After all, darkness was encroaching, and Feng had yet to return. What would they do if he did not come back? Rely on those 3 bumbling engineers or the already injured Long Wu? Brother Feng, you're back. A resonant voice boomed. Yi Feng's heart leaped with joy as he hurried to Long Wu's side. His dear friend was awake, seated upon a bearskin, with a soft mat made of woven straw behind him, stuffed with hay. Wu Ge, this is splendid, Yi Feng exclaimed, grasping Long Wu's hand with fervor. Ah, I am but a cripple now. How may I assist you? Long Wu replied, his tone tinged with apprehension. Yi Feng noticed a flicker of anxiety within his eyes. Wu Ge, you needn't worry about anything. Focus on your recovery. Rest assured, as long as I have my broth, you shall have your meat. You have been an immense help to me. I consider you as my own brother, Yi Feng stated gravely. No, please find me some tasks to do. I beg you. I do not wish to be a burden, Long Wu insisted. This revelation illuminated Yi Feng's understanding. It appeared Long Wu feared becoming a liability to the team and ultimately being cast aside, hence his urgent desire to prove his worth. All right, Wu Ge. As a former soldier, could you assist me in maintaining these rifles and pistols? Also, please check why they tend to jam. If you can resolve the jamming issue, it would be a tremendous aid to us. He quickly assigned a task to assuage Long Wu's worries. Understood. Long Wu's anxiety diminished slightly as he eagerly picked up a rifle to examine it. He began to meticulously disassemble the weapon, arranging its various components neatly on the ground. Tuan, you should go over and learn as well. If Wu Ge becomes thirsty, pour him some water. And if he is hungry, help him roast some meat, Yi Feng instructed. Oh, Ding Tuan promptly squatted beside Long Wu, attentively observing his disassembly of the rifle, occasionally asking questions about firearms. Long Wu generously shared his knowledge, explaining everything he could, including how to maintain stability while shooting, the mechanism of bullet discharge, the significance of rifling, and the principles behind ammunition. Others listened intently, including several foreign women. Zhang Yan, however, did not join Long Wu's lesson. Instead, she approached Yi Feng. Ah Feng, she said, gesturing toward the creek with a subtle nod, her meaning unmistakable. Yi Feng initially believed he could resist, but his youthful body had other ideas. The two of them strolled toward the waterhole, one after the other. As Zhang Yan arrived at the pond, she eagerly wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's neck. Wait, this is not a suitable place. Who is on duty in the tree today? Yi Feng inquired. I believe it's that dark-skinned girl, Zhang Yan replied. Let us go. The branches of that large tree are quite dense and will shield our privacy. After saying this, Yi Feng took Zhang Yan to the base of the great tree. Amidst the chorus of birdsong, they felt relatively secure from detection. After a considerable time had passed, it finally came to an end. I'm sorry, Yi Feng said, looking at Zhang Yan with a hint of guilt on his face. It's all right. It's a safe period. Counting the days, my relatives will visit in a couple of days, Zhang Yan responded, once again drawing him close. Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement. If it was indeed a safe period, he would be relieved of any psychological burden. His heart swelled with delight. Just then, he squinted. Could you please release my waist? Yi Feng gently pushed Zhang Yan away and walked over to the tree, picking up an arrow. Did you make this arrow? Zhang Yan asked curiously. Clearly not. This arrow is crafted with greater expertise, Yi Feng observed, running his fingers along the arrowhead, which was made of a black stone, sharp as a blade despite not being iron. The fletching at the back was also meticulously designed, forming a trihedral tail that enhanced the arrow's balance and range. Does this imply the presence of indigenous people here? Zhang Yan's neck recoiled slightly as thoughts of cannibals flashed through her mind. It seems likely. This is not the craftsmanship of a civilized society. However, on such a vast island, it would be peculiar if there were no natives. Yi Feng tucked the arrow into his waist and disengaged the safety on his pistol, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. If Lena has not deceived me, there should be Germans on this deserted island, yet why are there indigenous people as well? It is essential to note that if Germans truly arrived on this island, the natives would stand no chance of resistance. After all, in terms of weaponry, the Germans possess overwhelming superiority. Yet, despite having been on the island for such a length of time, I have yet to encounter a single descendant of the Germans. Furthermore, with so many weapons and ammunition in the underground base, if any descendants of the Germans were still alive, they would surely maintain those weapons with care. Chapter 88. Only you? It is evident that all the Germans on the deserted island have perished. Otherwise, even a single descendant would not forsake such advanced weaponry. Yi Feng glanced again at the arrow. The fletching remained relatively intact, suggesting it had been discarded here about a year ago. Hence, the indigenous people must still be alive. There remains only one possibility. Those natives, utilizing these rudimentary weapons, annihilated all the German soldiers. Let us return to the cave. Yi Feng's expression darkened as he led Zhang Yin back. Clearly, the indigenous people must possess other astonishing methods. Otherwise, relying solely on such weaponry, even 100 natives could not possibly defeat a single German soldier. After all, the Germans could easily suppress them with a mounted machine gun. Where have you two been? Susan stood with her hands on her hips, looking displeased at Yi Feng. Ah, Zhang Yin remarked, expressing her discomfort, prompting Yi Feng to offer to gather some herbal remedies. Huh, who would believe you? Susan retorted, casting a glance at Su Yun. Su Yun remained silent, lost in thought beside the fire. It was evident that Susan had just been speaking ill of her, but Yi Feng had no time to dwell on that now. Everyone, gather here around Fifth Brother. He instructed, retrieving an arrow. Have you seen this arrow? It resembles the handiwork of indigenous people rather than civilized folk. Thus, it's clear that we are not alone on this deserted island. We must exercise utmost caution. The arrowheads may be poisoned, and a single strike could be fatal. Yi Feng explained. The women's expressions turned grave. However, Yu Sihai confidently tapped his rifle. What is there to fear? Is a bow and arrow more formidable than my gun? His assurance momentarily eased the tension. Indeed, despite the prowess of arrows, they could not compare to the range and power of a rifle. Moreover, they had discovered some grenades from below. As long as we can detonate them, no number of indigenous people will pose a threat, he added. Not so fast. The indigenous people are the original inhabitants here. They are familiar with this rainforest and likely possess other methods we are unaware of. We must remain vigilant. For instance, the ancients were known to employ poisons. Can you defend against that? Yi Feng cautioned. This sobered Yu Sihai. Yi Feng felt it necessary to clarify their current predicament to instill a sense of urgency. Given their prolonged existence in a civilized society, with World War II having concluded 80 years ago, the youth had lost their sense of peril. In a genuine encounter with the indigenous people, even with firearms, they might not prevail. Lena, please share the contents of your journal with everyone, he called out to Lena. All right. Lena began recounting everything she had observed, leaving the group in stunned silence. This is wonderful. Does this mean there are warships on the island? We need to build a boat. The three engineers appeared elated, fully aware of the challenges of constructing a vessel on a deserted island, where many components would require replacement, and even the ship's propulsion might need a complete overhaul. Yi Feng sighed, exasperated. Do you not understand? If so many German soldiers had landed on the island, why did they not leave descendants? He inquired. Perhaps the descendants of those Germans are upstream in the river. Ding Tianchuan suggested. Impossible. With so much armament in the underground base, if there were indeed descendants of the Germans, they would have maintained these weapons rather than allow them to decay, Yi Feng stated gravely. Therefore, only one possibility remains. All the Germans who landed on this island perished. They may have succumbed to diseases or climate, but the most likely cause is extermination by the indigenous people. The atmosphere grew oppressive, and Susan cast a wary glance outside. The others instinctively placed their hands on their rifles. At this moment, they finally began to sense the gravity of their situation. There is no need for everyone to worry too much. This arrow has evidently been here for a year, indicating that the indigenous people do not frequently venture downstream. Thus we are temporarily safe. Let us not frighten ourselves. Yi Feng wished to alleviate their mental burden. Indeed, the indigenous people seldom come downstream. Once we complete the construction of the boat, everything will be manageable. Surely, it is implausible that the indigenous people could fly onto our vessel to harm us? Longwu chuckled. Gradually, the atmosphere lightened. Let us retire for the night. Tomorrow you shall build the boat, while I venture upstream to search for remnants of naval vessels. Yi Feng declared. Susan went to retrieve Dove, and everyone began to sleep. Yi Feng did not succumb to slumber until the early hours of dawn. The following morning, he instructed the others to construct the boat and to filter salt for curing beef. He then took up 2 rifles and 2 handguns, setting off upstream. Given the propensity for weapons to jam, he deemed it prudent to carry a double supply. Upon reaching the riverbank, a warm gust of wind met him. He noted that while the water flowed downstream, the wind blew upstream. This arrangement would serve well when the boat was ready. He could unfurl the sail to navigate against the current and stow it when sailing with the current. Yi Feng mused, clearing the underbrush with a spade. There were no signs of human activity here, suggesting that the indigenous settlement was located upstream rather than downstream. The banks were perilous, as animals frequently approached to drink. Yifeng discharged his firearm to scare away a leopard and a herd of wild boars. At this point, he had traversed 2 kilometers upstream, and the river gradually narrowed. When downstream, he could only discern the silhouette of the opposite bank. However, at this juncture, he could see towering trees on the opposite side, albeit only their outlines. The rainforest was shrouded in mist, with some of the colossal trees reaching into the clouds. This must be the main channel of the river, accompanied by countless tributaries. Yifeng soon encountered a dilemma. A tributary, approximately 6 or 7 kilometers wide, appeared before him, obstructing his further ascent. He was compelled to turn at a right angle and venture into the depths of the tributary. Just then, the underbrush ahead rustled, as if something was lurking within, poised to ambush. Yifeng let out a cold smile, leveling his rifle. Regardless of what lay concealed in the foliage, one shot would surely reveal its presence. A youthful voice emerged from the brush. Yifeng lowered his rifle. Astonishment etched across his face as he beheld a golden-haired little girl. She stood about 1.40 meters tall, slender as a reed, her innocent visage marred by fatigue. Yifeng vaguely recalled seeing this child aboard the cruise ship, accompanied by her parents at the time. "Little one, are you alone?" Yifeng approached and knelt, intending to wipe the dirt from her face. However, the golden-haired girl took a cautious step back, brandishing a primitive stone dagger. Chapter 89. Do not eat me. There is so much saliva. Do not be afraid, little one. I mean you no harm. I will protect you. Yifeng quickly reassured her, placing his rifle on the ground. The little girl finally ceased her retreat, allowing Yifeng to clean the mud from her face. You are just a child, and yet you have survived for so long. Did no one assist you? Yifeng inquired. No, it was just me. My mommy and daddy have both passed away, the little girl replied, her face devoid of sorrow, instead reflecting a sense of helplessness and confusion. Fear not, for I shall be your guardian from now on. Come with me. Downstream lies a cave inhabited by many uncles, aunts, and sisters who will care for you, Yifeng said with heartfelt compassion. The golden-haired girl was so endearing that it stirred within him a tender paternal instinct. Okay, she exclaimed, immediately nestling into Yifeng's embrace, burying her face against his abdomen. For the past few days, she had resorted to catching insects for sustenance, and in her desperation, had even resorted to consuming grass. When confronted by wild beasts, she would climb trees, only descending when hunger became unbearable. Now, upon encountering a human, her hardened heart shattered, revealing the vulnerability of a lost child. What is your name? Yifeng asked. My name is Ilian, she replied. Good girl, Ilian. I will protect you, Yifeng said, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before lifting her slight frame, weighing no more than 50 kilograms, onto his back. His mission for the day was yet unfinished. He needed to locate a warship, or at the very least, its remnants, and could not allow Ilian to hinder his progress. After walking for another 10 minutes, Yifeng felt warmth radiating from his back. Ilian had fallen asleep, drooling onto his bare shoulder. Just as a blissful smile graced his lips, his expression shifted abruptly. Before him lay a mire, inhabited by a multitude of sinuous black caimans basking in the sun. A rough count revealed over 100 of them. Among them, 2 crocodiles had opened their vertical pupils, fixated on Yifeng with unwavering intensity. Damn it, Yifeng muttered, slowly retreating while raising his rifle. In the next instant, one of the crocodiles began crawling toward him. Its initial pace was leisurely, but soon it surged forward with alarming speed. Run, Yifeng shouted, stumbling into the thicket, his heart racing. The crocodile pursued him for several hundred meters before finally halting, seemingly ready to abandon the chase. Yet Yifeng had no intention of letting it escape. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a spray of blood erupted from the crocodile's head. It thrashed violently for a moment before falling still. Ilian stirred awake, rubbing her plump cheeks against Yifeng's neck. Uncle, the sound of the gun will attract other beasts. We should leave this place quickly, Ilian urged. Indeed, Yifeng agreed, continuing deeper into the woods, determined to bypass the mire. The trees upstream were exceptionally tall, their dense foliage nearly obscuring the sunlight and casting a shadowy gloom upon the ground. After walking for a while, Yifeng spotted a familiar small tree bearing 3 white fruits. A surge of joy filled his heart as he quietly set Ilian down and swiftly severed the tree with a single stroke of his knife. As anticipated, the fruits did not retract after the tree was cut. Without hesitation, he consumed 2 of the fruits. A torrent of warmth surged within him, and in an instant, Yifeng felt his strength nearly double. Ilian, here has something for you to eat. Yifeng picked up the last fruit. Ilian obediently opened her mouth. After consuming the fruit, Ilian's pale face turned rosy, indicating an enhancement of her strength. Yifeng clenched his fist, and the muscles in his arm tightened. Writhing like worms across his skin, he felt that his punch now possessed a force of at least 600 to 700 pounds, if not 1,000. Consequently, Yifeng swung his fist with great force against a small tree. Crack! The tree trembled violently and toppled over. Yifeng stretched out his leg, aimed at a tree the thickness of his wrist, and delivered a powerful sweep. Crack! That slender tree was instantly severed. Ha ha ha! Yifeng could no longer contain his inner joy, bursting into laughter. Uncle, let us return to the cave you mentioned. This place is quite dangerous. Ilian approached and tugged at Yifeng's sleeve. All right, climb on my back. Yifeng squatted in a horse stance, and his back softened as the little girl mounted him. Uncle, give me a pistol. I can assist you from behind. Ilian suddenly remarked. This was hardly a thought typical of a 12 or 13-year-old child. Yifeng sensed that she might be even more mature than he had anticipated. Perhaps akin to Ding Tuanshuan. Do you know how to use it? This is the safety. Do not disengage it unless necessary, or I might be harmed. Also, regardless of whether the safety is on or off, do not point the gun at our own people. Yifeng held the pistol, turning to glance at the little head resting on his shoulder. Ilian nodded. Only then did Yifeng pass the pistol into her hands. Subsequently, the two made their way back, eventually spotting the deceased crocodile, though a wild dog was gnawing at its wounds, blood splattering everywhere. Get lost. Yifeng swung the butt of his gun, causing the wild dog to flee in fright. He then sawed off the crocodile's tail, preparing to bring it back for the women at the camp to savor the tender delicacy of crocodile meat. This meat is even more tender than beef, and once tasted, one is likely to become addicted. It's a pity that there is no alcohol on the deserted island. If only they could brew some and build a boat. They could hold parties on the deck every day. 2 hours later, Yifeng finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. He saw 3 engineers wielding axes for carpentry while several women had clearly defined roles. Some were on lookout, others were weaving sails, and some were curing beef. I'm back, and I've brought a little cutie. Yifeng shouted, causing everyone to halt their work. She is so adorable. Alice rushed over and lifted Ilian into her arms. Let me hold her too. Lena also hurried over, showering Ilian with kisses and hugs. Let me have a turn. Suyin joined in as well. You group of women enamored with foreign charm. Is she cuter than I am? Ding Tuanshuan pouted nearby, her face scrunched up in displeasure. Soon, Lena and Anna took Ilian to the pond to wash her. Meanwhile, Yifeng approached Ding Tuanshuan, holding the crocodile tail. What's wrong? Who owes you money? Your face looks all twisted. Yifeng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Brother Yi, do you think I am adorable? Ding Tuanshuan leaned in, presenting her cherubic face. After a moment's hesitation, Yifeng suddenly opened his mouth wide, nearly engulfing half her face, and planted a fervent kiss. Don't eat me. There is so much saliva. Ding Tuanshuan exclaimed, desperately wiping her face. You are the most adorable, Yifeng replied with a grin, then began to skin the crocodile's tail, meticulously slicing the meat into neat portions, which he arranged on a clean stone. The crocodile's skin, however, still held some utility. It could be fashioned into shoes. Chapter 90. Unfathomable suffering after all. Their shoes had been soaked by rain and were in a deplorable state, particularly Yifeng's, whose big toe was completely exposed. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ilian was brought back. Once cleaned, she appeared even cuter, resembling an angel. Uncle, my pants are torn, she said, approaching Yifeng and burrowing into his embrace. Among all present, she was the one most familiar with Yifeng. The others were merely acquaintances. Don't worry. I'll see if I can find some otter or deer, and then I'll make you some lovely leather outfits. Yifeng gently patted her back. Ilian nodded, and suddenly fell asleep in his arms. Yifeng sighed, his heart brimming with compassion. Such a small child, having endured the wilderness for so long, must have suffered immeasurably. She was undoubtedly both tired and weary. Please take good care of her. It's only midday. I've decided to venture upstream to see if I can locate the wreckage of a warship or perhaps an indigenous tribe, Yifeng instructed before approaching the 3 engineers. Cheng, has the keel not been brought back yet? Have you already begun? He inquired. Rest assured, we are currently constructing the deck and the cabin. Once the keel is returned, we will assemble everything. Cheng Li Bin replied without lifting his head. using a string to suspend a stone as a plumb line to ensure the boards were vertical. Thank you for your hard work. I shall take my leave now, Feng said before continuing upstream. Fortunately, he had recruited 3 engineers. Had he attempted to build the vessel alone, he might have only managed a bamboo raft or a dugout canoe. Boss Ma, are we going to keep walking like this? Aren't we going to build a ship to return home? Wang Tao asked while munching on oysters. He was astonished to discover such an abundance of oysters in a place where he had previously fished. Build a ship? How would we do that? Do we have nails? Do we have axes? We have nothing. Wang Tao exclaimed. What a useless fellow you are. Your girlfriend has been taken, your father has been killed, and yet you sit here complacently eating oysters. If I had a son like you, I would have dealt with him long ago, Ma Xikong retorted bluntly. Who says I'm useless? What can I do? Feng has a gun, luck on his side, and so many people to assist him. Besides, didn't we already go to the cave? Feng and the others could be anywhere. Finding someone in a tropical rainforest is like searching for a needle in a haystack, Wang Tao explained, suppressing his anger. Not so. At that moment, an engineer spoke up. The dragon bones still lay downstream in the cavern, a creation that took our team of over a dozen engineers 10 arduous days to forge. I deduced that Feng would return to move the dragon bone. Otherwise, they would have to recreate it, which would consume considerable time. Upon hearing this, Ma Xikong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a fortuitous opportunity. We should immediately lay an ambush near the dragon bone, setting numerous traps and crafting several bows and arrows. When Feng returns, we would first exhaust him with our traps, and when he finally manages to climb up, we would shoot him with arrows. Surely, he cannot possess extraordinary powers. Ma Xikong rose decisively. The others exchanged glances and followed him towards the stream. Bang! A gunshot rang out as Feng dispatched a crocodile. He had finally traversed the crocodile's territory and pressed onward into the depths of the tributary. Meanwhile, the tributary gradually narrowed. Downstream it spanned 6 or 7 kilometers. Yet here it was merely 30 to 40 meters wide. Towering trees nearly obscured the sky above the river. The aquatic life became increasingly diverse, with various fish swimming about. Feng thrust his engineer's shovel down and struck a red-bellied piranha, which was as thick as a finger but bore a mouthful of sharp teeth. This creature should be edible. Feng took a bite, its fishy taste pungent on his palate. Just as he was about to rise, a massive shadow surged from the water, nearly 1.5 times his length. Splash! A giant bone-tongued fish leapt from the water, its head hurtling towards Feng. The skull of this creature was as hard as iron. Had it collided with Feng's head, he would have been rendered unconscious and subsequently drowned. Cursing under his breath, Feng quickly stepped back and raised his rifle. However, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from firing. The sound of gunfire could attract more formidable predators. Hence, unless pursued by relentless beasts, it was prudent to escape. If absolutely necessary, he would resort to his engineer's shovel or dagger to defend himself. Only when faced with imminent danger should firearms be employed. The giant bone-tongued fish missed Feng and swiftly swam deeper into the waters. Yet an even larger shadow approached. In a single bite, it severed the giant bone-tongued fish in two. A pool of fresh blood erupted on the river's surface, quickly attracting a swarm of red-bellied piranhas. Feng continued deeper into the tributary, where paths had all but vanished. After wandering aimlessly, he found himself lost. In his frustration, he slung his rifle over his shoulder and climbed a tall red-shirt tree. As he neared the crown of the tree, he paused to survey the route he had traversed from a vantage point. Damn it! After all this time, I've been circling within a 20-meter radius for an hour? Uncertain, Feng severed a branch with his dagger and dropped it along the path he intended to return. This way, he had marked his route. Just as he was about to descend from the tree, his expression suddenly grew serious. There, several hundred meters away from the red-shirt tree, by the riverbank, was a campfire with 3 figures seated beside it, roasting something. Humans? Chapter 91. A shift in gaze. Feng was overjoyed. He could ascertain that the 3 figures were indeed male. Just as he was lamenting the lack of manpower for shipbuilding, the addition of these 3 individuals could significantly expedite the process. Upon descending from the tree, Feng charged in a particular direction, eventually breaking free from the peculiar loop and arriving at the fire pit. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, the 3 men hastily discarded their fish and seized their clubs. Is that you? Is that you? Feng locked eyes with one of the men, and his expression darkened instantly. Su Jiaying, you're still alive? Feng glared at Su Jiaying, who was the head of the security team and a sycophant of Wang Tao. Under Wang Tao's orders, He often made life difficult for Yi Feng at the entrance, such as searching only Yi Feng's belongings after work, causing Yi Feng embarrassment in front of his colleagues. Additionally, he would occasionally close the main gate just before Yi Feng was about to clock in, only reopening it after 9 o'clock. However, at that time, Yi Feng was reluctant to cause trouble and refrained from retaliating. Now the opportunity has presented itself. Su Jiaying, being the head of security, possessed considerable strength. Yi Feng decided to complete the shipbuilding first. As for the other two, they seemed somewhat familiar, security personnel who typically followed Su Jiaying's lead. Yu Haven-T died. So how could I? Su Jiaying asked, his vigilance peaked. Is that gun on you real? After all, on a deserted island, one could never be too sure of intentions, and he feared Yi Feng might use it against him. It's fake. There are no bullets. Yi Feng replied after a moment's consideration, opting to test Su Jiaying's reaction. Oh, so it's fake. Yi Feng, it must be quite difficult for you to survive alone now. Would you consider joining us? But I have conditions. You need to help us keep watch at night, catch fish, roast fish, and fend off mosquitoes. If you agree, I will take you along. Su Jiaying proposed. No, thank you. I have my own cave downstream, where many survivors are gathered, and we are currently building a ship to return home. If you're interested, you may join us in the shipbuilding, Yi Feng replied, choosing to set aside any disputes for the time being and focus on completing the ship. By the way, we need to retrieve the keel from the creek tomorrow. You three, being robust, would be perfect for the labor, he added. You're constructing a ship? That is splendid. Let us head out immediately, Su Jiaying exclaimed, picking up a wooden spear and a piece of metal that he had fashioned into a shield. Upon closer inspection, Yi Feng's heart soared with delight. The letters on the shield were indeed of Germanic origin. Where did you find this piece of metal? He inquired. Oh, we discovered it over there. At least 10 kilometers from here, Su Jiaying responded, positioning himself alongside the two security guards, prepared for Yi Feng to lead the way. Wait, when you found this metal piece, did you come across any other scraps, or perhaps a warship? Yi Feng pressed. Su Jiaying looked puzzled. Yi Feng, what are you talking about? This is merely a scrap of metal. Why are you suddenly mentioning warships? So, you're saying you only found this piece? Didn't you search the surrounding area? Yi Feng asked. Search for nothing. Let us hurry home. My patience is rather limited. Su Jiaying crossed his arms, casting a piercing gaze at Yi Feng. He had resolved that should Yi Feng dare to deceive him, he would not hesitate to end his life. Originally, they were a group of over a dozen individuals, predominantly women, the elderly, and middle-aged men. Su Jiaying and his two bodyguards naturally assumed leadership of the group. For the initial days, he had no ulterior motives, solely awaiting the rescue aircraft. However, after several days without sight of help, his perception of the women began to shift. He not only assaulted a blonde young woman, but also murdered her husband. As for the little girl, he had intended to target her as well, but she managed to escape downstream. Following that incident, the group began to lose faith in the three of them, prompting Su Jiaying to eliminate them one by one. The women suffered far worse, as they were subjected to torment before meeting their demise, while the men were dispatched swiftly, due to his poor management. Within less than a month, only the three of them remained as the sole survivors. All right, follow me. Yi Feng promptly took the lead, his mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 92, The Leader's Position. These three individuals still held some utility. Tomorrow, they would retrieve the keel and then allow them to guide the way upstream, centering their search within a 10-kilometer radius, confident that more wreckage of the warships could be found. Ideally, they would uncover a steam engine or something of the sort. After trekking several kilometers downstream, the three men suddenly found themselves utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground like limp rag dolls. How did you manage to reach a location over 10 kilometers upstream with such stamina? Yi Feng exclaimed in disbelief. What? It took us half a month to get there. This tropical rainforest has no clear paths, just venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. Do you think it's easy? Su Jiaying gasped, struggling for breath. Yi Feng rolled his eyes and decided to wait for them right there. When darkness enveloped the area, Yi Feng finally led the three men back to the cave. Suzong, is that you, Suzong? Su Jiaying immediately spotted Su Yun. Weren't you from the security department? This is wonderful, you're alive, Su Yun exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. Yes, Suzong, I wonder if Tao Gu is still alive. I truly miss him, Su Jiaying said, wanting to rush forward to embrace Su Yun. But Yi Feng interposed himself. All right, I trust that you all Haven Tea had decent meals in a month. Someone, prepare some roasted meat for them, Feng instructed. First, we need to restore these three fellows' strength. After all, engineers can't solely be relied upon for physical labor. If they were themselves out, he'll be left with no one to rely on. However, these three can be expended at any time. Raimaizi nodded and went to prepare a meal for the three men. Upon seeing Raimaizi, Su Jiaying's eyes lit up. Most of the women here wore tattered clothing, exposing their arms or legs. Particularly, Alice was clad in a bikini, with only a grass skirt wrapped around her waist. To the eyes of the three brutes, the scene was a feast of flesh. You two, come here, we need to discuss something. The three men promptly retreated to a corner. Captain, we have struck gold. There are so many beautiful women here. If we take turns, we could indulge for a whole week. As for Feng, he's just a weakling. Those three elderly men are certainly no match for us. And that cripple is even less of a concern, one of them exclaimed. Indeed, Captain. Let us first allow Feng to regain his strength, and when we are fully recharged, we can have our fun, another chimed in. However, Su Jiaying shot a glare at the two. Patience is a virtue. Why are you both so eager? First and foremost, we need to construct the ship. We cannot afford to offend those three engineers. As for Feng, once we are well fed, we can easily overpower him. The cripple in the cave can be dealt with later. We'll find an opportunity to dispose of him. Ha. As for the remaining women, we can have our way with them. There are no laws here, after all. Once the ship is completed, we can have the women row us back home. And when we are near, we can simply toss them into the sea to feed the fish. We must ensure they cannot return to report us. Su Jiaying spoke coolly. Captain, you certainly know how to play the game. I want to be the first to enjoy that tall beauty. I have my eye on that adorable little sister. The three of them fantasized. Feng had long seen through their true nature but chose to remain silent. After dinner, he would show these three who truly held the power. Susan must be on night watch in the trees. Otherwise, these three would not exhibit such lewd grins. After all, they had witnessed Susan's prowess firsthand. She could handle 5 men without breaking a sweat. Come on, it's time to eat. Raimai had already grilled the meat, and a pot of soup simmered in the helmet, adorned with some wild greens. We ought to supplement our diet with vitamins. We can't just eat meat, can we? Su Jiaying and his companions approached and sat down in Feng's designated spot. You three lack any sense of decorum. That stone bench is reserved for Brother Yi. Move aside. Ding Tianquan rebuked. Little sister. Ha. Uncle cares for you. Don't be so fierce, one of the security guards said with a greasy expression. Ding Tianquan was startled and quickly hid behind Feng. Forget it, let us just eat. What about Ilian? Is she still asleep? Feng inquired. Yes. She is still in the cave, having already eaten once. Poor child must have endured a lot. Lena wiped away her tears, her maternal instincts overwhelming her. All right, let us eat. Feng grabbed a piece of grilled meat. Su Jiaying and his companions had a hearty appetite. After all, the company's security personnel were not merely stationed. They occasionally assisted in the office with lifting tables and such. After an entire hour, everyone was finally satiated. Su Jiaying leaned against the stone wall, one hand resting on his belly. Once the food was digested, it would be time for him to assert his leadership. Chapter 93. Who is in favor? Who is against? Have you all finished eating? Su Jiaying slowly rose to his feet, his 2 lackeys standing behind him, each wielding a wooden stick as if they were eunuchs cheering for their emperor. However, he was met with indifference, as several women continued their quiet conversations. Feng was sharpening an arrowhead with a dagger while 3 engineers engaged in a discussion about the ship's structural issues. Are you not going to respond to me? Su Jiaying felt his pride wounded. He wished to slam his fist on the table, but there was none. In a fit of frustration, he kicked a log into the fire. Sparks erupted, scattering in all directions, and simultaneously, Su Jiaying's pant leg caught fire. Feng cast a cold glance at him. Slowly rising to his feet, he intended to subdue these 3 individuals. Otherwise, they would surely not work diligently. From this moment forth, I am your leader. Who is in agreement? Who opposes? Feng was taken aback, not expecting someone to steal his thunder. Su Jiaying had already climbed onto a stone, looking down upon the crowd. Do not be discontent. This is a deserted island, devoid of law. Here, the strong prevail over the weak. If you heed my words, I shall take good care of you. However, should you defy me, I will cast you away, Su Jiaying proclaimed loudly. On what basis? You see, I stood up. On the strength of my fists. On this island, the one with the mightiest fist is the law. Su Jiaying replied coldly. I wish to compare fists with you. To see who is stronger, Yi Feng said, placing the dagger on the ground, abstaining from using his firearm. Su Jiaying turned to face Yi Feng, his gaze icy. I knew you would attempt to disrupt me. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. With that, he lunged at Yi Feng. As expected, before he could approach, Yi Feng swiftly brought him down to the ground, leaving him unable to rise for some time. How? Your strength is so formidable. Su Jiaying gazed up at Yi Feng, astonished. The women quickly took their seats nearby, excitement gleaming in their eyes as they prepared to witness the spectacle. Captain Su, it seems your fists are not as strong as mine. Are you now convinced? Yi Feng inquired. I'll be damned. Brothers, let us take him down together. Do not hold back. Su Jiaying commanded, and the three rushed towards Yi Feng. Yet again, within 2 minutes, they lay sprawled on the ground. Su Jiaying losing a front tooth in the process. He covered his gaping mouth, looking at Yi Feng with disbelief. Yi Feng, how can you be so strong? Why didn't you retaliate at the company? Su Jiaying asked. You fool, in civilized society, assault is a crime. Retaliation constitutes mutual combat, Yi Feng replied, arms crossed, sensing the trio's lingering defiance. Damn it, Captain, this guy is so strong, what should we do? A security guard assisted Su Jiaying to his feet. Grab weapons. Let us take him down. The 3 men picked up wooden sticks. Yi Feng, undeterred, seized a bamboo spear. With a weapon in hand, Yi Feng became a formidable force, brandishing the spear with a whoosh. He did not deliver lethal blows, merely wielding the spear like a club. In no time, the 3 were left bruised and battered, their cries echoing through the air. Are you convinced? Are you convinced? Are you convinced? With each query, Yi Feng struck with the spear. Stop, please. We concede. Su Jiaying was the first to relent. Indeed, cease the hostilities. We have truly conceded. Even the 2 security guards have relented. Yi Feng nodded, casting aside the bamboo spear. For he had no desire to inflict severe harm. Otherwise, these 3 ruffians would be unable to assist in transporting the dragon bones come morning. It is well that you have accepted your fate. Henceforth, the 3 of you shall join the engineering team and heed the instructions of the 3 engineers. Whatever tasks they assign you, you must undertake without shirking, lest you find yourselves without sustenance. Do you comprehend? Yi Feng asserted. Understood. Su Jiaying nodded sullenly, his heart ablaze with indignation. Clap, clap, clap. Ding Tuanshuan led the applause. Brother Yi, your prowess in combat is truly remarkable. The other women, witnessing this, joined in the clapping, creating a cacophony of sound within the cavern. The 3 defeated men, dirted and disheveled, retreated to a corner, their eyes flickering with uncertainty, as though they were brewing some nefarious scheme. Yi Feng paid them no heed, instead summoning the others outside the cave. Everyone, take heed. This evening, place your firearms beneath your pillows. We must not allow those 3 to seize them. The sentinels must guard against not only wild beasts, but also the potential mischief of these 3. Yi Feng instructed. Acknowledged. The group responded affirmatively and returned to prepare for rest. Meanwhile, Su Jiaying and his companions huddled together in a corner like beggars. Yet Yi Feng remained uneasy. Thus, he retrieved several strands of vine. We shall rest tonight, but I cannot entrust you 3. Therefore, I must bind you for my peace of mind, Yi Feng declared. What? Su Jiaying seethed with rage. I reiterate, I shall bind you 3 for my own assurance. However, come dawn, once our people awaken, you shall be unbound. I will secure you outside the cave, and should any beasts approach, you are to yell and awaken us. I shall naturally come to your aid. Yi Feng stated with earnestness. Damn it, let us confront him. Another fierce battle ensued, and this time Yi Feng exerted 30% of his strength, rendering the 3 men utterly incapacitated. Brother Yu, Brother Bao, I beseech you to assist me in binding him, Yi Feng called out. Of course. The 2 engineers approached, deftly tying the 3 into bundles and securing one end of the rope to a large tree. Thus, their hands were rendered immobile, leaving only their legs free to move within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Tonight, Ding Tuanshuan and Alice, you 2 shall keep watch. With that, Yi Feng dashed back to his slumber. The women blushed, crowding around Yi Feng, yet he gently pushed most aside, drawing only Su Yun and Yi Lian into his embrace. Being the youngest and most vulnerable, he sought to provide warmth for them. Outside the cave, Su Jiaying and his companions crouched together. Damn, we truly miscalculated. We never anticipated Yi Feng's formidable prowess, one of the guards exclaimed. In their previous team, they had been leaders, but upon entering Yi Feng's domain, they found themselves neither in command nor respected, instead treated like dogs left outside. Such is human nature. Once one savors the taste of power, they seldom wish to submit to others. This cannot continue. Tomorrow, we shall find an opportunity to lure Yi Feng to a secluded spot. One of us will engage him in incessant conversation to distract him, while another will launch a surprise attack from behind. Remember, aim directly for his head, and strive to shatter his skull with a single blow. The night breeze swayed the flames of the bonfire, casting an ever-changing light on Su Jiaying's face. Yet, Yi Feng is formidable. I fear this plan may not suffice. A security guard remarked. Chapter 94. Quickly, pull me up. Well, let us discuss this when we are lifting the dragon bone. I overheard a few women discussing that we are to be tasked with lifting it tomorrow. Yi Feng will undoubtedly assist in this endeavor, and it should be quite a heavy object. When he is utterly fatigued, one of us can engage him in conversation while another strikes from behind. With this three-pronged approach, even if he is a celestial being, he must fall, Su Jiaying asserted. Very well, it is settled then. A faint smile graced the faces of the three men, as if they envisioned Yi Feng lying in a pool of his own blood, with the women singing and writhing beneath him. Little did they know that their conversation had been overheard by Susan, who was keeping watch from the tree above. The next morning, the trio, huddled together in slumber, were awakened by Yi Feng freeing them from their bonds. They rubbed their eyes, bewildered, as they looked at Yi Feng. Let us go. Today, the four of us have work to do, Yi Feng declared, handing each of them a piece of roasted meat, accompanied by a bowl of meat soup crafted from leaves. Recognizing the physical labor ahead, Yi Feng was particularly generous today. The three exchanged glances and immediately began to eat heartily. Once they finished, Yi Feng armed himself with a rifle, 2 handguns, 3 daggers, and a shovel. Su Jiaying, take this shovel and clear the path ahead, Yi Feng commanded. What? You want me to clear the path? Wait, this is a shovel? Fine, give it to me. I shall forge ahead. Su Jiaying eagerly accepted the shovel, swinging it through the air with a sinister grin. After progressing downstream along the river for a while, Yi Feng instructed the three to ascend the mountain in shifts. They finally reached the beach, where the trio sought opportunities to sneak around to Yi Feng's rear. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it seemed Yi Feng had an uncanny awareness, always positioning himself behind them, denying them any chance. Yi Feng silently scoffed, for Susan had already divulged their intentions to him. In times past, he would have dispatched the three of them without hesitation. However, circumstances demanded he enlist their strength to lift the dragon bone, and after that, they would need to return to shipbuilding, logging, and drilling holes in the wood. Oh dear, my stomach aches terribly. Shaokai, come forward and clear the path. I need to relieve myself at the back. Su Jiaying suddenly clutched his abdomen and attempted to move behind Yi Feng. What are you doing? Yi Feng's expression turned cold. I need to relieve myself. Do you expect me to hold it in until we return? Su Jiaying retorted angrily. At that moment, Shaokai interjected, Brother Feng, we actually spotted a rescue plane upstream. But unfortunately, we were concealed by the foliage in the jungle, and the plane did not see us. Yi Feng's body trembled slightly. If you must relieve yourself, do so in front of me. I shall watch you. It is of no concern. After Yi Feng spoke, he gripped his handgun tightly, ever vigilant of the movements of the three individuals. The positioning of these three ruffians was perilous, as they had encircled him in a rather devious manner. Su Jiaying clenched and then relaxed his fists, ultimately discarding his trousers to relieve himself beside the path, wiping with the ground due to the lack of toilet paper before continuing onward. Yi Feng urged them on, and thus, the quartet pressed forward towards the stream. Downstream, Ma Xikong lay in ambush within the bamboo grove, with Wang Tao crouching beside him. Both held makeshift bows and arrows in their hands. Further upstream, 4 other engineers lay in wait. Wang Tao, you do possess some utility. At least you excel at digging pits, Ma Xikong remarked with a grin. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Tao retorted, seething with anger. Ma Xikong had been overly demanding, forcing him to dig a pit alone for an entire day and night, resulting in a 4-meter deep hole. This pit was located beside the dragon bone, concealed with bamboo branches. Should Yi Feng and his companions attempt to lift the dragon bone, they would surely fall into the trap. What if Yi Feng doesn't come? Wang Tao inquired. Fear not. He will undoubtedly arrive. It is merely a matter of time. Shoo, Ma Xikong motioned for silence as he turned his gaze downstream. Brother Feng, do not be so rigid. With our combined efforts, we shall be invincible. There are countless women to enjoy. Why burden yourself? I refuse to believe you can satisfy all those women on your own, especially those foreign ladies. Their appetites are said to be quite substantial. We, as four brothers, could share the experience. Su Jiaying was attempting to seduce Yi Feng into submission, making his demeanor quite uncomfortable. No problem, I agree to your terms, but let us first return the dragon bone, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. He intended to bide his time with these three, planning to teach them a lesson after retrieving the dragon bone. Otherwise, they would not remain obedient. Haha, splendid. As long as Brother Feng joins us, our quartet will be the strongest faction in the camp. We can have the three engineers work for us, assisting in the construction of our vessel. As for the women, we could play games like rock, paper, scissors, or employ a card-flipping method each night to indulge in royal pleasures. And what about that cripple? Brother Feng, if your bond with him is not so strong, I suggest you find a place to toss him into the river to feed the fish. He holds no value. The three of them continued to chatter incessantly, offering Yi Feng unsolicited advice. His patience had reached its limit. Should they utter another word, he would cease his pretense. The dragon bone was faintly visible ahead, and Yi Feng's expression brightened, but in the next moment, his brow furrowed as he cast his gaze toward the bamboo grove on the bank. For reasons unknown, he sensed danger emanating from that area. It was an instinctive feeling. There should have been water plants beside the dragon bone, yet there were additional bamboo leaves, and their vibrant green hue indicated they had been discarded recently. With a quiet click, he disengaged the safety on his rifle, his peripheral vision alert to the bamboo grove and the sky above. Suddenly, a security guard fell into the trap, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Su Jiaying was taken aback and hurriedly leaned over the cave entrance to peer below. At the bottom of the trap stood sharp bamboo stakes, one of which fortuitously pierced his subordinate. Damn, my buddy seems to be incapacitated. Captain, pull me up quickly, pull me up. The young man desperately stretched his hands upwards. Su Jiaying scanned the surroundings and suddenly fixed his gaze on the bamboo grove. There must be indigenous people lying in ambush. No sooner had he spoken than an arrow shot out from the bamboo thicket, but it lacked precision, merely grazing Su Jiaying's thigh and breaking the skin. Indeed, there are indigenous people, Su Jiaying exclaimed, anxiety causing him to jump around. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Yi Feng had taken action, pulling the bolt to eject the spent cartridge before loading another bullet. The antiquated firearm had this drawback. Each shot required manual ejection and reloading. Damn! Yi Feng fired again, the bullet severing a bamboo stalk. Then, he heard the sound of chaotic footsteps emerging from the bamboo grove. Ma Xikong and his group charged out, armed with bizarre primitive weapons. Chapter 95. I will slay you all, do not be afraid. This gun can only fire one shot at a time. Ma Xikong zigzagged toward Yi Feng while simultaneously loosing an arrow. As a skilled marksman, he recognized Yi Feng's novice technique and felt confident about eliminating him. With the distance too short, just as Yi Feng finished loading, Ma Xikong's club came crashing down. Bang! The bullet grazed Ma Xikong's left waist, leaving a bloody gash. Ma Xikong screamed in agony, yet his club still struck Yi Feng's rifle with force, causing it to slip from his grasp. Wang Tao was the next to charge in. You scoundrel, pay for my father's life. Yi Feng kicked out, sending Wang Tao flying. However, the four engineers surged forward, though they were not fighters. Some clung to Yi Feng's legs, while others grasped his waist and arms. Ma Xikong, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood up and bent to retrieve the rifle. Bang! A gunshot echoed from upstream. Ma Xikong's rifle was knocked from his hands. Not good, reinforcements are coming, Ma Xikong exclaimed, panic overtaking him as he turned to flee. Wang Tao, with a glint in his eye, followed closely behind. The four engineers were dumbfounded. They had not anticipated Ma Xikong would abandon them so readily. Boss Ma, what about us? Wait for us, they called out as they released their hold on Yi Feng and scrambled upstream. Finally free to act, Yi Feng drew his sidearm. Bang! The last engineer was shot in the head. Everyone halt. Otherwise, I will eliminate you one by one. Yi Feng's eyes blazed with fury, his intent to kill evident. Fortunately, he had kept a backup plan. Otherwise, even if he had managed to eliminate Ma Xikong's group, he might have faced a bullet himself. Susan approached from downstream, rifle in hand, having been strategically positioned by Yi Feng to remain at the rear of the group. After all, he is merely a mortal, and one must always be prepared for contingencies. The three engineers quickly raised their hands and obediently approached downstream. They all lay on the ground, cradling their heads with their arms. Yi Feng brandished his weapon and issued commands. The three engineers promptly complied, lying flat on the ground. Susan, You stay here and watch over them while I go eliminate Masikong and Wang Tao, Feng declared, gripping his twin pistols and hastily advancing upstream. However, just as he reached the cave's entrance, Feng halted. Masikong was too cunning. What if he set a trap along the way? It was better to retreat. His life was paramount. Feng turned back downstream, contemplating how to deal with the slime Masikong. Otherwise, he might spring out like a thief, catching him off guard at any moment. Su Jiaying had already dragged the injured security guard out of the trap. The fellow was bleeding profusely from his inner thigh, yet his spirits seemed relatively high, indicating that his vital areas were unharmed. Can you still handle physical labor? Feng asked, staring intently at the guard. His murderous intent unmistakable. I can manage, the guard replied, displaying surprising cleverness at a critical moment. Feng promptly removed his trousers for inspection. It appeared to be a serious injury, but not life-threatening. With 3 or 4 days of rest, he could likely resume some labor. Do not assist him. Let him follow behind the group. If he cannot keep up, well, Feng's implication was clear. Su Jiaying nodded, abandoning his subordinate without hesitation. You 3 engineers and 2 security guards, 5 of you, lift the keel and do so immediately, Feng commanded. The 5 exchanged glances and summoned all their strength to hoist the keel. How heavy is this? It must weigh close to 1,000 pounds. Su Jiaying's face turned crimson, his teeth grinding with effort as he bore the weight of the dragon's head, which alone exceeded 300 pounds. Enough chatter, move downstream. If anyone falters, the engineer will pay the price, Feng ordered. The 5 felt a jolt of fear and could only tremble as they carried the keel downstream. The security guard, who had been bleeding, gritted his teeth, picked up a stick to use as a crutch, and struggled to follow the group. Feng forged ahead, while Susan guarded the rear. Anyone who misbehaved would be dealt with swiftly. Bang! After moving downstream for about a kilometer, the massive keel crashed heavily to the ground. The 5 lay flat, gasping for breath, their tongues lolling out to cool down. Feng did not rush them. Instead, he picked up his rifle, vigilantly scanning both banks of the stream. Just moments ago, he sensed a slight shift in the surrounding silence. Brother Feng, could you help lift the dragon's head? I truly cannot bear it any longer, Su Jiaying lamented. By saying that, you've rendered yourself worthless, Feng retorted, pressing the gun against his temple. No, I have value, I truly do. Su Jiaying protested, mustering his strength to rise and hoist the dragon's head onto his shoulder. You 4, hurry up and lift, or Brother Feng will take you out. Su Jiaying, after being threatened by Feng, redirected his fury towards others. Truly, as the captain of the security team, his awareness was remarkably high. Feng regarded these individuals as if they were mere corpses. Once the boat was constructed, he had no intention of retaining them. The only ones worth keeping were the 3 engineers in the cave, along with Brother 5, and then there were the women. The group lifted the keel once more, swaying unsteadily as they moved downstream. This time, they only managed a few hundred meters before collapsing onto the ground. I can't go on, exclaimed an engineer in his 50s. With a sigh, Feng had no choice but to join the fray. Susan remained vigilant against surrounding dangers. Burdened by immense pressure, with fresh strength joining, the burden on the others lightened considerably, and the 8 of them swiftly jogged downstream. Stop, Feng commanded, abruptly discarding the keel. Ouch! The pressure on the remaining 5 intensified, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. As the keel was released, Feng raised his rifle, aiming downstream. Although Susan was unaware of the impending danger, she followed Feng's lead. Downstream, over 30 grotesque monkeys approached, some carrying animal carcasses, others cradling young, and some clutching blowpipes. The leader adeptly positioned the blowpipe in its mouth. Fire! Eliminate them all, Feng bellowed. Bang! Bang! Susan also opened fire. The grotesque monkeys fell twice or thrice. In desperation, Feng tossed a handgun to one of the engineers. You shoot as well, or those beasts will annihilate us. He shouted. I've seen these creatures. They hunt not for sustenance, but for the thrill of the chase. After receiving the handgun, the engineer began firing relentlessly. Chapter 96. Don't run. The grotesque monkeys discarded their burdens, some charging forward, while others flanked through the bamboo grove or splashed across the stream. They utilized the blowpipes as poles, leaping 5 to 6 meters high. 30 grotesque monkeys created a formidable force, overwhelming Feng's senses. As if a tide of chaos were sweeping over him, evoking a sense of hopelessness. In that moment, he understood how the Germans had been exterminated. We must flee. The engineer, after firing a few rounds, discarded the handgun and turned to escape upstream. Damn it, don't run. Yi Feng, both anxious and furious, found himself unable to divert his attention. One person took the lead, prompting the others to follow suit. Only Yi Feng and Susan remained, steadfast in their resolve. Thud. Yi Feng clutched the upper part of his thigh, a sharp pain radiating throughout his body, rendering his muscles numb. His rifle fell to the ground. Yet, with a quick motion, he retrieved the remaining handgun and continued firing at the grotesque monkeys. Yi Feng, get up. Susan urgently called out. Yi Feng attempted to rise. Yet his legs had succumbed to a numbing sensation that was steadily encroaching upon them. Susan, run. Do not concern yourself with me. In a moment of grave urgency, Yi Feng made a poignant decision. Without uttering a word, Susan methodically loaded bullets into the chamber of the gun, ejecting the spent casings as she went. Though fewer than 10 of the grotesque monkeys had perished, Yi Feng had already collapsed. The rifle's ammunition was swiftly depleted, and Susan discarded it, drawing forth her handgun while dragging Yi Feng towards the bamboo grove. Bang, bang, bang. With only 7 rounds available, Susan fired 3 shots before the weapon jammed. Gritting her teeth, she hoisted Yi Feng onto her back and fled into the thicket. Thud. Yi Feng felt 2 more sharp stings at his rear. Susan, do you intend to use me as a shield? He cried out, the pain overwhelming him. The venom from the darts was potent, inflicting a sensation akin to being pierced by a searing needle. Susan, breathless and devoid of strength, sprinted through the bamboo forest with Yi Feng on her back, soon reaching the shelter of a banyan tree. Can you move? Susan inquired. I can no longer move my legs, nor my left arm. Only my fingers retain a semblance of sensation, Yi Feng replied. Nodding in understanding, Susan suddenly tossed her handgun onto the banyan tree before leaping up herself. With her athletic leg hooking a branch, she grasped Yi Feng's belt and forcibly dragged him upwards. The chattering of the monkeys grew alarmingly close. In a critical moment, Susan managed to pull Yi Feng onto the banyan tree, collapsing into his embrace. The tree's girth was scant, necessitating their close proximity to evade the monkey's gaze. Yi Feng felt a profound weakness enveloping him, his nerves dulled. Yet, he could still perceive the delightful fragrance emanating from Susan. The chattering below grew ever nearer, only to gradually fade away. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Susan finally rose from Yi Feng's side. She cautiously glanced down at the ground before resting against a branch. Gasping for breath, she had nearly exhausted herself. Yi Feng, though appearing slender, was far heavier than she had anticipated, revealing the substantial quality of his muscle and bone. After a couple of minutes, Susan abruptly yanked down Yi Feng's trousers. No, Yi Feng attempted to protest, only to discover that the nerves near his mouth had also become numb, producing only muffled sounds. Upon glimpsing what lay beneath Yi Feng's trousers, Susan's cheeks flushed crimson. This poison is likely quite potent. I must extract it from you. Endure a bit, she declared before lowering her head. Yi Feng felt her long, silken hair intertwining with his disheveled locks. Susan expelled several mouthfuls of dark blood, which eventually transformed into a vivid red. In truth, even before Susan began her extraction, Yi Feng had sensed an inner strength combating the toxin within him. Now, after Susan had drawn forth a few breaths, the poison seemed to be expelled. Whether due to Susan's efforts or that inherent strength, perhaps it was a combination of both. And then, there was the matter of his rear. Susan exerted all her strength in an attempt to flip Yi Feng over. A wave of exhilaration surged within Yi Feng. He yearned to inform Susan that he was, in fact, nearly recovered. However, the sensation he had just experienced was far too enchanting. You, despite your slender appearance, are surprisingly heavy. You nearly exhausted me, Susan remarked before forcefully turning him over. Ouch! Yi Feng tumbled from the banyan tree, fortunate that a thick bed of weeds awaited him below. Are you able to speak? Susan leaped down from the tree. Yi Feng gradually propped himself up, feeling that his limbs were not as agile as before. He feared it would take some time to regain his peak condition. Indeed, thank you, Sister Susan. Had it not been for your assistance in detoxifying me, I might have perished, Yi Feng expressed sincerely. Be quiet. Do not speak of this to anyone upon our return, or I shall take drastic measures. Susan glared at Yi Feng. Ouch! Yi Feng's legs gave way, and he sank to the ground. What is wrong with you? Susan scrutinized him warily. Perhaps you have not fully purged the toxins. Some residual poison lingers within me. It is of no concern. If it comes to it, I can face death. But I cannot allow you to assist me any further, Yi Feng declared with steadfast resolve. Susan appraised Yi Feng from head to toe, then circled around to his back, suddenly shouting, Duck! There is a cobra behind you. What? Feng exclaimed, deftly rolling 3 meters away with remarkable agility. Where's the snake? He inquired earnestly. Yet. Susan approached him, hands on her hips, and seized his ear. A man and a woman emerged from the bamboo grove, the man still desperately explaining. I don't know what happened. When you startled me, the toxins expelled themselves. Enough. Do you take me for one of those foolish women in the cave? All those individuals fled. What shall we do about the dragon bones? Susan questioned. Moo. As she finished speaking, 2 water buffalo appeared across the stream. The creatures bore expressions of alarm. Upon noticing the pair, they raised their heads and exchanged a glance, as if greeting one another. Ha! Feng immediately approached, affectionately stroking the noses of the 2 large water buffalo. Bend. Might I trouble you for a favor? Come here, my friends. Having grown up in the countryside, Feng knew how to communicate with the buffalo. He gathered tender leaves from the treetops to feed them, then stealthily inserted several sticks into the holes of the dragon bones, finally binding the wooden sticks to the backs of the buffalo with sturdy vines. Thus, a yoke was fashioned. This contraption could easily rest upon the buffalo's shoulders, rendering escape impossible. My dear buffalo companions, I implore you to follow me, Feng concluded, enticing the 2 buffalo forward with the tender leaves.